All right, we are live.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk, episode 6.
Yeah, I didn't know how long this would be, but I signed up for it.
And you know what? It's going.
Yeah.
I'm glad we made it as far as we have so far. I'm adjusting our audio levels. We were hitting the red.
Oh man.
Yeah, we were excited.
Yeah.
Because we got another High Republic book to talk about.
Mhm.
Because we're back going into chronological order again.
Yep. I guess.
For now, until I think not next week, but the week after. Because that's when Book of Boba Fett ends, and we'll have to talk about that. Which means you'll have to find a way to watch it.
Yeah, I'll have to watch
it. And then next week we have A Test of Courage. Usually we save that for the end, but you know what? It's kind of chill day.
Yeah.
Especially, it's an off-the-rails day, especially after last night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Last night's Star Wars tabletop game.
Oh.
I
have...
Yeah. You want to just jump into Star Wars news and we can discuss? I mean, I think they know what happened.
If you watch the game, you know what happened.
Just watch episode 3 of Tales of the Jedi.
It's great.
And you know what? And you'll know what happened. It should be like the video, like just under this one when you're looking at the live stream feeds.
Yeah.
Because there's the normal video, like when you go to the channel, it should show like the videos, and then you should be able to see the live feed as well.
Yeah.
I don't know how like the audience sees the lives, I guess, because I don't usually see the audience view of it. But yeah, you'll see like probably like right under this one.
Probably, yeah.
If not, it's like a few under, because there were some videos uploaded today.
Yeah.
All right, well, I guess let's get right into Star Wars news.
Yeah.
So we got a couple video game, a couple video game topics, and then one non-video game topic. We tend to get the video game topics a lot, though.
Yeah.
So first off, EA and Respawn and Lucasfilm Games and Disney kind of just had like this article that they released where they were like, here's what's going on with the EA side of Star Wars video games for a little bit. So the good news is we are getting Jedi 2, whatever you want to call it, whatever subtitle. Jedi 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Nope, just Jedi 2. No subtitle. No context.
But besides that, Respawn is apparently working on 2 other games.
Apparently.
And they made a new studio for one of them. Because they're going to do an FPS game, which that's not completely new to Respawn. Respawn's brought us Titanfall, and they brought us the campaign for Battlefront 2. So FPSs are not brand new to them.
They're not entirely new.
So I trust them with that, because the Titanfall games are good. The campaign for Battlefront 2, pretty good. So I trust what we're getting there. And then where I'm kind of hesitant, but also excited, they're doing a strategy game, which is ironic that a few weeks back we talked about
them.
A Star Wars strategy game. Because a few weeks back we talked about how the Empire at War creative director was like, hey, I want to do another one, but it's all a matter of timing.
Yeah.
Sounds like they're getting passed up on that, and Respawn is taking over on doing a strategy game. But we could get multiple strategy games at once. I mean,
maybe.
Because Star Wars has had multiple strategy series. They haven't just had Empire at War. They also had Galactic Battlegrounds, which is a little bit closer to like the Age of Empires type of strategy game.
Once again, Caleb and I have previously discussed this on the show.
You're not a fan of strategy games.
For me.
I'm not great at them, but I will play them.
Appeal. However, I don't like being in charge of a bunch of bullshit.
Well, whenever that game comes out, unfortunately for you, we're going to be playing it.
Damn it. That's another one on the list.
I mean, that's probably like 3 years down the road, though.
Oh, thank God.
Because And that's assuming we're still doing this podcast in 3 years.
That too.
Fingers crossed.
Hopefully.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully the podcast does well enough that we'll be doing this in 3 years. Which is also about as long as I think it's going to take for that other game, that Quantum Dream, to come out, too. It's probably how long it's going to take us for Knights of the Old Republic remake. No. No, it's going to be...
Just over here taking shots at everybody, aren't you?
And I want all these games. Well, Quantic, I want their game, but I also don't like Quantic because of their director, their lead. Yeah. Their CEO is kind of not great.
Mm-hmm.
David Cage is...
Oh, I fucking went through the backlog and saw some of the quotes from that, man. Whew, I knew it was bad.
Yeah.
I did not know the extent.
Yeah. Yeah, and he treated Elliot Page like crap.
Yeah, no.
But going back to a good video game studio, Respawn, because I like Respawn. I've yet to see Respawn do anything bad. Like while they're under the EA umbrella, Respawn themselves have not done anything that's shady, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And they haven't delivered a bad game. Like, maybe your opinions on Apex Legends and how it plays now might be a little bit different than when it first came out.
My brother and his girlfriend fucking love that game.
Yeah, that's Respawn.
I don't personally see the appeal, but if they're happy with it, they're happy with it.
And I think it brought a little bit of fun to the whole last man standing sort of type of video game genre. Like, Fortnite kind of had that, but I think what Apex brought was a little bit more like play style, like differences that make it fun.
Yeah.
And that you can also play as different characters that have certain abilities, and that's what makes it interesting, and kind of a mix of like that type of game with Overwatch.
Yeah.
And that's what I think makes it work. I haven't played it in a long time, but but yeah, so I trust Respawn.
Yeah.
For the most part. I'm interested to see what they do with the strategy game, since that's not in their
wheelhouse.
Yeah, their usual wheelhouse.
We'll have to wait and see, I guess.
I guess that's the benefit of starting a new studio, is you can hire the right people for that type of job. And you can
also be like, we didn't know that they were going to screw up that badly.
I don't think that's going to be the case, though. I think they're taking this opportunity to hire the right team. But yes, like you said,
but it's also like
it's a new team. In
case something goes wrong.
If something goes wrong, you can say, "Oh, it was a new team. We
didn't.
We thought they could do it, but it just didn't turn out."
Yeah.
But more than likely, I think it'll be fine if they get the right team.
Yeah, it should be.
We'll just kind of keep with, even though when I shared these pieces of news, the last piece of news we'll talk about came before that. We're going to keep on the video game track, though.
Yeah.
And so the 10th anniversary of the Old Republic is going on.
Mm-hmm.
I have been playing the public test server for the new expansion. And hey, hello, the new expansion had dropped a trailer.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on in that trailer. The
So-
voiceover is talking some mad shit, though.
Yeah, it's Malgus.
Oh, well, of course it is. No wonder he's talking shit.
Yeah, Malgus, who is,
Surprising for a man with no jaw.
and a man who's been like, well, no, he has a jaw, it's just burnt up and all of that. He's not like Malik.
Oh,
Mal
I see. I got confused.
Malgus is the one with the complete Bane mask looking.
I see.
He's the one that in our campaign JP killed, like JP's
I
first
got it.
master.
Got it.
Yeah, JP's first master.
There.
But of course, he came back in our campaign, just like he does in this game, because he keeps coming back. Like he tries to take over. He tries to take over as Emperor in one of the flashpoints that's like put after you hit level 50.
Yeah.
So after the main campaign, and he's like, "Well, the Emperor's dead as far as they're concerned." Obviously, Vitiate, Valkorion, Tenebrae comes back like 50 billion times. Because
Oh, God. Once again, with these Sith Lords, unless you fucking personally make sure they're dead,
that's
they're
not enough. That's not enough. I made sure I killed Tenebrae. Don't put that on me. Although he wasn't going by Tenebrae then. He was going by Vitiate.
Mm.
And then I made sure Valkorion... Well, actually, I didn't kill Valkorion. His son killed him. And then his son framed me for it. Yeah, that happens in the game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you kill his new body, Valkorion. Well, you have the option. Either way, you get the blame. I chose the light side path and was like, nah, I'm just gonna arrest him. And then his son, who supposedly was on my side, is like, nah, I'm gonna kill him, and then I'm gonna freeze you in carbonite for 5 years and have the public, believe you're the one who killed my dad. 5 years later, you come out of carbonite, you're like, oh, the whole galaxy's different.
What the hell happened here?
Yeah.
Oh.
But yeah, Malgus
getting-
says come back like 3 times. But yeah, that trailer. We are just in the Star Wars is dark and everybody like dies
Yeah.
stuff.
Thanks. This isn't a diss at you. They're good. The material is good.
Yeah.
However,
I'm trying to decide if maybe we should play the expansion. Like no reference though. Like I just drop you in on the expansion.
I would be incredibly confused.
At least the gameplay wouldn't be that confusing because usually what they do is even if you create like a max level, like the new minimum, like before the new max hits, you can pick that and then they'll like give you like a quick tutorial of like controls and how to. But you'll still like story wise, you'll be like, what's going on?
Who are you? Why are you pissed off at me?
It will definitely be interesting now though because of the new combat system. Because this is the expansion that's going to introduce that combat system I've been telling you about, where if you're a non-force user, you can use any of the non-force user, like, combat trees. So you could play as a smuggler and have bounty hunter skills. You could play as a Republic trooper and have Imperial agent skills. Like, right now, in the public test server that I've been making videos for, I'm playing as the bounty hunter storyline. But I took the Imperial Agent Stealth skill tree, which has been very useful.
Yeah.
Because it's been very useful because when you hit the stealth button, there is no like background rolls of them trying to find you. You're just
hidden.
You're just hidden until you attack somebody.
Yep.
You can't hide again until combat's over, but which is very useful for when you're just trying to get somewhere. And you don't
want to fight
like
every 5 minutes.
Yeah. So I just go, bloop. Especially since I'm over leveled right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's been fun. And then of course, if you're a force user, if you've already maxed out your whatever force, like light side or dark side, you can access that. So like, say you're playing a Jedi and you're trying to use the dark side, as long as you've already played a game where you've gotten Dark 5, which is the max you can get of dark side or light side, there's level 5 of it. So basically you've made every evil choice you could, or every good choice you could. In the case of this, now I could access dark side as my Jedi, so I could use like force choke and stuff instead. That would be like my main combat skills.
Fucking Jedi just running around being like, I'm done.
And the good thing is, after you hit level 50, which is basically at the end of the main campaign, but before all the expansions, you would have access to, you'll get a second specialization of combat. So you can have 2 combat styles. So you could have your main class's combat style along with another, like, class's combat style, which can make for some unique gameplay. And that's kind of where
I don't.
That's where the meta of the game kind of works. Like, obviously, I'm talking about the meta of the game. This trailer did not show that. It was more of a story trailer.
It's a story trailer for sure, because it didn't show any gameplay. But what it did show was definitely a lot of story locations and characters. And
Malgus scheming and deciding he's gonna take down both the Republic and the Sith, because that's just been a thing in the Old Republic lately, is that the Republic and Sith have to keep working together.
Yeah.
We just got back to them fighting each other again, and now Malgus has shown up, and he's like, nah, I'm going to disrupt that again. It's like, but we just got back to the original war.
Could we fight each other? No, you're fighting me now.
Although, that might be Malgus trying to take over the Sith again.
Yeah.
Which he might have he might have the ability to do that because he's been collecting some artifacts that have made him a little bit more buff. a little bit of story lore
I'm
of
nodding
what's
my
going on.
head like I fucking
Yeah.
know what's happening. I don't, but that
Yeah.
makes sense.
So I guess I'll throw you into the game at some point. It comes out like a week after my birthday, I
Mm.
think. So probably the week after we review Boba Fett, we can talk about this.
All right.
Yeah. All right. So up next is toys.
Yeah, Hasbro and
Hasbro has reached. They basically renewed their deal with Disney.
yeah.
They were like, "All right, we want to keep the Lucasfilm toys."
Yep.
Because not only are we going to do more Star Wars toys, which
Are also
they're majority of their money maker,
mhm.
we're also going to do Indiana Jones toys because
Yeah,
Indy 5 is
remember.
being shot.
I remember. You had
Yeah, we talked about some stuff.
Yeah.
And then, so Scotty, who gives us
Yeah.
the studio, he has a toy shop here,
Mhm.
and so I talked to him about it. I was like, hey, so it looks like they renewed their deal. That's good for them.
Yep.
And so the rest of Disney's toys have gone to Mattel.
Okay.
I don't know how I feel about that.
It's a case of like.
And
sure, I guess.
Yeah, and
I
at
don't
first,
see why not.
so at first I was worried because one of the other big Disney toy moneymakers is Marvel.
Mm.
Marvel gives Disney a lot of toy money.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good Marvel action figures.
Mhm.
So I was worried. I was like, so did Mattel get that as well? No. Hasbro also renewed on that one, which I think is good.
Yeah.
But that does have me concerned about any other toys that Disney do because Mattel, while good, they're no Hasbro. Let's be honest.
Hey, man. Their company, their decisions.
I
don't-
guess.
It's not.
Because when I
It's
think
a case of like they're not bad.
no,
It's just strange.
and also Mattel's not known for like their like mini 6 inches.
Yeah.
Like I don't think of a 6 inch when I think of Mattel toy like action figures. I think like GI Joe like Barbie size when I think Mattel. Am I off? And not like the small GI Joes,
trying to
but like the full GI Joes because there's the full ones as well.
I'm trying to think of the last time.
And then of course, yeah, I mean,
God, it's been years.
yeah. Hasbro, on the other hand, like they've perfected the 6 inch figures. I think.
Hasbro's been busy. As always.
Because I mean, you've got the black. I'm trying to remember if the Black Series is 6 inches or 9 inches. It's their main like Star Wars run of toys.
I would not know.
I think they're a little bit bigger, so
Hmm.
they might be the 9. They might be 6. But so that's their main line, and so I'm glad that that's sticking because I like the Black Series of action figures. They do a really good job. Those are usually the best of the best when it comes to your Star Wars action figures. It's also how I got my 2 Revan action figures, and there's also a Cal Kestis one I might want.
Mm.
Black Series is also the ones that got me my Revan lightsaber. So, because Hasbro also works with Lucasfilm to do official lightsabers through the Black Series. I need to get their dark saber. I think Scotty has one. If it's come in, and then they're doing an Ahsoka one currently. I think that's out. All right. I guess beyond that, there's no opinions regarding this transaction.
Not really. It's fine.
Yeah, I assume you don't really get into the action figures.
Not anymore. Talk to like fucking 8-year-old me. They'd fucking love it.
All right, well then
I'm like 22 and the world's caught up to me. And
well, I guess we'll jump into Light of the Jedi.
yeah.
Because
Ironic name for a very dark, dark book.
yeah. So,
Where do we want to start?
I guess the beginning's a good place.
Neat.
A lot of people die.
A lot.
So we start off with the point of view of the Legacy run, which we have discussed from Into the Dark during our review of Into the Dark. Yeah, we're good. Don't worry.
Okay, you've been keeping track.
Yeah.
Oh, it's right, your phone's right there. You can see it,
I can see it all.
so I don't need to worry
Yeah,
about anything.
if anybody chats, I can see that too.
Yeah.
And so we see the first person perspective of like
Yeah.
what happened to Legacy Run.
I don't remember the captain's name.
Hedda.
Hedda.
Yeah, I was about to look it up, but it's Hedda.
So
I'll pull it up just so we can like get make sure we don't miss any of the major stuff because we're gonna kind of skim this week.
Yeah.
Cassett, Captain Cassett,
Cassett.
Hedda. I was right.
So
Or Hedda Cassett, that's her name. Hedda Cassett though is like by the book.
Yeah. She like, it's not her fault what happens. She does her best.
She does
Keeps
the
her
best
ship
in a
in the-
terrible situation.
Like her ship maintenance, she's like everything is spotless and clean. And she's like an experienced seasoned pilot.
Yep, and like because she's ex-military or
Yeah.
Republic Defense Coalition, which isn't really military, but it's the closest we
It's
got.
the closest thing the Republic has at the moment.
Yeah, like
Since the Republic won't have a standing
army
or
and-
hasn't had a standing army.
Yeah,
for, like,
hasn't had one in a few generations and
Yeah.
won't have one for another
another
few
few
generations because they won't have another one until the Clone Wars. Right now, every planet basically defends themselves,
Yeah, they're like, if your local police can't handle it, then we'll help. But
but it's more like
it's more like,
I'm trying to think of a good example.
I was gonna say Coast Guard, but that's unfair to.
No, that's for I would say like it's almost like a NATO sort of thing.
Yeah, NATO.
Where it's like we'll help you out, but like you, as long as you're paying your taxes, we'll help you out.
Yeah.
Essentially,
Basically, and if you're not, well, fuck you.
no.
No, that's not. That's the exact opposite.
Yeah,
That's
because we're in the
best
High
part.
Republic era.
Yeah.
If this was like later in the
If this was
Republic, then
in
yeah,
The like movie series, man.
then
You don't
you'd
pay
be
your
right.
Taxes? We don't care.
Which is yeah, because this is during a time when they're like, even if you're not part of the Republic, we are the Republic because of Lena So's big catchphrase of "We are all the
We are all
Republic."
the Republic, so everybody needs to be helped.
Because Lena So's like, I'm doing everything to help the galaxy.
Yep.
And we're also working on great works projects. This is like,
It is nice to see a leader in a like series at the top of like a city that isn't one inefficient and two corrupt.
yeah,
Because it wouldn't do any good to be not corrupt but inefficient.
yeah.
Or-
Which is what you could argue Chancellor Valorum from the films was. He was not corrupt, but he was just inefficient, and that's why Palpatine was able to manipulate him to be voted out in
Yeah.
the prequels because he's the Episode 1
Yep.
Chancellor, Supreme Chancellor. It was easy to played by Zod from Superman. Fun fact. From
No, I didn't know that.
from 70s Superman, not yeah. So Neil before Zod. That's Chancellor Valorum's actor.
Oh,
Uh,
in that context, that fucking scene is hilarious.
But yeah, so you could have the inefficient leader who's not corrupt, and then they get manipulated out of office somehow by a more corrupt individual.
Or you could have the corrupt leader who isn't inefficient.
Which is Palpatine.
Yeah.
Or you could have,
Or you could have both, in which case, man, things have gone south.
you could have the corrupt and inefficient, or in the case of Lena So, I'd argue the efficient and non-corrupt.
Yeah.
Because we're in the golden age, arguably, of the Republic.
This is the golden age, man.
Yeah, this is the golden age.
Oh boy. All right.
But we're looking at I mean,
And then again,
even because we are obviously there's bad things that happen in a golden age still.
yeah,
But I would argue that for the most part, she's handling it
she's doing
perfectly.
as much as she can.
So we're gonna kind of skim over the crisis itself because the first 7 chapters is just
it's just
a countdown,
a countdown of shit going sideways.
and we get different perspectives. We see the perspective of So the next chapter after the Legacy Run explodes, we see like the first line of defense of Hetzel, which
Yeah.
is their little space station, and we learn some fun facts about
Yeah.
the universe.
Once again, this prompts questions that we have to decipher answers to.
Well, we now know that there's basically Jedi porn.
There is. At the very least, romance novels.
Yeah, romance novels, but it's heavily implied that they're very much like Earth romance novels, which can get a little spicy.
Yeah. Thankfully, they're not.
Thankfully, the person reading it is not so distracted by reading it that they don't do their job completely, despite what their coworker thinks.
Coworker is like, man, when I get off shift today, I think I'm gonna go and take a ship to like
the moon. He's going to the moon,
and I'll ask that girl out.
Yeah, this bartender that he kind of flirts with.
A news flash and spoilers for the book, since this is also the part of the show that's basically
spoiler
a
heavy
book review.
Yeah,
he doesn't.
He doesn't get to, but he does save the moon and the planet in a way, because him and his coworker, they see that something on their radars is weird.
Yeah,
they're like, these aren't ships, but they're coming out of hyperspace, and they're coming so fast that they're gonna
do anything about it, basically.
And they're like, well, I guess we'll just send the alerts.
Yeah, and
so, by the time they send the alerts, unfortunately, they get hit.
Yeah, so they're gone.
Yeah, so they're gone. That's our first line of defense gone. Did you ever need to know about Star Wars romance novels? I kind of now want somebody to write. This is a pitch. I need somebody to actually write a Star Wars like on Earth, like our level of romance novel, like not like don't like Lost Stars is a romance novel, but I want a romance novel. But make it like in universe, but out of universe as well. So like write it as if this is one of the books that they would read. And you know what? You can even, if you really want to get into it, because there's some Star Wars books that back in the day they would do this, use a pen name for like a character that you just make up as an author in the Star Wars universe. Because they used to do that. Like Ben Burtt, the sound designer for Star Wars, he had a character, Eban Baobab, I think was the name, and that was like his in-universe like historian and stuff, and like. He would like culturalist, and he wrote a traveler's guide so that way you could learn like the languages of Star Wars, which makes the most sense for the sound design guy to do that because that's what he would work on is the languages. But he also is using his in character as the pen name for the book.
Long story
short,
the Legacy Run is
gone.
In pieces.
It
is thoroughly
it's
destroyed.
Crumbled. And it's shooting out onto this entire system.
It is operating like a hyperspace frag grenade, essentially.
Yeah. Except if like you really cooked it and then you tossed it.
Yeah.
And then it's like just exploded, and now it's just the shrapnel of that frag coming at you.
And so,
so
it's bad.
Yeah, and so the Hetzel government figures out what's going on, and they're like, okay, we need to get everybody off planet because we don't have a military or any sort of defenses to stop this. That satellite was basically our only like way of knowing what was going on in space, because nobody, basically the governor removed any budget for military.
He's like,
which makes sense.
Makes sense.
I could see like a minor budget for the military, like a very small military, but nothing like U.S. standards.
Yeah. It's not that they entirely got rid of it. It's just that there were like major cuts.
Yeah, and they figured that
because they're like,
we're in peace,
farming planet.
We're a farming planet at peace, and so we're just going to use the money to basically take care of our people.
Yeah.
Once again, proving that this is like the best time in the Republic to be around still, even with
with all the stuff that's happened.
Yeah. And so...
And he's like, okay, I'll give like a planet-wide evacuation order.
And in fact, I'm not even going to leave my office. I'm going to basically just keep giving this alert. Yeah, I'm going to stay here until we know that everybody's gone.
Everyone in the office, he's like, yo, you guys should probably go. And they're like, nah.
Nah, we're loyal to you.
Nah, you you didn't know this was gonna happen, so we might as well tough it out.
And one of these people who stay is a young man named Kevon Tar, who is like an up and coming like scientist essentially. Like
yeah,
he's
like a
he's like
engineer.
the engineer, yeah. Like, but he's like brilliant.
Yeah,
Like a lot of the characters note that he deserves to be off Hetzel.
yeah.
Like they're like, you're way too smart to still be here.
They're like, hopefully you'll live, because if you don't,
Yeah. And so they
set
manage to send out a distress call,
Yeah.
which gets caught by our Jedi friends.
yeah.
Avar Chris,
Yeah.
who
All the Jedi are like,
yeah, basically all the Jedi that we've
All
met,
the
a lot of
Jedi
Jedi we've met are
and
there.
a lot of people that we've met across the series show up.
Yeah, the Adrians show up because they happen to be riding with the Republic
Yeah.
Defense Coalition.
It's like their last day before they go.
Yeah,
on
they were going to go on
vacation.
vacation. We'll
But they're
discuss
like-
we'll discuss this more in detail
Yeah.
when we read that short story that involves them. But yeah, basically they were like, we were riding with the Republic Defense Coalition anyways,
So we might as well.
so we might as well help out since the RDC is basically like, we got to deal with this.
Yeah.
And so they basically take their ship and they're like, all right, we'll use our own ship and we'll start like
Help.
trying to figure out what to do with the shrapnel and saving
Yeah.
people. And then meanwhile, Avar and them are trying to figure out, like Avar's on the ship with Captain Kronara, Captain Kronara, who's the head of the Republic Defense Coalition of this ship anyways.
Yeah.
And they're discussing like, okay, we need to get all these Jedi that we can to figure out
Yep.
what's going on, and we need to fix this. I'm trying to think of all the Jedi there. There's Teami,
Mhm.
Buryaga, our buddy Buryaga,
The best.
his master.
Indira.
No.
It's not Indira Stokes.
No, his master is the
Nibasek.
Nibasek. And then you've got Mikhail.
Mhm.
Mikhail, yeah. And I think and Elzar.
And Elzar's there too.
And I think that's about it.
Planet
But two other
side.
there's actually two other Jedi who show up to help. And that is our boy Bell with
Bell
his master
and
Loden
his
Great
master,
Storm.
Loden Greatstorm. I did not. I knew that Great Storm later on in the series
Yeah, we know the fate of Great Storm, unfortunately.
was husked
Yeah.
and then promptly disintegrated. I didn't know a lot about this man going in, and this is one of those Padawan master relationships that's actually a good one.
Yeah.
That's like healthy.
Yeah, because he's just like, look, I could fly this ship for us, but you need to learn to do that.
Yeah. And Bell even is like, really? He's like, even if it takes 10 times as long, my master will make me do it.
But in a way, that's
Yeah.
the point. Like that, the point is that you need to learn that way, because eventually, Loden.
Dies, so he's right.
So he's right. Eventually, you're gonna need to do this without him.
However, he's also like that really lazy teacher.
It's almost a for y'all that watch My Hero Academia, Aizawa.
However, the fucking best thing that he does in this entire book, he's got the problem of,
Oh yeah,
fuck it, I'm gonna jump off this really high thing and catch myself.
yeah. Use the Force to catch myself,
Yep.
slow me down. But also, Bell, you need to do the same thing.
Yeah. He's like, figure it out.
I'll see you on the ground.
It's great.
Yeah,
The reason why they have to go planet side as opposed to the rest of the Jedi,
is because they just need to help get people off world.
Yeah,
essentially,
and
because there's a
this-
lot going
there's
on.
a lot of people need to get off world very quickly, and there's this one particular spot where there's a bunch of people, and
They won't-
basically this rich family and their cruise ship.
Yeah, their private
essentially,
cruise ship. Yeah,
and they're refusing to let people on.
yeah. And then like the security's also stopping them from
Yeah.
going in. Which, excuse me, if I was working security for this ship, for this family, do you really think they're gonna let you on the ship because you stopped other people from getting on? You realize you're going to die with the rest of these poor people that you're stopping from getting on.
Yeah.
Like the family doesn't care if you live; they're gonna leave you there.
Yeah.
So if I was working for this family, I would happily help these people
The
get
thing
in.
is, although we know the family name, I don't think we ever meet this.
No,
family.
we don't. Because like there's just so much going on.
Yeah.
Like eventually these raiders show up and are like, we're just gonna cause chaos and try to break in ourselves, and so they start shooting these guards, which causes like a riot to happen.
Yeah.
Which Loden's like, great, I used mind trick to calm these guards and these people, only for this to happen.
Yeah.
Which Bell is kind of like, oh, he's using mind tricks on people.
Like,
Like he's kind of weird about. Like Bell's like, that's kind of weird, but okay.
yeah.
Because like,
Jedi call it the mind touch. But
yeah,
we
it's a
know
mind trick.
Mind trick is more appropriate.
Yeah, but the mind touch, well, because it does touch the mind to a degree, but yeah.
Yeah.
But like, it's not bad to do a mind trick, but it's generally frowned upon.
Yeah.
Just because you are manipulating people's, as long as you're not completely manipulating them and forcing them to do stuff completely, usually the proper way to do it is just go, hey, you're already thinking this, nudge.
Yeah.
But the way that a lot of the more frowned upon way is going, you'll do this even though it's out of what you want.
Yeah.
Which I'd say Loden's doing it the correct way. He's doing the
I would say that this is a situation in which using it is fine.
Yeah. It's to save lives ultimately. And then on top of that, we unfortunately do see one person who does the exact opposite, who's like, I'm just going to take everybody I can onto my ship.
Yeah.
And unfortunately,
And
that's
like he's informed, like, no, man, this
you can't
isn't-
carry this many people. And he's like,
we
I don't-
still have to try.
he's like, we're gonna leave whatever shipments behind. We don't care. We're gonna carry as many actual people as we can. And unfortunately, the pilots were
It
right.
overstresses the ship.
Yeah,
Those people don't make it. So add that to the death toll.
Yeah.
Which we'll eventually figure out.
yeah. I feel like that man tried.
He tried.
At least somebody wanted to do the right
Yeah.
thing.
Uh,
Unfortunately, his heart was just a little too big.
yeah.
Sometimes your heart can be too big.
You don't want to put compassion before reason, nor do you want to put reason entirely before compassion.
You want to balance it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I get it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so eventually, like, Loden and Bell have to fight these people.
Yeah. Bell does not have the problem that Reith did with like,
Bell's a little bit more confident about being adventurous.
about applying force to the situation. And I don't mean that in the like, oh, mystic type. No. Bell is just like, fuck it.
I'll cut a guy's arm off.
Yeah.
But that's more because Bell is more of the adventurous nature, whereas Reith,
Yeah.
who does get he does get comment later in this book, like people talk about him later. He's known as the bookie,
He's
the
like-
bookish type.
They're like, the fucking nerd from the library.
Yeah, I think Skier
Yeah.
thinks about him later when we get Skier in the book.
Yeah.
But yeah, so let's kind of they basically they save a lot of people. They do. But unfortunately not everybody.
Because it's a planet-wide evacuation.
Yeah.
Including the moons as well,
Mhm.
I think. So,
Yeah,
of
it's-
course, they're not going to
It's basically a system-wide evacuation.
Yeah. They literally can't save everybody, but they try.
And so
Ah.
this is where we get into your favorite character a little bit, because the Jedi and the Adrians came up with this plan that are basically, well, we're just going to shoot the shrapnel, get rid of it. That way,
Yeah.
less people that we have to worry about getting off planet.
So,
Buryaga's emotions are pretty high at that moment.
yeah, and the Jedi are like, hey,
It's okay if you can't do this. We got this.
and as everyone's like on the comms, Briaga's almost, I think he actually does start like screaming.
Yeah, he
at
starts
them.
screaming at them, and like nobody understands him except for his master.
And then she's like, wait.
He's-
Before we fucking ice these people.
Turns out there's people in them that are still alive.
Yeah.
And that wasn't Buryaga's emotions we were feeling. That was the fear of the people on.
Yeah. Because Briaga's actually pretty good.
Yeah,
at
he's
reading
basically
emotions.
his whole thing is empath
Yeah.
type of stuff, which explains why he's so good in book 3 with helping with
Yeah.
Bell, because he's like, I get it,
And they're like, great.
and he's not like this fake YouTuber empath. He's like
Yeah.
an actual empath. Like he actually knows the emotions and understands them.
And all of them, all the Jedi and the Arns collectively go, I guess we gotta save them, don't we? And they go, yeah.
So a rescue mission kind of makes its way underway. They try to figure out ways to get the shrapnel.
And their idea that they settle on,
The Adrians come up with
the
this.
Adrians come up with this, and they're like, hey, can you guys like move stuff with your mind? And they go,
Yeah, that's kind of our
Yeah.
whole thing. Like,
yeah.
Mikkel's kind of annoyed that they'd even ask.
And he's like, do you guys think you could stop something moving at the speed of light? And they go,
That's not quite how the Force works.
and he's like, yeah, but can you do it? And they're like, maybe. And he's like, good enough.
Yeah, because basically he's going to, like, have them stop it, and then he's going to use a magnet and hook sort of deal to get the shrapnel.
Yep.
And that's his plan.
That's the plan. And
It works!
it works.
Oh, it
works. I was like, man, it's going to be real bad if they fuck this up.
But yeah.
Those people are saved.
Meanwhile, a new problem has arisen regarding the shrapnel. Yeah, it turns out there's some Tabana gas.
Yeah. I don't know what that is.
You do,
exactly,
you do though.
but I know it's very bad and very explosive.
So you know
You explained to me that was kind of like
it's exactly the stuff from Bespin on episode 5.
Mm.
So I don't know if you finished watching episode 5 last night. I know you started it, and then
no,
yeah,
we didn't finish it at the house.
yeah. So you know Bespin, and you know how it's just a cloud
Yeah.
city planet. Turns out that that's because it's a gas giant planet.
Mm.
And the gas is Tabana gas. And basically, Bespin's way of making money is that they mine the gas and then sell it. Yeah. Don't ask.
Sorry, I had a really goofy.
Were you about to ask how they mine gas?
I'm just going to assume that they like screw that shit into like a mason jar.
I guess. But yeah, they get gas. Tabana gas. So that's Tabana gas.
Yeah.
And so they realize that a canister of it is basically just floating straight into the sun.
And they're like,
And at
Admiral
first, Avar's like, "Oh, that'll be fine. It's just gonna
Admiral
explode and be
Krenar's
fine."
Like, no, it won't actually.
because
That's super bad.
because of that star is like an E class or whatever they say, like
Yeah.
because it's basically it's a more likely to supernova
Yeah.
star, and they're like, if that gas hits, the sun will supernova, and this entire system is gone.
Yep.
And basically,
It will hit us over here
yeah.
from way over there.
Yeah, and there's basically now no, like, at this point, if we don't stop that, there's no point to saving anybody else.
So they're like, hey, Jedi, can you perform your second miracle of the day?
And let's also, like, and so Avar gets on comms and starts to be like, okay, I can connect to all the Jedi here and we can do this.
Yeah.
And so she reaches
She gets
out,
on comms, and there are some that are too far away, so she goes and uses her
her force,
force magic.
Yeah, it's specifically the way that she sees the force is through song. So basically, the force is like a song that's like, and everybody has a different song, and she can tell whose it is by each thing.
She grabs her magic conductor stick.
And it's interesting because this is a cool.
We get to see how
to see how everybody kind of views the force. Buryaga sees it as like the trees and like being basically back home on Kashyyyk, and it's pretty cool. And then Elzar makes the most sense.
Elzar's is a fucking ocean.
A never-ending ocean.
Yeah.
Specifically, because he talks about how like because later on he explains that the force there is no depth to like there is no using all of your force. Because the force is never ending, and therefore the ocean that he sees is never ending.
Yeah.
But it does get darker the further you go.
Yeah.
Once again, that makes a lot of sense regarding Elzar.
I remember that Bells is like a candle,
Yeah.
like starting out, but that can like rage into an
yeah,
inferno.
Yeah, it can get more or it can dim and all that. Yeah. And so
one of them is a clock. Or gears?
Yeah, and that's kind of cool.
I don't know which one it was.
Yeah. But it I think this is a really cool and unique moment of like seeing how everybody like
interprets it.
Yeah, interprets and understands the force.
As much as the Jedi can like try to teach it to one another, it's an instinctual thing. So certain people are going to have to visualize it
Yeah.
differently.
I want to say I think this is really great because, well, I think this book in general is really great
Yeah.
because I believe this is the first time Charles Soule wrote a novel. He's mostly known for his comics. He's known for writing a lot of Marvel stuff, and he wrote the big Vader runs for Star Wars. I think he's actually still in charge of the Vader runs. I can't remember. But he's really good.
Yeah.
And I think this book shows that give the man more novels.
Yeah.
Like, he knows what he's doing. Especially that scene, though. That's why I wanted to talk about it now, because that scene, I think, really shows he understands Star Wars and the Force.
Yeah. I'll agree with that. So,
And
she
so
gets on the phone.
yeah, and basically is like, I don't know who's listening, but whoever, if you're here, we're going to try this on basically the count of 3.
Yeah.
And we're all going to try to basically the idea is they'll all reach out and just nudge it
as much
as they can, so that way it drifts away.
Yeah.
Like, they're not trying to actually like pull it away or stop it. They're just going to nudge it.
Nudge it. So
It doesn't quite work.
it doesn't quite work the first time.
And
To the extent of which some of the Jedi trying to do this
actually
not-
pass out.
some of them pass out, others of them just fucking die. Like, that's not a joke. That's a line
Yeah.
in the book.
Yeah.
They just die
Yep.
from the strain.
And this is without her reaching out to the further end of the galaxy. Because right now, this is just within Jedi that are in the Hetzal system and maybe a system over.
Yeah.
But no, after this fails, she's like, all right, we're going to call to every Jedi.
All of them.
And because at this moment, it's just her and Elzar essentially left
Yeah.
that are like, we can still do it,
So-
but we need more people.
A brief thing. We've gone over how Elzar sort of views the Force. On the second attempt, she has more people. So Elzar uses the Force in the same way a madman genius does.
Yeah,
And it gets him in trouble a lot.
Yeah, he's very much I'm going to experiment with the Force and find unique ways to use it that we haven't done before.
So he is like...
It's why he's still not a Jedi Master,
Yeah.
actually. That's pointed out, that he is a Jedi Knight still, despite being in the same class as Avar and Stellan, which Stellan's on the council at this point,
Yeah.
and then Avar's a Master as well.
He goes and he's like looking through into that big ocean, and he basically finds like a pocket and taps into just a shit ton of energy.
Yep.
And Avar is like, and he is like, I'll feed this to everybody so that we actually have another chance.
Yeah, so we have all this strength built up that we can do this.
Yeah.
And it even brings back some of the people that passed out and
Yeah.
to be like, there we go, we're good. You can do this, you can do this. And so, with the help of even like Yoda, because Avar's like, oh, I feel Yoda. I can hear Yoda's song. And so, like, everybody pushing
They're
this
able
does
to
it.
Fucking do it. And they're like, oh, thank fuck.
So the interesting thing about this, though, is that Avar thought she was just talking to the Jedi. No, it turns out that... So, Lina So obviously wants to know what's been going on with everything going on, so that way she and her team can know what's going on with this system, because it's part of the Republic, and they need to know, hey, how can we help them? Because it's also how they've been sending people to help, because they're still sending other ships, even if they don't make it right
now. They'll make it with the after.
Yeah, in order to help clean up or save anybody else that's left. And so it's a secure channel that's just Lina So to the governor's office. Well, Kevon says, you know what, I'm going to remove the privacy stuff, and I'm going to let the galaxy know, because just in case Hetzal's gone tomorrow,
they'll know.
They'll be able to know what happened, and that the galaxy tried, and we won't go out like with a whimper, essentially. And because this is like during when they thought that the system would explode.
Yeah.
It turns out, everybody now heard what the Jedi did and how they saved.
So they're like, public opinion on the Jedi is pretty good at the moment.
And the Republic, for that matter. Like, public opinion's gone.
Yep. way up.
way up. And so yeah, so they managed to save everybody else. There's still a good amount of death,
Yeah.
but for the most part, they saved the system.
As of current, they saved the system, but at the great cost of billions of lives.
Well, unfortunately, billions more will die.
Yeah.
Because meanwhile, unbeknownst to everybody in Hetzal, another system is getting attacked by the same shrapnel of the
Yeah.
Legacy run. It's the first of the I'm trying to remember the term that they use.
Is it Abdallas?
Well, I was trying to. That's the planet. Abdallas is the planet. I was trying to. Emergence. It's the first of the
Emergences.
emergences, which becomes a thing, and it's why in Into
Yeah.
the Dark they say that no hyperspace cannot be used.
Mm-hmm. It's the hyperspace grenade.
Yeah, it's the hyperspace grenade, but it's one that just exits wherever.
Yep. I think with the first hit on Abdallas, it is 20 million people
Yeah.
dead.
Yep. Because it
Full
just
stop.
levels a city.
That
And
place is
unfortunately,
gone.
and unfortunately, Abdallas did not have the same luxury of Hetzal of being able to send out
Yeah.
all these messages and warnings. Unfortunately, they just gone. So somebody else heard about all this niceties that were going on
Mm.
and how Hetzal was saved, and they're not happy.
The one, the only
Markion or
Markion.
Marchion Row, because we got to talk about this,
So he has the audiobooks, and I don't.
and I always get the audiobooks.
He gets the audio,
And I always get the
and he
physical book as
listens
well.
to them.
Yeah.
So he hears them pronounced by a
in
narrator.
in the case of this book and book 3, Mark Thompson,
Yeah.
one of the best readers in my opinion, although it's going to get weird when I listen to Dark Disciple because his Mace Windu is bad.
Hmm.
It's the only one that's really bad.
Well, he's not Samuel L. Jackson, so
But it's like I explained this to one of my friends. It feels like to me that he's trying to do a Sam Jackson impression doing Mace Windu rather than just doing Mace Windu.
yeah.
But yeah. So in book 3, we talked about how the pronunciation is Markion Row because Mark Thompson read it that way.
Yeah.
Now I remember why I thought it was Marchion Row because Mark Thompson, you got some splaining to do. Because in book 1, they say Marchion.
Mm.
It's also why I got the Pika Adrian thing. Because once again, book 1 and book 3, you got 2 different pronunciations
Yeah.
there.
So he's been getting on to me. If you go and you watch these back, you'll see it. I don't have.
I'm not
the
getting
audio
on to you. I'm
getting
just
on to me.
lightly.
Giving me like a little bit of grief.
No, I'm just lightly going Markion. I don't think that's bad. Just a light.
No, it's fine.
I think a light
think it's-
correction is fine. It's not me going, it has to be Markion. No, it's me just going, it's pronounced Markion. But here now I'm confused.
Yeah.
Is it Marchion or Markion?
I don't have this confusion since it's not being read to me.
How did you pronounce it just Marchion, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did the soft C. The CH.
CHION.
Yeah. But we're also dealing with a galaxy where, English
Yeah.
technically doesn't exist. It's basic.
Pika.
Pika and Pika. I think in this, which one was it? Was it this one where it was Pika and then book 3 is Pika?
Pika.
Yeah, Pika. Pika, Pika.
Make up fucking tongue twisters in the Star Wars universe, but it's just one person's name.
Just pronounced 5 different ways.
Yeah.
But no. So yeah, so Marchion.
Is like,
Mark. We'll call him Mark.
yeah, sure. That's better.
Plus then I can be mad at Mark Thompson.
So he's like,
Rowe. We'll just go with Rowe.
yeah.
Rowe
Mr.
is not
Rowe
happy.
Is not happy.
Well, I wouldn't call him Mr. Rowe. Mr. Rowe is his father.
Well, Mr. Rowe's dead, so he is the Mr. Rowe now.
Also, his is easier to pronounce. It's Asgar. You can't get Asgar wrong.
Yeah. He's like,
What you gonna say? It's Asgar?
someone did, and they're fucking gone.
But yeah, so Ro is like, well, that's not great. Like, also, what happened there? Because like
It's
nobody,
like I didn't
authorize
that,
the usage of the
and
paths here and
nobody
all
else did. So how did that happen?
that. All right, so I was gonna make a board for this, but I didn't have the time to do it yet. Um, let me see if I can quickly make one. But you can do your explanation
So,
of the chapter while I do
the-
that.
He's going around and asking, except he isn't, because
Yeah,
he's like, I
and-
don't really care that much.
And they've got like a party going on.
yeah, there's a big party where
'Cause-
people are getting
because they're in
drunk and high.
because
and-
basically the way the Nihil operate, they hang out in what's called no space, which I
Yeah.
assume is like on the edges of the galaxy somewhere.
yeah, it's beyond wild space.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah, and so
core, inner,
yeah,
mid,
outer and then wild.
wild. I guess no space is out.
Yeah, no space might be in wild space, if not further.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's beyond the unknown regions though, because the unknown regions is where you start to get into like chiss
Yeah.
and all that.
Or it may just be like a particular path that they have access to.
Yeah, actually I think it might be that because of something in the comics we'll discuss when we get to the
Since
comics.
That's like that's the other place.
Because
I
that's the
figured-
only way that they can get there is if they have a path to get there.
Yeah.
Because they bring that up. They're like, hey, we need the paths to get to no space. Eh,
So it might be that.
yeah, it's just a way. It's just like a pocket dimension, essentially.
Basically.
And so Markion and Ro and crew, they have their little
They have
How to
like,
hide
the
out there.
big meeting where like
yeah.
everybody's
They have
getting
like
sloshed.
they call it the Great Hall,
Yeah.
and it's
then they are like, okay, now to business off in the side room.
yeah him and the three Tempest runners.
Mhm.
Let me go ahead and you explain because I'm gonna
So
because we got to talk about the death that happens here. Because before the meeting, the private meeting with the Tempest Runners, there's that public display.
Oh, right. One of the crews, I think the one that's directly responsible for
Yeah,
it.
it's directly responsible for it, and it's under. I think it was under.
It's either Pan.
It's not
the names
Panada's
of
crew.
no, because
It's Kosov's. It's under
actually,
Kosov.
Panada doesn't do anything.
But I'm saying like,
No,
This-
I mean like throughout the whole book. He
Oh, no,
doesn't
no.
Do anything.
yeah, this book he doesn't do anything. Book 2 is really where he shines.
Kassav and Lorna D are just
Kosov, yeah.
having a bad day.
I'm doing it again.
I think you're right. It is Kassav's crew. One of his strikes
Yeah.
is basically called out, and they're like, "So, how are you gonna explain your fuck up?"
Yeah, essentially.
And they're like, "Well, one of our younger ones didn't use the gunner correctly," and they're like, "Oh, okay. So who should take responsibility for it then?
Yeah, because he's dead.
Because he's dead." So, and they're like, and then in a moment he's like, "You know what? How about you decide amongst yourself?" And then they're like, basically, who wants to take the public beating / execution?
Yeah. And it ends up being this.
It's never described.
Yeah, it's just some no name essentially. Well, I was trying to figure out the term of like their position because there's okay. I want to talk about the way that
Yeah.
the organization is organized. So obviously we've talked about this before. It's a lot of storm
Imagery.
and that has to do a lot with where the rows are
Yeah.
from. And we'll get into that when we get to the comics because they talk about it in the comics. So you start with the eye of the storm.
Yeah.
And really, the eye of the storm isn't even the head yet.
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment. Right now, they're on equal footing essentially with the
Mhm.
Tempest Runners, which are the heads of the storms.
Yeah.
So
Except they have a few like special dealing stuff.
yeah, which this is where we're about to get
We'll
into
get-
more of the deeper organization. So basically, the deal with the Eye and the Tempest Runners are, hey, I'll give you the paths. We'll just split it 3 ways.
Yeah.
I take a third, and then you guys take the rest. I don't know how they do it thirds when there's like 4 of them, but
I think it's basically the idea is one group is never out doing anything.
Oh yeah, that's probably it. Yeah, because like they try to make it to where like not everybody is using paths at the same time
Yeah.
because they all take a vote, and the eye gets to be as benefit of him providing the paths.
Yeah.
They are the tiebreaker.
Yeah, basically if all ties go to the eye.
Yeah, it's a nice rhyme, and it's something said in the book. Makes you remember. And it's also to keep the Tempest Runners on their toes because the Tempest Runners are always going to be fighting.
Yeah.
For paths. And if they're all fighting, the eye always wins.
Yep.
An observation made by what's her name?
I was gonna say Lorna D.
Lorna D. You're right.
Oh wait, no, she actually is she's one of the Tempest.
Yeah, she's the Tempest Runner. So Lorna D.
I thought she was like an assistant. Or
No.
something,
No.
but no, she's actually
Lorna
really
D's
important.
Lorna D's the one who makes the observation that's like, hey, so we'll never win because we're always fighting each other.
Yeah.
And she's, yeah. And then underneath the Tempest Runners and the Storms, you have the smaller strikes, which I forget what they're led by.
It's not Thunders.
I was trying to remember. That's why I was scrolling through the book. It's brought up because it's later on. Lorna D.
Cloud?
Oh, it's the strikes lead the clouds.
Strikes lead clouds.
Yes, so the strikes are basically the Tempest Runners for the clouds. Yep, that's it. Because the clouds are the actual, like, groups. So think of it this way, like, you've got your battalion, which is what the Tempest Runners lead. The Storms are basically their larger battalion. And then you've got your smaller units, like your group of 4, that do, like, small missions by themselves, and that's your clouds.
Yep.
Yeah. And so that's kind of the way that the organization works.
Yeah, battalion, company, platoon.
Yeah,
squad.
I mean, I'm being. Yeah,
Sorry,
clouds are your squads.
Yeah.
I was just being very generic. Like, I wasn't going one for one. But, yeah.
I was having to think about it a little bit more in detail.
Yeah. Because it's not really one for one.
It's not, since it's a crime gang.
It's also, like, a lot smaller in terms of, like, levels. There's less levels of leadership. But, yeah. So, yeah, I think they basically punished the strike.
Yeah.
They killed the strike for failing to get his cloud to operate correctly. Because basically his cloud did this.
Yeah.
And that's why it got destroyed. Because they messed up.
Yeah.
And
fucking Kassav. Kassav's entire criminal attitude is, if I can't make money off of it, it's not my problem.
Yep.
If it goes wrong.
So he's perfectly fine with his strike just being killed over this.
Yep. He's like, a new one will take its place, basically.
Yep. And so then they have like a private meeting.
Yeah.
And Ro is like, look, I can't be giving y'all more paths. We got to take a break from paths.
We have to, there's gonna be too much heat on us from this.
Yeah, because they're going to find out.
Yeah. And Lorna D is like,
I got one last job, though.
and he's like, okay. What is it?
And, well, before we get into that, this is where we get the introduction of the voting system that we discussed. Because before she pitches that, they have a vote. And I think Pan and Kassav are the ones that are like, no, you can't stop the paths. And then Lorna and Ro are like, yeah, we're going to stop the paths for now.
Because in cases of a tie,
Ro wins.
Ro
just wins.
wins. But also because he technically gets 2 votes during those situations.
Yeah. Essentially. He gets 2 votes in a tie.
Yeah.
That's basically the way it works.
And so
then after Lorna pitches her idea, she's like, look, there's this planet we can go to. We can find some riches there.
Way out in the outer.
Nobody will notice us.
Yeah, we'll go and kidnap this family to use as like hostages.
Yeah, because they're going out to the middle of this planet called I'm bad with names today. I would have been great yesterday. Elfrona.
Yeah. And they're like, we're gonna go and kidnap this family.
because
and
it's based, and they're like, but why would we do that?
And-
And she brings up, well, this is a planet that's basically the proving grounds of the idea that people from the inner rim can go into the outer rim and basically cross over into this new type of living. And it basically is the whole part of the We Are the Republic sort of deal.
That's not what she says to him at all.
No. He's thinking that, though.
Yeah, he's thinking that, but what she's like, oh, they're from this really rich family, so we can just take them and, like, ransom them off.
Yeah. And for him, though, it's more of a, oh, well, that works for multiple reasons.
Yeah.
They're rich. We can do that. And in terms of making the Republic look bad, it'll make the Republic look bad.
Yep. So they do.
And so he's like, that they don't even hold a vote on that one because they realize that Markion would just win that vote because that you already got Lorna. So even if Pan-Eta and Kassav were like, no.
Yeah. I forget. I think he tells Kassav and Pan-Eta to just be like, don't do anything.
Yep. Like, literally just don't do anything. Just stay in the Great Hall. Have a good time.
Yep.
Don't leave. Of course.
Pan-Eta the only one who actually fucking understands situations.
At least in this book. At least in this book. Book 2 is where Pan-Eta gets a little schemy.
Well.
Book 1, I think he realized scheming at the moment would not go well for him.
So,
and I would argue Lorna's not really scheming too much.
Lorna's not interested
at the moment
in scheming at the expense.
At the expense of the Nihil.
Yeah.
And also Pan-Eta wouldn't go at the expense of the Nihil either.
Yeah.
And I think that's why he's just like, I'm just gonna chill.
Yeah. He's like, I'll go to my party.
Yeah. Whereas Kassav is more about, like you said, he's more about where's the payday.
Yeah. And
so let's go ahead and I guess jump back to the Republic now that Lorna's off on her mission. So we're gonna jump to like Buryaga and them. They are comforting the people.
Yeah.
And
Buryaga's like, man, I fucking don't want to be here.
Yeah, because basically Buryaga and his master and the Adrians are going to this party.
They're like, thank you for saving our lives.
Because it's like, it's presented as a party, but it's more like a wake. The way, like, it's just like, how do you party in a moment like this where even if you lived, so many people you know are likely dead.
And Buryaga's like, I fucking hate
And Buryaga's just not good at, like, people. Like, while he understands people's emotions, he doesn't...
He also is aware of the fact that he's, like, a 7-foot Wookiee.
He doesn't have people skills.
Yeah. And so he's sort of, like, going through this party.
And like, trying to talk to people.
But he's, like, really bad at it.
Whereas Joss Adrian's like, I'm loving this. I'm going to tell fun stories about all these cool things. Oh, and Buryaga saved your life. It's thanks to him we didn't shoot you and kill you.
Yeah, he actually just says it to the people. He's like, you guys better thank this motherfucker.
Yeah,
he almost killed you.
Like, we were seconds away from blasting you, and then he starts yelling up a storm, and then he leaves after saying this, and they're just like, yeah, you really did that, and he's just like,
yeah. And so is Buryaga. After that, Buryaga's like going around the party, and he comes to this kid, and the kid's like not feeling great internally, like heavy guilt.
Yeah.
And Buryaga's like, what's wrong with you?
Like, and he's trying to do it the best he can. Like, it's one of those like movies where like they can't talk to each other, so they're doing like hand signals. And so he's like, I'm Buryaga, you are, and I forget the kid's name.
They're only in here for one chapter.
Yeah, they're only here for this. Well, no, that's not true. He's the kid in the very first chapter.
Basically, he explains like, oh, I was on like the Legacy run. I was just going into like the ship's controls to like mess with the captain.
Yeah, because the captain wouldn't let us basically watch space porn.
Yeah.
Because that's basically what they were doing in the first chapter. The implication was that Hedda was like, hey, I know you're trying to hack the systems to watch like XXX programming. No.
Yeah, and he's like, oh, I just wanted to like sort of hack because he thinks he's responsible
for the crash. Because he basically goes, I was hacking the system to mess with her when all of a sudden these alarms go off. And then he like gets really upset because his parents were on the exact opposite
Yeah.
side of the ship as him, and he like knows that they're dead. Like,
He's like, he thinks he's responsible for his parents' death. He isn't.
and Buryaga is there to comfort him immediately. Like, gives him a big Wookiee hug,
Mm.
and I gotta imagine a Wookiee hug would be real nice.
Yeah.
Like, imagine all that fur. Like,
Imagine
just,
if a dog could hug you.
like, but like was like double your size.
Yeah.
Like, that would also be really warm.
And so
I want a Wookiee hug. But also, who doesn't?
True. Wookiees are awesome.
Yeah, especially Buryaga.
Yeah.
But yeah, Buryaga brings him
to,
to
like,
his master.
yeah, and he's like, this kid may have noticed something, and she's like, oh, and they get to talking, and she's like, he's like,
So what'd you see?
He's like, there was this big fuck you size ship.
And there were like 3 lightnings.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, this wasn't just.
This just wasn't some random like explosion. This was like an attack.
Yeah. And they're like, oh, that makes the situation so much worse.
Especially since right now they've learned that the emergencies are happening because they
Yeah.
learned about Abdallah's, and they've learned that like I think 10 have happened by the time this
Yeah.
party's going on. And so they're like, yeah, so these might be intentional attacks because they don't know that the emergencies are just happenstance. They think that
Yeah.
there's actual like they think that it could be happenstance, but it could be like
Yeah.
now that they think the Nihil are behind it, they think, well, maybe the Nihil are actively striking these planets.
Yeah. So I think we may have skipped.
Yeah, we're
a
gonna
bit
go
with,
back to Elzar because
Okay.
that's where I was gonna go with this because I was just gonna tell that whole story at
Yeah.
once.
Okay. That's fine.
Because Elzar and Avar are doing their little
Yeah.
like flirting but not flirting thing,
Yeah.
like their little dance.
They're having their fucking courtly romance over there.
Yeah. Where like we can't romance but we should.
Yeah. They're like,
Uh,
due to our position.
Yeah.
It's that, man, if the rules were different, we would. But this is how we live.
Yep. So Elzar is with Avar on Hetzel Prime, the main planet, where they're kind of doing cleanup duty.
Yeah.
And they've been like investigating what could have happened, and they get word about this Nihil stuff at some point, and they figure out they have Kevon helping them, and they come up with this plan to figure out what's going on with the emergencies and how to.
Yeah. And he's like, if I got enough navigational computer droids
I can
and hook them up, I could probably
and
do it.
and I should introduce the current governor of Sereno, the most annoying Outer Rim governor in this entire book.
He's the one with the stupid name of Noor.
Yeah, Noro.
Oh. I thought it was just Noor.
Or Noir. It's Noir. Sorry, Noir. Noor. Noir. But yeah, they are the Debbie Downer of this entire book.
Fucking won't shut up.
Hey, if it helps
I
him,
understand why he's
Yeah.
like that. 'cause
but
he's like,
yeah,
I
he's an
need
Outer
to-
Rim planet, and he's like, I don't trust the Republic yet.
But he's also like, I understand billions of people are dead. However, I would like to prevent civil unrest and my people from starving.
And also, yeah, because Lena So has stopped travel
Yeah.
through hyperspace. Basically, the way that her rules work is that unless it's absolute, like, unless you're a Jedi, essentially, you're not
Yeah.
jumping between
Like,
hyperspace.
she has a few people out running supplies since she's not entirely cruel.
Yeah.
But once again, it's an entire galaxy. You're not going to be able to get to everybody.
Mm-hmm. Basically, all these planets are rationing supply shipments. And of course, Noir doesn't like that. And he also doesn't like completely trust the Republic because
Yeah.
he's like, this is your big showing of like being out in the Outer
like,
Rim.
This is the best you can do.
And like,
Base-
and he's also like, and imagine if like you guys, and he's also like, and why aren't you guys stopping these emergencies faster? Essentially, and he even brings up, he's like, what if I bet if they hit Starlight Beacon, then you'd be
I think
going
this
faster.
is before or after Elzar just.
This is in that scene.
So
So
Elzar is fucking getting really agitated.
yeah, and he's like thinking, he's like, should I just do a mind push on him? No. I shouldn't do a mind push because then Avar will get upset because Avar brought me out here to help me get Jedi Master rank because like she knows that if I put on a good show for the Jedi here, then I could get promoted. And he's like, I can't make Avar look bad by doing that. So his plan
is to just go over and be like, God, could you imagine if like a fucking
imagine like just like a standard citizen essentially coming up to like to a governor who's complaining.
like imagine if like a police captain for one particular division just went and was like,
and there's this governor, like the governor of the state that they live
yeah,
in,
and they just
is like talking to like another, like to their police captain and complaining to them about not doing their job.
just shh, stop talking.
And Elzar figures, hey, it's fine because they're just another person.
Yep.
Like Elzar like thinks about it and he's like, I could do this to anybody else. Why can't I do this to? And like everybody is stunned.
They're like, did he
stunned to silence? Like it actually stops Noir.
And he's like, he turns to like Kevin and he's like, okay, keep going.
Yeah, go ahead and continue your
I think this is
explanation.
a good idea.
So yeah, and then so they explain it, and Kevin mentions, well, it's gonna take like 20,000 droids essentially, or something like that.
And he's,
that's like
way
new
undershooting.
Yeah, and that's like
them.
saying like new droids.
Yeah.
Like he's going
like if they were new,
like if these
then
were
it would take 20,000,
and like new droids that are specifically designed for like
for
this job. But if they were like old droids or they were droids just that weren't designed for this, I would need like 200,000
yeah,
comparatively, like basically 100 times more.
He doesn't get that many. He gets a lot for the plan.
Yeah, and so the way they get that is so Avar and Elzar leave to go like have a meeting with this high up family,
the San
Tekkas, which, going back to the Nihil a little bit, the reason that Marchion has all these paths is because he's captured a San Tekka who's like in her 90s at this point.
They're like grandma hooked up.
Yeah,
on life support.
Yeah, and she's like, and it's because she has all this knowledge because they've been doing what they call hyperspace mining for so many years, where basically they created the paths and they kind of like figure out how hyperspace works, and they figure out like, okay, what hyperspace travel is safe, what's not, what works.
Oh god.
And so yeah. And so that's kind of the San Tekkas. And San Tekkas are important. We've talked about them a little bit, I think, on the show.
I think so. I think they were
we know Lor San Tekka because he's in episode 7.
Yeah.
He's the guy that gives Poe the map to where Luke is at the beginning of episode 7. He's the one that Kylo just strikes down with his lightsaber and kills at the begining of the film.
Yeah.
But his family, this family is known for this. And so, yeah, they go to meet the San Tekkas, who are like very rich because of all this.
Yeah.
They are very rich because they are really good at figuring out these paths.
Avar and Elzar are like waiting essentially, and Elzar's like, this is just a character thing. It's not particularly relevant to the story.
Yeah.
But he's like, you know what? They have some booze here. I'm just gonna drink while we wait.
Yep.
And Avar's like, shouldn't we not do that? And Elzar's like, they're not here.
And
they left all of this stuff out for us.
Yeah, I mean, even if they were, they want us to drink this.
Yeah.
So we meet the
Tekkas.
Yeah, we meet the Tekkas who it's
it's
a husband and husband duo.
Yeah.
Marlo and Velis.
And
I was trying to make sure I got their names right.
Like, Elzar and Avar are like looking and they're like, so how is this possible? And he's like, because of like how hyperspace works. And they go, we don't fucking know.
Yeah, like they're like we don't know how this would work out. Like they're like, technically hyperspace should not work this way.
Even be mathematically possible, like at all. And they're like, well, it happened, so give us an explanation. And they're like, we
literally can't. Yeah. And we are the experts on this.
Yeah. Elzar is also over here, like, off to the side, like, he knows there's something wrong with their explanation, but he's like,
There's not much I can
I
do.
can't do anything, because Arar's right there.
Yeah. Like, otherwise, he would do, once again, he would just use the Force to get into their minds and pick whatever information he
But he's
needs.
like, he's basically giving her the side eye of, like, these people are shady, and she's like, I agree, but we can't do anything.
So instead, the Sentekas are nice enough to go,
Yeah.
but we'll help with this plan that you've mentioned.
Yeah.
Like, we can provide the droids necessary. Because basically, while they're being shady about it,
They're
they
also, like, actually trying to help.
because they realize that, like, if people are just going to keep dying and space travel doesn't
It
get
would
brought
be
back to
bad for
normal, it'd be
us.
bad for our business.
Yeah. So that's why they help. I don't think it's entirely why they helped.
But it's definitely a reason.
One
It's
of the,
one
like,
of them, yeah.
3 reasons they've got.
So, all right. So we'll come back to whether or not that plan works.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
I guess we'll go to Elfrona.
yeah.
Because it turns out Elfrona has a Jedi base there.
Yeah, a little, like, side temple.
Yeah, a little temple.
Side
Yeah, well, it's like outpost.
Yeah.
It's an outpost, is what they call
And
it.
So,
Because apparently all the planets have outposts. And I like the way that some of these are described, and I kind of agree with Bill. I would have loved to be at the Mon Cala one, because that sounds pretty cool.
fuck, I forgot.
That's the fish
It's the
people.
one that's like, no, not. I know they're the fish people. I forgot what that temple is.
It's like
described as.
it's
It's like built on.
it's on reefs essentially.
Yeah.
Also a cool one is the Kashyyyk one, like a giant treehouse.
Yeah.
Awesome.
The one I know Frodo is.
It's kind of just built into this mining because Elfrona is basically a mining planet, and it's like this strong metal,
Yeah.
and so almost like iron, and
Yeah,
so like it's
basically.
kind of the outpost here is kind of built into a mine essentially.
Yeah. And so I fucking love Greatstorm's way of like teaching. So, during the Hetzel disaster, of course he, as previously mentioned, was like, by the way, I'm just gonna jump out of the ship now.
Yeah, Bell still did not master that. And
Yeah.
so,
So-
back on Elfrona, Loden's like, okay, you got to keep practicing it.
Before this was before they knew that like Coruscant was gonna be cut off. He was like, whenever we get back to Coruscant, I'm gonna find the tallest fucking building and throw you off of it.
Yep.
And he's like, that'll give you enough time to figure it out.
And Indira's also stationed here, and
Yeah.
Indira kind of finds that funny.
But this is before.
Because, so let's talk.
Indira is also stationed here.
Yeah, I was about to say,
He shoves him off the fucking cliff.
yeah, because it's basically like cliffs and mines and.
This is just a mountain planet.
Yeah, I wouldn't say mountains. Like, I've seen some visuals of this planet. Not a lot of mountains.
Mountain and desert.
Yeah, it's like desert mixed with like plateaus, really.
Yeah.
It's like a red, like it's almost a red desert though, because of
Yeah.
the fact that it's metal. Like it's this metal ore.
I see. So, Bell doesn't die. Spoilers.
I mean, I would assume he makes it to book 3.
Indira saves him, and she's like, "Man, you gotta fucking figure this out."
Yeah, she catches him. So let's talk about the Jedi stationed here besides them, because Indira is also stationed here. But let's talk about the Blade of Bardota.
Porter Engle. Porter Engle is what I imagine. He is the trope of like the retired badass. He's like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stay home, make some stew,
He's like,
make the best stew, by the way.
yeah.
We also learned that I think they mentioned it becomes a thing in the High Republic. I think this is the first mention of Yoda's cooking skills.
Oh yeah, how like Yoda's actually for some fucking reason really bad at cooking.
No. He's a baker. He's really good.
Oh, he likes.
Yeah, he likes to cook.
I don't know why I thought he
Yeah.
was really bad.
No. He's good. No. It's a whole thing in the High Republic.
Okay.
It's gonna. We get a comic that's just about them cooking,
Ah,
and they use one of Yoda's recipes.
Ah.
And they actually give us the recipe when we get to those comics. I'm gonna try to make that recipe.
okay.
Uh,
Doesn't have anything in it that'll kill me.
I don't think so. I'll send you the list.
All right.
If not, I'll just eat it. No.
I mean, that's fine. If it would kill me, I think you should probably be the one to eat it then.
Yeah, I'll just make it and eat it myself.
But Porter Engel is like the best.
Yeah, he's got like this. I think they described like the scar
Yeah.
that he has.
He's only got one eye.
Yeah. And then of course we have the bestest of girls.
Ember, she's back.
The bestest of girls.
Yeah. Like people were I think people were like, "Oh, it's surprising." No one told Ember to leave. She's basically
Yeah,
a
'cause
dog they took
It was a
in,
stray
healed
dog.
up.
It was a stray dog. It's basically kind of the way that Carrie just kind of
Yeah.
appeared at my place, like just popping up and
So- Sometimes dogs just show up and you're like, "You're mine now," I guess.
yeah, because you don't have collar. You look hungry.
Yeah.
We'll take you in that way. You're at least warm and fed.
Yeah.
And then like
everyone-
nobody ever said to, like nobody's ever like was like, all right, we gotta kick the dog out.
Yeah.
So Belle took that as initiative to be
Yep.
like, this is my dog.
This is my dog now.
And the way that they've managed to like avoid the
They're like, "It's a team member."
yeah,
Not a pet.
yeah, that's the way they've avoided the ruling.
Yeah. Like all of the Jedi here are like, "Fuck the rules."
Although to
Not
be
to the extent
yeah.
of like actively going against them, but more like we'll just
sidestep them.
sidestep them.
Also, like, I would argue that she does have a fitting place on the team, especially with what she does later in the book.
But basically,
She proves her worth.
yeah. Ember and Angle, they go.
Fuck some shit up.
Yeah.
So
They're
they
like discussing
yeah.
general day-to-day stuff.
And while this is happening, the strikes are over on the planet other
Yep.
side,
They're like,
making their hostage
time to
plan.
go and steal a family.
So they basically land like really far away from this, just so
Yeah.
that way they don't get noticed by anything. And they break into this family's home. I forget their name. I feel bad because they're like half of this
Are they
book.
the Odos?
Otto's the father.
Oh.
The Blythe family.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, the Blythes.
The Blythes.
Yeah, so they break into you're thinking of the ship that gets destroyed later, the Odo.
I see.
Yeah.
So this family is. I'm speeding past a lot of stuff.
Yeah, they basically they're from Alderaan and they're rich and they kind of know what's up because they hear
Yeah.
like this breaking in essentially.
And they go and they hide and they're like,
And
all right.
and the son is immediately like making calls
Yeah, the son's making calls.
to be like, "Hey, we need help. We need help."
His call is not the one that goes through to the Jedi.
Unfortunately.
A random stranger apparently heard the cry for help and was like, I should probably tell the Jedi about this.
Yep.
Because I'm not fucking going over there.
Yep. Unfortunately, by the time word
Because
gets
they're Nihil.
yeah.
And he's like,
Yeah.
I know they're Nihil.
Yeah, because by this point, that other ship gets attacked by the
Yeah.
Nihil by then.
Yeah.
That's when Kassav is doing his whole piracy thing.
Yep.
Because he attacks that one ship, and they actually destroy it?
I think.
Yeah, and they get everything from it. That's, yeah, that was that supply ship that got destroyed.
Yeah.
And the captain of that supply ship knew what the Nihil were because he saw, like, they were like, oh, there's a cloud. We should avoid that. And then all of a sudden the Nihil come out of the cloud and he's like, oh,
no.
it's Nihil.
That's not good.
Yeah. We're kind of jumping around because we're trying to get the.
I'm sorry.
We unfortunately have started to have to. We've realized that we focus on the book reviews
Yeah.
a little too long.
A little bit. I enjoy this. I enjoy that the section of the book reviews, but
Yeah.
life is life, and
Yeah.
we have a schedule to keep aside from this. I'm sorry.
But yeah, so going back to Elfrona, they unfortunately get word to the Jedi a little bit after
Yeah.
they've captured
They
the
do
family.
manage to basically have they explode the equivalent of a motor.
Yeah, the Blythe family basically destroyed their speeders,
Yeah.
and we're like, well, you can't take us back that way. So the Nihil are like, well, we got to get you back to our ship
And they're
somehow.
like, fine, we'll take your.
We'll
fucking
basically take your
horses,
horses,
I
yeah,
guess.
the Steelies,
Yeah.
which are on my fancy cover of it.
I don't know what they look like, but
Yeah, they're on my out
Figure
of
it out
print.
one day.
They're on my out of print copy. I'll show you because I brought it with me.
Hmm.
Because I triple dipped in this book.
yep, you were like 1, 2, 3.
Actually, 4 dip because
4.
audiobook.
And so they're like, all right, we'll do this. And so the Jedi get the message, and they're like, we better go stop them because that's our job.
So they get onto their Steelies because they also have Steelies. Which basically the way Steelies work is
They're like
they're
horses.
they're like horses, but they have like metal hooves that go
Yeah.
against because they're like not quite the same as a horse hoof. They kind of like almost
I thought
spark. They might like spark when they
Yeah.
hit the ground because their feet are actually like their actual hooves
Yeah.
are the metal, and they don't have like horseshoes. They actually have like
For some reason, I thought their hooves were magnetic.
or magnetic. They might.
I don't think they're.
No, they're not magnetic because
'cause that's not how
that would
they
slow them
work.
down.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's so they have like a spark whenever they go off,
Yeah.
which is important to the story later. So yeah, let's go ahead and see how Team A. Let's figure out how we stop the
Oh,
emergencies is going.
Is
Unless
this before or after Kasab's big fuck up.
you just want to talk about that, don't you?
A little bit, yeah.
You want to jump to that?
No, let's go through these stories.
I mean, we're not quite going in order, anyways. I mean,
Let's go back to Team A. We'll talk about Kasab's big fuck up
after that.
after that.
Yeah. So Team A,
Yeah. Okay, I know it was.
you're building it up, but
It is exactly what's on the tin.
yeah. So Team A, meanwhile,
Yeah.
at this point, 20 emergencies have happened,
20. Yeah,
and or 21. It's around there.
it's around there, and they're like, we need to know.
Yeah, we
'cause
need.
We're losing people.
Meanwhile, Markion has figured out
Yeah.
how the emergencies because he's had a meeting with Mari Santeca, where he was like, can you tell me where these are gonna go next?
Yeah.
And Mari's like, yeah, that's easy.
Sure.
Also, she's getting his name wrong every now and then, and thinks that it's he's either his father or her son or like her business partner. And apparently, they just beat up this old lady whenever they don't get the answers
Yeah.
they want, and they shock her, which is she's in her 90s. Don't beat up this lady.
Like, they have her rigged up to life support, but also to like this electroshock, just in case they need to like
Yeah, which
either A, bring her back, or B, get information.
which he does that in this chapter. He shocks her a
Like,
little bit.
Fucking come back, god damn it.
Give me the info. Stop.
Because she's like,
Because she like
going
she
through-
does this little drifting thing where she does what a lot of older people that are about the age of Mari do, where they just talk, they reminisce and they sidetrack and they forget like the task that they were talking about initially.
Yeah, but this would be the equivalent of doing this while like looking. It's not driving.
No,
No, it's not driving. It's like looking at a map.
yeah, while looking at a map and then like forgetting to look at the part of the map that you were trying to. Like you
Yeah.
start to look somewhere else on the map.
Yeah,
And so he's like, no, I need you to look there and tell me what's going on. Zzz.
and it's like, can you give me a fucking list of where these things are gonna show up?
Yeah. And so she basically gives him the list, and he
Yeah.
gives the list to all of his. That's why we shouldn't have talked about Kasav's thing yet, because that's important. He gives the list to all the Tempest runners.
Tempest runners. He's like, basically, use this for your jobs to like just let.
Yeah, like once we start operating again, you can still do jobs without paths, just no paths.
Yeah.
And
And they're like, well, we're not gonna cut you in on any. And he's like,
that's fine.
that's cool.
That's the way the rule works. And meanwhile, as what's it?
Team A.
No, the other Tempest runner,
There's Kusav, Lorna D, and Panada.
Panada. Thank you. Panada's like, I'm still not gonna risk it.
Yeah, Panada's like, I've got plenty.
I'll
I can party.
I've got plans for later.
Yeah.
So we go back to Team A now, who are basically trying to do the same thing. They're trying to
Yeah.
figure out the same info,
And
but they got to do it the hard way.
yeah,
They don't get a Deus Ex Machina to tell them
Yeah.
everything.
they get a supercomputer composed of like, what was it, 70,000
Yeah, something like that.
droids?
Yeah.
No, 70,000 was like this
Oh,
would
that was the
probably
minimum.
be
That was
minimum,
where.
but they're operating way under it with like 50,000
Oh yeah.
because
Like
he's like
70 would have been optimal, and then like we're operating under that at 50,
Yeah.
and then they. Yeah, we're about to get into that. So they start the computer, and he's like, "All right. So the way it works is all of these are gonna take in all of the data of the 20 to 21 that we've already seen, and they're gonna communicate to each other that info, and then they're gonna basically use that info to predict where the next ones will be.
and
And so like they get to like the first couple droids.
these are not like fresh made droids either.
No.
These are like run down.
So they get through the
a little
first
bit.
few droids where they're like sending the first few emergencies. They're
Yeah,
like,
The
all right,
ones they already know.
the ones they already know about, and they're like, all right, here's some of the emergencies we know about. And then you get to like droid 5, and this is where the trouble starts.
So the main thing that Mr. Kevin Tarr, genius that he is worried about
Is overheating.
is overheating.
You know, like any supercomputer,
Yeah.
you don't want to overheat it.
And so he's like, it's okay. I've got a little bit prepared so I can handle a few of them.
Yeah, so there's these medical droids that are brought up throughout the High Republic
Yeah.
books that are called pill droids.
Yeah.
And he basically has a few of those ready to go with like essentially fire extinguishers.
And he's like, he has like squads of them at the ready for this exact situation.
Yeah.
Because it's like different sections are composed of like
And he's
hundreds of droids.
Yeah, and so he's got them ready with like coolers essentially. And he's like, "All right, whenever one overheats, I'll send y'all to
Yep.
go cool them off."
And so he does, and he does that until like it's about like 18 or 19.
Of the emergencies, yeah.
And then
And
he's like, I'm out. I can't do anything.
yeah.
And they're Elzar.
And unfortunately
Avar-
that's when they start exploding
Elzar and Avar are like, okay,
cuz they start actually losing droids.
yeah.
They start just dying.
And Elzar and Avar are like, okay, what do you need for this to work? And he's like, I
I-
just need the computer to not
Overheat.
overheat. And they're like,
So Elzar does what Elzar does best.
and
He figures out how to use the Force in a way that nobody does.
Yep.
He manipulates the weather.
yeah, that's a thunderstorm. With the help of Avar, he makes a fucking thunderstorm.
Ugh. I'm not allowing this in any of my tabletop games. No.
You allowed some crazy shit last night, and you know it.
I figured the stuff Force-wise was stuff that's doable.
Within reason.
Within reason. I wasn't letting y'all Elzar it. But yeah, so yeah, like Avar at first is like hesitant. She's like, "Would that even work?" And Elzar's like, "Just trust me, I got this."
Right.
So yeah, they create a rainstorm essentially, and that's manages to save the last few of the
Yeah.
droids.
And it's able to sustain
And thankfully, it's just enough droids to like
to
finish
keep
the
it going.
task. Because basically at the Kevin was getting worried that they were running out of droids.
Yeah.
He was like, if like a few, like I think they were like only like 2 or 3 more droids, and they would have been short
Yeah.
by what they needed.
And he was like, oh, thank fuck. The general consensus from everybody on basically in the Republic capital on Coruscant where that's taking place is thank fucking God it worked.
Except for Noir, who's still like just complaining
He's like,
the whole time. He's like,
What
that was a
can't-
waste of resources.
yeah. He's just bitter the whole
He's
time.
upset. He's like, you throw all this money at these droids, but not at what I want.
Yeah. Whiny.
But thankfully, they do figure out where the next few emergencies are going to come from.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, we can use this to open up hyperspace lanes safely.
Yep.
So there you go.
All right.
Team A has accomplished their mission.
Success.
Success. Let's.
And not failed successfully.
No,
just
this is
straight up
actual success. Yeah. You know, very rare in the books that we've been reading lately.
So,
So do we want to jump, I guess, to Casso's no good, very bad plan?
yeah, let's go there. So Kassav, tactical genius that he is.
So he says, you know what's great about knowing where the emergencies will come from? We could blackmail people that are about to be hit by them.
Once again, this isn't blackmail, it's extortion.
But they use blackmail in the book. They say blackmail.
Yeah, I guess someone got their crime wrong.
Well,
But it's fine. They've got the general idea.
yeah.
So, Kassav's plan is to go to fucking
Eriadu,
Eriadu.
which I don't know if you knew this until I gave you that.
No,
that
but it makes so much fucking sense later.
Okay, so for Star Wars fans that don't know, Eriadu is the homeworld of Tarkin. Yes, that Tarkin. And it explains why Tarkin is a very bad, no good man, and why he also is just so brutal. Because the Eriaduans do not put up with any
They
bullshit.
don't put up with anything. But that's because the
their
nature
warrior
of their
culture,
world
yeah, their
forces them to
yeah,
not put
basically
up with
their
anything.
world is a shitstorm world where basically they have to. Every day is a battle for survival.
Yeah.
It's basically living in Australia. But as a whole planet.
Tarkin's from Australia. Oh, I'm never
Tarkin's from space, Australia.
Oh. Oh, I'm never gonna forget that. I'm gonna be on my deathbed. Tarkin's from Australia. Oh.
But yes, so he comes pulling up on Eriadu,
And he's like,
"Hey, we can protect you from the upcoming emergence if you
like-
give us like 50 million credits."
and she's like,
Yeah, the governor's like, "What?
who are you?
We're not."
And he's like, it doesn't matter. What it matters is what we can do. And she's like,
Okay,
why?
okay, Kassav, because they figure out
Yeah.
his full name
Yeah.
and like the name of his ship, and they pull up everything on him, and he's like, "Oh, I may not have thought this through."
Yeah, and she's like,
But like in front of, he can't say that in front of his men, so he's like holding his ground on it.
yeah.
And they're like, "We're Eriaduans. We'll hunt you down."
They're like, are you sure you want to go through with this? And he's like, yeah. And I think one of their cities gets kind of destroyed in this
Yeah, because
negotiation.
during the negotiation, one part of the
'Cause
emergence does.
He's asking them for 50 million credits. And so,
And while they're waiting, he's counting down. He's trying to make sure they leave
Yeah.
before the emergence happens. Because in reality, he just wants to get the credits, and he's going to leave them to
Yeah.
die either way, was the plan.
yeah.
Unfortunately, because the governor is no nonsense, it's more conversation that he has to make with her, which means his Gungan Nihil Wetbub is watching this and going, "Hey, we got like 2 minutes before the emergence."
Like, you might want to hurry this up, boss. And so,
I like Wetbub. He's
yeah.
good character. Well, was a good character.
Yeah, it was. Spoiler alert, Wetbub does not make it out.
Not from the. He makes it from this situation, but later.
And so Kassav does manage to extort the money, but he, of course,
He fucked it up.
he fucked it up.
Yeah, because the emergence still messed up the planet a little bit.
Yeah,
Like, Eriadu was already suffering from its own hostile environment.
yeah.
It didn't need this. It didn't need
didn't.
this. That's like going to to the planet of Mandalore and going, "We're just going to drop another bomb on this." We already have had bombs dropped on us. We don't need another.
Yeah. And so the Eriaduans are like, don't you ever fucking forget this day, because
We're gonna
the
hunt
day
you."
you signed your death warrant.
Yeah. Basically, the governor pulls a Liam Neeson and
From now on, we're coming.
Yeah. She's just like, "I don't know who you are. Well, I do know who you are.
I know who you are.
I
I
know
know where you're going to go, and I know where I'm gonna kill you."
Yeah, essentially just pulls on a full Taken and is like, "Yep, I'm going to find you and I'm going to kill you."
Yep.
And that's when
And
Kassav
Kassav is like,
realizes he messed up.
fuck. And he's like, time to go.
Like, at first when he was getting the money, he was like, "I'm probably not going to return to the Nihil." Now he's like, I need the Nihil.
Yep, he's like, I need their numbers for protection.
So he runs back home like
Yep.
the coward he is.
Meanwhile,
Well, we'll continue with the. Well, yeah, we'll jump a little bit to the
On,
to Elfrona, just a
Elfrona.
little bit.
yeah,
So back on Elfrona, the Nihil have knocked out the dad.
Yep.
They are on the rides going there. Turns out Dad's not actually completely knocked out.
Dad has
Well, before he does what he's gonna do,
something.
the son notices that, hey, there's some sparks coming behind us, and their captors don't notice.
Yeah,
Like they've got only one captor with them in the main carriage, and so because it's basically they've got the horses pulling the carriage and they're in the carriage, and then you got
yeah, and,
the red, like only one of the Nihil who's not wearing their mask
yeah.
is in the carriage, and then the rest of them are riding the horses.
Mm.
But yeah,
And he's
son
like,
notices.
I'm not gonna say anything
Yeah,
about that.
but he gets his mom to look over, and Mom's like, "Oh yeah, cool. So we got help coming."
Yeah,
And they're going faster because the Nihil do not know how to ride these Steelies,
Steals.
and the mom's like, "I'm not going to correct them."
Yeah,
She's like, "I could tell them, but like
they don't need to know.
they don't
that.
need to know that they're going half speed."
And like, as she's like sort of seeing them, they're pursuers at the moment.
Oh yeah. Just then, like she keeps looking back a few times, and she notices that they're getting closer every time. Unfortunately, on one of the times she looks back, their Trandoshan Nihil captor, who's the one in the carriage with them, also noticed and is about to yell it when Daddy Blythe does a whistle, and the Steelies they go full halt. And this is where I think the magnetic feet come in. I think they can choose
Yeah.
to like full stop on the planet, and so like they just stop and
Apparently, one of the best ways to kill a Trandoshan is just to go for the head.
yeah, because he falls out of the carriage, and the book describes that they just heard the splatter of like something popping, and they just assumed, and yeah, that Trandoshan died.
Oh, yeah, they're not gonna be a problem.
Yeah, because it's a planet made of essentially metal.
Yeah.
Like it's got some soft spots, I would imagine, but like they said that he hit his head on a rock.
Yeah. Oh man,
So yeah.
that one's gone.
So and of course, unfortunately, the rest of the Nihil did hear like their attempt at letting them know they're being followed, but by then the Jedi have already like
My
by then
assumption-
Loden and Bell have their lightsabers out and are ready.
Yeah. My assumption for this was that it's like an 8-man crew, like at best.
Mm-hmm. So we'll leave that now because we'll assume that all that fighting happens because there's a bit of a struggle and they get the horses going again, but they leave the daughter behind.
No, they haven't done anything to the daughter yet.
Okay.
They do some fucking despicable shit later.
Okay.
Because the Nihil fight dirty.
Yeah. They haven't left anybody behind yet, though, have they?
I think they left 2 people back to try to stop them. Porter Angle no sell that shit.
Oh yeah, they left their own behind
Yeah.
to fight them. Yeah, that's right. Because Porter Angle and we'll come back to that.
Yeah.
So let's go back to Kasav's No Good Bad Day, which is a theme for our show. We just have a lot of characters that just have no good bad days.
Yeah.
'Cause
fuck, who was it last week?
Boba.
Boba. And I think the week before it was
It was Stellan,
Stellan.
and then I think that was the start of that
Yeah.
streak. All right, so
Oh, speaking of streaks, once again keeping up with the I'm done now. It's going to end sooner or later.
yeah, so Kasav runs back.
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, so I did the thing, and it was bad, and I need some help. And Rose like, oh my, what did I tell you about not doing anything stupid?
Yeah, he's like, I fucking want to kill him, but I can't just yet.
So he's like, all right, look, I know where you can go do an attack. I'll even give you paths for it.
Is this before or after he just says, fuck it, I'm gonna punch
This is basically the fuck it moment.
Yeah. At this point, in his frustration, Mark Rowe is like, "Fuck it," and just punches Kasab in the
Yeah, he
face.
punches him because he's such an idiot that like Roe is done.
Yeah. I think he also.
And like Lena, like not Lena, Lorna D is watching this like, oh shit.
He's like, fucking stop. I think Kasab also tries to like pull out his blaster.
Yeah,
Mo just
yeah,
says-
because they're in the Great Hall, which the number one rule of the Great Hall is no weapons.
yeah.
But of course, Kossov, it's Kossov, but Roe also knew. He's like,
I've known for years.
and so he just like beats the crap out of
Yeah,
him
he
for that.
like slices off half his hand.
And so he's like, all right, look, you're gonna fix your mess. Lorna, you're gonna go make sure to fix your mess.
Oh, Kasab is like bleeding out of his hand as
Yeah.
this conversation is going. Once Ro has been like, I'm now
I'm now in
fully
charge. Yeah, like he officially is like, look, there
Things
is
have
no
to
more
change.
1/3 thing. I'm in charge. Whatever I say goes. You all listen to the eye now.
And Pineda's like,
I don't really like that, but
yeah, he's like, so do you want me to do anything? And
yeah,
what-
yeah. At the end of telling everybody to do stuff, he's like, all right, Kassav, go fix your mess. I'll give you paths so you can kill some Jedi because that's what you want so badly. And
Lorna,
Lorna.
Here, go make sure your situation doesn't become a mess.
yeah, because I've heard word that Jedi are getting involved.
Yeah.
And then Paneda, and then he's done, and he's like leaving the room, and Paneda's like, "What about me?" He's like,
just
"No, you're
don't-
fine."
You're fine. Just keep doing what you've been doing, which is nothing.
And Paneda's like, "All right, works for me."
And like, as Kassav and Lorna D are heading off, and Russian's like, "Wait, Kassav, before you go," and he's like, "What? I want to get the rest of your hand." It's one of those like, okay,
Yeah. All right. So at this point, let's go to Coruscant.
yeah,
'Cause-
Coruscant.
Yeah, because we're gonna see the Jorah Molly,
Yeah,
who has a meeting with Lena So.
yeah,
And she's like having this. This is so at this point she has returned from Starlight Beacon because she was going to start. Because
Yeah.
this is where we kind of connected into the dark and where we kind of start to do the fun puzzle pieces of
Yeah.
where is this placed.
Yeah.
So at this point, Wreath would be on a Maxine station the first time.
yeah.
So this would be while they're out and stuck in the Maxine station, because Lena So is basically just now lifting the restrictions,
Yeah.
and so she has a discussion with Jorah Molly, and they mention Wreath. Jorah's got Skier with her because Skier is basically going to be her second in command at Starlight Beacon,
Yeah.
and they're like, "Hey, you need to go deal with some of these issues that are."
Skew's Trandoshan, isn't he?
Yes,
Okay, I thought he was either Trandoshan or Gamorrean.
he's Trandoshan. Very important because of what happens in this book.
Yeah.
Uh,
I was my thought.
is that
I
why
was-
you were wondering it because of that
Yeah,
happening?
because I was like trying to remember because I know Trandoshans can.
Can heal, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once again, spoilers, I guess. Skier loses an arm.
Don't worry, it gets back.
He it's not back yet.
It'll take a little bit.
Yeah. It takes a lot longer than I thought because Bosk's legs healed pretty quick in the
I think
comics.
Bosk is a weirdo.
Yeah. Because Bosk, like,
Sorry.
yeah. Well, he is. You're right. But I guess legs maybe take less time than an arm.
I don't think it's that. I think it's just that maybe it
But I guess
varies.
based on the story. Anyways, so they're like, hey, we got this distress signal from Alfrona.
And they're like, go check it out.
Yeah, and they bring like a few Jedi with them.
Yeah.
And so it's Jorah Molly, Skier. I think Mikkel is still
Yeah.
alive. So Mikkel goes. I think Mikkel dies during this.
I think a lot of people actually.
Well, we know at least one.
Well, yeah.
We know Jorah. Because
Yeah.
this is the fight that Wreath finds out about later.
Oh man.
Talking to that pill droid. Pill droid's like, Yeah, she's not on the injured list because she's dead.
Oh, oh man.
But yeah, so they go to Elfrona, and basically at this point, a lot of stuff has happened on Elfrona.
Yeah.
At this point, we get to see why the Blade of Bordadata has his nickname.
Oh, a brief flashback to where they were first going back to like the little house.
Yeah,
Bell is like sitting across from Engel, and he's kind of like freaking out because all he's seen of like Porter is like this old man who likes to cook soup.
mm-hmm. And so he sees him hit the ground and like immediately like sends in his dog, which we now see why Ember.
Yeah, that's not. What
Oh no! Sorry, wrong scene.
And he's like, I've never met a ghost before, and I'm not sure I like it. Because I imagine it's like maybe seeing like a grandparent pissed off for the
Mhm.
first time. And he's like, hey, are you okay? And Engel's response is, yes. Like, I can only imagine it being the like angriest yes anyone's ever
Yeah.
heard.
So yeah, going back to them catching up to though, there's this big fight.
Yeah.
Porter ends up on the ground. Ember comes in and breathes fire.
She is a charhound.
Yeah.
I was wondering if they could do that based
Now
on
you-
name,
now
but
you
I
know.
have the confirmation.
Now you know. And it's why she's the bestest girl and why she's a valuable part of the team.
Yes. Basically, Engel did some fancy shit,
Yeah.
and that's what almost killed him.
Yeah. Because, you know, his age is catching up to him,
Yeah.
whether he wants to admit it or not. He's like 900 something. He's a little bit older than Yoda.
I forgot what species he actually is.
Yeah.
Because it's never stated.
I can't remember either. But yeah, he's pretty old. He's an older, like, might not be older than Yoda. Maybe he's about the same age.
Maybe.
But he's old.
He's old.
He's a few hundred years old.
Yeah.
And we can at least confirm that because he's going to appear in, like we keep talking about, he's going to appear in the Phase 2, which is 150 years before all this.
Yeah.
Because we're going to get to see why he got his nickname.
And so, mission Porter and Ember are safe.
Yeah, and they kind of save, like, so basically they catch up to them getting on the ship.
Yeah.
And the plan essentially is like, all right, let's save them, get them off the ship. And this is when, like, the Nihil are like, crap, we can't take everybody.
Yeah. So the mom is I think the mom has actually been left behind.
Yeah, because it's son, father, mom. I don't think there's a daughter, actually.
There is a daughter.
Oh, yeah.
This is a family of 4.
Okay.
They leave the mom behind.
Okay. Oh, yeah, daughter,
So
that's right.
now we're up to the part.
Now we're up to where they're going in space and where Loden and Bell are like, okay, we gotta go to space too.
Yeah.
Let's get them.
So the Nihil are like, we need to get these Jedi off our backs. How are we gonna do that?
Well, you know what? Jedi like to save people. And we only really need the dad.
The dad.
So let's throw these two out the airlock.
They throw the daughter out of the airlock. And Loden is like,
That's when Loden gets mad.
Loden's like, okay. As a matter of fact, I do feel like excessive violence is the appropriate response.
And this is all like while a complete space battle is going on overhead. Like so you've got both Lorna D and Kassav flying in overhead, and then the Republic Defense Coalition comes in as well.
Yeah.
So like there's a whole space battle over Elfrona at this point
Yeah.
over this one hostage crisis.
Yeah. And so they throw the daughter out, and Loden's like, hey, Belle, remember how I was teaching you how to fall? Get out of the ship and save her.
Yeah.
Do it.
Because they're not quite in space yet.
Yeah.
They're like in
They're
atmosphere.
And Belle's like, all right, okay.
And he's like, I'll do the rest of this on my own. I got this.
It's gonna get too risky.
I think the son also is let go at this point because it's only the father left.
Nope.
because of the fact that in that chapter only the father.
There's a
Gets-
reason why only the father
Okay,
gets taken,
we'll talk about.
and it's because Loden doesn't go on his own after them.
Oh yeah. Who did he?
It's Indira.
Oh yeah,
Indira
Indira.
also goes.
That's right.
Uh,
But Loden essentially was like, I don't need Bell now.
yeah, he's like, it's gonna get risky. I don't need Bell with me.
So yeah, I guess Loden and Indira go. I always forget Indira was with them when they went up.
Yeah, she's been here the whole time. She's been doing stuff in the background.
Yeah, it's just she hasn't like done anything like focal yet.
Yeah,
Yet. Especially. Oh yeah, because she gets hit with the knockout gas too, and they only take.
she does not.
Man, I always forget some of these minor stuff.
She saves the sun and
That's right. Yeah.
leaves Loden to figure out the rest.
Yeah. So yeah. So basically, during the space battle, a lot of people
Yeah.
die.
Because at first the Republic is winning, but then
Then the
over, like,
Nihils start cheating.
the Nihils start cheating.
They use the paths.
They fight dirty.
They use the paths, and they've got toxic gas that they start throwing out. That apparently, like, just flying through it will kill you.
Yeah, along with other suicide tactics.
Yeah. A little bit of kamikaze bombing
Yeah.
here and there. You know.
They use every dirty trick they have.
Yeah. So we lose.
Bell, daughter
Yeah.
saved.
Yeah.
He finally figures out that.
Yeah. He figures out how to land. Unfortunately, we also have Jorah's death.
Yeah, she dies.
Which Skier very unhappy about.
Confirms. And is not happy about. He also loses his arm,
To the Nihil, yeah.
but I don't think he's. Molly's the death that upsets him.
Yeah. He's less worried about his arm.
Puts that on the back burner.
I mean, an arm can grow back.
Yeah, pure Trandoshan.
People don't grow back.
Yeah, people don't grow back.
And then we also lose. This is when Mikhail dies as well.
Yeah. Mikkel.
Yeah, think-
Once again.
Mikhail.
Yeah.
Mikhail flew through the gas, I think.
Yeah, and that's what got him.
And so, yeah, and then the Adrians are also here to try to save the
Yep.
day as usual.
They're doing their best. Admiral Krenara.
They actually come up with a. So Admiral Krenara is struggling how to fight the Nihil, and it's actually the Adrians that come up with how to counter the pathing.
Hmm.
Because the Adrians come up with how to fight with the pathing, because or is it in the next book?
They don't stop.
Well, they don't stop the paths, but they figure out how to basically not quite copy them, but like predict where they're going.
Yeah, they figure out how to predict.
So yeah, so they do counteract it.
Yeah, they teach
You
us
had
how
me.
to
You
read.
had me worried that I was thinking it's in a different book. No, they counteract it in this book.
They counteract it to the point of where the Republic can now actually have a fight.
Yeah, because they're like,
Uh,
oh, well, we can track where it's going because there was something on their ship where something similar happened. Like it
Yeah.
did a little loop thing on their ship,
Yeah.
and they were like, oh, that's what they're doing.
Uh,
Because Josh and Pika are like engineers,
Yeah.
which is why they're like really good at that type of stuff. So, man, this book is all about the engineers saving the day. You got the Adrians, and then you got Tar over there, like engineers, man.
yeah. Krenara, at first they're like winning the fight, and Krenara's like, okay, this is about as good as it's gonna get for us.
Yeah.
And
Until,
he's like, I shouldn't be taking pride in the death of the people we've been killing, but
yeah,
I am a soldier,
yeah.
and it is part of my job.
because basically he's like, well, look, my job is to get involved with war, and the best way for a war to happen is for it to be swift. So
So I'm going.
I'm going to try to make it as swift as possible because I like peace,
Yeah.
and therefore, in order to provide peace, I have to do this.
And he like even mentions it as like, oh, that's the thing about soldiers, that like internal thing that they have
That
to
internal
resolve.
struggle of like being peacekeepers versus having to kill people.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sort of a similar situation that we start to see the Jedi struggle with when we hit the prequel era.
Yep.
Of them being known as peacekeepers, but also leading an army.
Yeah.
which is completely the opposite to most people.
Yeah.
So yeah, back on in the spaceship of. Oh, actually, let's finish off Kasav's no good, very bad day.
So Kasav's no good, very bad day.
Has a very abrupt ending
Yep.
because
So
I'll
while
let you
the
do
Republic has been fighting,
it. The Iriaduans have come in to help.
they have been like basically slinking up as the battle has been going on.
Yeah.
Just casually like driving up.
And they're like killing some of the Nihil
Yeah,
too, because
just
like
whenever
they let
get to-
Krenar know they're here, and they're like,
Yeah.
"Hey, we're here to help."
They're like, hey, can we go get that motherfucker? And he's like, by all means.
He's like, "I'll let you do it."
He's like, you know what? These assholes deserve what's coming to them.
Yeah, he's like, "Who am I to stop Iriaduans?"
One, they're fucking scary. Two, they have the best reason to be upset. Three, I don't want to send any more people in. So sure.
So they pull up on Kasav.
And Kasav.
Kasav is immediately like, "Okay, what's my plan here? How am I going to deal with this? Oh no, oh no, oh
Kasav's
no!"
like trying to bargain, and the governor of the planet,
Yeah, it turns out the governor came on, like, herself came up hunting for him. Like, she didn't send people after him. No, she's like, "I'm doing this myself.
And Kasav's like, wait, we can make a deal.
I have information."
Bang!
Headshot. Iriaduans win.
Like, it interrupts Kasav's perspective with like, and she shot him,
Yep.
and thus ended the life of Kasav.
And thus, somebody else gets promoted as,
Yeah.
because there always has to be 3 of the
Yep.
Tempest runners.
Lorna D.
Lorna D, on the other hand, is like, "Oh, this is a perfect opportunity of, like, betraying people and knowing that, you know."
Yeah.
Like, she starts to realize, okay, we got to pull out soon.
Yeah, she's like, it might be time to run.
Thankfully, it's just in time for her Elfrona crew to finally return to the
Yeah.
to the Lorna D, which is the name of her ship.
Yes.
Lorna. So we should probably clarify that whenever we're talking about Lorna.
She is a very prideful woman.
We should definitely clarify that though, because it's going to become a thing
Yeah.
as we go through the High Republic. Of, are we talking about Lorna D, the ship, or the person? But yeah, so meanwhile, inside the Elfrona cruise ship,
Yeah.
so like you said, Indira gets away with the sun.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's not in time for Loden and Father to get away,
No.
because they start doing their sneaky tactics of gassing the room, and it knocks out both Father and Loden.
Yeah.
Like, Loden holds it back enough for Indira to get away, but
Yeah. Loden basically does the impossible for a good while.
of just
Yeah.
no gas.
No, it's not even the no
Yeah.
gas. He's already been doing impossible
Yeah,
shit
yeah,
just to get there,
yeah.
and he's like almost out. He's like running on fumes.
Yeah, like, we talk about how the Force doesn't really have a bottom, but people do.
But people do. He can only access it so much before it's like, and I'm done.
Yep. And so
He has reached his and I'm done point,
Yeah.
basically.
like, he tries to hold his breath and tries to hold off the gas, but he can only do it long enough to, like, get Indira and Sun out.
Yeah.
Because Indira was in the room when the gas started, but they managed to get out just in time.
Once again, no.
I thought they were all in the same. I thought Father and Son were caught in the same room.
They are, but they don't get at the same time. Basically, while Indira is boarding
Yeah.
the ship, Loden has to fight the rest of the
I'm-
Nihil by himself
I'm glad
in
you're.
order to buy
yeah,
her enough
I'm
time.
glad you're here because I don't. It's yeah. This
It's
is
like-
why. This is why you should sometimes take lead on chapters, because, like, I can't do all the reading of this myself.
This is a good thing. I'm here to remember minor details.
Yeah. Minor details that are also like honestly, me mixing that up's not a big issue.
No, it is.
The big point is that Loden got captured.
big point. Loden got captured.
So
You know, here's a funny thing. If Loden wasn't a good person, he probably could have ended the threat to this whole fucking series.
oh yeah, because we're about to get there. So Lorna D is like, okay, well, we're gonna leave Kasav's
Yep.
crew. We're just gonna let them go die because Bye.
Yeah. Before. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go ahead and jump to Lorna D escaping because that's next in the story. Actually, next in the story. Next in the story is the Nihil.
Yeah, they take Loden and the father with them.
Yes. So yeah. Well, I assume that's why I was saying like the Inferno crew made it onto her ship already. So the Lorna D ship makes it back to no space.
Yeah, and Markion is like,
exactly how I expected things to go.
Yep. And Lorna's like,
So you sent Kassav to die.
And he's like, yep. Once again, he's just like, yeah, I fucking did that.
And then she's like, okay, well, why do you need this rich boy? He's like, oh, that? And he like, because she brought the Jedi and the Blythe father to him, and he's like, oh, I don't. He picks up Loden's lightsaber and just goes,
like, I didn't need the rich guy.
You
brought me the thing I wanted.
Yeah, you brought me the thing I actually wanted.
I want a Jedi.
Yeah, and he's like holding this lightsaber with it lit
up,
like,
doing practice swings.
And meanwhile, Lorna D's like, oh, what have I done? What am I getting into?
Backing away, she's like, if that thing fucking hits me, I'm done for.
Yeah, like she's afraid of the lightsaber. Meanwhile, Markion's like, oh, the power. Because apparently, Markion really, 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 really hates Jedi.
Yeah.
Who would have guessed? Apparently, they did something to his family long ago, and that's.
I don't know what it is, but apparently it was strong enough for a generation.
And I still kind of don't know, even with some of the information I now know about his family. It's still not making 100% sense to me yet. But I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
And he basically monologues at this point, like his entire plan. He was like, yeah, I sent you there because I knew there was, I agreed to your plan because I knew there was a Jedi outpost there, and I was hoping that the Jedi would catch up to you and y'all would capture one.
Yeah.
Because now I have a Jedi and now I can test out something that I've got.
Mm-hmm. So.
Although he doesn't say that, but we know.
Yeah.
We know that's why. We now know that's why he wanted a Jedi, so he can test his...
I guess he leaves Lorna alone for a little bit.
Yeah, like...
Just to think about the potential consequences of fucking around.
And finding out.
Yeah.
Being Kassav, essentially.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, when he sends Kassav out to his death, he does say to himself, I'm sorry, Kassav, I don't know if it was you that killed my father.
But... Works for me.
Works for me, yeah. Because basically, Markion knows one of them killed his dad.
Kassav
does not know who.
Yeah.
A little bit of spoilers for the Tempest Runner audiobook that we'll get to later. It's not Kassav.
Well, I figured as much.
It's not Kassav.
I don't think it's Lorna D either.
I'm not going to say anything beyond that. I'm just going to say whenever somebody gets eliminated, that's when I'll reveal whether or not they're the murderer. Kassav was not the murderer.
Pretty sure.
Kassav's a little weak to do it, I think. He's a little bit too cowardly, I would think.
I would think he's too stupid.
I think he's too cowardly, though. Like, you really think Kassav would be like, I'm going to take out the big boss, Asgar, who is like twice the size of Markion.
Oh, fuck. That's right. I forgot. Markion's like...
He's thin boy.
He's thin but tall, isn't he?
Yeah. And then he's got like long hair.
Yeah.
He's got long black hair. He looks kind of like a blue elf because he's got like blue skin and pointy ears. No, they're not pointy, but he's very much elf-like to me. The way the design looks, like in the comics, I'll send you a picture.
I don't know what this man looks like.
Yeah, I've seen what Markion looks like. So I've seen what Asgar looks like. Asgar is definitely scarier.
Yeah.
Looking. Obviously, Markion is scary for completely other reasons.
Yeah. So, continuing on.
Yeah. So let's go to happier things.
Yeah.
The inauguration of Starlight Beacon.
Good speech.
Yeah, Avar has, she has a way with people. Because, obviously, now that Jorah's dead... Well, actually, before that, I jumped ahead.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
We're almost at the end.
Yeah, I was about to say, the thing I'm thinking of is after this. That's the epilogue. Okay, so Avar gives her speech, and It's like, I guess I'm in charge of Starlight Beacon now, essentially.
Yeah.
And so all the characters are there, including the characters we'll have in the next book.
Mhm.
Wreath obviously is there because we know Wreath was there thanks to Into
Yep.
the Dark. So that means Comic was there as well.
Yeah. I think Chancellor So
Lena So is there.
is there giving who follows up or is before.
Yeah. Like, basically, they both give their speeches.
They both give their speeches.
So, and that's basically it for that chapter, really. Like, it's a hopeful chapter. You get your inspiration where, like, it ends on a bright note.
We are all the
Well,
Republic.
Well, it would have ended on a bright note if it wasn't for that epilogue. So there's an epilogue
There's an epilogue, but
where Avar and Elzar are on this nice beach.
Yeah,
I think they go back to Naboo is where they're at, because that's where
yeah, I think
that's
so.
where the Santekas were Naboo.
Yeah. They're having a nice quiet moment.
Yeah, they're almost a date, but not a date because
Yeah.
they can't. We learn that Elzar has been promoted to Jedi Knight Master because of his work.
Yeah. So
Congrats.
they're like, "Do you want to go dance?" Is Avar's thing, and
Oh, that
Elzar's-
actually does not tell us.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It's just called the enemy. Usually they say where the location
Yeah.
was.
Oh, did we skip
No.
something?
No.
I feel like we skipped something very important. Like what Marchion is actually doing.
Oh,
Loden.
Markian gives a speech. Oh, he tortures. He's just torturing.
Yeah, but he's not torturing Loden directly.
No.
His plan or method of dealing with a Jedi is not to directly torture them. It is to put them in a room filled with other people who are being tortured.
Yeah.
And just let their force connectivity basically loop that shit
Yeah.
for them
Oh,
and make it stronger.
and also Markion's very happy because when he learns Loden's name, he's like, "Oh, Great Storm! How ironic! This
Yeah.
is great."
And
And he thinks that this means fate basically landed
Yeah.
Loden in his lap.
so earlier when I was like, if Loden wasn't such a nice person, he could have fucking ended the problem right here and
Yeah.
now. Apparently, the torture wasn't quite enough to strip Loden of his ability to entirely use the Force, but it's enough to where he's not as much of a threat.
Yeah.
He manages to like slam Marchion into the fucking wall, where I was like, if only you had just tried to choke him, you would have had him there.
But it's
no,
not the
you're a
Jedi way.
Jedi.
but
I'm not gonna blame you.
then also let's consider that either Lorna or Pan Ada would have taken his place, and do we really want that?
I don't know.
They wouldn't have the paths though, so that'd be the one good thing.
That would be very good.
But I also don't trust Lorna or Pan Ada because they got a little bit of cray going on.
Yeah.
They would probably go back to just normal raiding
Yeah.
though.
That's the thing. I'm like,
Whereas
it wouldn't be as organized.
Markion definitely has like the grand scheme of like,
Yeah.
this is how we take down the Republic.
Yeah.
Um,
Fucking Christ, whatever they did.
yeah.
But there's that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
back
with
with
our
Elzar and Avar
couple,
on their
not couple.
they're our trouble.
And
So basically they both explain how their promotions to each other, and Avar's like, "Yeah, I got Skier with me. He's healing up from his
Yeah.
injury." And then like they have a moment where like you could tell that they want to kiss.
but they're like,
We can't,
no.
especially now.
Yeah.
Like we couldn't before because we already crossed that line.
Yeah.
But now we definitely have crossed the line where we've dedicated ourselves to this,
Yeah.
and we can't.
So
Then she
Avar goes off.
yeah,
to,
because she's like,
dance.
"Oh, I'm gonna go get some stuff ready," and Elzar's like, "All right, I'll be there in a bit."
Yeah. So, visions in Star Wars, man. Ordinarily, they'll fuck you up emotionally and like give you a bad headache. This is the first time I think someone has actually had blood coming, internal bleeding from a fucking vision.
Yeah. So yeah, basically Elzar sees the downfall of the Republic and Jedi.
Yeah. And it hits him so hard that I think he like is laid out on the floor.
Yeah. And I think his vision actually has nothing to do with the Nihil.
Yeah, no.
I think it's really the prequel stuff that he's not going to be able to really control,
Yeah.
which is the unfortunate part about the fact that Elzar is going to, as we know, really focus on that vision.
Yeah.
It's one of those things in Star Wars, though, that, like, visions are good to have, but you can't focus on them, because the moment you just focus on your vision is the moment you start to dark side it.
Yep.
And it's why, I mean, you listened to Master and Apprentice with me already. It's why they talk about in that book, which we'll get more in depth with visions in that book. It's why they talk about, like, visions are not Jedi. They aren't considered Jedi.
Yeah.
By the time of the prequel era. It's because of moments like this.
Yep. Oh, Elzar, I don't know how bad you fucked up. I know you fuck up bad because I've seen the future.
You've at least seen 3. You haven't seen what he did in 2.
Yeah.
You didn't see why he had to go basically into retraining mode.
Yeah. I don't know how bad you fucked up, man, but I assume you fucked up bad.
Well, unfortunately, it's not the next book. And so that is the end of Light of the Jedi.
Yeah.
So, like I said, we almost had a happy end, like a hopeful ending. And then they're like, Charles Soule was like, nah, I got to pull that out from under you. We're gonna end with, I think the only happy ending we've had really was Into the Dark.
Yeah.
And that was like still a...
It was...
Because that one ended at the ceremony. It didn't have a chapter afterwards. So, thoughts on Light of the Jedi?
I liked it.
Where we...
First bit was a bit slow.
Yeah, you know, they really wanted to build that intensity. And I think I honestly don't mind the countdown segment. I joke. I'm like, it's the first 7 chapters or whatever. But it's necessary because it shows us a little bit of the world building. It builds the tension as a reader of like, oh, are they going to survive this? Like, especially when we're seeing they're introducing people and then immediately killing them in that chapter.
Out of 10, I am going to put this book.
I was about to say, are you putting this above or under Fallen Star, really? That's really where I'm curious.
I'm going to put this one at a 9.5.
So that's above Fallen Star, because I think Fallen Star was an 8.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's some praise.
Yeah, you better take it, Mr. Charles Soule.
Yeah. You know, I put it up there. I put it around that area, maybe a 9. I'm also very happy to give High Republic stuff, though, really good ratings, though, because High Republic's just been really good. I'd say that this was a very successful group project.
Yeah.
Basically, I think the way I'm looking at the High Republic is I'm looking at it as the whole, and that's why I've been so willing to give high scores to High Republic books. And it's kind of like looking at a group project and going, all right, how'd the group do?
Yeah.
I would give them like a B+, an A-.
Yeah. I don't have the whole since I haven't like read them like you have. So all I'm seeing is like different bits of the project
as they're like finishing it. They're like, here's this part of the project.
Yeah.
And so unfortunately you don't have like
I don't have the whole
the whole group project. You have like them like people of the group are turning in sides of it to the teacher to be like, "Hey, what do you think so far?"
Yeah.
All right, well, we're going to go that's going to be the end of that. And we're going to next week talk about A Test of Courage, the first of our junior novels. A lot less pages, 229 compared to what we just went.
I think you'll finish this one before I will.
Maybe. I can't remember how long the audiobook is. And then this is also the first of Justina Ireland's books. She does a few as well. All right. So I guess we'll see you guys next week.
Yeah.
And I will see y'all tomorrow for Mass Effect 3. Thank you guys for watching. I forgot that I was playing Mass Effect. Oh, you forgot about John.
Forgot about John.
You forgot about John again. So thank you guys for watching. Be sure to like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. That would be youtube.com/Escape Reality Films. Be sure to follow and subscribe if you're on Twitch. That's twitch.tv/CJ Star Wars 94. If you want to show us a little bit of financial support, you can follow us at Patreon at patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. I think it's $1 I can't remember what the first tier is set at. It might be 5. But the first tier, nonetheless, will get you access to the Discord. I think it's $1. Yeah, it's $1.
Yeah.
First tier will give you access to the Discord. Come hang out with us, talk Star Wars. Hey, you can maybe even be reading Test of Courage with us, because we've been starting to just message in one of the channels there as we hit certain chapters, and like we're leaving some really funny gifs in there, and so that'd be fun. If you get the second tier, you'll get access to YouTube videos a week before they're uploaded. Did you want to say something about those gifts?
Nope.
Like the watermelon for the Trandoshan? Or was it the Kosov one? And thank you once again to Mobcast Network for providing the studio. You can check them out at youtube.com/Mobcast Network. They're also on Spotify and Apple, wherever you listen to your podcasts. And you'll find me there as well whenever we do Cult Movie Cantina and Mando Mondays. And so you'll see me Monday for that on their channel. And thank you to Gamers and Geeks again for holding. Letting us use it. Yeah, essentially, yeah. Like, it's Mobcast Studio, but they rent it out from Gamers and Geeks. Yep. So thank you to Gamers and Geeks. If you're in the Mobile, Alabama area, come check them out. It's, if you like gaming, if you like D&D or Magic the Gathering or video games even, because they've got an arcade in the back for $10 a day, play some games. Or they've got the Engage Gaming right in the same building. You can pay a monthly fee to basically play video games for a few hours using their so if you don't have the consoles, they'll let you play them here. They also have PC, and they even have virtual VR. So if you want to play some VR games, there you go. That's a way to do it. I might have to do that so I can finally play Vader Immortal. And then what else? Anything else that I'm thinking of that I'm missing? I think I guess since we mentioned it today, throw out to Scotty's Toy Shop. Yeah. It's in Gamers and Geeks, and you can if you like your vintage toys or even newer like action figures, it's more of like action figure type toys. That's where you'd go to get them. So like if you like He-Man or Star Wars or any of that, he'll have it. Some of them are even signed by some of the actors. So like he's got Ahsoka Tano that's signed by Rosario. And if he's not here himself, you can still check out, because Gamers and Geeks will check you out as well. Yeah. All right. I think that's everything. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.
Next week.
All right.
Alright,
Here we go.
we're back.
Yeah. Episode 7. We've made it to 7.
Yep.
Can you believe it?
Yes and no.
Yeah, we were like, I was putting in that info into so that way, the titles would appear correct on the episode. And we were like, like I was going, ooh, 207, like
Yeah.
season 2, episode 7. And you were like, wait, we've done this 7 times now?
We've done this 7 times. It's like 1 month and 3 weeks.
Indeed.
Well,
So I know for sure we're going to talk about at least one thing before we get to our book review. But
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure there was nothing else I missed that was major. Just in case there were some major things that broke through at the last minute before we went live. Because you never know.
I should probably start doing a little bit more research before we do the shows.
Okay, it's actually a good thing I looked
But,
because today,
today. Okay.
according to Star Wars Newsnet, I haven't looked at the article yet. I just see the title.
What's the title?
Rumor: new kid-focused High Republic live-action series in development,
Okay.
which kind of is fitting with the book that we read
Mm.
today.
I will. God, please tell me the word rumor is in big bold letters.
Yeah, it's a rumor.
Yeah.
But we do know at least we have been confirmed that High Republic shows will exist because the Acolyte is going to be High Republic. It's going to be late High Republic, like it's going to be like as you get closer to the prequels era, but it still fits in the High Republic era. So like it's not surprising if we get High Republic live action shows. Let's see. So according to this article, and I'm just going to read the article, so excuse me, just because we didn't. This is new and we
yeah.
didn't get to research this beforehand.
This was posted like 10 minutes ago.
Let's see. It doesn't say the time.
Ah.
Actually, I don't see the timestamp. I just see today. I've also been busy today.
Yeah.
This is why we're running late.
It's hot off the presses.
Let's see. High Republic era. While Phase 1 was told on the page, future stories are going to be branched out into different mediums because we know the Acolyte. We also know that unless the game gets canceled, we know we're getting Eclipse. Which it might get canceled just because of the company behind it.
Yeah, maybe not.
But as far as we know, that game is still being made because nobody's said otherwise. So that's at least 2 things outside of like books and comics that are becoming High Republic content. Cinelinx, I don't know Cinelinx that well, so I can't speak on their like how often they are accurate on their accuracy. I can research them another time, but Cinelinx is reporting that a new High Republic live-action series is in development for Disney Plus, with a focus on younger heroes. Therefore, the primary cast will consist of kids in their preteen to teenage years. Cinelinx notes that they had heard from multiple sources that the basic idea behind the series is Stranger Things in space. I feel like I know what would be perfect for that, and you probably are there with me. The Dringir.
Yeah. Fucking
Dringir chasing after children. Let's do it.
evil tree people.
If the show does follow in that vein, adults should have confidence the show isn't strictly for younger audiences. I mean, the fact that it's on Disney Plus means it's for everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, let's see. There's
Fun for the whole family.
Yeah. Their sources also say that a member of the publishing team is on board to help with the story. So somebody within the this side of the creation of High Republic is going to be involved. And it seems that Star Wars Newsnet is also in agreement with us that Dringir makes sense based on that description. That's them going into speculative like we will. So if obviously it's rumored at this point, there is no official confirmation. Lucasfilm hasn't come out and said, "Hey, we're making this show yet."
Yep.
But would you want this show? I kind of do. I want High Republic content. I'm ready to see it on the screen.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Especially since it's not the only piece of High Republic content, so maybe you're not interested because of the kid angle, but Like,
I was going to say,
but also we've
No.
learned that kids can be good main characters.
yeah, they can be.
It depends on your cast.
Yeah.
I mean, Stranger Things is a good example of a good kid-focused show that's for everybody, not just kids. So the fact that Cinelinx is claiming that it's described this way is kind of in the right direction, I think.
Yeah.
I would like to see maybe a spooky type show, I guess, because
Yeah,
that
I
would.
asked you earlier, has Star Wars like ever ventured out into
Yeah, you've asked
horror?
me before, yeah, and all I could answer was in books,
Yeah.
and in comics, because they have something that's canon is every year they've since canon reset, IDW has published, because IDW
Mhm.
also does the comics along with Marvel. Marvel does the mainline stuff, but IDW also does their own stuff. And actually, you have High Republic Adventures I gave you.
Mm.
That's IDW. IDW runs the Adventures line of Star Wars comics usually.
See.
And every year they've done a Tales from Vader's Castle sort of series where they do like go to Vader's Castle on Mustafar, and then we tell a bunch of scary stories, a la like, kind of like Are You Afraid of the Dark sort of thing.
Yeah. Except you're not.
Except you're in the universe where the thing could have been a true story very easily.
Mm-hmm. And you go, and do they actually go to?
They go to Vader's Castle.
What the hell is wrong with them?
I can't remember why they go the first time, and I forget why they go the second time.
Oh.
The most recent time, Vader is already dead,
Oh.
but Vinay is still alive. His like assistant that lives there, which you've seen the Halloween special, so you know Vinay, the Lego Halloween special they did recently.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Vinay is like Vader's assistant that lives there. Yeah, they go there because Vinay is trying to bring Vader back. Because they've all been receiving nightmares, which is what the scary stories we got that year were what their nightmares were. And Vinay was using dark side magic to give them nightmares.
Yeah, go to the magic Satan castle.
Or else you'll keep having nightmares.
Yeah, God. It's a real raw deal there.
It really was. I mean, one of them was already captured by Vinay too, so they had to save him anyways.
Yeah.
All right. So the next thing we need to talk about. Oh, there was an update to that today as well.
Oh.
So let's start with the thing that I already knew we were going to talk about since it's in the same line of track.
Yeah.
So they announced on the weekly Star Wars show that they do on the Star Wars YouTube channel. I forget what it's called. They announced a new comic. They announced a 5-issue run of a Obi-Wan comic. And that's supposed to start in May, I think.
God. Do I have to read that too?
Yeah, we'll read that.
Damn it. No, actually, I'll probably enjoy looking forward to that.
Yeah, and so it's supposedly going to go over the life of Obi-Wan from Obi-Wan's perspective because it's his journal. This kind of fits because we know that after Boba Fett, Obi-Wan Kenobi is the next show we're getting.
Is it after?
It's after 4.
Well,
the show, anyways.
No, I mean
before 4. Sorry, it's between 3 and 4.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah.
That's where I was like,
sorry.
What the hell did you do for 18 years?
So yeah, the Obi-Wan.
Sorry, 19 years.
Yeah, Lucas 19. Yeah. So the Obi-Wan Kenobi show is going to be about that, and we're also going to get a little bit of that in the comic that's coming up.
I expect massive amounts of Obi-Wan sulking, being like, fuck.
Well, so we already have some canon events of what Obi-Wan's done while on Tatooine. We know at one point he stopped the Hutts from like robbing people of their water that they had farmed, because basically Jabba was like, I have a new tax idea, a water tax.
On a desert planet.
I mean,
that sounds like a great idea.
Well, it actually is because moisture farming.
Yeah.
Water does exist, and Boba Fett actually, once you get a chance to watch it, will show you that there's other ways besides just the moisture farming to get said water. But there are ways to get water on Tatooine.
I know that's what.
And that's the point, is that that Jabba's like, I'm going to take a percentage of what little water you've managed to gather.
Yeah. How?
It's a power thing more than a I need the water thing.
Yeah. How does that work? Like
Uh,
moisture farming in
you grab
general.
it from the air. It's kind of like using a dehumidifier in a way,
Okay. I guess.
or is it a humidifier? No, dehumidifier gathers the water. Humidifier bursts it out. Yeah, so it's like using a dehumidifier.
All
'Cause-
right.
So
Okay.
then, yeah, except they do it from the ground. A lot of it, so it's like gathering what little water is in the ground.
Mm.
That's why it's like connected to the ground most of the time. Some of it is from the air though too. So like it's a little bit of both.
Don't think I'd want to live on Tatooine either.
You definitely age faster. That's definitely something like living on Tatooine obviously does and has been confirmed to do.
Yeah.
Like
it just makes you old.
you just look older. Like Obi-Wan, like look at Obi-Wan.
Well,
He's only there for 19 years, but he looks like he went from his like early 30s to his 60s.
Well, I assume he's in his 50s at least by the time of A New Hope.
Yeah, but he looks even older than that.
Not really. Not to me, at least.
Alec Guinness looks a lot older
Well,
than he should be.
Ewan McGregor and Alec Guinness must age differently, considering they're two different people.
Well, yeah, we're also getting it. Well, yeah, but I'm saying like, for the sake of the story, there had to be
Yeah.
like a slight explanation, which is that people do just age faster because of the hot.
Mm.
You know,
Yeah, I guess
you're getting the hot sun on you all day,
Yeah.
and especially if you're active and go out.
Yeah.
Which, what are you gonna do? Sit in your home all day? No,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, no.
that's not how you live.
Obi-Wan's choice of clothes is probably also not helping him since he's wearing that big fucking robe all the time.
I wonder, did you just go to the cantinas in that robe and be like, "I'm not the Jedi that they're looking for at this time"?
I guess.
Because like, how did nobody be like, "Hey, there's probably a bounty on Jedi. Let's call it in."
Yeah.
We know about that old Ben Kenobi. Sounds like an
Maybe-
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Maybe it's a case of like he just wore something different and just pretended to not,
Maybe.
and everyone kind of always knows, but at the same time, because it's in hut space, isn't it? They're like,
Yeah, it's in hut space.
they're like, we're just not gonna say anything.
Yeah, because it's
'Cause
it's Jabba's capital,
it's
so
Jabba's.
it's hut space. I mean, but the
even
Hutts have
then-
no love for the Jedi either.
But even then, that wouldn't make any sense either.
No.
I want an explanation, then.
It's okay. Maybe we'll get it in the Obi-Wan Kenobi comic.
Maybe.
I know. So for the comic, I know for sure we're gonna get some like young. Because what I have made very clear from the
Mhm.
beginning of the announcement of a Kenobi show that I'm kind of disappointed.
You want young Obi?
Yes.
You want like moody teenager?
Well, specifically, I want like Master and Apprentice Kenobi.
Ah.
So like Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon going on adventures, doing their thing, becoming better friends, and you know, like I like that. I like that dynamic. Especially like in Legends, there were some comics that I really like. That there's one that's like a pun on Murder on the Orient Express. It's murder. It's something on the Our Orient Express.
Oh.
And so, like, it's them like investigating a murder very similar to that book. And so, and then they did a sequel adventure that was like, here's another cool adventure that's Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon.
Yeah.
So I like that stuff. I like that era. Yeah. And while I love Ewan, that Ewan's back, don't get me wrong, I'm glad he's back. And he probably could still pass for a younger version of himself if he just shaved, really. Because
Yeah.
the beard is what really adds to his aging.
Yeah.
I've noticed. Like, Ewan is one of those guys that he can appear younger if he wanted to. And even if that didn't work by itself, we have proof that Disney just owns, like, de-aging for actors. Like, they just CGI it, and there you go.
You.
Well-
Yeah, you. We've pulled you out of the actor pit for some de-aging juice.
But no, like, they just use CGI. But still, like, it's very easy for them to do it. And then you could still have Ewan on set
Yeah.
and still have his voice. So it wouldn't be... And same... Liam might be where the problem is, because Liam is a little bit harder to get to look younger, I think. You could once again, CGI it, have Liam actually on set. You know,
Imagine if they doubled down and like, no, actually, it was really old the whole time.
Yeah. And so, that's one of the news that came out. So, feeding into that same thing,
Mm-hmm.
we have an update on the Obi-Wan Kenobi series.
Yeah.
Since we're talking about the comic, we might as well talk about the show. That, according to Star Wars News Net again, because that's where I get a lot of my Star Wars news, mainly because they're pretty reliable. We got an update that there was an accidental reveal of May of this year being the debut, which makes sense. So here's why it makes sense. Like, here's all the stuff that adds up to it. So we know that obviously Star Wars Day is May 5th or May 4th, May the 4th, and obviously we know. Well, also May 5th is also celebrated as a Star Wars Day because
Yeah.
the Sith, May the Sith. But usually May the 4th, Lucasfilm and Disney now. But Lucasfilm has always tried to do something on May 4th, and now since Disney bought them, they've still tried to keep that going. We're like, oh, we're going to do something special on Star Wars Day.
Yeah.
Last year they gave us Bad Batch, the first season. And here's the shows we know are coming out this year. We know Obi-Wan Kenobi's coming out this year. We know second season of Bad Batch is coming out. And we know Andor's coming out. And we know the third season of Mandalorian's coming out. So that's
that sounds like busy.
Yeah. So that's 4 other shows. And we already know Andor's late. We already know that it's quarter 4 of this year.
Oh man.
And Mandalorian's also been pretty much said that it's going to be the end of this year. So that's 2 shows that we already know can't be in the May slot. And we know that something's going to be around that area of the year. Nothing's going to immediately air after Boba Fett, I don't think.
Probably not.
They're going to give that time.
Give a little breathing room.
They're going to give it breathing room for one, and they're also because Moon Knight starts after that.
Yeah.
So Disney's not going to want to
They're
overlap.
not going to want to overlap.
And they've traditionally not done that yet for Disney Plus.
Got to get that viewership
Yeah.
in.
They haven't done it yet for Disney Plus, but I think they're about to. I think with the number, I mean, just look at the number of Star Wars shows I named that aren't even out yet.
Oh God.
And that's this year's schedule. And then we've got Marvel shows that are coming out this year that I haven't named. I just named Moon Knight.
Oh man.
I think She-Hulk is this year.
Okay.
I
assume there are gonna be others.
Yeah, there's others. So like, but that's like 6 shows this year.
Yeah.
Total for Disney that I can name off the top of my head. That's not naming stuff that I couldn't even think of right now. Like, even though I watch it, this isn't really Star Wars talk, but I watch High School Musical, the series. They're probably doing a season 3.
Oh.
They're probably going. They're probably going to, because season 1 was good and season 2 was pretty good too.
Oh God. No.
So they're probably going to do a third. What? You don't like me and Bartimus talking about High School Musical, the series?
Fuck that title.
It makes.
What did you just say to me?
It makes sense when you watch the show. It also makes sense out of the show. Like, it's basically about a school that's. Man, we are really going off.
Yeah, we're.
It's fine though. We're not on a time constraint this week for once.
For once.
It's basically high school. So there's a high school that is
Teaches music.
No, it's not. It's just so it's a regular high school, but it's the high school where High School Musical was based at.
Okay.
So like in the movie they like in the real world they obviously went to a school filmed at that location. Yeah. So in the premise of this show, this is the school that was used. But they're also, funny enough, their mascot is not the Wildcats. But anyways, the premise is that a new drama teacher comes in who was a background extra in the film and decides she wants to put on the play of the actual High School Musical.
Oh boy.
So because obviously after the movie came out in real life, you could perform the musical at schools eventually. Like
Yeah,
you could license
eventually.
you could license the musical out and perform it.
Yeah.
So she wants to do that.
Okay.
And yeah. And that's the premise of the first season.
All right.
That's why it's called High School Musical the Musical, because they're putting on the musical of High School Musical, the series, because it's a show. So High School Musical the Musical, the series.
Well, as interesting as that
But yeah, they're
sounds,
probably
this is a Star Wars
yeah,
podcast,
so-
we're gonna shift focus.
So back to Obi-Wan and why it makes sense that it's going to be May.
Mhm.
Because probably Bad Batch won't reappear in May.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's going to be Obi-Wan, Bad Batch, Andor, and Mando. I think that's the order we're going to get the rest of these Star Wars shows.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that's just the ones that we know of. And I don't think we're going to get any more secret shows this year.
Probably not.
I think any shows we hear about now are going to be shows that are for the future.
Yeah.
Like we're not getting Ahsoka. Like Ahsoka's on the schedule, but that's not for this year. That we've already
It's for
always
later.
kind of known that wouldn't be this year.
Yeah.
Um,
That's for later. They're busy. They're working stuff out.
it's
I
probably
guess.
next year.
I can only imagine the production crew is sitting around cameras, messing with them with like wrenches and getting frustrated at them not working right sometimes. I know that's not how any of that works.
Yeah. So
But it does mentally appeal to me.
so here's why people think May.
Hmm.
Because Brandon San Giovanni, the enterprise program manager at Disney Plus, tweeted out and then quickly removed the following message. Our very own Obi-Wan will be saying hello there on Disney Plus May 2022.
So do you think he got the release date wrong for the NDA? Where he was like,
Now, somebody said, as mentioned, it's possible that this could have been mistaken news that had to do with the comic, but he said specifically Disney Plus. The comic's not coming out on Disney Plus.
that would be impressive though.
And given that he works for Disney Plus specifically, and that his job is to be like content, like that he's in program management for Disney Plus, he probably knows when the show is coming out. So it makes sense.
Well, we know where he's going.
Oh, he's getting a promotion, right?
Oh man. Right.
Sorry, Brandon. Thank you for giving us this news, though.
Thanks.
I hope you don't lose your job over it.
Yeah, that would suck.
Yeah, that would actually, yeah. Like, I'm being serious.
So,
For
real though.
yeah, for real. Like,
Thank you, but also, like, we wish you the best.
yeah. Let me make sure that I'm right on like the Disney programming, like the way it looks. Yeah. Okay. And so let's see.
Fucking.
Let me see what the update was on Newsnet, because there was an update and I didn't get to that. Because now on Wikipedia it's even saying May for Obi-Wan, so maybe they confirmed it.
Maybe not. Who knows?
They probably did. They probably came out and were like, "Yeah, let's just yep, here we go. Update. Hollywood Reporter. We saw a flurry. Let's see. Lucasfilm's own announcement. We saw a flurry of sites writing about a now-deleted tweet revealing the May debut of the highly anticipated Obi-Wan Kenobi Disney Plus series. Our own sources corroborating the rumor, but it's not official until it's official."
The paperwork.
Oh, sorry. That's what Hollywood Reporter wrote, not Lucasfilm. So Lucasfilm has not come out and
They haven't
said anything official, but it's pretty official.
Or like, we heard through the grapevine.
And it's like, no, this ain't no grapevine. This is like a grape that's on the vine telling us. This isn't like us playing telephone to find the news. No, somebody directly told us.
And then was like, no, I didn't.
Yeah, and then he was directly like, but don't say that I told you. Meanwhile, everybody spread that he told us.
Yeah.
So it's official, but it's not.
Yeah.
So we'll count this as not a rumor. It's May. Are you ready for May then?
Oh boy.
I mean, you haven't even watched Boba Fett yet. Not even
Nope.
the first episode.
Nope. I gotta go and get caught up on that.
Yeah, because in two episodes, we're gonna be talking about that.
Yep.
Uh, but yeah, and then it shows Andor is mid of this year on Wikipedia.
So that's so.
Although I think it's gonna be later than that, because May is pretty mid to me. Like
Yeah,
May's
maybe.
like the month before mid.
Maybe in not February. February is before May.
February's now.
Yeah.
February's now, and we're dealing with Boba Fett.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm teasing you.
It's not February. What's the next?
Anyways, it's fine. It's fine. Were you talking about June?
Yes. There we
That's
go.
like the month right after May.
Yeah.
I don't know if they would do a show immediately after. Also, I feel like if Obi-Wan starts in May, it's gonna go into June. And July would be weird too.
Yeah.
Maybe September, if they're trying to hit mid still, like mid to late 2022, so that way there's still enough time to do Andor and then do Obi-Wan. I mean, do Mandalorian,
Yeah, I guess.
because maybe Mandalorian's December, since Mandalorian has pretty much been November, December-ish.
Yeah. I guess maybe you could do it in August, but that still seems a bit too early.
Yeah, it also depends where they put Bad Batch season 2.
Yeah. I guess.
Maybe Bad Batch is the next show we're getting.
Maybe. Maybe not.
I don't know. Like, there's so many shows this year that I don't know where they'd put them.
We'll just have to wait and see, I guess.
Yeah. I wish they would just give us the months for all these shows so I could just schedule my life around it.
Oh, God.
It's like, cool, that's when that show's coming out. Great. I can move on. I know. Yeah. All right, so we've held off long enough.
Yeah.
Let's talk
Caught
about.
up with everything else.
Yeah, I don't think
It's
there's.
now time for a book review.
Yeah, there's no more
So
pop-up news.
Spoilers. I hope you're ready. As we both. So, first things first.
You want to continue talking about how much you hate the Nihil?
I fucking. Oh. You can. You know what? I'm fine with you pulling up the quote. The chat
our
thing I
Discord?
sent you.
The
for this
Discord
one.
convo?
And it was right after I got done with this book.
Yeah. Which we finished. We finished it at the exact same time for
I
once.
finished it before you, but then again,
It does. This week I've decided that this doesn't count though.
this doesn't count.
No,
So I'm still technically.
you're still the champ. Still. Okay, so I tried to find a way to give them a digital copy, like I normally do for these
Yeah.
books. It was pretty much near impossible. So, and this was 2 days in.
Yeah.
To us already being like, okay, we got to start reading it. I had already started the audiobook at this point because I have the audiobook for every book that we read.
For
And it's only and
I download them on Sunday and I start reading on Monday.
and it was not till Tuesday he got the book.
It was not till Tuesday I got the book, and
Which
I
by
started
then-
reading on Wednesday.
Yeah, which by then I was already halfway through the book because for the audiobook it's a 4-hour book.
Yeah.
It's basically like 4 hours and some change. I assume to like sit down and actually read it, it's probably like 2 hours and some change.
It wasn't a lot since the book is only like 246
yeah,
pages.
it's a junior novel. It's for younger kids.
Yeah.
I think it actually tells the age group on it. I don't know. It doesn't matter though because I think the characters are still like
Yeah,
it's still well written enough that I think adults can enjoy
I
it.
think it's in that the characters are in between, like, just getting out of elementary school to,
Yeah.
like, about to end middle school.
Yeah, it's that.
Because I think their ages are, like, from 10 to 14.
So it's like,
Like-
well, the oldest is 16 because Vern is 16.
Ah.
Because
Okay.
Vern is the same age as Wreath,
Oh, okay.
which that's gonna come up in a later book, not the one we're gonna read next, but a later book.
They look, speaking of later books, they look fucking ready.
But yeah, so around that demographic, I agree. And then the young adult novels, like our next book, are more on the finishing middle school, going into high school, maybe even throughout high school age.
Yeah.
And then you're like finishing high school is when you should theoretically already be reading adult novels if you aren't already, because like some people just read ahead of their
Yeah. Some people read ahead.
like some people read ahead of their reading level, which I was one of those kids. I mean, I like to read. I don't think this show has proven that though. I think once we get a few more books in, then I can make that claim. Although after the next book, we're going to be avoiding books for 2 weeks.
Yeah. We'll get into why on another time.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. So your quote that you gave about the Nihil, Caleb, never before have I felt that a fictional group deserves to be slaughtered in the most painful way possible to such an extent. And of course, this was no context to me.
He gets this message, and it's no context.
And so, of course, I'm thinking, well, this book only had like 2 groups in them, and one of them was a bunch of kids, and the other were 2 people. That's not a group. So I was like, are you talking about the Nihil, I hope, and not the children main characters?
Oh.
Nervous LOL. And he said, yes, the Nihil. And I was like, I wouldn't call 2 people a group. And he's like, I didn't mean those 2 specifically. I mean the whole group. I think I'm adding the correct tone to this conversation as well.
Like, fucking, I was very upset.
I mean, I think this is the least terrible of their war crimes.
Yeah, but I'm like,
but still a war crime.
It's the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah. So let's kind of get into the events a little bit. And while we're not in a rush, we're going to try to do better at streamlining these. I promised myself I would make notes on this one.
See, I never made such a promise.
But I never publicly acknowledged it, so there's that.
Well,
until
now.
But I'm going to definitely try, keyword try, for Midnight Horizon. So here's what. So of course we start with the hated group, the Nihil.
Yeah.
So we start with 2 Nihil that are basically on a job,
whose names I don't remember.
I will pull them up. I'll get everybody's names. That way we just have everybody's names. But yeah, they're basically talking about like what's just happened recently at this point.
Yeah.
So this is on the timeline.
I think
this is like this is after.
During.
So this is after the emergence has happened.
Yeah.
But like the rest of the events of the book have not happened yet.
Yeah.
For Light of the Jedi, that is.
Yeah.
Which also puts us a little bit before some of the events of Into the Dark.
Mm-hmm.
For context.
So
at the end of the season, I'm gonna like pull up a whole like timeline for you.
Oh God. So I don't remember what these 2 Nihil's names are, but they're basically getting ready. They're basically about to sabotage this ship.
Yeah.
They're sort of just going over like, exactly what the plan is and how they're gonna do it. And our least favorite, Tempest, is apparently their super boss.
Yeah, Kassav.
Kassav.
Yeah, we'll go Kassav.
Call him whatever. He's dead now.
Yeah.
What's he gonna do?
Well, not yet.
Not yet, but he will be.
Yeah, in this book, he's not dead yet.
Yeah.
I'm not dead yet.
And they're like, all right, he's gonna be so proud of us or some shit.
Yeah, it's Clyneth Da and Guishi.
Guishi and Clyneth.
Yeah, which Clyneth is the human one, and she's like noted by her hair.
Yeah.
Because she has, I want to say purple.
Yeah, I think so.
Like she dyed her hair.
Yeah.
And then Guishi is a Aqualish.
Big furry man.
Yeah.
But they're going. And so they go and they're like, it's time for us to sneak onto the ship and start fucking things up.
Magenta is her hair. So close enough, purple.
Yeah. I'm not a art major.
Well,
I don't know
that's according to the Wikipedia.
Mm.
It's magenta.
Yeah.
So I'm on the right track. I will go with purple still, because I think they say purple in the book at some
Yeah.
point. Anyways, so yeah, they're like, all right, let's get to this job. This will get us
It's not
paid.
going to be confusing with the two other girls who also have purple hair in this book.
Avon's hair is
They are right there. You can look on the cover.
no, it's black.
Ah, well, my mistake.
Avon's hair is black because they mention it in the book. I was about to say, come on, you've read the book.
I read the book. I wasn't exactly paying attention to hair color that much.
Vern
Why
is
the fuck am I arguing with you
Yeah.
about this?
Vern, on the other hand, is purple hair.
Yeah.
There's Vernestra has purple no matter what. So, and speaking of, I guess we'll cut to Vernestra next because
So-
most of the characters are all connected immediately in this next section.
Yeah.
Um,
So apparently, Vernestra is Stellan's apprentice.
Ex-apprentice because
Former apprentice.
former apprentice. I shouldn't say ex because she didn't quit. She graduated, so it's former.
Yeah.
Ex implies that she quit.
She gave up. She was like, "I'm done."
She pulled an Ahsoka. She's like, I don't want to be part of the Jedi anymore.
And so, it's
That's 16. But no, but that is a notable thing immediately is that she's 16 and she's already
Yeah.
made a knight.
yeah.
Most people are either beginning their trials now or like in discussion of like, should I start taking the
Yeah.
trials? Usually most apprentices have not finished their trials until about 18.
Mhm.
Like 17, 18.
Yeah, that seems about right.
So
I figure you become an apprentice at either like age 11 to 12.
yeah, generally speaking, maybe a little older, maybe 13.
Yeah.
Like 13's like the max usually. And that's something notable about Ahsoka is that at first she's like 12,
Yeah.
and so like Anakin remarks that seems young, but in reality, it's
It's
probably not. But 13 is usually
Yeah.
the start of like actual apprenticehood. Before that, you're a youngling and you're still learning the Force, but it's like you don't have a specific teacher. You just have
Yeah.
a bunch of teachers.
Yeah.
Kind of like it's kind of the difference between like I'm trying to think of like a schooling difference, but it doesn't really apply here because at school it's usually the reverse.
Yeah.
Usually you start with one teacher that just teaches you all the basics, and then you go up, and eventually you have different teachers for everything.
Mhm.
So
Jedi are weird,
yeah, you would think you would want more teachers to teach you everything,
but no.
but no, they're like, no, you get one.
You get one.
You get one.
Don't-
Unless he dies, then we'll give you another.
God. It does. Yeah, master and apprentice. That is how this works.
Or they get offered to be put on the Jedi Council.
Yeah.
Which Master and Apprentice.
But yeah,
Yeah. So yeah, she's that's her notable
and
thing, and so currently
she's
been,
like a prodigy.
she's a prodigy. So she's currently been put onto the Steady Wing, which is
Yeah.
the ship we talked about, on assignment, along with Jedi Master. I have the names pulled up. It's
Is it Dylan?
Douglas,
Douglas. Sorry.
Master Douglas. Also very like, but I get where you're going. It's a D name. It's very Earth
Like-
human name. Like
Yeah.
it's not even like a sci-fi name. It's very
No.
like Douglas.
Go talk to Master Douglas. He'll teach you.
Can I call him Master Doug for short?
No.
Is he gonna teach me how to Dougie?
Maybe I don't fucking know. Like, he's not teaching Imri.
We haven't gotten there
We
yet.
haven't gotten there yet.
But okay, I guess we're gonna bring up that yes, Douglas is the master of Imri,
Yeah.
who has not appeared yet.
Imri hasn't appeared yet. So
But yeah, Douglas also doesn't appear immediately, but he's mentioned.
yeah.
Because currently Vernestra is watching over the daughter of Republic Senator,
Oh, traitor bitch.
Staros,
Yep, traitor bitch.
and the daughter being Avon Staros, which I immediately was like, oh yeah, that like we didn't discuss this during our reading of War of the Bounty Hunters. They're the descent, or during our reading of I guess the third, which would have been I guess, yeah, War of the Bounty Hunters would have been when this would have been brought up because that was after we read book 3. Because we read Fallen Star, then War of the Bounty Hunters. But yeah, Staros, Sana Staros from the Afra comics is the descendant of this family of Staros. Which I can,
Okay.
I guess does the Avon connection seem more similar than, because I think Gira Staros is not anything like Sana.
No.
Gira is more like
I
Trader.
would say that Avon definitely
Has more
shares more.
Has more of that Staros lineage
Yeah.
that gets passed on. Also, a little bit of spoilers, but thank you, Avon, for the creation of the laser beam for the Death Star.
You know, sometimes when you're a stupid kid, you're
Or too smart for your own good.
or too smart for your own good, your wonderment will get the better of you.
It's like,
Or maybe you thought you could do something great.
which, that's
And,
fair.
Well, she was right. She did do something great.
Just a great disaster. 2. The Great Disaster 2.
But
Electric Boogaloo.
it's like, can you blame a person who invented, like, fireworks for the invention of firearms?
Yes.
You can, but is it fair?
No.
Exactly.
But yeah, I wanted to make the joke though.
Yeah. She is also partially responsible, but at the same time, it's
Like, yeah, because I honestly, more than likely, if she didn't start studying she ends up studying kyber crystals.
Mhm.
If she doesn't start studying it, somebody else will.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's get back to the plot.
Yeah. So there's Avon and her
Robot
J6.
J6, yeah, J6.
Uh,
Which is the same model as another droid that's going to come up later, except the other model doesn't have their feet.
Yeah.
And it's basically a nanny droid that Avon used her brains to reprogram
Mhm.
to just do whatever Avon asks, essentially.
So this did prompt me to think about it, about how like droids are in Star Wars, and my conclusion that I reached is none of them have true free will.
Are you turning into, because you watch Solo? Droid rights?
No.
Oh, you're not quite there.
No. And the way that I was
Kiari would have fighting words for you
well,
on that.
me and Kiari disagree on a lot of things. I disagree with his whole, like, me and him are like, oh, the discussions we have had where I'm like, I don't care if the vampire helped the town. They fucking killed people. They gotta go. They can't stay here.
Is
And
that, is that how you feel about last night with a certain character?
I feel...
This has also become, I guess, more than just a podcast
Yeah.
about these books. This is just our podcast.
Yeah.
Which is fine. I think that's why people would be interested.
I think that McCoy...
Let me add some context.
Some context
Just because I'm not going to assume that you watch all of our content. So in case you don't, last night we went live. That's when we do our tabletop game, Tales of the Jedi, which is an adaptation of the Tales of the Jedi comics. But it's also a prequel to our Knights of the Old Republic and the Old Republic campaigns. And there's a certain character who I've had in all of our games now, all 3 of our games now, as of last night, who's a time traveler, and you may know who that character is if you've watched any of these other videos. I'm just going to put this. He's a main character in Knights of the Old Republic that did not get to be a main character in our version of it. That's the least spoiler way I can give that. That's a way that only people who really know the character. But yes. So he's met him once already in the Old Republic campaign.
In a different time, in a different
And in that
place.
one, he was using his real name.
Yeah.
Because he was not quite leaning towards evil yet.
Yeah.
The dark side wasn't as strong with him yet. But in that adventure, you guys tried to find immortality. I don't know why you don't trust him now all of a sudden, but okay. So we're going to jump to the Tales of the Jedi campaign, where you now are playing a new character that's thousands of years before this event.
Yep.
So this character has now appeared, and he's kind of pitting both sides against each other.
Mm.
But he has his own goals. Now, whether those goals are good or bad, I'm leaving up in the air for you guys to kind of interpret. And I guess that's where we get to your point. So why don't you trust him?
I don't trust him because I realize he fucking conned me. But at the same time, I'm also like, that's also my fault for how much I went along with it.
But also, like,
But at the same time,
out of game though, I'm curious where this like distrust all of a sudden came from out of game. Because like in game, in the last time you met him, he was very open about everything. And the only reason that something bad happened was not because of something he did, but because of like misinformation that you both had about the situation.
perhaps I'm being unfair to him.
Of course, I'm also playing devil's advocate. You can distrust him if you want. I'm just curious of where you're coming from.
I feel like the distrust comes from like how coincidentally so much bullshit happened.
Well, yeah, like in terms of like
the events
of that specific game.
of that specific game.
So like how like you were able to go to the Sith Lord's compound and kill him. And
yeah.
That could either be because he's manipulating it or because of something else.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Yeah.
However,
you also have to consider that. I guess this is also kind of giving something away, but it's also not.
Then
yeah, you also have to remember that he's a time traveler.
Yeah.
So out of game. Remember, he's a time traveler and he knows things.
He knows stuff that McCoy doesn't know.
Correct.
And that the rest of our group doesn't know.
Correct. And that anybody in the time period that he is now in doesn't know.
Yeah.
In fact, you could say he knows a
good
fair
bit.
Yeah. You could say that, it's almost like he's going back to his history.
It's like he's got the benefit of hindsight.
Yeah. Now that just gave me an idea for something to leave on his ship for you guys to find if y'all ever. Yeah, that would be fun. Okay. But you guys also are not going back because you guys are going to. Y'all are going to the Teta system.
Yeah.
Probably going to make your way to Coruscant afterwards because you got to inform everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. I guess back to the book.
Yeah, back to the book.
But it's fine that we do this because it's a podcast.
Yeah.
It's what people expect on a podcast, rambling.
So, who are we?
Yeah, we just met some of them.
The thing that I was going to say about droids.
Oh yeah, droids. Yes.
They, like I said, they don't have true free will. Anytime it happens, it's because someone gave it to them. It never arises naturally. So, I'm sorry.
But would you not say that the moment that they have free will, that's free will?
They have it after that, but since it's never given, it's never spontaneously created for them, it's not true.
But could you say you were religious, and of course I'm making an assumption here. Anybody that... Would you say that creationism as in... Well, not even just creationism. I guess the Big Bang, you could also argue, like... We were made in some way, whether, because I'm trying to avoid it being specifically about religion, because it could also be even scientifically we were just made. Would you argue that technically that is not spontaneous either?
I'm not good.
That's
not what this is about.
No, you don't want to get into the philosophical debate of droid sentience?
Well, not right now. We have a book review to do.
You don't want droid sentience in our book review?
What I'm saying...
More likely the mic caught that, too. That's great.
Fine. For example...
Yeah.
You were born.
Yes, I was born.
How long would you say it was before you realized what you were in?
That's a toughie. Because, like, I would have to remember that.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Most people don't remember that moment.
Exactly. But a droid can remember. That's why the memory wipes exist.
Yeah. Well, it's also a lot of the time used strategically, but yes. That is a part of it, is like, it's because people view sentience on droids as a malfunction and not not something that's just a basic right.
Yeah.
But that
I'm
doesn't
not saying
mean
that the droids don't have a right to exist. They do.
no, yeah.
That's two different things.
But what? So do you? So you are droid rights, but you're also arguing that it's not a basic, that it's not something that immediately that it's a different type of right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's like, no.
No,
That-
like
that
it's weird.
example
It's a
doesn't
weird.
work.
It's a weird way to put it. Because you agree that droids have the right for their sentience.
They have the right to exist.
What about their sentience?
That is something for them to discuss with their maker. Which is a hard stance that maybe I shouldn't have said out loud. But the way that well, what I mean.
It's gonna.
Oh God, that
No,
sounds bad.
it's great though because that's gonna make great the audience is gonna eat this up. It's great.
If you could talk to God and ask him to take away your sentience, would you?
No.
Exactly, you wouldn't. But they never get that option.
No, you're right. But that's the problem. They don't get the choice.
Yeah.
Okay, anyways. Now that we've discussed philosophy,
Now that we've
had our
brief existential.
droid crisis.
Yeah.
So we've met most of our characters. And they're so Avon is basically being babysat by Vernestra. And of course Avon's like, "You're only 2 years older than me.
Yeah.
Like you're 16, I'm 14. Why do you get to babysit me?" And like,
That's a good question. I think the answer is
I'm the Jedi
I'm
and
a
you're not.
Jedi and you're not. Which is stupid.
I'm the Jedi Knight,
Yeah.
by the way, and you're not. Not just Jedi. I'm the Jedi Knight.
Yeah. I still don't like
Still.
it.
And so of course
I understand
Avon,
it. I don't like it.
Avon picks on her, of course, because
Yeah.
Avon has heard Master Douglas use the nickname Vern,
Mhm.
and Vernestra doesn't like that nickname.
No.
But of course, she can't tell a Jedi Master that she doesn't like the nickname, but she can tell Avon.
Yeah.
She's like, "Avon, stop using that nickname. I don't like it."
Mhm.
And of course, Avon, being the Staros that she is, because let's be honest, Staroses love to pick on people.
Yep. They do.
Sana does it all the time. Wait till you read more Sana stories. She loves to pick on Han a lot. But yeah, Staroses love to get on people's nerves. So Avon is like, "I'm just gonna dig in more." But yeah, so the reason they're on the ship that they're on is because they are carrying emissaries.
Yeah, because they're
on their way to the
Dolnan.
the
I think.
the Dolnan, yeah,
The Dolnans are debating.
whether or not to join the Republic.
Yeah,
And they're on their way to Starlight Beacon to enjoy the opening ceremony.
and see if maybe there is something to this Republic thing after all.
Yeah, because basically Starlight Beacon is this. We kind of talked about it, but we kind of talked about we talked about what the physical Starlight Beacon is, but it's beyond that. It's also it's a symbol.
represents. And I both like it and I don't like it because there are two ways to look at. It depends on your view of the Republic.
It also depends on the people that live on the Outer Rim,
Yeah.
which is where Starlight Beacon is operating. Because to the people of Outer Rim territories, you got one of two ways of viewing it.
It's either, oh man, the Republic's here, that's great.
The other is,
I don't want those Republic motherfuckers here.
yeah,
Get them out.
Now they're conquering my
Now
homeland.
they're coming into my homeland.
Yeah, because it's almost like
It's either
it's almost imperialization.
it basically is, but there is a cool thing.
But
that
it's
they
diplomatic imperialization. It's not.
Oh, I'm sure that's what it's been called in the past. No, I'm done with my controversies today. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, that
stop.
one's gonna put you in real hot water.
Oh, no, not that one.
But this one is more of like.
This one's actually a little bit better.
Yeah, this is actually
because-
them talking to the planets
Yeah.
and being like, "Do you want to join us? We're not gonna make you join us.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to join us, that's fine. We're still gonna leave our people here to like help you if you want the help, because obviously we're helping everybody.
Yeah.
So like, because Lena So's whole thing, we are the Republic.
Yeah.
That includes planets that aren't the Republic, and that's something that not a lot of people consider during this time. Some do, but it's not one of those.
But it's the rarity.
It's the rarity because
It's
for the most
genuinely-
for the most part people assume, oh, if you're a Republic planet,
Yeah.
you're the Republic. But no, it includes people that aren't the Republic, because the way Lena, anyways, has looked at it based on like other books, she doesn't appear in this book.
Yeah.
It's very much a matter of, well, they're still our neighbors, and we're
Yeah,
still
so
going
we
to
should
take care
still
of
help
them. Yeah.
Like, I think it's also helpful that Chancellor So is actually a good
Yeah,
person.
we
We've had
discussed this last
discussion.
week. Yeah, it was last week. Yeah,
Yeah.
last week we discussed this. That she's competent and good.
Yeah.
So the perfect two for a leader that's very, very rare.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of those things that you almost never see.
Yep. Let's see.
But yeah, so
we have other people to cover.
Yeah,
and
we
keep getting sidetracked.
well, that we actually we're on the right track though, because the Donans.
The Donans are Honesty Weft and his dad, who I'm just going to call Mr. Weft since I don't remember
Yeah.
his name.
And they are also, we have along board the Pantorans are on the ship as well. They're the blue skin people from Star Wars.
So everyone's on this ship, and they're like,
Well, before we get a little further, let's talk about Honesty and his father, because there
Honesty
is a
and his-
very important discussion.
yeah. So Honesty, on Dalna, there's this thing.
Basically, it's a
called-
warrior culture, just about.
It is, because they're the only people who've had like war in 100 years.
Yeah, and it's been consistent war.
Yeah. And that's kind of one of the weird things. And everybody else is kind of like, oh, you mean the Dalnans? Those guys who are still like actively practicing war?
Yeah, because and it's why like a lot of other people are kind of hesitant to bring the Donans in.
They're like, are you sure? And they're like, yeah.
Yeah, because we're gonna bring everybody in who wants it,
And we're going to see if they want it.
and if not, then okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna make a good case for them to do it, but if they don't,
If they don't, they don't.
and so
But Honesty doesn't want to be here because he's basically like, Dad, I need to go.
yeah, I need to go
and-
do my ceremonies and training.
Yeah.
Because basically he's about to take the big test to prove that
Yeah.
it's basically his manhood test.
I did not see it that way. It was like, imagine if the career tests at school actually worked for anything.
I guess. But I think it's that along with like adulthood.
Yeah.
That's why I said manhood, but really adulthood, because
Yeah.
everybody there takes that basically is a warrior like man or woman.
Yeah.
They're all fighters.
He's like, Dad, I don't want to be here. I have stuff to do back home. And his dad's like, I think you and your mother is also thinking you should go out and see the galaxy a little bit more.
Yeah. And it's just his dad on the ship, if I
It's
remember
just
correctly.
his dad.
Yeah.
His mom is at home,
Very important.
doing whatever she does.
But
I
yeah,
assume ruling the planet.
probably, because, I mean, you took one leader off, somebody's
Yeah,
got to be in
somebody
charge.
has to be there.
So yeah.
And
And so, like, they get into a big argument
yeah,
over this, and
as you do with your parents sometimes.
yeah, and it ends with basically, but not, the words aren't said, but it's basically a "I hate you" sort of argument. One of
Yeah.
those goes down, where you
If
tell
you've
your parents that you
seen
hate them.
any like teenage media, you know what it is. I don't need to describe it. If you've been a teenager, you know what it is.
Yeah. So it's one of those arguments. It's very heated,
Yeah.
and so it ends with basically them with Dad leaving the room and Honesty crying. Because Dad's like, okay, well, we'll talk about this later. And, yeah.
Mm.
So
about that,
yeah, so...
it doesn't happen.
Yeah, so it turns out that our Nihil companions, Guishi and... we said it, Clyneth, they have both snuck onto...
And as
ship.
they're going, and this is one of those times where I'm like, I, the reader, know what's going on, and I'm like, this is one of those times where, like, assuming like a tabletop game or some shit, what you should absolutely do
is just describe people, but not, like, say who they are.
No, like, when someone is, like, a potential threat is described,
Mm-hmm.
I don't normally condone just going over and solving the problem immediately. However, if she had acted at this point, the events of the book would never have happened.
Yeah, because it was
Vern gets
Vern.
like that the Jedi spider sense
Yeah,
thing
she
of
gets
like
the-
something's wrong.
She gets the Peter tingle.
And she looks directly at him. And he looks back and she's like, "Ah, I guess it was nothing."
Yeah. Was it Guishi she looked at?
It was
Yeah.
Guishi.
The most suspicious looking out of the two.
Yeah. And she's like, it's probably nothing. Which, good on you, I guess. But also,
Not really.
not really.
Way to take your Jedi training and just
Throw it out the window.
come on. You passed your trials, but you're also a child, so
Yeah,
we'll go.
so we'll cut you a little slack.
16 is still a child.
Yeah.
You may be a Jedi Knight, but you're still a child.
Yeah. And so they get on the ship, and everyone's like, all right, dinner time. Hopefully, we'll have a nice, peaceful dinner.
And that's when everything
Goes
is wrong. And then the opposite happened. It's like watching a Butch Hartman cartoon, and then the opposite happened.
The Nihil succeed for a little bit.
Yeah. There's basically
They
this.
managed to. So all the adults are gone.
Yeah. Well, not right away. Not all of them, but basically, so there's a little bit of, if I remember correctly, a bomb sort of goes off,
Yes.
and
Bomb
that
goes
opens a
off.
hole.
Mhm.
Some people actually they managed to hold everybody in.
Yeah.
Because Douglas and Vern and Emery is there, but I don't think he helped with this.
I guess not. Poor Emery.
Yeah, Emery made it to
Oh,
let's introduce Emery.
We should talk about him.
So
I said his
Emery
name.
is introduced at the dinner.
So Emery's thing is he's another one of the
He's an empath.
empaths, which is good. Unfortunately, Emery is also like a giant comparatively for how old he is.
Yeah, because he's 13, I think.
Yeah, he's 13.
I think he's younger than Avon.
Yeah. He also is like from a planet with a pretty far out there planet. So
Yeah,
he's
he
got a weird accent, and sometimes
yeah. The audiobook makes it clear of his accent.
they're like, he's got a weird accent. He's big for being a 13-year-old, so sometimes people will make fun of him, even though Jedi aren't
Supposed to.
to. So he gets made fun of.
Yeah.
And Emery's thing,
and-
or the entire book, is I'm not sure if I'm cut out to be a Jedi.
Yeah. Even though his master,
His master is very
Douglas
much,
was very much like, hey, we should start talking about maybe you start your trials as well.
yeah.
Obviously that once again is very similar to the
Mm.
Weft family conversation. That conversation's not happening. But yeah, Emery on top of the empath, but on top of that, his empath issues also similar to the one time for Buryaga, but we've never seen that since. Every time in the case of Emery always feels the emotions of the people that he's feeling the emotions of. Like, so he'll like notice somebody's emotions, but then he'll actually have those emotions. And that's a problem that he's been dealing with because it's not really completely the Jedi way because you got to.
Well, it's not good. Like, you got super hearing, but you can't turn it off.
Yeah. It's one of
which
those
would suck.
It's one of those cases where you're supposed to learn to control your emotions, but when you're feeling everybody's emotions,
you don't actually have that choice.
yeah.
It's unfair to him.
He
tries.
And I think but as the book continues, he does learn
eventually.
Yeah. Yeah.
God. Another thing that came up.
But yeah,
I
and
was
of course
reading
Avon's like, I like this Jedi better. She likes Emery better.
Yeah, because Emery's not a fucking stick in the mud. Like
Hey, whoa. Vern is not a stick in the mud.
Oh, that's how she. No, that's the general vibe from Avon.
Yeah, that's
Like,
just Avon's thoughts,
she's
so
like,
yeah.
God. Vern won't let me do anything fun. Maybe if I getting good with Emery, I can actually do some things.
Maybe I can look at his lightsaber because Vern will never let me look at her lightsaber.
Because
Which there's a reason for that, and we'll get to it.
So dinner does not go as planned.
Yeah. So yeah, the bomb goes off,
Everyone is safe.
but everyone's safe initially. Unfortunately, it's also a raid.
Yeah. I shouldn't have said that with that much enthusiasm, but you know what?
So yeah, so obviously the Nihil are like, well, if the bomb doesn't work, we're also just gonna raid them.
And so they're like, okay,
Time to shoot some people.
yep, goodbye.
And so like everybody starts to split ways
Yep.
as like Douglas manages to get the other adults to go somewhere like
Yep.
where they think is safe. Unfortunately, it's other
It-
parts of the Steady Wing ship.
Yep.
And meanwhile, he manages to get the kids to get onto an escape pod.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, he has to stay behind
Yeah.
because he has to make sure that the escape pod door shuts.
Yep.
While these Nihil are coming up on him.
Mm-hmm. Another thought of mine that happened across the book, aside from my growing dislike of the Nihil, was they're just kids. They're just kids. Damn it.
Yeah, it explains why the emotions are going to get pretty sky high soon.
Yeah. So they go.
Yeah, and of course, being the Jedi that Vern and Emery are, they know that everybody's
They
dead.
know. Honesty
Honesty
tries
is
to hold out.
honesty
a little
is
bit.
going through. Yeah, he's going through the 5 stages of grief.
Yeah.
My boy, he
Oh.
is like he hits that denial stage real hard, where he's like, nah, they're not dead.
Oh.
Emery also hits that stage though, to be fair.
Yeah,
Like Emery senses that, and he knows, like, he's like, I don't feel my master, he's dead. But no, he's not. No, he's not.
It's like, it's that I know he's dead, but I really don't want him to be.
Yeah. And so, yeah.
Like, it's that difference between the two of them, where honesty is like, my dad might be alive, hopeful. But
that doesn't last long.
Yeah, but with Emery, it's like, I know the truth, but I wish I didn't.
Yeah. And of course, Vern tries to explain it very calmly. Like, yeah, they're like, she tries to be
Yeah.
sympathetic about it, but like, it's really hard to like share that info.
Yeah. There is a brutal fucking moment, and I think it happens, like,
Yeah.
as soon as they get planet side, fucking Avon.
Yeah, Avon's issue is she doesn't know how to like, she knows what to say but not how to say it.
Yeah. It's both very funny but also so fucking sad and brutal.
Oh, is it about Honesty's dad?
Yeah. After a bit of hardship, because apparently it fucking rains acid on this planet.
Well, let's get to the planet because there's a few things to note. Honesty cries himself to sleep.
Yeah. Need a good cry sometimes.
Yeah, which that's healthy though,
Yeah.
and honestly, and it might be why Emery's dealing with his issue because he just didn't let it out healthfully. He just kept
maybe.
it. But yeah, so they land. Like you said, they managed to land. They've got the droid with them, J6.
We've also got another one who is a scouting.
They
group?
haven't found it yet. Well, Avon's found it, but hasn't like told anybody
Yeah.
yet. Avon finds a scouting droid that she doesn't tell anybody about yet.
She put it in her backpack. I don't know how people didn't notice that, except they did. But it was like, why is your backpack fucking huge?
Yeah, why is your bag so big? Why is it so full looking? What's in there? What is it?
They're like, oh, another thing, and this has no relevance to the story aside
Yeah.
from it being connected to Avon, who Avon fucking hates Joppa stew.
Yeah, which is only relevant in the sense of that's the only food that they have.
Yeah, and she hates it.
And it's because when she was younger, she was stuck somewhere, and that was the only thing they had.
Yep.
And she ate that for days.
Uh,
I think they were on Coruscant, and
Probably.
yeah, they were on Coruscant because her mom had business there, and all they had was Jabba stew, and she was like, "I hate this, and I will never eat this again."
well, about that.
Well, about that, that's all you've got.
Yeah.
The irony. But yeah, so things to note: the ship does not have their communications.
Yeah, that's gone.
they barely got their mapping
Yeah.
because, in fact, Emery has to use the Force
Just to figure out
to
a
find the
safe
next
place
planet
to
to go. Yep.
Safe in big air quotes.
Which they don't even find a planet; they find a moon.
Yeah.
But yeah, I forget what the term is that they use. Star finding. That's it.
Yeah.
So
Good on Emery for at least getting them somewhere.
yeah, it wasn't civilization.
But-
Which key thing to note about traveling right now, they are not using hyperspace.
No, they're not. They just have to do it manually.
because currently the locks on
'Cause
hyperspace are
the
on.
the old hyperspace grenade.
Yeah.
The
So the emergencies are going on. So obviously, currently, hyperdrive is on lockdown. So they've been traveling at regular speed, which is why the Nihil were able to so easily take the steady wing. And even if they wanted to use hyperspace,
they would
the escape
still,
pod is the hyperspace. The engine for the escape pod is broken,
Yeah. So
so they can't.
they can't.
Even if
they're
they wanted to.
basically like using Emery as their GPS.
Yeah, because they're like, they figure, well, we haven't gone too
And it-
far away from civilization, so let's try to find somewhere that's, let's try to find our way back, essentially.
It takes them a while though.
Yeah,
Like a day or two.
and it takes a lot of his like
a lot of
energy.
energy. So, to review, Honesty's father is gone.
Emery's master is gone, which is
Emery's
basically a
master is
father. In fact, Avon and Honesty kind of make that connection. They're like, oh, yeah, that's like a father.
Yeah.
Because they like Emery describes what a master does, and they're like, oh, that's exactly what a dad does.
Yeah. So,
Which does not help Emery's emotions whatsoever.
no.
That's pretty much the major. Oh yeah, and the Nihil survived.
Yeah, they survived.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the scenario we're in.
Yep.
So eventually they find this moon. They don't know the name of it yet.
Yeah. However,
well, they land on it first.
they land on
and
it.
so they're like, okay, now we need to look for like civilization. And so the Jedi are like, well, whatever we do, let's avoid the forest then, and we'll go around this way. Like, I think it's like through the mountains.
Yeah, they're like, Forester Mountains. Well, the forest looks creepy as fuck. So how about we go to the mountains?
Yeah, they basically pull a Lord of the Rings, and they're like, we're gonna do the mountains.
Yep.
Which, that's not ever a good choice. And so, of course, Avon, not trusting them whatsoever, is like, well, I'm going to secretly use my probe droid to look for a better place.
Yeah.
And so she uses her probe droid and finds out that, yes, going through the forest is better because there's going to be a huge rainstorm. And they figure, well, at least going through the forest will avoid rain hitting us, and we can stay dry, and it will be easier on the supplies. We'll get to that in a bit because they don't know that info
I
yet.
don't know that.
And she points out her information that she's found because she has like a kind of these binoculars that lets her see what the droid sees and has the information of the droid. Like basically you get the HUD essentially. Yep. And so she shows them and she's like, see, there's this rain coming and we want to go this way to avoid it. And she makes a pretty good case that even Vern's like, yeah, that's a pretty good idea.
Mm.
So they go that way. And it turns out that was for the best. Because then the rain does come, and oh boy, it's an avalanche of rain.
Yeah.
And then
it
they find out
just be regular rain. No, that would be too nice.
They learn that the rain is acidic.
Yeah, and not like
real world acidic rain where
No.
you just got a little bit of like bad water. No.
actual acid.
Like melt your skin acid.
Yeah. They discover this the hard way.
Yeah, because they tried continuing to walk like
through
on
it, and then they're like, "Ow, fuck, this burns." And
then,
they're like, "Oh."
And then they realize, oh, it's a good thing we went through the woods though, because basically there's now a waterfall of acidic rain flowing through, and they're like, if we had gone through the mountains, we would have been caught up in that.
We'd have died.
We would be dead.
I don't think the Force can fix that.
It would have let us stay alive longer, but Honesty and Avon would be dead.
And like, so they go and they find this cave that's
Yeah,
kinda
because they're
sheltered.
like, okay, we need to find shelter.
Yeah,
Because obviously we can't just keep walking in this.
yeah,
Like,
because that's not gonna work.
no. So they find a cave. And we get a little more of, the
little
characters getting to know each other.
conversation.
Yeah.
And then I think comes the line from Avon, where she just goes over to Honesty,
And this is with the best of intentions.
and she's like, "Your dad's dead."
And she doesn't.
She means it.
She means well.
She means well. But it doesn't help.
Yeah. I love Avon to a degree. Like, she means well.
She means well, but it's never handled. It's like,
Yeah, and like to the point where Honesty's like, I don't know who I dislike, like who I don't trust them more, the Jedi or this crazy scientist girl. Like Honesty's like, because we get the inner monologue for all these characters, and Honesty's is kind of like, who am I friends with? Because these are both options are not great.
yeah, he's like, I fucking wish I could go home.
Yeah, he just wants to go home. He wants his dad, but he can't have that.
Yeah.
So at the very least, he wants his mom.
Yeah. Honesty's like, why did I fucking agree to this? Oh wait, I didn't.
Yeah, like there's actually during the cave moment, he has his resent moment because he's like very resentful to his dad at first,
Yeah, and then he's like,
and then he's like, that's
Oh.
not fair to him.
that's not fair. And also, the last thing I told my dad was basically,
Basically, I hate you.
I hate you, and I can never like
Undo that.
undo that.
It's the common trope of the last thing I said was not great, and now
Yeah.
what? And
Now
it's one of those
Yeah.
tropes. It's a common trope,
Yeah.
especially for like kids media.
Meanwhile, Imri is
Kind of
all
in a similar spot where
similar. Yeah.
he's having also similar like, man, my master's dead. Now what?
Yeah.
And he's also like trying to figure out a plan.
Oh.
Like they're also trying to formulate a plan to get off.
A real quick thing,
Yeah.
and this goes.
Oh, this goes back to when they're in the woods.
Yes.
Uh,
They're having to fucking cut through the woods to get to this cave.
and we should discuss Emery's lightsaber.
So Imri's lightsaber is having a problem.
Yeah, he hasn't quite figured out how to align his crystal in a way
Yeah.
where the blade will actually cut easily. Like right now, it's almost like using a butter knife.
It works, but it's. I never thought the issue. I don't
Like
think
because
the
they
issue-
mentioned that he can cut through plants, but anything stronger than that, it's gonna.
I don't think
gonna
the
struggle.
issue is with the.
But it's not
saber
just that.
itself.
No, it's not. And he knows that, and Douglas knows that.
Yeah.
It's one of those things of it has more to do with
The user.
it's the spiritual side of it.
Then it's more to do with the user than the weapon.
Yes, he hasn't. He essentially hasn't. To put it in D&D terms, he hasn't. What's the bonding term that they use?
He hasn't attuned.
He hasn't attuned to it. He hasn't attuned to his weapon yet.
Yeah.
And
And
it's very common in
Yeah.
Star Wars that for lightsabers, that's how they work. You find your crystal because you're attuned to the crystal from the start,
yeah,
and then you build your lightsaber around that, which once again, you're essentially attuned to it from the start.
Hmm.
But because of Emery's because of what we spoke of
Emery's
earlier,
like self-doubt.
Emery's self-doubt, that's kind of
It
led to him
doesn't
creating a
work.
self-doubt weapon.
Yeah. Brenestra is fine.
On the other end.
On the other end of the spectrum, she had like a crazy dream one night.
And she's like, "Oh, there's a cool new design I can put on my weapon."
Yep.
It's a light whip.
Yeah.
Light whips are canon, baby.
Yeah. And this actually, for a little bit, she's like, I don't know if I should show this to Imri,
Yeah.
actually, because it might drive him down the dark side.
Well, it's more.
or
It's
some
not even
shit.
that. It's more of like she's worried that people will think she's going down the dark side,
Well, there's that too, I suppose.
which is why she hasn't even shown Stellan.
Yeah.
Which she's had time to show him, and she has not.
Hmm.
But yeah, I want to go
Shit.
back a few chapters, by the way.
Oh, okay.
It's fun. So in hindsight, and it's going to become funnier in hindsight for you.
Mhm.
I'm just going to say this now. Remember the part, for future reference, remember the part where Avon wanted Vern to fly the ship. This is out of context now, but remember that when we get to later media that has Vern.
Okay.
It's because it becomes a funny joke to me, and it will be a funny joke to you when you realize something later.
Is it because Stellan can't fly?
Oh yeah, because they mention that, don't they?
No, I just assume Stellan like can fly, but he fucking hates it.
Vern is terrible at flying.
Oh,
I guess I'll give it away now. She breaks so many ships that in a future book, one of the Jedi Dockmaster is like, you can't have any more ships.
I think it's about the time that you break the fourth one that they're like, no more. You're not allowed to.
Like, Comac has to help her get the next ship that she can use.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be I'm trying to remember which book it's in, but yeah, okay, it's coming up. It's not in the next book, but yeah.
But she's like, I have a light whip.
Yeah, which now makes light whips canon. They were in Legends.
And he's like,
they're very hard to use and generally are
actually fucking...
They're usually connected to the dark side a bit. Usually, there's only a few light side people that have used it, and that's actually an argument that Vern makes. She's like, it's not always evil.
Just most of the time. Not always, mostly, but not always.
Yeah.
And so Emery's like, oh, thank God, I don't have to fucking... I'm getting tired.
And in a way, also, Emery's like, yeah, because Emery doesn't judge her on that.
Yeah. They actually have a weird, history discussion. But then they get to the cave and all the other stuff happens.
Yeah.
And so they're like, okay, it's time for us to sleep. Because it's just been going crazy. And so, a brief thing about Avon. Avon's thing, as far as I'm concerned, and I don't know if I was just mentally putting stuff together. I think the reason why she's been sent... Avon's thing is that she's a little bit disconnected from her parents.
Yes. Because she's not really a huge, into the, politics stuff.
Yeah.
She gives a really good speech on the Steady Wing before everything went down, but that was about it.
And, she doesn't like it.
No. And she also is one of those, it's not really a disconnect from her end, it's her parents that are kind of... So what she does is she does the thing that children sometimes do when their parents don't pay attention to them. She acts out.
Yeah.
And it just so happened in this last time of acting out, things didn't go well.
Yeah, and her mom was like, I have the perfect place for you.
Yeah. And so she sends her to be with the Jedi.
Yep. And the Outer Rim in Heliop?
Haley. The Haley. Something like that.
Mm.
Let me pull it up.
Yeah.
But anyways.
To the Heliop system. And is like, I don't like it here. Because I can't do the stuff that I want to do.
Also, it's boring here. Because
Yeah.
it's the Outer Rim.
So that's her deal. And she's having
Heliop. The Heliop.
Yeah. She's having flashbacks to some event as she's dreaming.
Yeah.
In Honesty's cried himself to sleep.
Yeah.
Again?
Yeah, and they kind of have but he's not asleep this time because Avon actually comes into his room and is like, hey, I know you're not asleep. Because they discuss family stuff at that point, and they're both dislike of the Jedi that they're with.
And so that happens. I don't know what the fuck Emery's doing.
Emery is at this point just seething because we're starting to get to the point because this book is really fast. We almost because we're already halfway through it. Because basically the rest of this book takes place in the cave and then out, and then some stuff that happens immediately after, and then we're gone. Because at this point, Reith is starting to want revenge on them. Or sorry,
where the hell did he go?
Sorry, wrong character. Same idea, wrong character.
Yep.
Emery.
Imri is kind of like,
He's kind of wanting that, even though he knows it would be.
he's like, it's not Jedi to want revenge.
He also knows it would disservice Douglas's memory.
However,
Somebody else also wants it.
honesty is fucking going crazy over there.
Honesty is even worse than Emery when it comes
Yeah.
to wanting it.
Cause like,
To the point that it's actually feeding into Emery's
Yeah.
own. Like, because Emery's like, wait a minute, this isn't my rage.
while Imri's is
Like, Emery knows he's angry, but he's also like, wait, this level's not mine.
Yeah. While Imri is like a fire, honesty's over here like a fucking inferno.
Yeah. And so Emery, this is one of the few times where Emery is able to acknowledge,
He's
like,
like, whoa,
this, that.
that's a bit much.
Like, and it's also one of the few moments where he acknowledges where the emotion is coming from.
Yeah.
So we're starting to see that Emery knows how to control it a little better.
And Vernestra, I think
She's trying to be a good leader, but
she's
it's
trying to, but at the same time, her inexperience is showing since she hasn't had to do this before.
you could say she's a little green.
Yeah. She's a Moralian. They're green. Just no sell that joke.
I had to try. But we were saying, yeah,
But yeah,
about her leadership.
like she's struggling because she's never had to do this before,
Yeah.
and
I mean, at least she had a good like mentor to kind of.
not from what I've seen. I haven't seen Mentor Stellan. I've just seen him in
But I mean,
Disaster
like,
Crisis mode
Yeah, but I mean, Stone has shown that he has leadership qualities, which is what
that
I
I
was.
have not seen.
I would argue in the book he holds down pretty well.
No, I didn't see him as a mentor figure. I saw.
Yeah,
That's why I mean I don't know what his school of mentoring was
that's
like.
true.
Because there are times when people can be good at certain things and really.
But
bad
what I
at the
mean,
others.
but at least she had a good teacher to show her what a leader can be
Yeah.
like. Is what I meant. Where I was going with that.
in that regard, yes, but I don't know what his teaching like method was.
Yeah. Fair. But yeah, so Emery decides, hey, well, we should do, since he brings up the idea to Vern, and it's like, hey, we should probably do something about these Nihil, because they learn what the Nihil are through like I think Honesty mentions it because he's like, oh yeah, we've been dealing with pirates for a while, and Nihil are one of those sects of pirates that we fight all the time. They're really annoying.
Yeah, he's like, I just kind of wish they would go away.
Kind of how you are about it.
Yeah, I'm like, at this point, could you just?
You and Honesty would be the best of friends.
I'd probably actually, yeah. However, I will say this.
But Vern basically, she puts that idea down. She's like, nope,
She's like, not.
we can capture them, but we can't. Like,
Oh, you're skipping ahead a little bit.
oh, am I?
So there's one key thing that happens.
Oh yeah, there's something that sets off them
They're
wanting
like-
that.
So the day before,
Because I
I'm
forgot to
gonna
mention
say
when
that
they.
they're-
I forgot to mention when they see that the Nihil are on the planet.
so there are like 3. I'm gonna say they're on the planet for like 3 days. 3 to
Yeah,
5
that sounds
days.
right.
They're on there for like 3 days on their own, I think.
Yeah.
On day 2, they're like, okay, well, we're gonna be here for a while. We're running out of water.
Oh yeah. Oh
honest-
yes.
And Honesty proving his worth
Yeah.
because
Because he's a survivalist
Yeah.
essentially.
he was
he's like-
basically like, I need to know. He was training to
'Cause-
be like a field medic. And
Yeah,
it was-
because on day 2 they come outside.
and they're like,
And because it's the rain has stopped, and they
they're
see
like-
all these other animals there, and they're
Yeah.
like, "Okay, we need to find water, but what are we gonna drink? We can't drink acid water."
and
from-
Honesty is thinking about it. He's like, okay, what did my like teachers tell me?
Oh yeah, water comes from other places,
Water can come from other places.
and also animals are gonna find it.
yeah, so he's like looking at the animals, and he's like, oh, they've just been eating the fruit from the trees all the time. So
Yeah.
he's like, how about we just go and take some of the fruit?
Yeah, so he takes the fruit from this monkey-like creature and just grabs it out of their paw, essentially.
He's like, guys, I found water.
And of course, they're not sure about that because they're like, there could be acid water
so
in
they
that.
bring it to J6, who is like, yeah, I can make sure of it.
Although she's being sassy about it because
Yeah.
at this point she's getting more sentience as the
Mhm.
book goes on.
Yeah.
Something that Avon is kind of proud of, but also like,
Yeah.
what did I do?
Yeah. As a person who has done the exact in like tabletop games, who has done the exact same thing that Avon has done, it is both a great thing to see and also very scary.
Because you don't know which way they're like.
Yeah, because you don't know.
But also that you could be about that with anybody.
Yeah,
Like people you don't know.
Yeah.
That's just the reality.
that's just one of those things.
And so yeah. J6 is like, yeah, I'll check this.
And she smashes it. It's safe.
Yep. My sensors have read that it's fine.
Yeah.
Way to be dramatic about it, J6.
And so
We
they're like,
sure J6 isn't a theater kid.
I think she might be. If a droid could be a theater kid, she might be.
But yeah, so they're like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
So they gather some of it, and in doing so, while they're walking through the forest, Emery picks
Emery
up
gets
one
a
of
friend.
he picks up a friend, a monkey friend, that he names Chimry,
Yeah. And so they're like,
and they're like, oh, okay,
because it rhymes.
yeah, because it rhymes. Honesty's like, that's a cool name.
Mm-hmm. And so they're all like, yeah, we got water.
We got a pet.
We got a pet. Things are looking up.
It's almost like it's like watching Star Wars kids do that like reality TV show where
Yeah.
those kids had to create their own town. Except these, at least the Star Wars kids aren't drinking bleach, but
Yeah.
oof. Just acid water.
Well, they're not drinking that either. They're
Yeah.
not that dumb.
So
So they go and they're like, okay, things are looking better. We won't die of thirst within like 3 days, so that's good.
yeah,
How
So-
do we get help? Since our beacon thing isn't working.
yeah. Since we can't, communicate.
Yeah. And so they're like, hey, Emery, can you do that life detecting thing again? And he's like, yeah, sure. And they do, and it works, which is good. So they're like, let's go follow this.
I'm not gonna say.
So they continue, and they're like, following. Hopefully things will be good. And so Emery goes, along with Vern. 'Cause
yeah,
Honesty and Avon are back at the cave.
yeah.
And so Emery and
Because just in case,
Vern
worst
and
case
Emery,
scenario.
yeah, are like, okay, here we go. And they see the Nihil, and Emery's little buddy Chimry sees the ship too, and decides, since they don't know any better, to just go up there. And Clineth and Squishy have been having a day, and they are sick of these handsies, as
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
Avon decides to call them,
yeah,
since they're like these 6-armed monkeys.
yeah.
Decides to go in Chimry, and I think it's Squishy. Squishy is so tired of these monkeys getting on their ship and like stealing their food and everything that he shoots him and
Yeah.
tosses Chimry's body back out.
Which I don't think, if I remember correctly, they didn't. Vern and Emery managed to not be seen during this entire
They
sequence.
managed to not be seen. They're good.
But they do see this, and
They
of
do
course
see
they're
this.
like, "Oh, these aren't good people."
Yeah.
And I think Vern also starts to realize that she recognized Squishy.
Yeah, she recognizes Squishy. I'm like, oh man, Vern. Is this gonna be in your report?
Well, we at least know one thing that's
that's
later
good.
on that's in the report.
Yeah. And so Emery's over here like, we should get them like right now.
Yeah.
And Vern's like, no,
No.
no,
No.
not right now.
We're gonna get help.
I'm gonna go get help.
So they do manage to make the call because that's important.
Nope.
Well, no.
They don't do this.
Oh yeah, after.
It's
Yeah.
after.
Yeah.
So they go back and regroup with the others.
Yeah, but they do realize that they need to get the group to get rid of these, to capture these two is the plan.
To capture them.
And
And they're like, we're going to do it in the morning.
yeah, so we're gonna rest tonight, do it in the morning.
Yeah.
Two of these people, actually three of these people, do not get rest.
Yeah.
Emery and Honesty are both seething with anger.
Yep.
And neither get rest.
Neither one of them.
So Emery's like, you know what? I'm sick of these Nihil.
I'm done.
I'm done. I'm pulling an Elzar, which hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, which hasn't happened yet.
And I'm gonna, because I'm doing it for the good of the people. Because if we're Jedi, we should be doing what the people want. Who are we to decide what's right?
Yeah.
And so he basically goes over.
Also, they killed my friend.
Yeah, on top of that.
And my master.
And my master.
Like, within 2 days.
Yeah, not even a week.
Not even a week of each other.
So he...
They John Wicked him. Not quite, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They shot...
The monkey wasn't from his dead wife.
His dead wife, but... Damn.
So, yeah. So... Now I'm gonna always think that Emery is the John Wick of Star Wars.
He's not, but...
So Emery goes to Honesty, and he's like, I know you're not asleep.
I know you're not asleep. Want to help me go kill those guys? And Emery is like, can you use the Force on the way there? And Emery's like,
yeah.
No.
Oh, no.
He just straight up tells him no.
Oh, yeah, because he can't be... Because he knows that if he does, Vern will notice.
It's...
Also, he's not confident in it at the moment, because he's just too angry that he's just like, murder.
Yeah.
Like, he's not thinking about it. Like, the Force is not on his mind.
Yeah, no. It isn't. But it's like, I don't need it since I can feel the amount of just anger from Honesty that it's more than enough.
Mm-hmm.
And
so, yeah, him and Honesty go off into the...
Yep.
To go face the Nihil. Not long after, Avon and Vern notice that they're gone.
Missing.
Vern immediately kind of puts it together.
Yeah.
And so she's like, all right, well, let me go deal with this.
Stay here.
Which, of course, she doesn't.
And she's like, how about I send J6 to go with you? J6 is apparently not just an android, she is also a bodyguard, and she is packing heat.
Yep.
A lot of it, actually.
That was actually not a Avon change. That was her mom did.
Her mom did this.
Which, knowing her mom, that makes sense.
Yeah. What happened? Oh, we gave the droid 4 guns. 4 arms and 4 trigger fingers in case anything went wrong.
Yeah, which they kind of... They mentioned that, like, there was a scare a while back, and that's why her mom did that modification.
Yeah. Everyone's like, I didn't do this one.
Yep.
And so J6 goes out and pretends to be malfunctioning so that they can get the drop on the Nihil, who have at this point captured Emery and Honesty. And so
yeah, because that fight didn't go well.
It works.
Yeah.
At this point,
somehow they've managed to get them out of being caught.
Yeah.
But for some reason, Emery's like, I did not learn my lesson. I'm still going to go for him.
Mm-hmm.
Vern says, no, I'm going to stop you here from doing that.
Yeah.
And pulls out her light whip to do so. Because that's the only way to stop him.
Yeah.
And neither of them want to actually kill each other?
No, not really.
Like, Emery's like, I'll beat you up, but I won't kill you.
Yeah. Emery's over here, like, force choking the lady. I think it might be because the Guishi's already, like, out.
Yeah, Guishi's already, like, unconscious at that point.
Yeah. And he's like, Emery's like, I just gonna kill you now.
Yeah.
Because I'm so pissed off.
Yeah, and that's when Vern, like, is like, nope, you're gonna fight me.
Yeah.
And they have this moment of just fighting and debating over the Force and Jedi things. And Emery at this point is like, they don't even want me after this.
Yeah. They're not going to want me after this, so...
And of course Vern's like, that's not true.
That's not how that works. We're not going to kick you out over one mistake.
Yeah. So she manages to talk him down.
Yeah.
And so Emery's kind of brought back to the light, but it's very much it's a Elzar thing where he's like,
I'm not sure this is.
where he's like, I'm not quite confident in this after that.
Yeah.
Where like Elzar, like, I guess a better example would be, to use somebody that you know of, like specifically like an event that you know, into the dark. It's what's his name, the older Jedi, the one that's Reith's like brother essentially, the one who takes the vow. It begins with a D.
Fuck, what's his name?
I got it. It's my job as producer to know this. Anyways, it's kind of a similar situation though, where it's like, I don't know if I deserve to be a Jedi now.
The thing that I think with that specific example, while I agree that he should, like with that specific,
Yeah, that one he took the vow, and you were like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. However, for
Emery,
I don't.
It's fine. You don't need to look it up. I got it.
Yeah, whenever.
Yeah, you just focus on what you're trying to get your point on.
With him, I think it was a case of like, because he didn't fall.
He let his emotion. Well, neither did.
No, Emery 100% did it on purpose.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. I thought we were talking.
The case
for the other guy. Yeah.
For the other guy, Reith's like brother.
Yeah.
He didn't willingly fall. He'd been like tortured and drugged for like a month.
Dez.
Dez had been like tortured and drugged for like 2 to 4 days.
Yeah.
Unlike Emery, who did it willingly.
Yeah. So Emery definitely has more of an argument of, I could be kicked out for this.
Yeah, whereas with Dez, it was like, these are the circumstances.
But I think also, Emery's a child.
Yeah.
So they're going to probably give him a little more leniency.
Yeah.
Whereas if Dez had done this exact situation...
If it had been Dez, considering Dez is like an adult and also a knight at this point in time, he would definitely have been in trouble.
Maybe not kicked out, but definitely like reprimanded and maybe punished in some way.
Yeah.
Because Jedi aren't gonna kick people out.
Yeah.
That's just not what they do. And that's made clear by, like they like, unless you become a dark Jedi or a Sith, you ain't getting kicked out.
Yeah, unless you go super hard and not
learn
than a one-time thing.
Yeah, and you don't learn your lesson, you're not gonna. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, if you still stand your ground on what you did, then you'll get kicked out, but they're not going to kick out people that are willing to undo their mistakes.
Let's see.
So, yeah.
So, after that...
So, that's how they essentially take down the Nihil in a very, like, out of the way, like, we didn't, like...
It takes less than, like, 3 pages.
Yeah, like, that's the incidental thing.
Yep.
The real focus was the emotional impact on Emery and everybody.
Emery and Honesty have just had the shittiest week.
Yeah, it's really about it's more of the internal conflict that this book is about. The external conflict's there to just drive that.
Yeah. And so they're like, okay, now we're just going to wait for the Jedi for like 2 days.
Yeah, like they make a call and they're like, hey, we're here.
We're here. Could you guys send somebody out to help us? And they're like, yeah.
And they send Skier.
Yeah. And they're like, please don't. Avon is like, Trandoshans can grow their limbs back, right?
Yeah, because this is after he's lost his limb.
And Vern's like, please don't ask Master Skier why he lost his arm. She's like, no, I'm not going. I just thought you should know. I'm like, thanks,
okay.
I appreciate it.
Thanks, Dr. Avon.
Yeah. And she's like, Emery is over here, like, still sulking.
Yeah,
because
he's still worried.
He's like, oh fuck.
And of course, this is by the point that like they're on the ship
Yeah.
and they're making their way. Like I think they've actually made it to Starlight Beacon at
Yeah.
this point.
And she's like, hey, what happened? And he's like, oh, I fell. He's like,
Yeah.
I lost it a little bit at the end there.
Yeah, and he's like, I didn't mean to, but I did.
Yeah, and Avon's like, well, what was it? Can I look at your lightsaber or something?
Yeah.
And he's like, sure, it's cut in half though. And she's like, great.
Can I keep it?
And he's like, I'm not gonna.
I'm not gonna need it. I'm not gonna be a Jedi anymore.
So yeah, I guess.
And she's like, ooh, even better.
She's like, not only did I get a lightsaber, but it's broken.
And I got the Kyber crystal.
And so that happened.
And thus her study of that began.
And Honesty's over here. He's like, well, I'm gonna go and talk to the court
Yeah.
about the Nihil. And
Yeah,
about-
because they were captured.
yeah, and about their punishment because they deserve it.
Yeah, the Dellen delegation essentially will deal
Yeah.
with it.
And so that's what
and
he
I think the
does.
Dellen are going to join the Republic based on
Yeah,
how things
I think
sound.
so.
We never get confirmation in this book.
Yeah.
But it sounds like they're gonna join. It's gonna be a rough join because they're like they lost a leader, but it's like after once they discuss what happened on that planet,
Things will go smoothly, hopefully.
And so Vern meanwhile is talking to Skier, basically
he's-
trying to figure out what's gonna happen to Emery.
Yeah. And he's like, why don't you? And he's like, why don't you go and
Train him yourself.
train him yourself? And she's like,
I can do that.
I can do that? And he's like, yeah, I mean, you pulled him back from the dark, and it's not, and going to the dark isn't like a one and done thing.
It's
a choice every day.
Yep. It's based on the choices you make every day.
Yeah. So maybe you should go and ask him.
Maybe you'll be the best choice for somebody to guide him now.
Yeah. And so when she comes back, he's like, am I in trouble? Do I need to pack my things? And she's like, no. As a matter of fact, I got a question for you.
You want to be my apprentice?
He's like, what?
I tried to kill you.
I tried to kill you
Not even a day ago.
like earlier this morning. And she's like, well, you didn't.
And also, like, I pulled you back.
Yeah, so it's fine.
You're not evil.
You're not evil.
You just made a bad choice.
Yeah. And he's like, sure, I guess. I gave Avon my lightsaber though, so
It's like, okay, well, you'll build a new
don't
one.
worry about that. We can make a new one.
I think No, not yet.
I assume he does
Yeah,
somewhere
he
later
does.
in another book.
He does.
But not right now.
See, my problem is I'm also blending other books in my
Yeah.
memory, but yeah. So, no, he doesn't build one in this one yet.
Yeah.
But they do end on the Starlight Beacon ceremony.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he says yes, obviously. He's like, okay, cool. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah.
They
guess-
basically see it as, like, two best friends teaching each other. Because
Yeah.
Vern also sees this as a moment for her to learn also.
Yeah.
Because she's like, well, you'll be teaching me and I'll be teaching you, so we're good.
Earlier, I was thinking about this.
Yeah.
And I initially had some misgivings about it. I was like, I think Vern will make a fine Jedi Knight. I'm not sure about a Master, though, but given time to reflect upon it, I think it'll be fine.
Yeah. Like, I think I've seen a little bit of her master, of course, because I've already seen, like, what happens, like, this relationship. It's like any master. Like, you're gonna have your ups and downs.
Yeah.
And in the case for her, it's gonna be a learning thing of like, this is my first apprentice. I'm also 16.
Yeah.
And I think that, like, initially, I think this is a really bad choice because I would want somebody with experience.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Like, and I guess technically you can never have a first master with experience. But I mean, like, when I say that, I mean somebody who's been a Jedi long enough to, like,
yeah.
teach being a Jedi. Whereas she literally just got knighted.
I think it's been like
A year, maybe.
a year or two at best.
Which, that's still fresh.
Yeah. So I'm like, that's also why I was having misgivings about it.
But at the same time, what better way to learn
Yeah.
to be a master than to just
And to
dive
just
in?
do it.
Yeah.
Hopefully this will work out fine.
Hey, at least. Yeah. Yeah, there's that.
But-
yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I
hope
guess
it
we'll
works
find
out.
out.
I'll find out later.
Yep. All right.
And that's where that book ends.
Yeah, and that's the end of Test of Courage by Justina Ireland.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was looking to see what all was on here. There's nothing else. So final thoughts on it? Obviously, this is for a younger
Yeah.
reading age, but for what it is,
For what it is,
I would give it a 7.5, maybe an 8.
I'm gonna give it an 8.
I mean, because it does what it's supposed to.
It does.
And it definitely kept me entertained.
Yeah.
It's definitely, and it's a quick read. So if you just want to read a good book, just for like, it's something you can finish in maybe a day, honestly.
Yeah,
If you
it's-
just
I
sat
think it's
down,
fine.
like if you just sat down and wanted to read something, like if you have nothing else to do for the
Yep.
day,
It's a
good
good
book.
book.
And honestly, it feeds into everything else that we're going into. So, and it has good character development. It brought us the light whip into canon, which I am happy because the light whip is a cool weapon.
Mm.
It's one that has a lot of potential. I'm interested to see. I'm interested to see how she decides to tell other people about it, or if she decides to tell other people about it, because that's her journey.
Yeah. All right. Well,
And our next book is a book that just came out, Midnight Horizon. So we're going back to Wave 3. So but the good news is we finished Phase 1
all right.
or Wave 1. We finished Wave 1. So all the Wave 1 main books are done. The only thing we didn't read from Wave 1 were the comics that came out during Wave 1, but that's because like they kind of mix with the waves.
I see.
It's not like a hard stop sort of deal. It's like a lot of stuff that's in Phase 1 comics Wave 1 comics leads into Wave 2. So we'll read those as we get to them.
All right. What am I?
But yeah, we're jumping into Midnight Horizon. It looks like Reith and Comac are on the leads based on the cover. It's by Daniel Jose Older, who I like. He's very good.
Mm.
He's done some of the other High Republic stuff as well that you haven't read yet. He's done Race to Crash Point Tower, which is the next book in the junior novels.
Mm.
He's also worked on the High Republic mainline comic, as well as the Adventures comic a little bit. So he's been on both, I think. So, and while these reviews are for the High Republic in general and for Race to Crash Point Tower, his last book, I have a good feeling.
All right.
So, the opposite of Star Wars line, that famous Star Wars line.
Yeah.
I have a good feeling.
All right.
So,
Well.
I guess we'll see you guys next week with that. And we're going to be here longer next week, but I guess we'll tell them why next week.
Yeah.
So thank you guys for watching. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. And if you really like our content, check out the Patreon, which is linked down below if you're on YouTube. In the case of if you're not on YouTube, the Patreon is patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. The first tier will give you access to the Discord where Seth and I are there.
Yeah.
I haven't decided on how to give access to our specific chat for Star Wars Escape Reality Star Wars Talk yet. To like the tiers.
Yeah.
Because as you saw, somebody tried to get access to one of the chats this past week, and I had to give them a different access point to it. I'm probably going to change around. So I'm going to try to make it to where you guys can chat with us specifically about the book we're reading about. I have to work out like the specifics for each because everybody has their roles in the chat.
Yeah.
I have to figure out the rules for all the roles and fix that. But more than likely, the first tier will give you access to hang out with us in that
Yeah.
part of the chat. If not, you can talk to us in general, and we'll still
Yep.
chat about the same stuff there.
I might talk, I might not.
I probably will.
He will.
It's
He most likely will. Sorry.
yeah.
I can't.
It depends on the It
Yeah.
depends on what I'm doing. And then so if you want to watch us on Twitch as well, it's twitch.tv/CJ Star Wars 94. If you're on Twitch, be sure to subscribe and follow. That subscribe is very useful to us because that money can go towards getting books like this because I literally bought it today, the hardcover. The digital cover and audiobook I already had, but I needed the hardcover.
Oh.
That way we can present it on the show, and also I can read it.
Yeah.
I can physically read it at work. It's a little easier to read this at work than my reading the digital copy or listening to the audiobook. Same thing with Patreon. Any money you send there goes towards stuff like this, goes towards gear, goes towards talent. Eventually, the goal is to make it to where basically I can pay you to be here and do this, but also pay myself. Pay myself first.
Yeah.
That's the first goal, but eventually pay the talent as well. Using the term talent, if you're worried, I felt like you were like
I
self-doubting.
have none, but that's fine.
It looked like you were having self-doubt there for a
You
second.
confused me.
Talent is the term.
Is that why there's a parentheses talent next to the name in the chat?
Yeah, that's the role.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the role. Talent is basically like actor, or it's another word for that essentially.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
the talent
Sorry. One of us
has the actual film degree.
One of us has a film degree. Another one of us does not.
Yeah, I wonder who. But all that money goes towards that stuff. Eventually, when we get enough money to where I'll eventually like start showing like where the budget's going. That way, because I feel like we should be open. For those on YouTube, like I said, like and subscribe to the channel. Also, special thanks to Mopcast Network and G&G for letting us borrow the studio.
Yeah. It's very kind of them.
Yes. Were you about
God,
to?
motherfucker.
I was about to say, were you about to look at John? Johnny got him.
You fucking got. I didn't think it was gonna get me this time, but no.
I was waiting for it. And you can find Mopcast Network on Spotify, Apple, wherever you listen to your podcast. You can also find them at youtube.com/Mopcast Network, where you'll once again see my face because
You won't see me because I'm not part of that.
I help produce their shows. You can watch Cult Movie Cantina, where they talk about old movies, have some drinks, fun trivia, all that stuff. I think we just released an old live event, which you do not see my face in. But the next episode is going to just be a fun episode where we're going to have some drinks and I think have some other stuff. It's our off of movie week because they do a movie and then they do a hangout week. They call it the cult meeting on the off week. So that will be the cult meeting. And then the other show they do is Mando Mondays or My Star Wars Life. Currently, it's currently Mando Mondays because Book of Boba Fett's going on. So you're going to see us soon talk about, on this upcoming Monday, talk about the most recent episode of Boba Fett, the penultimate, because we're almost near the end. Oh boy, there's a lot to talk about. So definitely be sure to check them out. And if you're in the Mobile, Alabama area, check out Gamers and Geeks. It's a fun little gaming shop where you can get board games, you can get Magic the Gathering cards, D&D. They even have some Star Wars tabletop stuff here.
Yeah.
Most of what's here is Fantasy Flight, but I have seen the older stuff. Saga Edition has been here. I think they even had the West End Games D6 system. And so it's a good place. They've got an arcade in the back, $10 for the day, and you can play any game just about without. I think only one game uses coins, but they put up a sign so you know.
Yeah.
But the rest of the games you could just free play for the day after $10 payment. And there's also Engage Gaming that's connected to them, where you can do a rental and play like rent out a PlayStation or an Xbox or even a PC which we might have to do maybe for.
Oh, yeah.
That might be our solution for that episode,
Oh, yeah.
for a future episode of this. Because I guess I'll throw out. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna give a little sneak peek of something. It's not this upcoming week, but
No.
later in the month. And plus, I can promote it a little bit. I think.
Mm.
I think she's I don't know if she's confirmed to be on the show yet, but we might have our first guest on that episode.
Mm.
I haven't hard confirmed with her yet.
Well, I'd say get a hard confirm
Before announcing?
before announcing.
Okay. But we're going to play the Old Republic because the new expansion's coming out. And so near the end of the month on that episode, that will be the episode after Book of Boba Fett. So we're doing, the order is going to be this, Book of Boba Fett, and then Old Republic for the new expansion. So I got to find a way for you to play the game. That might be one of our ways, one of our solutions. I haven't figured out yet, though.
Well, we certainly can't use my Chromebook for that now, can we?
No, we can't use your Chromebook. Chromebook definitely can't play SWTOR.
Nope.
But yeah, we might have our first guest.
Yeah.
It's a hard might though, because I'm pretty sure she'll.
You know
be
when
on.
your parents say maybe we'll go to the park,
and then they go to the park,
and then they don't.
Oh no, it's not this. That's not this.
Oh.
This is more of a hard she'll probably be here. I just haven't like I told her what day and I told her the general time we start.
Yeah.
But I haven't been okay.
You haven't narrowed it.
I haven't been hey, you should be here at this time because obviously we're not close enough to where that's an issue yet.
All right.
I'll probably wait till the next week, the week before to start being okay, this is when you should come hang out with us.
Yeah. To
be on the show. But yeah. All right, so you basically know the next 4 episodes, so that's a lot to look forward, or 3 episodes. So that's a lot to look forward to. So thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you guys next week with the High Republic Midnight Horizon.
Yeah.
so they can hear us now. Yeah, I'll give you a second, but I'll introduce us while you're finishing that off. Ooh, I don't like how that camera looks. That still doesn't fix it.
Should I move this?
No. I'll move it. Let's see, where am I placed right now? I'm there. Sorry, guys.
We're having a few minor adjustments.
Actually, usually we're zoomed in more. That's what
If I'm not as enthusiastic today, it's because I've been working and haven't slept much. However, I'm gonna muscle through this, so.
Yeah. All right, I think it looks better there.
So first things first.
Go ahead and scoot Bubba back. Bubba can get closer to you. Actually, this is what's throwing off the... There we go. And Bubba can get closer this way to me. There we go. Okay. You can scoot closer this way because you're getting cut off. I'll go this way.
I wear like this shoulder.
Yeah.
They don't need to see my shoulders.
Yeah, they're seeing less of John than usual. I don't know what's up with this angle right now, but we're just gonna run with it.
Yeah.
Because we're starting a little bit earlier because
Yeah.
I wanted to get through this a little bit more because I'll tell the audience why afterwards. But hey, everybody, welcome back to another episode of Escape Reality Star Wars Talk.
Yeah.
The weekly show where we talk about Star Wars in canon.
Excuse me.
This is episode 8.
Yeah, episode 8.
This week we read The High Republic Midnight Horizon.
Yeah.
By Daniel Jose Older, who is a great. He's one of the really good Star Wars authors in recent. Like he's been mostly working in the comics side, but he's also got. This is one of his books that he's done. I think he's done some other Star Wars books. Yeah, he did Race to Crash Point Tower, which we haven't read yet. Well, I've read, but you haven't.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It's the second of the junior novels.
Okay.
So yeah. Which we're on this is the third of the young adult novels. We skipped a young adult novel.
Yeah. I didn't know who fucking Ram was.
Ram, yeah, so Ram is introduced in Race to Crash Point Tower. And he's also in what else was it? He's in the comics. He's in High Republic Adventures comics, which are the ones that Daniel Jose Older works on. So let's pull up the news real quick. There's not a lot. There is one big piece I guess I should start off on while I'm pulling up the rest of the news, is that they announced when Obi-Wan Kenobi's going to start.
Really?
Yes. So we now have official word that it is May 25th. So we were correct in believing in that May from all the reports that we were hearing, because we heard all those rumblings of May being the likely candidate for. Now a lot of people are thinking Star Wars Day. This is going to be a little bit later than that, which makes me curious what they're going to do for Star Wars Day. Because I would imagine they would want a big show on Star Wars Day. Like, I would imagine they would want to go, this is the cool show that we're doing for Star Wars Day. But they didn't do that.
Pilot episode, maybe?
No.
But then again, why would you wait, like...
2 more weeks. Yeah, 2 to 3 more weeks, yeah. Let's see. Oh. I guess this is from today. So it's a good thing I always look at the news last minute, because sometimes things just pop up. So we got the first few titles of Phase 2 books. Oh, this was from the High Republic show yesterday, which I did not watch that episode yet. So Star Wars does their High Republic show on their YouTube channel, on the Star Wars YouTube channel, which is basically them just doing, here's the big announcements. So it turns out one of my theories was correct, that we were... Hold on, wait, no, that's not my theory. Sorry. It's still doing the 150 years back. But one of the cool books they're releasing is a artwork book, The Art of Star Wars The High Republic. So that's going to have a lot of Phase 1's like concept art and stuff. And that's going to release on September 27th. They've got some concept art of Marchion Ro here, or Marchion, depending how you want to say it.
Yeah.
It is Marchion, I think, because in the audiobook for this one, which was read by somebody else, they said Marchion. You got some Wreath Silas art. You got some Comac Vitus art. All right, so some of the titles that we've got so far for the next... Okay, so we've got our title for our first adult novel, which is Convergence. And it's being written by Zoraida Cordova, which she's only worked... And I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Zoraida, I think. I'll let you. It's right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be my guess. She's only written... This would be her second Star Wars novel. Her first one was A Crash of Fate, which is something that we haven't covered yet on the show. It's canon. It's way later in the timeline. It's closer to... It's after Episode 6.
Yeah, that it would be way later in the timeline.
Yeah, so we got a while before we get to that book. The first young adult novel for Phase 2 will be Path of Deceit by Tessa Gratton and Justina Ireland, which Justina Ireland's, she wrote A Test of Courage, and she's also written some other books for us, but we haven't read them on the show yet.
Yeah.
This is Gratton's first foray into Star Wars, along with an upcoming short story in the upcoming Stories of Jedi and Sith collection, which that's the first I've heard about that. That's not High Republic content, but that's Star Wars content. So
yeah,
this would be her first novel, I guess. So that's the young adult novel, and then this will be Ireland's second young adult novel because she wrote the phase. She wrote Wave 2 novel, so the one we skipped, Out of the Shadows, which we're gonna go back to obviously, but we skipped it for a reason. The usual reason. And then, last but not least, George Mann, who has written a lot of he's been in charge of the short story collections for Star Wars lately. Like, he did Myths and Fables, and he did Dark Legends and Life Day Treasury, which are all exactly what you think they are. So, Myths and Fables is basically the stories you would tell your kids before bed or whatever of Star Wars. Dark Legends would be your scary stories, to tell in the dark sort of deal. And then Life Day Treasury is your holiday collection. It's your Christmas stories. He is working on the junior novel called Quest for the Hidden City. Mann isn't new to High Republic, having written a couple of illustrated children's books. Because he's been writing the sticker books essentially. Because there are sticker books as well, and they're basically just. They're exactly what you think. They're really short versions of the adult novels with stickers, which I like those. I like getting them just for the stickers, so I have the character art. And also, since they're fully illustrated, you get more of the character art, too. So the first one has some art of Buryaga, your boy, and so, because, Buryaga was important in the first book.
Yeah.
And then, so he's done Showdown at the Fair and the Battle for Starlight.
Okay.
Yeah, I hope he's okay. So that is our first set of novels. It seems though that we also so I don't know if we talked about this on the show. I think we might have, but that Dark Horse is getting back into Star Wars comics. I don't know if we talked about that off air or on air.
I'm not sure we talked about it at all, but my memory is a bit faulty at the moment.
That's fair. So we finished with our book news, but in the comic news, okay, so hold on. It says when the Okay, so in comic news, currently there's no release dates or plot details for any of the novels, so we'll just ignore that for now. Marvel, though, is relaunching its flagship, the High Republic series, so it's going to do Volume 2, I guess, essentially, where they reset the numbers,
All right.
Even though it's only been 13 issues, but I guess they're going to have to reset it anyways because they're trying to stick to to whatever phase we're in. So that's going to come back in October. I think there's only 15 issues total of the first set. So let's see. So more than likely, Star Wars News Net, which is where I as I've said many times on the show, this is where I get my news from. This is where I look at this is basically where I grab what we're going to talk about. They are guessing, based on the fact that we know that the Marvel flagship comic is going to reset in October, that more than likely that's when we'll get Convergence around, which makes sense. Because the way it came out with Phase 1 was they did Light of the Jedi, and then within that same month we started getting the comics. So more than likely, I'd say early October for Convergence, mid to late October for the comic. That would be my guess. Using that same logic.
Yeah.
So we'll have time to explore other parts of Star Wars before jumping back to the High Republic. We'll have some time.
Maybe then I can figure out the timeline.
Yeah, I'll after we finish the High Republic books that we're doing right now, I'll give us a official timeline. In other comic news, we finally know what Dark Horse's first comic back with Star Wars will be. It turns out that Claudia Gray, who we love on the show, will be writing for them Quest of the Jedi, which will be part of the High Republic stuff. Which makes sense because I think Phase 2 has been called Trials of the Jedi, is like the subtitle for Phase, like as a whole. Like Phase 1, I think, was just subtitled Light of the Jedi. And so I think next is Trials of the Jedi, is what I think it is. Dark Horse also has an original graphic novel coming, which will be from Daniel Jose Older. Hey. Yeah. There you go. It's all connecting. It's all connecting. and we like Daniel Jose Older. He's really good to the Star Wars fandom. He's a lot of fun. He's on TikTok even, and he'll talk to people. So he's very active in the community. Charles Soule is as we know, he works on the Star Wars comics. Anyways, he does the mainline comic right now for High Republic. He's also the author of Light of the Jedi, and he is writing a comic for our favorite Jedi Master, Porter Engle. And since it's 150 years before the stories, we'll get to learn why he's called the Blade of Bordata. Or Bordetta, yeah. All right, and so I think that's everything on High Republic news. Yeah. So okay, so we got our High Republic news today, which puts us kind of in the right mood, I think. I think there might be more Star Wars news, but I think that's enough. We got our Obi-Wan, we know when it's coming out, and we know
we know enough.
We got High Republic content. So I think that puts us in the right mood to talk about our review today.
So spoiler warning.
Yes.
If you haven't read the book yet and you don't want to be spoiled, go read the damn book.
So is that
a good book?
I was about to say, is that your recommendation? But you just, that's your recommendation of the book.
But if you want, we're going to spoil the shit out of
Yeah,
this.
and if you don't care about that, you can stick around.
Yeah.
Like, just know that that's what we do on the show, so you're going to get that.
Yeah. If you haven't tuned in before, we do our weekly book reviews.
Yeah, essentially.
And I have to hand over my crown.
Yes. I read the book first. I did it by like a day.
By a day.
Which I thought so I guess we'll just have a little fun. My monster was not happy.
Apparently not.
So normally I'm going to kind of set the stage here for that. Normally when we do this, I give you the book around, usually after we finish filming, I try to get you a copy of the book, whether like later in the day or whatever. And so that means by Sunday, you have it, no matter what. Usually by Sunday, you have it, with the exception of A Test of Courage.
Yeah.
Because there was no way I could get you a digital copy.
Yeah.
The only way I had thought about doing it was taking picture by picture of my book.
And that would be insane.
Which I tried doing that, and it was just too much of a mess. So I gave you the book Tuesday, because I see you on Tuesdays for your D&D game that you run.
Yeah.
So I was just like, here you go. You can have the physical copy. I've got the audiobook, so you're good.
Yeah.
But in this case, it was business as usual. I got you a copy, and so usually what you have told me is you won't read it Sunday.
Yeah. Because I'm like, I need one like breather day.
Yeah, but usually you'll start Monday.
Yeah.
Usually.
So
apparently this time, and I was unaware of this, you didn't start till Tuesday.
No,
No, not even.
it was either Tuesday or Wednesday.
Wednesday. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm here. I decided that I was going to commit to taking the notes, which
Yeah.
I didn't commit. But I did for the first four chapters?
Yeah.
Three.
Good on you.
3 to
You
4.
did more work than I did.
3 to 4. 3 to 4 chapters, which for the camera, I don't know how well they're going to see it because written words are hard to see. But this and this is all the first 3 to 4 chapters.
Is a page and a half of notes. And
Which I'm probably not even going to go completely by
Yeah.
because we're going to try to like make it smoother than usual.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I gave up about a few chapters in because I was like, I'm reading this way too slow doing this.
Yeah.
Because what I would do is I would read it or listen to it once, and then I would go back, reread it while writing the notes.
Yeah.
And that just took too long.
So another thing, and the way I've decided to read the book, the
Mhm.
books in general. Originally, I was reading. I was like, I'll set an hour of reading time aside for the book.
Which doesn't, that still works a
Yeah.
good bit, although we got bigger books at some point.
And that stopped working. So I was like, okay, 100 pages a day.
Which that still works for this, so
Yeah.
because this was only what
465.
Yeah, I was about to say it wasn't too much.
Like
It wasn't too crazy.
you can get it done in a week.
Yeah, and if you do the audiobook, you could get it done in a day because I think
Yeah.
it was like 8 hours. So if you just chilled, listened to the audiobook, which this might be the best audiobook
Mm.
or one of the best audiobooks
I feel like
because
audiobook form would actually help this one.
yeah, so this one, they put some production into this. They had a theme, like they had a music theme, which I went on a rant with one of my friends. I wouldn't say mutual friends because you don't know her yet, but you're
Yeah,
gonna
I
get to know her soon. But I was on her Discord and I was like, I ranted about how I think they should release the soundtrack for the High Republic, and she agrees. Like, look, Lucasfilm, if you're going to go out and do an entire project where you have a whole new set of books, and then you're also planning to make TV shows and video games in that series, just go all out. Do what you did back in I think it was the 90s and early 2000s, Shadows of the Empire. Shadows of the Empire was a book series, a comic series. It had a video game, which I beat recently on
yeah.
YouTube. Yeah, Shadows of the
I
Empire.
haven't watched it, but I was like around what? This is like part 17, I think. I'm like, yeah.
No, Shadows of the Empire I think was less. I beat that in like 8 parts. It's a short game. And so unless you're playing on a really high difficulty, which I did not, I was like,
You're like, I'm not doing that.
because I remember how hard the game was as a kid on N64, and I was playing it on PC,
and you were like, nope, I'm not dealing with that today.
which I ran into a level that was a problem because more of level. Anyways, off track.
Is it?
The point of the Shadows of the Empire thing is that they had a soundtrack that they made, so that way if you were reading the novel, you could play the soundtrack and listen to it, and it would almost like perfectly sync up depending where you were in the book. And so like, give me something like that. Give me some cool music to put the High Republic vibe in. I'd probably use it for the show whenever you guys are waiting for us to go live, and like, I would buy it purely for that reason, and I also just like. It was cool. And so on top of that, the audiobook was also read by Todd Haberkorn. So he kept my interest.
Let me check something.
Yeah, that he is Death the Kid on Soul
I
Eater.
know he's Death the Kid, but I think he's also another.
Yeah, he's in some other stuff. He's a really good he's a really good voice actor in my opinion.
Yeah. I think.
But yeah, anyways, while you're looking that up,
Yeah.
I guess I'll get us into the story so that way we don't run too far behind.
Yeah.
Because we got a bit
Yeah.
to talk about.
Yeah, Mr. Haberkorn also voices Natsu from Fairy Tail.
Yeah. So,
But
there you go. He's a really good actor, in
Yeah.
my opinion. And so as a reader, he kept my interest.
Yeah. However, I would like.
Well, you want a rematch on this? I don't think.
No, not a rematch.
I mean,
would like
technically, the
to
next.
change the name of this book to fucking City of Liars.
City of Thieves.
Them too.
City of Killers. There we go. City of Killers.
City of fucking betrayal. And not.
Okay, so we start our. Let's go ahead and jump into this because I got some notes.
So
We start our journey after the tragedy at the Republic Fair, still unseen by you.
yeah,
Since we're
I
going
don't know what happened
a little
there,
into the
but
future.
what I do know is it was probably bad because everyone keeps comparing it.
Yeah, like everybody's like, man, it's not as bad as the Republic Fair.
I'm like, what the fuck happened at the fair? Is it better or worse than the fall of Starlight Beacon? Which hasn't happened yet in the timeline.
Although it does happen in this book.
It does happen in this book. And it does answer my question about where the fuck everybody else was.
Yeah, it does. And we there's some other answers because I started reading some of the comics that have been coming out as well. There's answers to come. So we get to see the homeworld and hometown of Han Solo.
Yeah.
Coronet City of Corellia.
Yeah.
And
Man, this place sucks.
I mean,
It's great.
you've
but
seen
it
Solo,
sucks.
so you already knew that.
Yeah.
But we're basically on the first chapter or prologue rather.
Yeah, the
we're
prologue.
we're following some hired bodyguards on it that are
Yeah.
on assignment. We meet Prybolt
Yep.
and his hounds as he stands outside with his partner Ovardo as they guard Minister Nomar Traumat. Ovardo decides to smoke a death stick on the job when the hounds sense something is wrong.
A light death stick smoking is like the least of the problems.
That they're about to come.
Corellia.
Yeah, it's also the least of the problems that they're about to face.
Yeah. Oh, this is gonna kill me in 30 years. I'm worried about the next 30 minutes.
seconds.
No, 30 seconds is more appropriate for this book.
But yeah, so, you know, the
Anyway.
hounds kind of sense something is off, and unfortunately, though, Prybolt is a little distracted thinking about his family, who live in the sewers because they can't stand being in sunlight without armor. Remember that for later. Because he is part of the same race as Lady
They're,
Proxima.
Grindelids.
Grindelids, yes. Which they come in two forms. They can be the more large worm type, or they can be like the little short ones that can walk around more easily. Because there's also the one in Solo. There's one in Solo that can do that as well. I forget his name. Moloch. Moloch, yeah. Because Moloch's the one that chases Han at the beginning of Solo.
I see.
Yeah, and so that's why he wears the armor, is because he's a Grindelid.
Yeah.
So yes. Still having a bad feeling, Prybolt goes into the building to find his client beaten, but alive.
Yep.
But also with a blaster pistol pointed at his head by an ear kit and a gas mask.
Yeah, pretty bad day.
So Prybolt six his hounds on the attacker while Ovardo is busy tripping over himself. I mean, is it wrong?
Oh no.
He walks into the door and immediately trips.
It's not wrong. It's just unfortunate.
So
Prybolt chases after the
yeah,
ear
the
kid
ear kit. Yeah, because the ear
she's
kit
like,
throws down a gas bomb, causing Prybolt to be unable to see her
Yeah.
attack until the last second, which she comes at him with a bayonet. Prybolt manages to escape with the client, even shooting two more of the masked raiders as they go out into the sun. It turns out, though, that bayonet cut through his protective suit, letting the sun in and weakening him enough that he missed the raiders taking his client.
Whoops. That's not great.
Yeah, because he's kind of distracted by the burning.
Yeah. Being on fire.
Yeah, it turns out that, he manages to weakly call his boss Crash and tell her that the attack looked like Nihil before the ear kit catches up, holding him down with her foot as the sun slowly tortures him to death.
Yeah. So, not even the first chapter in the prologue, a man is fucking incinerated.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Let's get away from City of Lies and Killers and Thieves, and let's go ahead and go to Starlight Beacon, where we meet Ram.
Yeah.
Which, as you said, this is your first time meeting
First
him.
time.
Ram Jamaram.
Who is this weirdo and why is he here?
So he is kind of a techie Jedi. So, you know, he likes
yeah.
his machinery and all that. So he's really useful there. And he lived on Valo, which was where the Republic Fair
Oh, yeah. He's
happened.
playing with like a nuclear reactor or something?
something like that. Yeah.
I'm like, are
but-
you sure that's a good idea?
But yeah, he gets a call from his master Kumpar, who's like, "Hey, you want to come back to Valo and kind of help with that? Because I can sense that you're a little uneasy right now because Ram is having trouble
Yeah.
dealing with his emotions."
The thing with Ram isn't that he's feeling a lot of emotions.
It's that he's
It's that
feeling
he ain't
nothing.
feeling a damn thing.
Yeah, it's the opposite problem of the usual problem in
Yeah.
Star Wars.
Like, most of the time, Jedi will probably be like, oh, that's a good thing. But Ram's like,
Except not even really, because even Jedi admit that there needs to be a balance, especially
But-
in the High Republic era. We're in the era where balance is a good thing.
Yeah. but Ram's over here, he's like, I don't like this. Like, at all.
Yeah, because Ram is like fighting it with himself because he's like, I feel like this is right, but it's also wrong.
Yeah.
Like they tell us that we shouldn't feel our emotions, but I feel like this is going too far.
Yeah,
And he's
it's
right.
Like,
His instinct is right.
it's the right thing for the wrong reason.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. No, it doesn't matter which way. you
No,
arrange
no,
that
it's just
sentence.
wrong. It's just kind of wrong for him,
And
unfortunately.
he's like, I don't know, man. And like,
So like Master Kumpar's trying to cheer him up and be like, "Hey,
Yeah.
we're doing reconstruction here on your homeworld. Come get distracted with that." And he's like, "I don't know. I think my friends need me here still,
Yeah.
so I'll kind of stick here
I'll
for now."
stay here for a little while.
And while he's talking with that, enter Zine Morala.
Another character who I know nothing about.
She also appears in the High Republic Adventures
Yeah.
comic.
I'm like, who are you? What are you doing here?
Yeah. So basically, Zine comes in dancing.
Yeah,
And
Zine is
Zine is amazing.
happy-go-lucky, and one spot
Yeah.
of like fucking bright hope in this once again dark ass book. You keep taking me from tragedy to tragedy.
But so yes, Zine comes in dancing
Yeah.
and it's like, "Hey, how's it going? Hey, Master Kumpar, how's it going?" And of course, Kumpar's like, "It's good. All right, I've got to go."
He gets
Basically,
weirded out. He's like, oh, fuck this.
and Zine's like, "Well, that works out because we're late for a meeting.
Yeah.
Because we gotta go. We gotta just have this meeting because Starlight Beacon's all
Yeah.
about meetings at this point." And as she's like trying to cheer Ram up because she can
Yeah.
sense that something's wrong, because she met Ram in the events of the book. Right? I think. No, actually, she doesn't meet him till High Republic Adventures comic that introduced him, because he started in Race to Crash Point Tower, then he makes it. Yeah. But basically, this chapter is kind of giving you that rundown, anyways.
Yeah.
Like for all these characters you don't know.
This is like
If
an
you-
info dump.
Yeah,
chapter.
like if you have not read, I think that's what the High Republic is doing its best at trying to do,
Yeah.
which is like, hey, you can just read the young adult novels,
Yeah.
or you could just read the adult novels, or you could just read whatever. And they're still trying to make it to where if you're not reading the comics or anything, here's what you need to know about
Yeah.
these characters that you may not have read yet.
and like,
And that works especially when we get our next intro in this chapter, Lula Talasola,
yeah.
who's like, "Yeah, it's become, you guys aren't just late to a meeting, you're late to the actual mission briefing at this point, because it turns
Yeah.
out that we heard about the thing that happened in the prologue."
Yeah, we got like a radio message. Not a radio message.
And actually, that's when Ram ends his call with Master
Yeah,
Kumpar,
he's like,
was when
"Alright,
Lula
I got
enters. Yeah.
It's like, I'm sorry, work calls. The other thing that sort of is like going across the Jedi.
Oh, do we want to jump to the other Jedi that's on the ship?
No. Just in general,
Oh, okay.
is like they're burnt out.
But yeah, like they're burnt
like,
out, and
it
that's
has been
and
a
it's-
year.
and it's something. It's actually been 2 years.
Sorry. Oh god, that makes it so much worse.
Yeah,
But they're like,
because
"We're
I did
so
some
tired.
because I did some research into the timeline. So in regard, it's been a few months since the Republic Fair,
Mm.
but it's been 2 years since Light of the Jedi.
But they're like, man, we are so tired of fighting these damn Nihil.
Yeah,
We know we have to because it's the right thing to do,
but like,
but
how are we gonna keep this up?
we
Essentially,
can't keep this up because the Nihil
Like, by the
show
time
up
we arrest-
anywhere.
like by the time we arrest one of them, 10 more pop up.
yeah,
Yeah. And that's something we'll go more in depth to as we get in, because it's something that's gonna play heavy into this. So let's go back to Corellia. So Meanwhile, Pribolt's boss, Crash, is worried about
Yeah.
him and Ovarto, but she's busy working for a band
Yeah.
and can't go looking for them at the moment because, other gigs, because we learned that Crash's company, Supreme Coronet City Diplomat Protection, definitely needs a shorter name, by the way.
The SCDS.
Yeah. Well, it would be SCCDP, Supreme Coronet City Diplomat Protection,
S2CP.
S2CP.
Yeah.
Well, you're forgetting the D. S2CDP.
Fuck that.
That's still too long.
Fuck it. Crash's company.
Yeah. So we learned that Crash's company pretty much has a monopoly.
Yeah.
Beyond certain competitors such as Discaro.
Yeah.
And they also create false assailants for their
Yeah.
clients, which is their current job.
Yep.
Their current job is essentially make this band more famous by having somebody attack them.
Yeah.
Because they're like a band that's up and coming.
Yep.
And so they're in like the town square where their concert is supposed to be. And but while they're preparing for this job, Crash is also considering that one of her other clients may be behind the attack on Trauma.
Yeah.
Because she's like, man, I protect like half this planet's diplomats. So like literally
Like, it's entirely possible that someone on my list of former protectees
or even current
or even
protectees
current, like,
attacked
took out another one of them.
Yeah. So like it comes across her mind.
Yeah.
But while thinking on this, the square they were securing begins to be bombed by detonators, or at least it appears to be
Yeah.
that way. To the surprise of everyone, including Crash's team, as their false assailant was supposed to use a knife.
Yeah.
The crowd is emptied with no casualties, leading Crash to believe the attack was purely theatrical. And because she believes it's purely theatrical, she believes only one person could be behind it. Descaro. Taking advantage of their team being weakened, which causes Crash to believe that Descaro might have also been behind the attack on Pribolt. Because, like, how else would he know that their team is weakened? But before she can deal with that, she has to save the current job by calling a reporter back to the square in time to see her crew save their current client from a monster.
Yeah.
Which her Wookiee was late because he was drugged.
Yep.
Descaro.
I think,
Because it's implied that Descaro drugged, like, her team.
oh, that's not what I thought the implication was.
Because she assumes that, like, oh, like, you were drugged because Descaro did it to fuck with me.
Like, I think that's what she thinks at the time, but the actual answer is so much better.
Oh, yeah.
If I remember what
yeah,
it
isn't he,
actually is.
like, wasn't he just, like, hungry? Or, like,
No.
oh, what was it?
I think Spheno shot him.
Oh, yeah. So that's all on my written notes. But
Like-
thankfully, I know what happens next. So we go back to Starlight Beacon because
yeah.
we do this a little bit. For a little bit, we're going hopping back and forth just a
Yeah.
little bit.
And,
So like how Toki was made perpetually high. Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, like Toki was made perpetually high. Yeah, that's probably a good one.
so back on
Starlight Beacon, we get to see my favorite character, Wreath. He's my favorite High Republic character.
He's one of the good ones.
And so he's studying, as Wreath does. As a Wreath does, he's just in the library, because no matter what planet he's on, he's gonna find that library.
It's like, where are the books?
Where are the books? But even while he's reading the books, he knows that he's late,
Yeah.
because apparently everybody on Starlight Beacon is just late to things.
Yeah.
So he is late to his practice with Master Comac.
Yeah.
And so he even looks at his watch and he's like, "Yep, I'm late."
It's like, shit, I gotta.
Or chrono, rather, because they just have chronos. They
Yeah.
don't have watches.
He's like, shit, I gotta put my book up. Okay, fine.
So he makes his way to the training. We're going to kind of just talk about all this at once, because I think they jump away from the training to show us, it's still on Starlight, but they show us what's the mission debrief, and then they go back to training. But we're just going to show no, we'll do the mission debrief. So let's jump to the mission debrief with Ram, Zine, and Lula.
They're like
where they run into Jedi Masters Cantum Sai,
Yep.
who is Lula's master, and then is it Buckets of Is it Buckets of Blood? Is it Master Buck? Who's the other one there?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is because of the great joke in that one. Because there's a great joke about that. Because
another running theme in this story, Ram sucks at telling jokes.
yes, so Ram is trying to like
He's trying
throughout
to
the book. He's trying to tell jokes, and Wreath kind of guides him a little
Like-
once we get Wreath in the mission brief. He's not there yet because he learns about all this afterwards, I think. No, he is at the mission
No,
brief. So
but
let's go to his practice duel because I think that does happen first.
Yeah.
So Wreath goes to the practice duel where him and Comac have their fight, and they kind of like basically Comac is trying to teach him stuff, and
Yeah.
he's like, "Wow, Wreath is actually a lot smarter already, and he's kind of got a lot of this down."
Yeah.
Like, in fact, Wreath is beating him in the fight.
Yeah, he said. But then again,
Then again, we already knew Wreath's combat skills were pretty
yeah,
good
because of Dez.
because of Dez, yeah.
yeah.
So it makes
Like Wreath is the only one who went with Dez to like lightsaber dueling class.
yeah. Well, because
And Dez was also pretty good at it.
yeah, and it wasn't really to class. It would be private duels, kind of like this. Like
Yeah.
Dez was like, well, it's kind of like I'm your big brother, so I'm gonna teach you how to fight.
And so Comac's like, damn,
yeah,
he already knows this.
yeah. And so Ram comes in.
Yeah.
Because Ram comes in and is like, hey, we got a mission briefing. You gotta get over there. And so like, but before that, Comac's like, all right, well, I'm gonna peace out. I'm gonna go see Cantum Sai, talk some stuff
Yeah.
real quick. And so in the meantime, don't rush to the meeting yet. I'll meet you there.
Yeah, I'll go with you guys. I gotta go and talk with Cantum about stuff.
So while they're waiting on Comac, Ram and Wreath are like, hey, you want to practice some fighting? And they kind of get to know each other
Yeah.
because this is the first time really that they've interacted. Like Wreath and Ram have heard of each other,
But I don't think
but they've never run into each other
Yeah.
really. It's like when you know about other people at school because like you just hear your friends
Yeah.
talk about them, but you don't
You've
actually
never
talk.
seen 'em.
Like you don't actually talk to them because you don't know them.
Yeah.
And so this would be the first time that they've interacted, and they're like, "Hey, you wanna practice fighting? Cool, but we're not using these stupid sticks. We're gonna use actual lightsabers."
Nah. What? You want to use the wooden practice sword? No. Let's get the real one.
But of course, because they're not stupid,
Yeah.
Wreath is like, "Okay, I'm gonna slow down so
Yeah,
that way
I'm
he
not
can."
gonna go.
Basically, it's more about practicing their
Yeah.
forms than actual combat practice, which sticks would be actual combat practice. This is more form practice. So he's like, I'm slowing down so that way Ram can like block my shots
Yeah.
as they're coming at him. That way he has time to block them.
And so they do that.
And they talk, and this is where the humor thing comes in, because Ram tries to make some jokes while they're practicing, and Wreath's like, no, you see,
Gotta
you're
be-
doing it wrong. You can't be winking and stuff while you're
You
telling me
have
the joke.
to-
You got to do a straight face until the punchline.
Yep. It's like you have to work on your deadpan delivery, man.
Deadpan is where it's at.
Yep.
Okay. So, I guess,
And
is this the introduction of the Cantum storyline?
I think so.
Yeah, so Cantum and Comac are talking,
Yeah.
and Comac is dealing with it. He's unsure about his path of being a Jedi.
Yeah, because like Comac, a running thing where you were like, I don't like throughout the
Yeah.
week, you were like, man, I didn't know Comac was like this vicious. And I'm
Like, I also didn't know Comac was struggling this hard with being a Jedi. Like,
I'm
I
it
knew,
was always there.
like, Into the Dark, he was struggling a little bit, but it wasn't like this level.
no, but
And I always assumed that Into the Dark kind of healed a lot of the issues that he had, but apparently not.
no, it didn't. Actually, at the end of the book, it was worse.
Yeah. Well, I think it fixed a little bit of it because of his relationship with Wreath, is what I always thought.
The way that I
Because I always
understood
thought him
was
and
that
Wreath were gonna like kind of build each other up.
it was an attempt to do that,
Yeah.
but because I didn't get to see
Obviously,
that.
well, I think there's not a lot we see of Wreath.
Yeah.
We see like one more story with Wreath that we haven't gone over. It's the second of the young adult novels. And so, but like, and Comac's not really in it,
Yeah.
so like, it's hard to tell. Like I think he's there, but Out of the Shadows is one that I kind of spaced on, so that's one I'm gonna have to really focus on when we read that one.
Like, it was always there. In fact, I think Comac is getting more and more pissed off progressively throughout the series about like how Jedi have to act and do things.
Which that was always there into the
Yeah.
into the dark immediate, like in the flashbacks, that was what he was dealing with, and so that was always there.
Yeah.
But I never saw him like being, as we'll get into it, I never saw him pulling an Elzar, which he still does not.
He doesn't.
But I never
But man,
he gets
like,
close.
He's like, if one more, just let
bring
him do
him.
one more really fucked up bad thing.
Yeah, and so, and for that reference, watch our review of the Fallen Star, to understand that reference of pulling an Elzar, which is now our, like, I think that's our go-to saying whenever like a Jedi does something really violent.
Yeah, like for needlessly, or like because things are just so shit.
Well, so Steven is watching.
Oh.
As far as like going to, because he says sounds like someone needs to go to the neutral side. I'd say less going to the neutral side, because so in canon, Gray Jedi isn't a thing. Like it's barely a thing in Legends too. Like it's kind of there, but it's not really a thing. And in canon, it's definitely not there, because canon tries to stick more to the idea of if you dip into the dark side, that's kind of like using a drug, and you're just gonna keep wanting more of it, and so until eventually the dark side wins. Which I think that's something that all of our Jedi characters in the High Republic series are dealing with, is that they're dipping into the dark side a little bit.
We have to,
because
the situations are so extreme.
But unfortunately,
sometimes if we don't, we'll just die.
But unfortunately, I think it's coming at a cost.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that cost paid. Like Elzar had to pay that cost.
Yeah.
And we're seeing other characters that, because we'll get into Comac's story more, but like, I guess I'll kind of give it away. We're seeing Jedi that are like, look, I'm done, because if I stay involved, I'm just gonna have to keep dipping, and I can't afford that.
Yeah. It's like, do you want this conflict to end? Good. Pay your soul up front.
Yeah, and that's something that, and that's a thing of, and that's a question, and that becomes a moral question of, well, can they do it without paying their soul up? Like for their soul, essentially.
Yeah.
And I think it's possible.
It's just extremely difficult.
You got to put the work in, yeah. And the right path is not always the easiest path.
Yeah.
And that's that's kind of the lesson there, I guess.
But
going back into it,
yeah.
Cantum, he's sharing this with Cantum, and of course Cantum's like, well, I've got a story for you, because my Jedi training was not the easiest either.
Yeah.
So they go ahead and tell their story. And we get it in chunks.
Yeah.
But I get, so that love story, that Jedi love story that we heard about in Light of the Jedi, and how they read romance novels. This is basically that.
Yeah.
This is basically like, if you wanted that in Star Wars, this is it.
This is the one where that is.
I know, and it doesn't go full in the same degree as like as what we would imagine one of those books going. But this is pretty close. This is pretty close to it though. I would like to see one even that goes even further into the tropes, but this gets pretty close.
So Cantum is basically like, there was a point in time where Yoda just told me, and Yoda is Cantum's former master.
Correct, which Yoda kind of trains a lot of people, but yeah, I think Cantum was directly under
like
Yoda.
One of his former apprentices.
Yeah.
And he's like, I think you should take some time away from the Order.
Yeah, so this is kind of answering your question, Steven. He says, I thought there would be at least some Force users that just kind of go away and chill. And this is kind of in that vein. Because you can leave the Order and kind of just not, like, practice being a Jedi. But there's a difference between, like, using the dark... There's a difference between going neutral and that.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't call that being neutral, because I would say you'd still be trying to practice using the light side during that time, Or you do what Cantum does, which is they choose to just almost not quite cut themselves off, but just not use it.
Yeah. Just don't until you actually really need to.
But yeah, so Yoda's like, yeah, you can just leave. That's
Yeah.
always been an option.
He's like, we'll welcome you back, like.
Yeah, because you're still
whenever.
like,
You're still my Padawan.
yeah, you're still a
And
Jedi.
you're not like being thrown out.
Yeah, which is
As a matter of fact, I'm telling you to leave.
yeah. As a matter of fact, I'm giving you this option because I think it might be good for you.
Yeah.
And so they leave,
Yeah, and
and Cantum's, and on top of that, Cantum is also dealing with these romantic feelings
yeah,
that they have
towards,
for our. I know it's our. I always get the name wrong as I was reading it.
an acrobat.
Yeah, it's an acrobat.
And they're like, maybe.
Yeah. You can keep going. I'm
And
just looking at.
He's like, I don't know what to do with this. And the acrobat, whose name I don't remember
Yeah, I'm
either,
pulling it up.
is like, I don't want you to leave the order for me. And so,
And yeah, Cantum's like, nah, I'm not leaving it for you. I'm leaving it because I have to deal with my situation.
yeah.
You can't tell me not to leave, so there.
You can... What, you thought you had a choice in this? No, you don't.
This is my decision.
And so,
Which I think that's a fair argument for Cantum to make because they are right. It is not the decision of the person that they love. It is their decision. While yes, maybe they're a factor into that decision.
they're not
not-
the person who gets to decide.
Yes.
So that happens, and then I think we flash forward to the present day.
Yeah, we come back. Yeah, so like yeah, we'll come back to Cantum's story, and I'm gonna try to figure out the name of their lover as we go through this.
So
But yeah, so we go back to the present where they are dealing with. They go to the meeting.
yeah, they go to the meeting.
So
and
they have a couple pieces of news.
mhm.
One, they figured out where Crix has been hiding, which is
Once again, I'm like, I have no context for
but once
who
again,
this is. I'm like, I guess it's good that you found that guy.
I think the book also does a good job of going. This is who they are for those of
They're
you who
like-
have not read the comics.
Lula's former friend.
Yeah,
who
or
was-
Zine's former friend.
Sorry. Like
yeah,
Zine's
Lula and Zine are easy to
former friend who like went over to the Nihil.
Yeah, because Zine grew up in a society that was like the Force is bad, and if you're a Force user, you're evil.
Yeah.
And of course, that wasn't great for Zine
No, probably not.
because Zine was a Force user, and Zine's like, well, I guess I gotta hide that. And unfortunately, though, one day the Nihil came up on their planet and was like destruction to everybody, and the Jedi came to save the day. But in the process, Zine had to use her powers to save people, and Crix saw that and was like, you lied to me all those years. You're a Force user. You're evil. I'm going to join the Nihil.
How dare you?
And so, yeah, and Crix has done some bad things in the process of being a Nihil.
How dare you have superpowers?
And not tell me. In a society where we deem it as evil.
Yeah. But I'm like,
So
okay,
yeah.
sure,
so they're
I
like, we
guess.
found Crix, and Crix is, we can use this to find out like more information about the Nihil if we can capture him.
Yeah.
So at first they give the Lula the job of finding him. Just Lula, because they're like, oh yeah, Lula, basically we're trying to test you for knighthood.
Yeah.
This is basically your Jedi
A lot
trials.
of them are being tested for knighthood.
Yeah, a
with
lot-
the exception of Ram, I think.
Yeah, and a lot of them, this is their Jedi trials.
Yeah.
Zine, of course, is not being tested because Zine is still not a Jedi.
Yeah.
Zine is just a Force user that hangs out with Jedi. That's basically
just around.
a lot of it has to do with the fact that she cares for Lula a lot.
Yeah.
One might even say romantically.
Yeah.
So Zine, of course, volunteered. Zine, of
uh,
course, volunteers as well
Yeah.
to deal with this issue.
I really hope things work out for them.
Yeah, but yeah, Zine, of
'Cause
course,
I need fucking one.
you need one romance to
moment.
work out.
I need one moment of like happiness.
Like one of these romances.
One of them.
Yeah.
Because last time,
Well, let's
shame
see.
on you, Reith, but maybe screen your options a little bit.
Maybe do a little bit of Facebook stalking before you Google their name.
Make sure they're not on any wanted registers.
Google their name. Maybe you never Google
Shouldn't be that hard.
like you've never Googled your date. You see their name on Tinder, and so you're like, oh, let me Google that. Make sure you're not a serial killer or a terrorist of some sort.
Ned, why are you wanted in 3 states for arson, murder, and jaywalking?
But yeah, and then the
that's not
other
fair
and
to
then the
read.
other romances are not that great either because it's Avar and Elzar,
Elzar.
and so Elzar's not having much luck there either.
Well, Elzar's having the problem that I think a lot of Force users that are empaths have, and it's they get to feel everything from everybody all the time.
Although he's not the same level as some of the other characters
No,
we've dealt with.
he's
Like
not.
I would say Emery's much
Imry's
more
Much
powerful.
more powerful, but it's still the same
Yes.
problem.
I think Elzar's problem is more to deal with the fact that he just doesn't know how to share his feelings properly or how to control his emotions.
Yeah.
Like he has the Jedi problem of I don't know how to control my emotions because I have been sheltered my entire life and therefore have not been taught how to deal with emotions.
Thanks, Jedi. I understand you guys do a lot of good.
And I understand I understand you try to teach us these things for the right reason, but maybe lean a little bit more into like the mental side of what that does. Because they're not terrible for trying to teach this lesson. Because the lesson is not don't feel emotions, it's learn to control them.
Yeah.
And I think the problem is the Jedi, especially in the prequel era. I'd say it's less of a problem right now. I think the High Republic has less of that issue because a lot of Jedi are in relationships without it being a problem in the High Republic era, as we've seen. It's more to do with the fact that they don't know how to process them because the Jedi never taught them, hey, we're telling you to have balance, but we're not going to tell you how.
Yeah. Figure it out.
Yeah. So
Solve for X.
yeah. So going back into the Jedi meeting.
Yeah.
They have their meeting. They learn about where Crix is, and so Lula and Zine volunteer to deal with it.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, that's really all we need to send.
Yeah, they're like two guys.
And also, it'll keep it to where it's quiet.
Yeah.
And
And
so
the
the
other
other
one-
mission that comes up.
They're like, go to this city
Go
and
to-
figure out if the Nihil are actually there.
Yeah,
or
because
not.
they basically hear the call that Prybolt
Yeah.
made. Because apparently it got, not only did it get to crash, it also got to the government officials.
Yeah.
And the government officials are like, we don't think the Nihil are here.
Well, Administrator Fenderfall.
Yeah, Fenderfall. Yeah.
We were like discussing, and I'm like, she's not in on it.
Yeah, because at first when you meet them, it sounds such like they're in on it because of like how Fenderfall kind of like immediately dismisses it,
Yeah.
more so than the usual like kind of dismissal. Like it's more of like even if they are here, it's not our problem.
Yeah. You're over here like they've got to be in on it. And I'm like, they're not. They're just dumb.
Which is worse.
Yeah. And I'm like, God, you're not evil. You're just stupid. Like, I understand though because a lot of backdoor dealings happen on Corellia throughout this book.
And Cantum's lover is Atar.
Atar.
I knew it started with an A. I couldn't get there.
But
yeah.
Like there are so many backdoor dealings in this book.
Yeah. So basically,
And, like just on Corellia in general.
yeah. So basically, the team that they decide to send is they got Ram,
Mhm. They got
Reef,
Ram, Reef, Comac,
and Cantum, and so going back to Master Buck, he makes fun of Prybolt's name.
Yeah.
Or Crash's name.
Crash's
He
name.
makes fun of Crash's name because Prybolt is saying Crash, Crash, and they're like, are they making their own sound effects? And they're like, no, that's a person's name, and it's like that's a nickname. And Master Buck's like, who would call themselves such a silly nickname? And everybody's like silent because they're like, wait a minute, but you have a nickname called Buckets of Blood, which is a handy nickname when you're going out to fight people, but it's not so great when you're trying to save people,
Yeah.
which is ironic because of the fact that he's called Buckets of Blood, not because of the killing, but because he's the Jedi healer.
Yeah.
And so his whole thing is like, well, I'm called Buckets of Blood because don't you want to hear that the Jedi is coming back to save you with their buckets of, like, restore your buckets of blood? No.
No.
No, it sounds like you're here to kill me.
That sounds like, oh, we have the guy that puts you to sleep forever coming.
And so, like, Zine is thinking on it, and she's like, it's a great name if you're, like, trying to scare the Nihil, but not so great when you're...
Yeah.
And so, like, they eventually, like, he eventually starts laughing at it because he either they're unsure if he realized it afterwards or if he was just messing with them the whole time. Like, it's just unsure.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Ugh.
But yeah, so that's the missions. Everybody's going on their missions.
Yep. So
Which mission do we want to follow? I guess we should follow the shorter mission first.
so they go and they find Crix
Yeah.
in like the space of, I'm going to assume like a day.
Yeah, I'd say a day or maybe even a few days,
Like a day to a week, maybe.
and maybe not even a week, because I would argue
Like maybe.
I would argue a week is what happens with the whole Corellia storyline. I'd say that one takes the week, whereas the other one might take a few days of that week.
Yeah, like maybe 1 to like 4 days. So they go and they find him.
Yeah, they almost
They get-
immediately,
They get him.
almost immediately. Yeah,
Like he tries to run away and it just doesn't work.
yeah. It doesn't help that a lot of his enforcers are on Corellia.
Yeah, they're all gone. He's like, I guess I could take 2 Jedi by myself.
Especially since I know them both, so I can mess with their heads in the process.
Yeah.
Oh no, that didn't work.
Nope, didn't work.
They've learned my tricks. Dang it.
Oh, well, shit. And so they're like, we're gonna interrogate you.
Yeah. And so Zine has the brilliant idea, because I wrote about this when I
Yeah.
was reading.
You were like,
That's so smart. That's something that one of your characters would do.
They're like, yeah, that girl's already working for us, basically.
Yeah, so basically Zine pretends that she's doing, like, digging into his mind and is like, I know all your secrets.
Yeah.
And they bring up the ear kit and they're like, we already know that she's working for you. And he's like, what? No, you don't. What? Like, he's basically giving away that she's right. As she's like just building up on lies.
Yeah.
Like, the only stuff that she knows.
She knows that there's probably an air kit.
Yes,
in the
because
Nihil.
because they mentioned some stuff that happens in High Republic Adventures comic, which is like the destruction of the Jedi Temple on Takodana.
Mhm.
And so she's lying when she says that it was scheduled to be destroyed. That's an outright lie.
Yeah.
But in that story, they meet the ear kit, they meet her, and they meet her sister, and one of them actually was turning good, whereas the one that we Sabata is no, she's still evil. Sabata is like still
Yeah.
like complete Nihil loyal, although not loyal to Crix,
No.
because she actually did want Crix to get killed.
So they're
So basically, they're pulling half truths, and in these half truths, Crix is just giving away the plot.
like, I love that you're like, man, this is some Sips bullshit here.
But am I wrong?
You're not wrong. Sips would just fucking lie.
Just pretend that you're doing a mind trick, make him think you're torturing him, and then you know he'll give it all.
Speaking.
So yeah, and of course Lula's watching this. Like, at first she was worried that she was like, Zine, you can't just dig into his mind, and she's like, don't worry, I got this.
Like, I can't actually do that, but don't let him know I can't do that.
So yeah, so eventually he gives away pretty much everything that the Nihil are indeed on Corellia.
Yeah.
And that
and
not only that, they're also on a nearby moon
Yeah.
where they're planning to stage they're planning a huge attack.
Gus Talon.
Yeah, Gus Talon, because there's 2 moons of Corellia that start with Gus, and then he gives away that it's Talon because there's only one with a T, because he
Yeah.
says Gus.
Fuck.
Yeah, and so yeah.
They're like, thanks.
So
We're just gonna leave you in this cell now.
yeah, they basically are like, we've arrested you now. Have a good one.
Like he tries to like egg her
Like he
into
tries
killing
to,
him,
yeah,
but it doesn't work.
yeah, because Zine like is like, you're not worth it,
Yeah.
essentially.
Um,
Because that would have brought Zine. It's brought up later that it would not do Zine any good to kill him.
yeah.
So yeah, so Zine and Lula are like, all right, cool. Now we got to go to Gus Talon.
Yep.
And that's when they get a phone call from Wreath and Ram about stuff that we haven't talked about yet. Where basically they're like, hey, we need some help here on Corellia, and Zine's like, well, I'll go, I guess.
But someone's got to take.
But someone's still got to go to Gus Talon, and that's Lula. Because
I-
Lula like.
it's not that. It's someone still has to take Crix to be held in actual
Oh yeah.
holding facility.
But not only that, like Lula also says that she's going to
Yeah.
go to Gus Talon as well, which of course
I think the plan.
Zine's like, I don't want to leave you, and Lula's like, nah, it's okay.
I think the plan is for Lula to take Crix to like jail
And then meet
back up on Gus Talon.
Yep.
That doesn't happen.
No. And like it's a sad moment for Zine
Yeah.
because Zine's like, I don't want to leave you because I love you, but I can't say that yet.
But emotions are hard.
But yeah, I love you.
And we're a bunch of teenagers fighting a war.
Yeah. So I guess we'll discuss this later.
Yeah.
Stay safe is basically the
That's it.
consensus. And so yeah, so they separate, and we'll come back to what Zine's part of this story is after we go through the rest of the Corellia arc. All right, so Wreath and Ram get there first
Yeah.
because basically the Jedi separate.
Yeah.
I can't remember the exact situation of why that happened.
Basically, Wreath and Ram are actually fucking having a good time up until they get to Corellia.
Oh yeah, like they're just partying
Yeah,
on the
they're
way.
basically having like fucking pillow fights and shit, while Cantum and Comac are like driving.
Yeah. Which of course Cantum's telling more of a story,
Yeah.
which involves him falling in love with
Adar.
Adar more,
Yeah,
and you know,
Comac listening.
yeah, Comac's listening, and then eventually, I guess we'll kind of wrap up the
Yeah.
Comac the Cantum of it all,
Uh,
and so Cantum basically has to leave Adar because they realize, okay, look, I need to be back with. Well, no, it has nothing to do with Adar, because it's one day they see some people getting attacked.
Yeah.
On the planet that Adar and Cantum have been living on.
Yeah.
Which they've been kind of going around from planet to planet because
Yep.
Adar's in the circus, acrobat. Cantum helps out every now and then by using the Force to do cool
Yeah.
stuff. And so,
Really ratcheting up the tension from time to time.
yeah, you know, leaves them in the air a
Yeah.
little bit and then lets them fall. And so, but Cantum sees that these people are in help. They're
Yeah.
being attacked.
I forgot. Ah, fuck. They're called like vanishers or something.
Yeah. And
or like that's what the
something like that,
translated
yeah.
name. And I'm like, oh, well, that's not good.
so Cantum manages to save like one of the these kids that are getting attacked. But as Cantum is about to be like beaten completely by one of these these things, another child stops it with the Force.
He isn't. No.
I thought he was about to like completely lose, though. I thought was
He wasn't.
or they sorry they
He
were
wasn't about to lose.
yeah they
The vanishers, which are basically like vultures. But
oh yeah they were
worse.
taking a kid away,
They were taking 2 kids away.
2 kids away.
And
He knocks it down.
he doesn't knock it
No
down.
no.
The vanisher is like, hey, but you couldn't stop this kid from hitting the ground before it dies.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah
Because that's how birds kill.
yeah.
They just go, they pick stuff up, and they drop it.
See, this is why I have you here to like get the finer
Which is
details.
a great D&D
Yeah
tactic. If you're like, no breath weapon, okay,
yeah.
it's fucked up, but I've used it before.
But yeah.
Birds suck, man.
But yeah, so
Cantum
Cantum finally draws on the Force for realsies
Yeah, for
this
real.
time,
and he's like,
and
he manages to
they save
one,
one of them.
this girl, and he's like, oh fuck,
That-
I didn't get the other one.
Yeah, But they watch as this kid saves the other one.
Yeah.
And so they're like, how'd you do that? And she's just like, I was watching how you did it.
She's like, I saw you do it.
I just did what you did. And she starts like seeing
And she's
them
like,
cry. Yeah,
am I in
Cantum starts
trouble?
crying, and they're like, no, you're not in
No,
trouble.
you're
And
not
she's
in
like,
trouble at
why are
all."
you crying then? And they're just like, because it's just kind of amazing what you did, essentially.
I did a good.
Yeah,
It's great.
yeah. And so
She's like, did I do a bad? No, you did a good.
the Valak special is what Steven called the bird drop, I think.
Oh.
But yes, so they learn the name of this child. It is Lula Tawasola.
Yeah.
So we learn how they got Lula as an apprentice
Mm-hmm.
because they bring Lula back and they come back to Yoda and they're like, "Hey, so I learned my lesson, I think."
Yeah.
And Yoda's like, "Cool, welcome back."
Oh, another important thing throughout this book. No one knows where the fuck Yoda is,
Yeah. So
or has
yeah, it has been.
for like a while,
I'd
like a couple of months.
I'd say it's more than that.
Well, I don't have all the books.
So his disappearance is in High Republic Adventures, and it's pretty early on in the book series. It's actually I think it's in the volume that I gave you. And so like because basically he in the comic, I'm not gonna give away too much. He sneaks onto a Nihil ship and just disappears after that.
Okay.
Like Yoda is just like on a secret mission to like figure out what's going on. So yeah, in present day, no clue where Yoda is.
He's just
He's just in the wind.
he's just gone.
So
Just gone.
So yeah, Ram and Wreath kind of get separated
Yeah.
from Comac and Cantum when they get to Corellia.
Because Comac and Cannon were like, we'll go and deal with like the adult
the politics.
administratorial stuff. You guys go and see what you can dig up about this Crash person.
Yeah, and so funny
And,
enough, they
uh,
run into Crash.
Wreath and Ram have actually become pretty good friends.
Yeah, like during this travel
this-
time.
Yeah.
You know, they're both kids, around like near adulthood.
Yeah.
So like they're just kind of like,
They're like a bunch
let's
of
do kid stuff.
high schoolers. They're like,
Yeah,
How
late
about-
late high schoolers that are
Yeah.
like, let's party still, let's do some of the kid stuff, but let's not like admit that we're doing kid stuff.
yeah. They're like, let's not admit that we're just going to the arcade.
Yeah. And so they start to walk down
Yeah.
what they think is a sidewalk,
Yeah.
and no, car basically comes running at them, and thankfully Crash is there to save them.
Yeah.
So and Crash is just like, what are you like farmers think you're doing? And of course Wreath is offended. He's like, I'm from Coruscant. I am not
He's like, excuse you.
some outer rim gutter rat.
Ram's like, I am though.
And so
Is there anything cool to do around here?
yeah, and Crash is like, yeah, you can hang out with me. That's like the coolest thing you could do. In fact, I'm gonna get you
Where do you
involved
wanna
in.
go?
Yeah, in fact, I'm gonna get you involved in all my operations now. I'm gonna pay you, like-
Meanwhile,
and so yeah,
Wreath is also having an internal moment of like,
because Wreath similar to Ram is having like internal crisis sort of,
Yeah.
but not. It's the opposite problem.
yeah, Wreath is feeling very much like everything,
In fact, like immediately starts to pick a crush on Crash.
and he's like,
Is she flirting with me? I can't tell.
yeah.
Am
but
I
he's
picking up
also,
vibes?
like- But he's also,
But he's
because
also
of,
like- he's also
past
like-
experience. He's like, wait a minute,
I can't do a Nan. Nope.
I can't do a Nan. And he also, I think, mentions, what's her name, Miss
Oh.
Prodigy,
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Vern.
Vern, and he's like, I can't do that either.
Yeah, which the Vern problem is more of he just hasn't told her how
Yeah.
he feels.
And he's like, is this what people call having a type?
Yeah, because he realizes that like a lot of them have like very similar like at least bone structure, like
Yeah.
the way their faces
It's
are
like-
and all that. Like, and maybe some of like their hair is usually a weird color.
Yeah.
But like,
And he's like, no, I can't just start
So what
trusting every pretty face I come across.
so what I'm getting is Wreath likes like scene emo girls. Wreath is into
Oh,
some
poor man.
Wreath. I've been there. Like Wreath as a fellow nerd. You might never get those scene girls. It's just not happening, buddy.
Ugh.
Scene girls and nerds, while you have some similar like cliques that you might be a part of, the romances never work out. It's just a heads up, Wreath.
I love that Wreath is like, I gotta proceed with caution. I'm not falling for that shit
Which is
again.
good because we learned that Crash is in love with somebody else.
Yeah.
And Wreath is not exactly her type.
Yeah.
Because Wreath is a guy.
Yep. Another relationship, Crash and Spheno. I really hope that works out.
I think that one's gonna work out.
Yeah.
I think that Sphena is.
But they need to get the fuck off Corellia.
Yeah. So Crash Crash starts to pull them into her shenanigans
Yeah.
and is like, "Hey, I'm gonna make you dress up as kid assassins on one time,
Yeah.
and we're also like, basically you guys are gonna gather information for me.
Yep.
Here's
Here you go.
here's 2 credits.
Crash has a weird mental thing in which she's like, just take the money.
Yep.
So that I can
Say that I've hired you."
say that I've hired you. And like,
And they're like, "But we're Jedi," and she's like, I get that, but look,
it's like 2 fucking credits
for
is nothing.
for legal reasons, take the money."
And they're like, okay.
Um,
I
And-
love that one of their complaints about the like fucking suits are they're like, how the fuck did they assassinate anybody in these?
yeah.
Because the suits are like fucking bright red with gold tassels and shit.
Yeah.
And they're like,
Like
you couldn't kill anybody. In
also
this.
like you'd be like so obvious.
Yeah.
So like they go around and they start doing like different missions of like learning about and they learn about Crash and her team and
Yeah. They also learn that Crash fucking doesn't tell anybody a lot.
yeah.
She like
Also big thing about Crash's story before we go too far in, because before she meets Wreath and Ram, she gets a little visit. She gets a little visit from the Grandolids.
oh yeah. They're like, hey, by the way,
So
you don't find
yeah,
my
because we
son-
found out basically Pribolt's mom comes up and is like, "I heard my son is dead. Look, because of how Grandolid culture works, we need to have vengeance on whoever killed him. So you better tell us who that is." And Crash is like, "I don't know yet." And they're like, "Well, you better find out in like a week, or we're gonna kill you."
Yeah. You have a week to find the killer, or we'll consider you responsible.
And she's like, "Well, fuck me."
Like, oh no.
So yeah, that's what Crash is dealing with.
Crash is trying to find Pribolt's killer.
Yes, and so she's using Wreath and Ram basically to be info gatherers because they're people that nobody knows. Because obviously, the main person that she thinks it could be is Descaro, who like knows her team. So she's just like, "Well, I'll send in people that Descaro doesn't know."
Yeah.
On top of that, let's also mess up Descaro's stuff by like
Let's frame one of his clients for a crime that they actually almost commit.
which we'll jump back to that because
Yeah.
before that happens, let's deal with what Cantum and Comac are dealing with, which
Yeah.
is the bogged down
They're
politics of Corellia.
So they go and they meet with Administrator Fendrafal, who isn't evil. They're just
No, they're
they're
just
just dumb.
and
They're
so
in denial.
so Fenderfall is like, "Yeah, Nihil aren't here. This is the like as close to the core as they can be. F the Nihil, they ain't here. Also, we don't like outsiders that aren't Corellians."
Yeah. And they're like, at the moment, there's like a couple of situations you guys can look into if you really want.
Yeah, we need you to go
She's
to this.
basically like,
Also, like, go to this party because we need like Jedi faces
Yeah.
there, and so yeah,
there will be some people you can talk to them about whatever,
yeah.
just to make sure. I guess.
So yeah, these people. So this
They're like-
party. Let's talk about this party.
This party
It's so disrespectful
Oh.
because this isn't the Nihil party, but it's the other party before that. Because there are 2 parties. This is the party before that, which is still pretty disrespectful. It's supposed to be a remembrance thing for Traumat, but they kind of twist it into being like, oh, yeah, they twist it into being kind of disrespectful because of some of the people there.
Yeah.
Like they just don't take it seriously.
Yeah, and one of them.
One of them, who we should not be surprised, was the most disrespectful of them all because they're related to a family that we hate because they were in War of the Bounty Hunters.
I'm trying to remember which one. Which one it is.
Here's it's that company.
Tag.
Yeah, it's the tags.
Fucking tags.
Yeah, because there's
Seems that scumbaggery doesn't skip generations too hard now, does it?
no. So we'll get to it.
Sorry.
So
I think that was the most like ruthless gutting of a family I've ever.
yeah, so like so obviously Crash is still there
Yeah.
publicly, and she runs into Descaro, and they start. Descaro's like, "I've got a great Seems your last job didn't go so well. I've got this great new up and coming singer as my
Yeah.
client." And Crash is like, "Oh, you mean that up and coming singer that keeps getting into like TMZ all the time
Yeah.
because they keep trying to eat endangered species?"
He's like,
He's like,
"No."
"Shut up,
He's
shut up,
like, shut up.
shut up!
Don't talk about my boss that way.
Don't talk about my clients."
And
And so she manages to distract him enough to steal like his like comm
yeah.
off of his pocket.
And so
And so after she does that, Tag comes up and it starts being disrespectful
He's
about
like-
Traumat.
oh,
He's-
it's not Traumat.
Or oh no
It's
Pribolt.
about Pribolt.
Yeah, that's right. So
She's like
Tag says,
the suggestion he makes is super fucked up,
"Yep."
and it's like, about those hounds. I heard that they'll eat anything, and that
And yeah, because
That
he's
was the
suggesting that the hounds
straw.
turned on Pribolt. And
that
like
was
and
the straw that broke the
like-
camel's back.
like she was fine with them shitting on Traumat. Like not really. Like she was holding it,
yeah,
but she was like not really fine with it.
she's like, it does. The exact words of the book are, Crash knew the next thing out of his mouth would be the thing that caused her to punch him.
Which she does.
Yeah.
So Tag says that thing about the hounds, and immediately she's like, "Well, I guess we're fighting."
Today's the day.
Sucker punches him,
Goes down like a sack of potatoes.
which it's so satisfying to see a
Oh, like-
Tag put in their place.
Oh, fucking. I forgot about the tag part. I was like, man, you shouldn't say that shit. Thank God. Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, that causes like an entire thing.
Yeah. never-
Thankfully, though, our Padawans are not in the room anymore because at the party, Cantum and Comac immediately see them and they're like, basically, it's you.
Yeah.
What are you doing here? What are you doing here? And they immediately drag them
They're
into
like,
the
"We
bathroom
need to-"
so that way they can privately talk because the costume assassins that they have taken on are children that have cut their tongues, which
Yeah.
was the reason Crash picked that assignment for
Yeah.
them because she was like, because now you can't say anything stupid.
Yeah. Also, people will be scared shitless.
So
'Cause
people will be
apparently they like terrorized
yeah.
Corellia like
Yeah.
a century ago.
Yeah, they people like the fact is that they died out, but the rumor is that they're still around.
Ah, I see.
So like people still think that they just hide in the shadows and still
Yeah.
kill people, but and the reality is it's a long gone
Yeah.
group.
Fucking assassinate someone dressed in bright red with gold tassels.
So Comac and Canton pull the apprentices into the bathroom
like,
essentially, and they're like,
"Okay."
"Okay, now we can talk."
Yeah.
And they
unless
basically
you
share
know-
and they basically shared the
and
information they both
catch
gathered.
each other up on the plot, and they're like, the conclusion is like, great, we've been here for like,
And
a
we've learned
day,
basically
and
nothing.
we don't know a damn thing.
The most we've learned is that it could be anybody.
They're like,
The one thing that they can confirm that they decided is that the Nihil are absolutely on Corellia. That's
but
like the
they
one
don't
thing. They just
know-
don't have evidence.
Yeah, we don't have evidence, and we don't know where they are on Corellia specifically,
Yeah.
or why, or what they want.
Yeah.
We know they're here. We don't know anything else, though.
Yeah. And so basically they come to the conclusion of, all right, well, we're just going to go back to our bedroom, like go to our, like, the hotel
Yeah.
that we're staying in essentially. And you two, we'll keep doing what we're doing
Yeah.
at the moment, but
Since it seems to be kind of working out.
yeah. So you guys keep dealing with Crash, and we'll keep dealing with the government
Yeah.
side. And so, yeah. So they go back to the hotel room, and in the middle of the night, Crash is like, hey, you two want to go back into another job? I got something else for you.
And they're like, it's better than us being shot at
Yeah.
for like the last 6 months, so sure.
Yeah, and she's like, cool, because I stole Descaro's walkie-talkie, and I figured out a way to really mess with him.
Yeah.
And so, basically, Wreath cannot.
He's like me. He's a
Wreath is
really
not an
bad
actor.
Liar.
Yeah, Wreath is not an actor. So basically, the Wookiee, it's the big bruiser member of the group. I forget their name. Savrip or whatever.
It's either Savrip or Tangor.
Yeah. Anyways, it's Savrip.
Tangor's the Wookiee.
Yeah, Tangor's the Wookiee. Savrip's the big. I forget the name of the race, but it's Ninth Sister from Jedi Fallen Order's race. The big hulking one.
Shit.
The big hulking one. That race.
I don't know.
Anyways, they're like really big. Like, they're if you want muscle, that's who you get. So Savrip's like, hey, go ahead and make this call to the singer that's the client of Descaro.
She's the same race as that lady.
She's the same as Devilumpop.
Fucking eats people.
Yeah, she's the same race of them, which explains a lot of the chapter of this
like
chapter.
A bird lady.
Yeah, and so, but like a vulture almost, like a bird of a predator bird, like, so not a vulture, but like I guess what's a
like
hawk?
A peregrine?
Like a hawk almost,
Yeah.
like that. Basically, like hunts down their prey and like.
Yep.
And
so
although in her case, her prey tends to be endangered species.
Yep.
So
a brief side note.
Yeah.
Ram has these like little rat buddies.
Yeah, and there's they're throughout the High Republic Adventures comic as well, and they're original creation of Daniel Jose Older,
And they're
really cool.
They're really cool.
I like them. He's actually made like on TikTok. He made like a almost life size one that you can put on your shoulder.
They talk.
Yeah, they can talk and they have like this weird language.
Yeah.
But like Ram can understand them for the most part because he's like friends with all of them because a lot of them come from his planet of Valo.
And so
and that's an important side note. So it's good you brought that up.
Yeah.
So
they're like, go talk to this singer lady.
Yeah.
and
Talk to the singer lady. Pretend you're like one of Descaro's like guards and try to figure out where she is so we can like basically not frame her, but frame her.
Yeah.
Because like we're gonna do what she was gonna do anyways.
Yeah.
But we're gonna also
we're gonna catch her in the act.
Yeah, we're gonna catch her basically undercover because we're gonna get the police and some other groups involved.
Except they don't get the police.
Well, the police are there, but it's not like. But they're not the ones that do that because it's the animal rights group. But they said that they had the police on their side.
The police actually aren't on the planet.
Because they're on the moon.
Because they're over on the moon, and Gus Talon and all the like local Jedi are also over
Yeah,
there.
and that's why like.
Which is why
the Nihil think that the Jedi aren't even on Corellia. They think, oh, we got this.
They're like, it's gonna be
because they think Gus Talon made the ultimate distraction.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why the police aren't there, but like they're still like they're still involved.
There's like the district police involved, but not the planetary police.
Yeah. So like the Coronet City Guard essentially are still Corosec, essentially, I think is what they're called.
Yeah.
That comes from Legends, which I think Corosec being involved would make one of my co-hosts on Mando Mondays happy, because he likes Corran Horn, who's a Legends character from Corosec. Anyways, back on topic.
Yeah.
So Wreath makes the call, and he's terrible at lying and acting. He's like, "Should I do a voice? No, I shouldn't do a voice. I'm doing a voice. Oh, and now I changed the voice.
Yeah, he's like, why did I do that?
Why did I do the voice?" And so he basically manages to get the like. So it seems that Descaro, like this lady, is like really attracted to Descaro and wants to like have sex with him because she's just like, "Oh, Descaro wants to see me. Oh, what's he got planned for me?
Better go and see what he wants."
Yeah. And so he's like, "Well, it's not Descaro with me, but I'm gonna come pick you up for a dinner that Descaro is playing." She's like, "Oh, a dinner.
Yeah.
How nice." And so she's like, "All right." well, and he's like, well, you already know where I'm at, and he's like, no, what? I think it's this hotel, and she's like, no, it's this hotel.
Ah.
And so that's how they get the hotel name, because Reith gives the wrong hotel first, and then because Reith basically took a shot in the dark. He's like, is it this hotel? And they're like, no, it's this one, duh.
Like,
which that's gonna come back to bite him.
And so
it's basically that moment of role playing, like if you played a tabletop game where you've tried to make a guess on something, but
like, there's only 4 inns in this town. They've got to be at one of them.
And so you make a guess, and then the villain that you're trying to lie to is like, no, it's this one, and unfortunately that's also what gave away the fact that you're not who you say you are, which that has happened to me a bit, where I'm like, I try to give info, but unfortunately when I try to lie and put that info in, it's the wrong info, and therefore that's what catches me.
Yeah.
Not the fact that I was bad at lying, but the fact that I used the wrong piece of information.
Yeah.
So yeah, and so Reith and Savrip are like, okay, well, we're gonna go to the front.
Yeah.
Savrip's like, I'm gonna go with you because you're a terrible liar, and I'm gonna
basically like, man.
Because I was going to go with Ram. I was going to go with Ram, who's got to set up this box here, which he gives to Ram, and he's like, you can open it if you want, but don't really. Like, it's the food that she's going to have.
Yeah.
And Ram's like, oh, so it's just some animal, right? And Ram's like, and he's like, yeah, I guess. And Ram's like, okay, well, like, I feel bad about feeding an animal to...
No, I think Smeemarm actually.
Smeemarm. Yeah, it's Smeemarm. You're right.
Goes with Ram to get the animal at the same time that Reith is
like lying
and setting the like.
Is it still Savrip with them, or is
so?
Yeah. So Smeemarm eventually gives him the food, the box, and Savrip's like, I was gonna go with Ram to make sure the box goes where it's supposed to, but after watching your lying,
like, I gotta go get the food. I need to walk off that horrible lying you just did.
So Savrip's like, I'm gonna be on comm with you because like you cannot lie. And he's like, Ram, you're on your own. And Ram's like, okay, I guess.
Yeah.
And Ram, like, on his way there is like, I feel bad about like leaving this box here, but it's just an animal, right? Like, because like Ram's like, I feel bad for animals, but like I'm a techie guy, so like it's not the same to me. Like as it is to most people, like most people will be like, oh, the poor animal. Where Ram's like, I feel bad, but not that bad.
Yeah.
And then he opens the box.
Opens the box, and it's one of his little
rat-like creatures that are sentient, which they take offense to that because Crash calls them that a lot. Like she calls them rats and stuff all the time, and they're like, hey, what? And so he realizes, wait a minute.
A language, we can talk.
Yeah, and that's when Ram is like, oh, wait, no.
No.
I'm not feeding this to her.
Yeah. And I'm like, I was like discussing this with you yesterday while we were going over something else that
we'll talk about in a bit.
And I was like, wait a minute. That makes it even worse. Because now it's not just like killing an endangered animal. No.
You're killing an endangered sentient species. It's a genocide.
That's actual murder.
Yeah, it's actual murder and basically a genocide.
Yeah.
It's an act of genocide anyways.
Yeah.
If not a full-out one, because she's not killing every single one that we know of, although she does, apparently she's had this before.
Yeah. And I'm like... And I was like, why are the police involved?
Like, this
like,
is just
not
a straight-up...
animal rights group, like the actual police.
Yeah, because there's an animal rights group that they get involved with this. But, like, yeah, why is not the actual police... Because this is an actual police crime now, not an animal rights thing.
Like...
It's the difference between wanting to eat, I don't know, name any endangered species of animal in real life versus, like, another human.
Yeah. Like... Eating an endangered species is bad.
And it's a terrible thing, and you should be punished for it.
Yeah. It's not murder, though.
Yeah, and I guess in real life, obviously, we care more about the animal than human life, but at the same time, both are bad.
Yeah.
And one is technically worse, but not really, because they're both equally bad. Because who can put you can't really put a worse than scale on certain crime, like when it comes to killing things.
Yeah.
I think killing things is still killing things. to a degree. Both are bad.
Yeah. I'm like,
And so yeah,
"Oh,
so Ram is sneaking around, putting the box somewhere,
yeah."
and meanwhile, Reith is at the front door, and he's like trying to talk to this
Yeah.
lady, and she's like, "I know you're a liar,"
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I have a gun.
and she points it at him, and so he's like, Reith is struggling because he's got Savrip yelling in his ear,
And he's
this-
going like she's shouting.
she's shouting at him, and
She's
he's
like shouting questions at him.
and he's
He's like shouting yes and no and shut up. I can't hear you both when you're talking.
and she's like, "Both? What do you mean both? Oh, you got an earpiece. Who you talking to?"
Yeah. And
Ram decides to pull the best accent.
The situation is to come out of the bushes with the box.
Yeah, he basically comes out of her kitchen and is like, "It's a me, a Mario, with your food." He's like Italian stereotype.
Going full tilt. Star Wars like fake Italian accent. As hard as he can to sell this so that Reith doesn't get shot.
Which it does work.
It does.
So in Ram's case, it does
Ugh.
work. So she's like, because it has less to do with the accent or anything. It's more of like, "Oh, my food is here.
Yeah.
Awesome." And so she's like, "I've been waiting to eat this." And she opens the box, sees the creature in there.
And she gives a monologue about like.
She's like,
Some
"There are
peop-
so many ways to cook this thing. There's grilled, there's
And
sautéed.
she's like,
but the
then
best way
people
to-
who do that are barbarians.
Yeah, the best way to do it is alive." And so she opens her, like, because we've seen how the mouths of her race work with Deva. Like, they have almost like this Joker cut,
Yeah.
and so it opens like the entire jaw, almost like
Yeah.
a snake, really, too.
Yeah. They're like
Because they're very reptilian with bird-like stuff.
like they can dislocate their own
Yeah,
jaw, basically.
Yeah,
Like
and so she
snakes.
opens her entire mouth,
And they're like,
and that's when Ram immediately uses the Force to be like, "No, no, no, no."
no.
And thankfully, though, that is enough
Yeah. They're
evidence
Hey.
for the animal rights group to just come bursting in.
Like, yep.
They're like, "FBI," essentially, like it's
Yeah.
that meme. FBI, open up.
And
And so yeah, they come crashing in along with Savrip, and they basically like arrest her
yep.
for like trying to eat an endangered species, and they explain like why they're an endangered species to Ram, because Ram, while friends with them, didn't. This is actually a piece of information he didn't know. He was like, "Oh, I didn't know these guys were endangered to this level," because like apparently they've only breeded like once every like few centuries or something like that, because people just keep hunting them down so
Yeah.
quickly that they don't have time to breed.
They're like, and I think it's like the first like girl one
Yeah.
that's been seen in like a while.
Yeah, it's a female one. And so Ram's like, "Oh, well, I guess I did a really good thing."
Yeah.
And it actually makes him feel good. Like it's one of the first moments where
he's
he's starting to feel
feel
emotions.
again.
Like and throughout the book I'd argue he's having some of it. Like he's like we
Yeah.
talk about how he's struggling with his telling a joke thing. As the story goes on, he starts to get better at doing deadpan to the point that even Crash is like, that's too good. Please stop."
Yeah.
And so and he's laughing and having fun. I think his friendship with Reith and Crash is adding to his
Yeah.
getting that balance that he's looking for.
They're not as muted.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, Reith needs the emotional volume knob turned down,
Yeah,
and
more of that, and it's less of like, and it has to do with some of his like love feelings, but it's also his like anger needs to be turned down a
Yeah.
smidge too,
and
just a smidge.
Rams needs to be turned up a little bit.
Yeah. So yeah. So they do that, and they're like, "All right, time to go back to the hotel."
Yep.
So we're gonna cut to Cantum and Comac, because this is kind of where their story
They're like,
interjects. So
Fucking-
Cantum is still telling his story, but we've kind of like finished that story for
Yeah.
our sake of the review. But like throughout this, just imagine he's just
Yeah,
consistently telling the story.
I think it's one per part.
Yeah,
'cause there are
it's five
to
parts.
this book.
Yeah, it's 5 parts. They separate. The book is separated into 5 parts,
Yeah.
and with like a few chapters in each part. And so yeah, and so Cantum is telling the part in this part, and near the after he's done with it, Comac's like, and by this time they've gotten word that the capture of Crix was successful and all that.
Yeah.
But they haven't reached out for help yet.
Yep.
So Comac is like, man, it would have been better if they killed
Yeah.
if they killed Crix. And Cantum's like, I don't. Oh no, we're not quite there yet. Sorry,
No.
it's when they're on their way to their next job because they get a
They're-
call. They basically see on the news, but also get a call from the government officials that there was a fight in the police barracks.
Police barracks. They're like, someone shot up.
There was a whole shoot up.
There's like a shootout,
Yeah.
and they're like,
It started as just a fist fight, and then it went to shootout, and
They're like-
and now there's like so many people dead.
we'll go check it out.
And so on their way to checking it out, that's when we get the whole conversation of Comac being like, yeah, like we deal with one Nihil problem, and then like another one just
Can we
rises up.
just-
It would be better if we just shot him, we killed him as we went. And
Yeah.
and this throws Cantum off. He's like, that is not what I was trying to say.
That's not-
and that's not the point of my
And
story.
he's like, it's like, fucking Christ, Comac. I know you're upset. but,
Yeah,
like,
which I mentioned that. I was
Yeah.
like, I mentioned that in our Discord because I was, we, like I've said in previous episodes, we just have this private talk
Yeah.
as we read the book, and I put like spoilers in there.
Yeah.
Like I make sure to do the spoiler tag so that way anybody who happens to
Yeah.
go into the
and
chat.
I just choose to be very vague about words.
Yeah, so
For the most part.
I said, never thought Comac would be pro murdering the Nihil. Like, damn. And then you said, what do you mean? And so I talked about, I mean, it's for a moment, but he was like, if only Zine had killed Crix. Honestly, the Nihil might be a bigger, and I say the Nihil might be a bigger enemy to the Jedi than the Sith with how much the Nihil have chipped away at them.
Yeah.
Which is, and then I actually circled the specific, like, moment where, in the book, because I actually had the book in front of me.
Yeah.
And so I just took a picture and circled the clip, and it's the exact quote that Comac gives is, "All the more reason we have to take out who we can when we have the chance." So yeah, Comac's just like,
Comac has reached the point that I get to in video games sometimes where I'm like getting frustrated with how many enemies there are.
yeah,
It's that how many more of you am I going to have to kill until you learn to stop doing what you're doing? And I'm like, I'm tired of it.
yeah.
I have killed 50 of you. Stop.
So we're gonna kind of speed run this.
Yeah.
So yeah, they get to the barracks where they hear the story of what's going on.
Yeah.
Turns out an ear kit. I wonder who that could be. And her boyfriend apparently, who was a new recruit in the police, basically started stuff.
Yeah.
And they started up a fist fight and then a shootout and some gas, and the other new recruits started fighting the old veterans, and basically it just ended in a shootout with a bunch of people dead.
Yep.
And so while this is happening, it turns out that we kind of come to what the solution is. What they're so Ram and Reeth make it back to their hotel and find out that our master's left. Okay, I guess we should leave too to like figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
And at
Continue investigating.
and Crash is like, all right, well, I've got a plan. We're gonna go to another party.
Yep.
Because basically, they're like, all right, you need to call your friend. So they get Zine involved, and they're like, Zine's gonna pretend to be my next client. I'm gonna basically, now that we've messed up Descaro's client, we're gonna take his spot in this concert at the party, and we're gonna
also,
have him.
give me the 2 credits back.
Yeah, give me the 2 credits back because you're my clients now.
Yeah.
Because then I can protect you no matter what. Because that's just my honor. That's how
just
my honor works.
Crash's brain works.
Yeah, it's her honor methodology, which she's also dealing with the fact that her mother's on her back about like, I'll take this company back from you if you don't figure your shit out.
I never got that sense. Like, I don't think she actually threatens to take
She
it
mentions
away.
taking it away.
Ah.
Yeah, she straight up says, "I'll take it back."
She's like, you need to
But I
trust
think
your team
but I
more.
think it's to just kick her into gear. I don't think she's actually gonna take it back. So yeah. So they set up this thing with the event planner. Basically, the event organizer. She like kind of like mind tricks without using the Force into going with it, because
She just cons her.
yeah, she's just like, hey, so shame what happened to Descaro's client, and they're like, yeah, now we have nobody for this big party coming up.
She's like, well, if
That's
I got the
well,
person
she
for
doesn't.
you.
She doesn't even do that. She's like, "Oh, that's too bad, unfortunate." And she's like, "Oh, can you hand me my files for all my clients?" And then, apparently, she's already been spreading the word of
Yeah.
Zine around and having like all these people talk about Zine in
Yeah.
town. And so the event organizer sees that Zine's on one of
Yeah.
her clients, and they're like, "Hey, you got this person?" And Crash is like, "Who? What are you talking about? I'm looking at your family photos." What a nice family. And the event organizer is like, ignore my family. Tell me about
Ignore
this.
my like 64 kids or whatever.
Yeah, my family's great, but ignore that. We're talking about this. And so, yeah. And so eventually, like, using that,
Yeah.
Zine is now the singer for this party.
Yeah. Who she doesn't know. Which
Zine doesn't know yet.
about.
Zine doesn't know yet. Zine is on her way to help them, but she has no idea what plans are going on or any of that.
Yeah.
And so, before the party, though, Comac and Cantum are also on their way to the party, because they're like kind of figuring things out. They're like, oh crap, we got to get there because we now have evidence that that's where they're going to target next. I think they found some evidence of that.
I don't think they go back.
To the
Because-
party. Oh no, you're right, because they find evidence to go to the shipyards.
Mm-hmm. I think they're attacked on the way.
Yeah, they're attacked
after
on the
they,
way.
Like,
They're
finished talking to that guy who explains like all
what
the shit
all
that
went down. Yeah. So they get attacked by the Nihil, and they're like, oh,
Hide in the trunk.
yeah. They find a gun in basically in the front of the car, essentially.
Just hide in the trunk. That's what they do.
Yeah, and so they're like, okay, we need to go to the spaceport because
Yeah.
there's something big going on there.
Yeah.
So they're going to the spaceport. Meanwhile, Crash and Descaro have a secret meeting.
Yeah, and they're like, okay.
Okay, look, we want what's best for Corellia, right? Yes, of course. Okay, well, we both need to admit that one of our clients is behind this.
Yeah. And she's like, I have half of Corellia in my books.
You have the other half.
So it's got to be someone on one of our books.
And they're like, okay, well, Descaro's like, I don't know if I could betray somebody on my books. And she's like, I get that, but you gotta do what's right.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'll think about it.
Oh,
And-
we got Mr. New Money.
Yeah, also, like, the new financier, father of finance, the guy who placed
Yeah.
Nomar after he disappeared, we'll go
Yeah.
with. Because nobody was ever found.
Yeah.
So the guy who replaced him starts knocking on the door, and Descaro is like, okay, you gotta hide. You can't leave the room at this point. You just gotta hide.
Yeah.
So
just hide behind the door.
Crash hides behind the curtain, actually, up against the window.
I fucking hate rooms like that.
And so she's hiding behind the curtain, and once again, actually, this goes towards Steven's comment. People love to talk when they think no one is hearing or no one they know.
Yeah.
So yeah, in fact, that's actually what Crash thinks immediately
Yep.
when she's hiding, pretty much word for word. And so she's hiding, and his client, it comes in. It's another O name.
Yeah, it's like Ovar.
Ovar. Yeah, we'll go with Ovar. Ovar's like, hey, so I got a problem dealing with all these Nihil now. Essentially, or something like that. Not quite that.
There's like a secret door.
Yeah, there's a secret door. Yeah, he's like, hey, you got to protect me because I got a meeting with this guy. And so a secret door opens, and in comes this Nihil named Respiller.
And so they get to talking, and
basically Respiller throws everything out. We now know everything,
Yeah.
pretty much. Just about.
Ovar.
Ovar hired the Nihil, well, let the Nihil in,
Yeah.
so that way they would kill Nomar. Well, although he claims that he didn't want anybody to die, but
They're like, hey,
Respiller calls him out on his bullshit. He's like, look, if I told you that I was going to kill Nomar, you still would have hired me. You let the Nihil in.
Yeah.
And so yeah, and Ovar's like, fine, I guess. And Respiller's like, all right, cool. Well, I got some more people to kill. I've got some other stuff going on. You gotta do your share of what you promised to do for the Nihil. And
he's basically
because basically Ovar wants to be the new administrator of Coronet. Essentially, he wants to be the new ruler. They mention it. They mention that eventually he'd be in charge of Corellia completely. and and which would work for the Nihil and also work for him.
He's like, what we agreed to were like small scale attacks, not open warfare. And Respiller's like,
Too bad.
too bad.
We're doing things my way.
It's like, this wasn't the plan. Well, it is now.
Yeah, like I joked about it with you that it was kind of like Empire Strikes Back, where Vader's like, where he's like, I've altered the deal, pray I don't alter it any further.
Yeah.
And poor Ovar's like the Lando of the situation.
Yeah, he's like, this wasn't the deal. I didn't sign up for this.
So yeah, so Respiller leaves, and immediately Descaro's like complete disdain for his client,
He's like,
which is and he actually yells at him, which Crash notes that she's never heard Descaro.
she's like, I've never seen Descaro.
I've never
She's like, I don't like Descaro, but I've never seen him this pissed off at someone.
especially a client.
Yeah,
Like I've never seen him disrespect a client this way.
yeah,
And the client's just like, look, I'm paying you to bodyguard me, not do politics.
yeah,
And Descaro's still angry about it, but what's he gonna do? Because Descaro's honor is
yeah.
doing the job.
He's like,
It's basically
you're
this.
lucky you hired me, because if
Otherwise, I would shoot you here.
I would kill you right now.
Yeah.
That's like the general.
Like that's the
tone.
vibe I got.
Yeah, he's like, if you hadn't hired me, and I found this out.
So yeah, everybody leaves for the party at
Yeah.
this point. It's a Nihil party.
Yeah.
It turns out that
And
once
this-
again disrespecting the apparent death of
This-
Nomar.
This
It,
pisses
it-
Ram off.
it also pisses Crash off.
Yeah.
But Ram is really mad because he thinks this is disrespectful, not just to Nomar. This is disrespectful to like all the actual deaths
Yeah.
of like people throughout
He's
the
like-
galaxy that have died from Nihil attacks. Because he's angry that these city folk essentially are treating the death of like the Outer Rim as nothing. Because he's like, you're making a joke of something that's really serious because
like-
you haven't had to deal with it. It's essentially what
Yeah.
Ram's thinking. And so once again, we're seeing the emotions of Ram, which
He's like,
he starts to think back on it. He's like, I shouldn't be this mad. And Retha's like, no, it's fine to be mad at this because it's more as long as you balance it.
he's like, balance, man. This.
It's fine to be angry about this though.
Yeah. He's like,
So yeah. So
I
Ram
hate
comes to
these
terms. Yeah,
people.
Ram comes to terms with this. Meanwhile, Crash is also pissed off, and and Descaro's like, didn't you read like what the event plan was? It said Nihil party on the invite. essentially, that's essentially what Descaro says. Like that's not exactly what he says, but it's
it's like, do you not fucking read anything about where you're going?
and so yeah. So then it turns out Respiller shows up.
Yeah.
Respiller then takes off his mask and reveals it was Nomar the whole time. It was me, Nomar.
I was never in any danger at all.
In fact, I am the danger.
Yeah. And then he just opens fire.
Yeah. Well, no. So he starts.
gives a speech.
He
and
gives a
then-
speech, and Ovar is like, "Well, we aren't gonna let no outsiders come out here on Corellia."
Like, Omar is like,
he has
"Actually,"
he has a complete turnaround.
He's like, actually, as a matter of fact, fuck you.
Fuck the Nihil, and that's when he gets shot.
Yeah.
So Respiller tries to shoot at him.
Yeah.
Apparently, because Respiller is more a politician than a Nihil, he's a terrible shot. But on top of that, Descaro, a man of his honor, jumps in the way
Yeah.
and gets shot 5 times, I think is what they say.
It's 3 times.
3 times.
But all of them are like kill shots.
Yeah, they were like, so apparently Respiller shot 5 and then 3 hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what. And like, so everybody else scatters.
And the problem that the group is having, because the gang's all here.
Yeah, Zine's here, everybody's here. The
is
new,
like
except for the masters, they're dealing with
except for
the
Masters.
spaceport
Masters
issue,
Are elsewhere.
which they've figured out the big plan too.
Yeah. And they're like, here's the problem that we're having at this fucking party. All
We
of
don't
them-
know who is and isn't a Nihil because everybody's in a mask.
Yep. And they're like, great. We can't just swing at everybody.
No, it's basically that scene from The Dark Knight where Batman goes into that building and everybody's wearing the Joker like the clown masks in that construction site, and then like, but some of them are hostages that are tied up, and so like it's like, well, which ones are hostages and which ones are Joker's minions?
And the way that they decide to figure it out is basically whichever ones aren't running away screaming
Probably
are
aren't.
probably Nihil.
Yeah, whichever ones are running away, that you're probably a citizen.
Yeah.
So yeah, they figured that problem out, thankfully. Meanwhile, Cantum and Comac have figured out the true plan of why the Nihil are even on Corellia.
And
It turns out that Corellia is like a neighbor system away from Irem. Like it's not that far
yeah,
away.
it's not.
It turns out it's like a jump away.
Yeah.
And so it turns out that the Nihil are on Corellia because they know basically they're the backup for the crashing
like,
of Starlight Beacon.
Oh, just in case anything goes wrong.
In fact, I think they mentioned that they can see Starlight Beacon from Corellia. Like, they see it on fire.
the Hollow News
Yeah,
as well.
Hollow News as well.
Yeah, and they're like, my house is on fire.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah. So and also the Padawans get this news as well while they're dealing with the Nihil at. So eventually everybody kind of converges at the spaceport because that's kind of the main objective over
the shipyards.
the shipyards.
Not the spaceport.
Shipyards. Because yes, the shipyards. Because the Nihil are planning not to steal just any ships. They are stealing the newest models that are being built as these giant, like they call them Purgle class, which are that's a Rebels reference, because Purgle are the space whales that can jump into that can do hyperspace jumps.
Okay.
So they named the ships after them, and they're these giant ships.
Yeah.
In fact,
Speaking of giant
here's a hint of how giant they are. They're what the new hotel resort for the Star Wars one that they're making.
Yeah.
It's what it's based off of. It's a Purgle class.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, the Nihil's plan is basically take all these because they have up-to-date weapons, all the best feed toys, and bells and whistles.
That's one reason.
And also, like,
the other reason is because the Nihil are a bunch of fucks.
Yeah, and it also like makes the Republic look bad.
It's also because they're like, what's real easy to kill? People who are waiting for ambulances to arrive.
Yep. And then we pretend we are them,
so we can make sure they get it even harder.
Yeah. So basically, the plan is they're the backup.
Yeah.
To make sure people die at Starlight Beacon. So yeah. So basically, the plan becomes okay. Don't let them on, and eventually, everybody that's our main characters converge to this point. After a lot of fighting to get there.
Yeah.
A lot.
Like 20 chapters of a 65 chapter book.
Yeah, it's just this fight to get there.
Just getting there and then holding and making sure none of the ships take off.
And eventually, I think Cantum is the one that makes the call, and they're just like, okay, we just need to destroy these ships because we can't let anybody get them. I think it's Cantum.
Yeah.
If it's either Cantum or Comac that make that call.
Reath gets pretty heavily injured.
Reath and Ram sneak onto one of them?
No. Reath gets the shit beat out of him.
Yeah, and Ram puts him into like
a suitcase.
Into the suitcase bay of one of them.
Here, take
all
of the Bacta.
Here's all my Bacta
I have, because if you don't, you're gonna die.
And Reath's like, no, you need some. He's like while Reath is coughing up blood, essentially.
He's like, no, man, you are not seeing how actually bad of a shape you're in. Because Reath is over here.
Reath is basically doing his death saving throws for D&D terms.
I can only imagine for the group, just the fucking Halo Reach fucking survive objective for them, because although they're all very skilled and very talented, and sure they've got their
just they're so outnumbered.
They are so outnumbered. It's not even fair.
Yeah. So eventually, I can't remember what happens to the ear kit. Does she die?
Yeah, she gets it hard.
Yeah.
Ship.
Oh, one of the ships blowing up, sort of deal, or. So I know at some point Ram sneaks onto the ship that he left Reath on, and as it and it flies away because there's Nihil on it. They deal with that. They kill them.
Well, yeah, they die pretty hard. Because there's a relic ship whose main purpose is just to drill into other ships.
Yeah.
Ram uses that.
Yep.
He gets 2 of them. 2 of the ships.
Yep. I remember that.
He uses that to get to Reef, and then he leaves.
Yeah, they basically like escape.
Yeah.
Because they're still like not that far out, so they like
Yeah.
they're like, okay, back to Corellia.
Yep.
So wrapping the battle up short, Earkid's dead.
Yep.
They deal with a lot of the issues.
Yeah.
It's solved. Kind of a sour note still though, because
Yeah.
they know that Starlight Beacon's still gone.
Starlight Beacon is gone.
Oh, the bright note. During this fight, Yoda shows up.
Yoda shows up
Yoda comes in
with this
like
bandaged motherfucker with him.
yeah, and they think that like it looks like that they were losing at like they managed to get a lot of the victory, but they were thinking, okay, we've managed to stop the ships, but we might not still win this.
Yeah.
And then Yoda comes in and like, I got this.
Yoda
Is his spry Attack of the Clone, like
yeah.
the Attack of the Clones self, where he's
Force valor over all the time.
ah. And so yeah, Yoda comes in, saves the day, like the champ he is.
Yeah, Yoda's like, I figured out some shit. Also, what the fuck are you doing to my grandkids?
Yeah, because basically he views everybody as like either his
Yeah.
kids or grandkids. Like this is all his
How
family.
dare you?
So yeah, so okay, the day has been saved.
Yeah.
And now let's kind of wrap up some of the romances.
Although all of our heroes survive, man, it's like
It's still rough.
it's that fight on your like tabletop and RPG games where you're like, I'm glad
All your
we
resources have
won,
been used up though.
but everyone is like at 5 hit points and you have nothing left.
Yep. The good news. So, good news is Crash makes amends with her girlfriend, and the rest of her crew.
Yeah.
Also, Nomar dies because Crash leads the Grandolids to
Yeah.
him. Because apparently the reason nobody knew Nomar was alive was because he made a deal with the Grandolids to be like, hey, can I use your sewers?
Yeah.
And so he would just travel between sewers. And the Grandolids didn't attack him, even though they suspected that he killed
But they
Pribolt.
were like, we want to confirm it.
And so Crash confirms it by basically getting him to admit it.
Yeah.
And
like,
then the Grandolids come
"Good
out of the
enough."
shadows like, good enough. Murder.
Yeah. They eat him alive.
Yeah. So Nomar got what was coming to him.
Yeah. I'm like, I'd feel bad for you if you weren't a traitor.
For reals.
Yeah.
So Crash makes amends with her crew. And she's like, look, you guys... She doesn't quite say their family, although I was about to be like, say your family, because I was thinking, like, she's like, my friends. And I'm like...
And they're like, the Grindolids are like, you're welcome to come back anytime.
Yeah, because, she makes amends with the Grindolids. She makes amends with her crew. Because she's like, you guys are more than just my crew. You're my friends. That's something
Yeah.
I've kind of kept... like
been
dealing with because she's kind of had this like barrier between
Yeah.
work life and regular and like normal life.
Yeah, and she's like she burns the entire company and like all their contact.
Yeah, she's
contracts
like,
and
we're gonna reset.
She's like, you know what? We're done.
We're gonna reset with like
Set the score to 0.
with the acknowledgement that we are friends.
Yep.
Not just business partners, and also maybe more than friends for
Svina.
Svina, which Svina's like maybe
Maybe we'll see.
we'll see. Like you can tell Svina likes her back.
Likes
It's
the idea.
it's just it's one of those things
It's
of
like
you
there
gotta
was
build
something
it.
that needed
You got to
to-
build it first.
Yeah.
It's one of those things you got to build the friendship before you build the relation. I think that's actually what they say. Build
Yeah.
the friendship before we.
Because once again, Crash has a problem with keeping secrets from people.
Yeah. So that's one good
Yeah.
relationship. Unfortunately, another relationship we don't know what's going to happen yet
Yeah.
because Lula is off somewhere and Zine doesn't know where yet. So Zine makes a promise of, well, I'm gonna go find the rest of my friends from High Republic Adventures comic, and Court and those are characters you didn't know until she mentioned them.
Nope.
Her
Like,
friends.
I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna go find my friends, and then we're gonna find my girlfriend.
Yep.
And I'm not gonna ever let her go again.
She actually makes a hollow message for Lula before big battle at the
Yeah.
shipyards.
Yeah, she was like, "I hope you're okay. You're
Hope
my
you're
best.
okay.
You mean a lot to me."
I love you. Goodbye.
Yeah, just in case.
Yeah, just in case I die.
Yep. And so now her journey is going to be looking for
Yeah.
So okay, let's kind of resolve, I guess, Comac and Wreath's arc, because that's the only
So-
one really left to resolve.
Wreath, after waking up from his fucking battle coma,
Yeah, it's basically like relaxing. He hangs out with Ram a little bit.
Yeah.
And then basically in the middle of the night, he gets awakened by like Comac and Cantum,
yeah,
and they're like, "Hey, come with us, come with us.
yeah, we need to.
We need to talk
you."
about something." And so they take him to this dark room, and
And Wreath is kind of freaking.
he's
out.
like, "What did I do? What did I do?"
It's not like.
Like he's almost like, "Did I do something wrong?" for like a moment, and then all the lightsabers ignite, and you get the basically, if you've seen Gendy's Clone Wars series, the 2D one, you get that scene of knighthood, and
Yeah.
basically Yoda's there, Cantum's there, Comac's there,
Uh,
and they basically knight him.
they do.
They do, yeah, they knight him, and it's amazing,
It's both amazing,
but also like it's sad for
Wreath is
Wreath,
like,
'cause he's-
this isn't how it should be done.
yeah.
This isn't.
Wreath
where
doesn't
or
think he
when or
deserves
how.
it.
Yeah,
I think
'cause
he's
once
wrong.
Again, Wreath is hard on himself.
Yeah. I think he's wrong. I think he deserves it. I think he should somewhat cherish the moment,
but he can't.
but he can't. And I get that. Yeah, like I said, like after reading the entire book, which we're hitting the end,
Yeah.
I basically said it was a happy, sad ending.
Yeah, it's a very bittersweet.
It's
thing.
bittersweet. You've got this happiness of getting to see Wreath knighted because he deserves it. He
like-
does. And you see these wonderful relationships. You see Crash ending up where she needs to be. And I would argue, while
This
Zin-
is technically, in my opinion, the first real victory against the Nihil that
Even-
I have seen.
even with Starlight Beacon crashing off
Even
in the
with
distance,
Starlight Beacon crashing.
or I guess at this point crashed.
Yeah.
But the good news is Yoda also during his well, actually, we'll finish doing the knighting ceremony before we talk about Yoda. Although I think the Yoda thing happens
It happens,
first.
like, immediately
Yeah.
after.
So the Comac immediately then gives Wreath his lightsaber,
He's like, here you go, kid.
and Wreath's like, "Wait, what? No, I don't want this."
I don't want this.
And Comac's like, "Well, I'm not a Jedi anymore, so take it."
Yeah, Komac's like, man, I gotta go.
So many people in Wreath's life just leave.
They either leave or are dead.
But like so many people are like they just leave the Jedi, either they leave the Jedi Order or they feel like they've done a bad when they haven't, and
Yeah.
they like first Dez and then Comac, and it's just like, no, you both are fine. You don't need to do this.
Oh yeah, not to mention his master, who
Yeah, and then his master's dead. Jorah Mali
Yeah.
got killed. So like, but I was putting this more in perspective of like people that have like actively left.
Mm.
And it's like the people that have actively left did not need to,
yeah.
in my opinion. Like Dez did nothing wrong in my opinion.
No, like we've gone over this. The motherfucker walked into a door.
Yeah, and then he got brainwashed.
Yeah.
And then Comac, while he had these thoughts, he never acted on them.
Yeah.
He never outright said, "All right, I'm going to kill a motherfucker."
Yeah, but Comac is like, I think what Comac did is made himself an internal promise. Like, I'm not going to leave the order until I see my apprentice knighted.
Yeah, basically this was the last thing. Like
That's what I
basically, yeah,
figured.
basically Comac left his legacy.
Yeah, he's like, I think it'll be safe in your hands.
But I think at the same time, imagine the trauma for Wreath in this. Like, as somebody who really likes Wreath as a character,
I like him
Wreath-
too, but
Wre-
man, he goes through the ringer.
like Wreath is my favorite character in the High Republic series so far. Like, he's one of my favorites. I put Elzar up there, but like Wreath is definitely my favorite because I find him really relatable. Except for the trauma, I haven't dealt with the same level of trauma. But in the nerd aspect, like I
Yeah.
get being a book guy. I get like being. I'm not quite as like I'm a lot more extroverted than him, but like I get it. And so, like, Wreath deserves so like Des leaving. While I disagree with it, I get it.
yeah.
Comac leaving as his master, he should know better
The thing, I think,
because he's had 2 years to know Wreath at this point. Maybe a year and some months. to know Reith as his apprentice.
I think the thing with Reith is he's a good apprentice. He really is.
I guess Comac just believes in him enough to be a knight, but at the same time, that's not enough because you're leaving him immediately. At least give it a year, talk it over with him, and be like, "Hey, these are the feelings I'm having. Like, now that you've been knighted, I can trust you with these feelings." Because it's different telling your Padawan that. You don't tell your Padawan all that stuff. Like, maybe you do, but like, it's harder to tell a Padawan all that information.
Yeah.
Like, it's why him and Cantum were sharing it, because they were both masters, so they can both share that info.
Yeah.
But, like, telling your Padawan that's a little bit more of a conversation to have. But now that he's not a Padawan, they're almost peers now.
Yeah.
And so, I feel like as peers, they could have had that conversation before Comac left. Instead, Comac just, like, drops his lightsaber, essentially, and is like, all right, you're a knight. You don't need me anymore. Bye. And it's like, no.
I think Reith definitely does. I fucking got away from the mic.
No, you're fine.
I think the thing about Reith is that he does have the qualities of a knight. I don't think they should have knighted him right then and there. And here's why. He's basically having a fucking panic attack when they do it.
It's not the worst moment that they've ever knighted somebody, though.
No.
I mean,
It's not
Clone Wars, they basically just knight anybody that did the basic of tasks just because they needed more knights. Whereas at least here, they waited till he actually did, like, he's done enough to prove, like, he basically did his trials. Yeah.
But I don't think, like, that was the right time. But then again, it's like...
Knowing that, I think Comac already knew he was going to leave, so there was no other option. Anyways, let's kind of wrap it up, I guess.
Yeah.
Yoda.
He's like, I figured some shit out
yeah,
while I was gone.
Yeah, basically Yoda figured out about the Force Eaters.
Yeah.
So he now has basically all this information about Force Eaters, and he's like, so I know how to deal with them, so we need to go deal with that.
Yeah.
And that's where we
He doesn't tell us.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
Mr. Bandages, as I'm gonna call him since I don't know their name yet, is over there doing a creepy fucking nursery rhyme.
Yeah. Oh,
I only got like 3 lines of it.
The Shri Karai Cry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that nursery rhyme I told you about. That's a thing. It's throughout the entire thing. Basically, it's what a lot of people hear when it comes to, and I think the comic I'm reading is going to deal with that. I need to finish that issue. It's the last issue of basically following a Jedi investigator who's looking into this. Anyways, so that was the High Republic Midnight Horizon. 8 out of 10.
I think it's 7.
I was almost at 7.5, but.
And here's why. Sorry, I forgot how did I forget the author's name?
Oh, Daniel Jose Older?
Yeah. I think it would actually work out this particular story a lot better as a comic book series.
Which he's good with that.
Yeah, because he writes it that way.
I could see that.
He writes comics.
Yeah, I could see it. I think this was good. I think he did a good job, though.
Overall, it's still a good story.
It's still a good book, I think.
It's written.
I think I think this just couldn't be a comic just because of the grander nature, like the length. Yeah, the grander nature. But yeah,
it wasn't bad.
Yeah. And it also answered a lot of questions of like where were the Jedi during the during Fallen Star, because there were a lot of people who just didn't show up.
Yeah.
And also Comac unfortunately had to deal with the loss of Orla Jareni, because Orla, he felt her death.
Yeah.
And he was like I haven't felt her presence in a long time.
Yeah.
And then he was like, oh no.
That's not a good sign.
Especially when he saw what happened to Starlight Beacon.
Yeah.
And so.
All right.
Yeah. All right. So that was Midnight Horizon. All right. I guess our next thing, we're jumping ahead in the timeline by a lot. We're going to talk about Book of Boba Fett. So we've already watched it because here's the news. We are going to have our first ever pre-recorded episode.
Yeah.
Because next week I will be at
You
Pensacon.
just gotta go do some stuff.
I'm gonna go to Pensacon. I'm
Yeah.
going to a convention. I'm gonna have some fun and film some people, and I'll probably get some autographs. I saw that Matt Lanter, the voice of Anakin from Clone Wars, will be there, so I'm probably gonna get Clone Wars signed because I already got Ashley Eckstein to sign it. So I just need to get some more people. I think.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Also something else.
We'll talk about that next
Next time.
at the end of Book of Boba Fett
All
one.
right.
So, so the next episode you'll see is pre-recorded.
Yeah. Don't know.
So no news, probably no news, just
Probably no news.
Book of
Don't
Boba
know
Fett.
if we'll be here or not.
Yeah, but you'll. Yeah,
Don't worry. You know what I mean.
yeah. So
You'll figure
So no
it
live
out.
stream, no live stream, which also means though. Well, I'll talk about that in a bit. Okay, so Book of Boba Fett next week. So thank you guys for watching.
Yeah.
Be sure to like and subscribe to the YouTube channel if you're watching on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, subscribe and follow. If you want to watch on YouTube, it's youtube.com/Escape Reality Films. We have other stuff there. We have some gameplay stuff. So like my talk about Shadows of the Empire, you can watch me play that there, as well as Star Wars Bounty Hunters. Actually, I'm playing the Bounty Hunters video game, and in connection to that, that hasn't been uploaded yet, but I've got some Let's Plays of that coming up. And then if you want to watch me on Twitch, it's twitch.tv/CJ Star Wars 94, where you can watch me also play the Mass Effect games, where I'm currently on Mass Effect 3 Legendary Edition. And then if you want to really help us out with a little bit of the finances, you can follow us on Patreon. You can become a patron on patreon.com/Escape Reality Films, where the first tier will get you access to the Discord where we hang out.
Yep.
You can. I'm gonna fix it to where tiers can also join us in the Escape Reality Star Wars Talk chat. So that way, if you guys are reading the book or watching the content along with us, you can talk about it with us as we do it. Just be careful with spoilers. Put
Yeah.
the spoiler tags in them whenever you talk about something spoiler. The second one will get you access to the YouTube content a week before it's uploaded to YouTube, which is actually going to be very important now for this show, because since we're doing our first ever pre-recorded episode, y'all can basically immediately watch our review of Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah.
Like, you finish watching this, y'all finish watching this, and y'all will be able to watch Book of Boba Fett once we're done with it.
Be ready for a bit of rambling on my part.
And so it's not going to be up right yet, obviously,
Yeah.
because we haven't filmed it yet, obviously. So we're going to go ahead and film that after we leave.
Yeah.
Special thanks to Gamers and Geeks and Mobcast Network for providing the space.
Yep.
You can watch the other podcasts from Mobcast by going to youtube.com/Mobcast Network, where you can watch Mando Mondays, where we're going to have on upcoming Monday, they're having their last talk of Book of Boba Fett. And you can also watch the Cult Movie Cantina, where we talk about older movies or just movies in general. This week, we're going to be talking about I just blanked. The Purge.
Oh.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about The Purge. The first one, which, funny enough, happens this year in the movie.
Oh yeah. Well.
So I guess
we didn't go down that time.
Yeah, thankfully March of this year we're not going to have The Purge. So we're gonna watch that. And then
Just take a nap.
if you're in the Mobile, Alabama area, come check out Gamers and Geeks. They've got all your tabletop stuff going on. I know for Valentine's weekend they are doing a 20% off on if you get 2 or more items that can be used together. So for example, we got these drinks and snacks from them, and we got 20% off on each of those. Or you can get some board games. If there's 2 board games that you want, now's the time to get them because you get 20% off. Or any card game, like any of your cards that you want to collect that you've been saving up for. If you have any Magic the Gathering or Pokemon or anything, they've got it. They also got an arcade in the back that you can pay $10 a day. Come play whatever games that you like. They got Mortal Kombat. They've got I've seen House of the Dead, which that's a classic. So yeah, come check them out. And thank you guys for watching. We'll see you guys, I guess, in about an hour or two, depending on when I can get the upload for the next episode. If you're a Patreon member, if you're not, we'll see you next week. Hey, welcome back to
Yeah.
Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I almost
Yeah.
said Escape Reality Films.
This will technically
This would be our first pre-recorded
recorded
episode.
one.
Probably, hopefully, the only one.
Yeah.
But who knows what the future will hold? In reality, I am off. I am not here.
Yeah, you're not gonna be here next.
I'm not here
You're not
right now.
here at the moment.
Yeah, it's you. The camera. The camera's lying to
Yeah.
you. I'm in Pensacola right now.
We're doing that mind fuckery thing where this will be a piece of existence caught in time.
Yeah. So we basically. So even though we just finished the other review, we immediately are ready
Yeah.
to talk about this one. So Book of Boba Fett. Oh.
Yeah.
Before we jump right in. So since we're pre-recording this, do we want to guess what Star Wars news is going to happen? Do we want to like try to predict the future? I think I can predict one thing. I'm going to predict right now that the Kenobi trailer is going to come out on the Super Bowl.
Maybe.
That is my prediction.
I don't know.
You guys in the future can tell me if I'm right or wrong. Go ahead and write in the comments if I'm wrong or right, and tell me how amazing I am if I'm right.
Well, if you say yes, then I say no.
Is there anything else we want to predict? I think that's my main. That was the only thing I think I could take a wild shot in the dark at. That's the only thing I feel pretty confident on.
Yeah.
Because like last week we talked about. I mean, last week, and by last week I mean like a few minutes ago
Yeah.
for us. Last week for you guys.
Yep.
Last week we talked about, they announced the date for Kenobi.
Yeah.
So I assume, since that's the next show coming up, we better start
No.
seeing some footage.
Yeah, that might help build up the hype meter.
Yeah, and I mean the hype is already there for like fans like us,
Yeah.
but like
But for the general public.
yeah, general public might not know what the next show is.
So,
So anyways, let's go ahead and jump into the review
Yeah.
because we don't have any news because we're in the past.
Yep.
We don't know.
we don't know. We're not fortune tellers.
Yeah. So, Book of Boba Fett.
Oh,
So we-
spoilers.
Yeah, we're
ahead. Here is your warning now.
So we're kind of not going to do what we normally do.
Yeah.
We're normally we would tell the whole gist,
Yeah.
but I think we're going to bounce around a
Yeah.
lot more than normal. I know you have a rant that you want to get through
Yeah.
involving Mandalorian culture, and then I want to. I forget what I wanted to talk about. Anyways, because we watched the
Nope.
I had him because he had not watched any of it.
Nope.
We sat through all 7 episodes in one sitting
Yep.
the night before filming this.
It did the thing that I don't like, but I think it worked just this once.
Okay, is it
about
like
stories?
is it specifically like when it's episodic though that it's a problem, or just in general?
I like watching and reading things in chronological order.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so I know what you're talking. Okay,
Yeah.
so you were not a fan of the flashbacks,
Well, I wasn't a fan of it.
or at
I
least
do
not, or at
under-
least you didn't like the way they did it. You would have preferred if they'd done the flashbacks just like chronologically,
Yeah.
like if they'd just been like, here's all the flashbacks, and then here's the present day.
Yeah.
Rather than present day flashback, yeah.
Yeah.
Which my mom. So
It's the same.
I'm with
thing-
my family when we were watching this, and my mom was also like not a fan of that.
It's the same thing they did for, and
It's what they did with Arrow also, and like
they also do it in the first season of The Witcher, which makes it confusing
The-
as shit.
yes, and that's something that came up in Mando Mondays, the other podcast I'm
Yeah.
on.
But-
JD you've seen JD.
Yeah.
He works here at the shop. JD also has that problem where like all 3 of us on Mando Mondays have seen The Witcher.
Mhm.
The problem with The Witcher is that I think it works for Boba Fett more than it does for The
It
Witcher,
does,
because The Witcher
the time gap isn't that big.
also Boba Fett at least acknowledges, hey, this is a flashback.
Yeah,
Witcher did not tell you that
Yeah.
until the end.
it didn't tell you that.
Until the end, and then at the end of the season, that's when The Witcher's like, oh yeah, all that was flashback. And it's like, what?
Thanks.
I thought
Really-
this was all concurrently happening.
Really appreciated that.
As somebody who's only read some of the short stories, I thought they were just trying to make it concurrent. Like, I've read the Witcher short story collections, and a lot of that season 1 of The Witcher is just
Yeah.
the short stories being adapted.
It took me
It took me too long to figure. I think it was the wedding, the not the wedding, yeah, the
it's the wedding.
wedding
where it's like,
episode that
oh,
got me to realize it. The one where they're like, "Oh yeah, you've taken the oath now, and you're going to protect our kid later on." So,
But that's.
anyways, that's
But
neat.
I think they handled.
I think Boba Fett
flashbacks
handled
well
it
with
better.
Boba Fett.
So you can Boba Fett is a show that you can definitely tell is a Robert Rodriguez project,
Mm-hmm.
but it's also definitely a Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau thing. Because, so you have not watched Mandalorian
No,
or any
I
of
have
that,
not.
but you can tell it's a Dave Filoni thing because you have at least experienced Clone Wars.
I know a bit about Clone
You've
Wars.
experienced some of Clone Wars. You have not. I don't think you've experienced here and there of Rebels,
Yeah.
but not like enough to be like, oh, I get that
Yeah.
from Rebels.
Once again, me with my memory, it's like, this is important. I don't know why.
Yeah, I think the only Rebels thing you've explicitly seen is stuff I've shown you, specifically the World Between Worlds. Because I showed you that episode just
okay.
because I made use of that
Yeah.
in our RPGs. Anyways, so Book of Boba Fett, I guess we'll kind of talk chronologically rather than episode order. So Boba Fett, once again, as always, is just having the roughest weeks.
Yep.
He just has terrible, like his life is just one terrible week after the next.
Yeah. Good on him for just taking it like a champ, though. Like, he doesn't even complain about it. He's like, it's like the Isaac Clarke of.
Yeah.
He's the Isaac Clarke of Star Wars, in which he goes from shit situation to shit situation.
Yeah. So basically, let's talk about that week. So he gets beat up by a blind dude to the point that he falls into the stomach of a creature.
Yeah. Gets out of the creature.
Barely.
Barely.
Gets his teeth knocked in by some Jawas who are like, ooh, shiny armor.
Take his armor. Dragged through the desert
by
by
Tuskens.
Tuskens. Held captive.
Tries to escape with the help of a Rodian who like does not want to escape.
Sells him out.
Yeah, immediately sells him out.
And
And then the only good thing that happens is that while searching for water that this kid Tusken is making him do, played by Jimmy Kimmel's nephew.
Mm.
So late night host Jimmy Kimmel.
and is
So Jimmy Kimmel's nephew is like, "Hey, find some water for me in these gourd
I was curious about I'm like,
So it's an actual plant.
Tuskens have to get water from
Yeah.
somewhere since they're not.
It's like a
moisture
fruit.
farmers.
It's like a melon and a
Yeah.
fruit type thing that they find that just naturally occurs.
Yeah.
It's just hard to find.
And so that happens, and then
He gets his
poor Rodian.
the poor Rodian dies because the sand creature comes out and the Rodian gets its teeth knocked in and chest knocked out. All the wind. He's dead. He's dead. So the one good thing that happens to Boba Fett during this week is that he kills that thing.
Yep.
And this is with the terrible week that started with the blind guy knocking him
Yep.
into the creature.
Chain choke combo
Yeah.
apparently works super effective against large creature in Star Wars.
Yeah. And so he earns the respect of the Tuskens through this. And so the next week, though, not a great week either for him, because immediately while he's earning the respect of these Tuskens and learning how to fight with a gaffy stick, which, hold it like, come on, do you not know how to hold like certain weapons? You don't spread your so with melee weapons you don't want to spread your coverage of holding something. You want to have a firm grip. And so he does not, and that's why it gets knocked out of his hands immediately. Because the Tusken's like, no, you got to hold it like this, not like this. And so during that the next terrible week, though, that Boba has, a train starts coming by and shooting at everybody.
Yep.
Boba just has terrible weeks.
Drive by.
Yeah, drive-by train. Oh, no, you're good.
On the Tusken Raiders, Tuskens. Sorry.
Yeah, the Tuskens. Not Tusken Raiders, Tuskens, and definitely not Sand People.
Yeah.
Because, Sand People is definitely the worst one, in my opinion. But they're both bad.
Yep.
So Tuskens, although later on Boba says the S word, he calls them Sand People.
Common parlance.
Yeah. So, anyways, they get shot up by a drive-by train.
First bantha down.
Yeah, and they hide behind. You started having a bantha kill count.
Yep.
And
they end up killing 3, I think.
Yeah, you said 3 by the end of that point where we stopped counting them. Yeah.
I was like, man,
because
what the fuck did the banthas do?
Yeah, so they hide behind the bantha to try to fight back. Anyways, Boba comes up with a plan. He's like, look, I'm going to go to town. I'm going to steal some bikes, and we're basically going to use them like
Yep.
horses, and we're going to do a Red Dead Redemption, like,
Yep.
train robbery. Train
Uh,
heist. Train heist, baby.
Mm-hmm.
And so
that goes.
that goes pretty well.
Yeah. all
Pretty
things considered.
well. After, a training montage of, like, here's how you ride a bike.
Yep.
Because Tuscans, at least this tribe, have never
Yep.
used speeder bikes.
You know.
That you can't speak for the whole,
Yeah.
but you can speak for this tribe.
Yeah.
Um.
You know.
So they do the train heist.
Yep.
Turns out it's the Pikes, the Pike Syndicate.
Mission complete.
Yeah. It turns out it's the Pike Syndicate behind it. Turns out they were carrying spice on their train, and like they were like preemptively shooting the Tuskens
Yeah.
because they were like, we didn't know if the Tuskens would try to rob us, so we just preemptively shot.
Shoot first, ask questions later.
Which, of course, Boba does not like that answer.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, look, you're going to leave your water with me. Here's some melons. Walk back to town. Get out of here.
He's
I'm
like,
gonna
if
have
you
it-
guys just go straight for like a day, you'll be fine.
I'm going to have words with your leader in a week.
Yep.
So, yeah. So, after this small victory in Boba's terrible weeks,
Yeah.
the Tuskens once again, bringing him further into the culture, are like, okay, well, here's this gift because you've helped us. It's a lizard.
Yep.
How nice.
Hey.
Oh,
You ready for your vision quest?
yeah, your vision quest, because,
Because we're giving it to you now.
yeah, because the Tuskens represent natives, and therefore you have to have a vision quest.
Mhm.
So, yeah, the lizard
Here's something-
goes up his nose, and then he swallows it. And,
Here's something that confused the shit out of me, and I'm pretty sure it's magic.
oh, is it that he finds a tree in the middle of a desert that we've never seen a tree?
Yeah.
I mean,
There are no trees on Tatooine.
that you know of.
I didn't see any trees. Did you?
That we know of. Tatooine was once a water world.
Yeah. Just not anymore.
Tatooine was once a water world. We don't know what exists still.
Like.
Where do you think the melons come from?
Fucking,
You think they just exist in the ground?
I assume they were like a weird natural byproduct of that animal they killed.
I don't know. No, because they still find more of them throughout they just have melons all the
Yeah.
time. So, anyways.
The fuck is up with Tatooine's environment, man?
Anyways. So he goes on his vision quest where he, relives his life as a child on Camino,
Yeah.
as well as, dealing with a bunch of other shit that he deals with.
Here's a stick.
And he
Found
finds
a
a stick.
stick.
He found a stick. He comes back with the stick. Lizard comes out of his nose and returns back into the little
Yeah.
thing that it was in. And he was
My
like, "Oh, I thought
assu-
that was part of the vision quest
My
too."
assumption for that about the sticks that we find, are either some of them have already gone on.
I
their
think
vision
it's just
quest,
so rare.
or they are reusing ones from dead people.
Maybe we don't. These
But
are
I
the
don't know.
mysteries. The mysteries of Tatooine.
Maybe sticks just suddenly spawn in on Tatooine. I
So-
don't know.
So yes, so he finds his stick, and Tuskens are like, "All right, cool, time for a robing ceremony, and then for you to build your weapon."
Yep.
So he gets a robing ceremony where he gets his cool robes, which you'll see later whenever we get to Mandalorian, because it's what we see him in first
If
in
I
Mando
saw
season
a
2.
motherfucker dressed in all black in the desert,
I'd be afraid of him,
I'd be scared.
because the fact that man can deal with the heat that's
Yeah.
going to cause, the literal heat, not the figurative kind, the literal heat. It's like somebody who chooses to have leather seating in Mobile. Black leather seating.
Feeling dangerous, are we?
So
But that happens.
so he builds a stick, his gaffy stick, out of the piece of wood that he found. So now he has a gaffy stick, and they do a little tribal ceremony.
Yay!
All right, on to Boba's next terrible week.
Boba's next terrible.
So
week.
he goes into town to make a deal with the
with the pipe.
with the Pikes. Thank you. And the Pikes are like, "Look, we've already got a deal with the speeder bike gang that's around here that you've dealt with, because when he went into town and stole speeder, he stole it from them. He also saw them earlier, killing a village, like
Yeah.
in the first episode, like during the first bad week when
Yeah.
when they were looking for melons with Jimmy Kimmel's nephew.
Hmm.
So yeah, so like you've seen these Nikto bikers hanging out, and so they're like, we've already made a deal with the Nikto bikers. We can't renege on that. So you
Like-
either got to deal with them or just out of luck.
And he just goes, okay.
He's like, fine. So Boba Fett leaves. He's like, okay, I didn't get the deal I wanted, but that's fine. I'll just return home. Boba Fett's bad weeks continue
Continue.
because he finds the Tuskens wiped out by the
All
by-
gone.
with the symbol of the Nikto gang being left, meaning that the Nikto gang killed them.
Mhm.
So yeah, so Boba is like, well, all right, time for me to go on a new quest. I guess I'm gonna go get my ship.
Yep.
So Boba spends probably a good, because I assume he spent years with the Tuskens. Like I assume that this took time because the story kind of like the way the flashbacks jump, it has to be
Hmm.
because we start to get closer and closer to present day.
Yeah.
Because by the time we're at the point where he's watching over Jabba's palace looking for an entrance to get to his, it's pretty close to
yeah.
to the present. It's
Yep.
pretty close. So Boba has been spending weeks and weeks just looking out Jabba's palace, looking for a way in because now Bib is in charge, and unfortunately, there's just so many guards that Boba's like, "Dang it, I can't get in
He's
by
like,
myself."
I can't. He's like, I'm good, but I'm not good enough for 40 people.
Especially when he can't get a confirmed count of people because every time he tries to count them, they switch the guards out.
Yep.
And so he's been riding this bantha this whole time, and so he rides this bantha out. He decides to eat some chicken, some space chicken, scurriers.
Scurriers.
Yeah, sand chicken, some scurriers. And so he eats some scurrier, and he hands some left over to his bantha.
Yeah.
And so while they're eating lunch or dinner and enjoying themselves at a campfire, Mando season 1 events happen
Yeah.
in the distance, and we see the bright light of a flare go off.
Mhm.
Boba, of course, is interested in what's going on.
I don't have anything better to do.
He's like, I'm out in the middle of nowhere, and a flare just went off. Let's go see what that's about.
Might as well.
So he goes out, and he finds a dying Fennec Shand.
And he's like,
Well, I can't let her just die.
yeah.
So
Alright.
so he goes, he picks her up, takes her to this modding, basically the mod parlor. It's basically a tattoo parlor, but for modding.
And I'm over here like, yeah, we were having this discussion. I'm like, man, doctors are fucking short supply around here
Yeah,
because Galactic War, like,
Yeah,
might have used that.
it just ended,
People
but
haven't
there's
finished.
people are still recovering.
Yeah.
So
So this is the closest thing they've got.
so yeah, so he goes to this modder and he's like, "Look, I need you to bring her back. Here's all this money."
Yep.
And modder's like, "Well, why didn't you start with the money thing?
It's
Because
not the money thing.
or what was it?
It's like she's dying.
oh yeah, she's dying.
It's like, well, why didn't you say so?
Although the money does help.
He does the money first, and then that doesn't work. And
Yeah, because he mentions that he has like all these, like, because once again, like a tattoo parlor, he just has people that called ahead.
Yeah.
Like, there's people that are here to get their mods.
It's one thing when it's like, oh, this is nice, and another thing when it's like, I need like an artificial heart, like now.
But in her case, she needs like an artificial gut.
Yeah.
So yeah, so he redoes her entire gut, and like they leave it open because he's like, once again, an artist doesn't hide their work.
Yeah.
So the modder's like, why would I hide my work? And Bo was like, okay, fine, I guess.
Yeah.
Obviously, later on, Fennec always wears clothes over it to where you don't see it anyways. But that's a Fennec choice, not a. So, Fennec wakes up and is like, "Oh, I'm not dead," and he's like, "Yep, I saved you. So now you owe
You're
me.
welcome.
You owe me, because it took some money to do that." And Fennec's like, "Well, what do you want, and who are you?" "Well, I'm Boba Fett. I know this is hard to believe because Boba Fett rarely took off his helmet, so most people don't know what he looks like. And also, people think he's dead right now, but it is me."
Also, I need help getting my ship from in.
There. Yep. There are too many peoples.
Yep.
So Fennec is like, "Look, I'm not gonna keep working for you, but I'll do this one job, and then we're
Out of
square."
gratitude.
Yeah, out of that, we're square.
Yeah.
So Fennec like has this cool little spy like probe droid that she sends into the building because Boba explains the whole, well, I can't get a proper count. So she sends this droid that does in like a perfect scan of like basically does like one of those landscape photos, or not landscape. What's the one? What's the name of the one where you can do like a 180 on your phone, or the 360 photos?
Yeah.
Basically, she does that with the probe droid, where the probe droid like just gets a perfect photo, but it's like just heat signatures and like a layout of the building.
Yeah.
So it comes back to her, and she's like, "All right, well, we'll just wait till a guard shift change, and we'll sneak in on the side."
Yep.
And so they sneak into the kitchen, where I like this. I like this scene more than most people. I think it's fine to have a little bit of goofy in Star Wars because Star Wars has always had its goofy moments. Like anybody, I get that not everybody wants this because they're like, "Oh, it's Boba Fett. It's got to be serious." It doesn't need to be. Give me some goofy moments. It's not like we've had too many of those yet. We get a couple more, but not too many.
Not too many.
And so I'm fine with this.
Yeah.
And so like the kitchen droids are like, "Oh, we think we heard something. Get the rat catcher droid." And then Boba Fett and Fennec come in. They deal with the kitchen droids, and then they hide because the rat catcher droid comes in looking to see what's going on. It's like, "Where's the little womp rat? I'm gonna catch it." Oh no, it's Boba Fett. And Boba Fett's like, "Do you know who I am?" I'm Boba Fett. Best moment. It turns itself off.
It's like, I don't want to deal with this.
Nope. I know who you are. I don't want to deal with this. I'd rather be in a coma than
deal with it.
Because basically that's what he put himself into. He put himself into a droid coma because he's not waking up unless somebody else turns him back on.
Yep.
Like, as far as that droid's concerned, he's dead.
Yeah. They go.
They manage to sneak most of the way in, but unfortunately some alarms do go off, and all the guards come in to start shooting at them. Thankfully, it's by the time that Boba's managed to get onto his ship.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Fennec has to do a little bit of fighting to get them out, and Boba's dealing with the fact that the garage door is still shut.
Yeah.
So Fennec's like, "Look, I'll get the door open. You just worry about the ship."
Yeah.
So Fennec shoots the door open.
Gamorreans, man.
Yeah, a lot of the Gamorreans and a lot of like Weequay die.
Yeah.
And so a lot of pirates. And so Fennec manages to shoot the garage door open, and Boba Fett escapes. And then he's like, "All right, where do you want to go?" And Fennec's like, "You know what? I'm gonna stick around," because by this point they've kind of talked about Boba's plan to a degree, not completely. Like Boba's like, "I'm not gonna be a bounty hunter anymore."
Yeah, he's like, "I'm done with the bounty hunting.
But I'm gonna work for myself.
Care about me.
Yeah, I'm gonna work for myself, and I'm gonna bring some people in on that. Yeah. He has not made the offer to her yet, though.
No.
So
because
he's not sure if she'll take it yet.
Yeah, this is like a one and done thing.
So she's like, "Well, you know what? I'll ride with you and just see what happens." So Boba Fett gets his revenge for the Tuskens by killing the biker gang completely. He just wipes them out with the ship.
Yep.
And then they're like, "All right, let's take it somewhere. You know what? Next job, find my armor. I need my armor.
I want that back."
So they go to the Sarlacc pit because that's the last place that Boba saw his armor, and tried to do like a little search of the stomach. Play a little bit of Surgeon Simulator.
Yeah.
With Slave One. Does not go well.
I think my exact words to you, I was like, "Why the fuck are they getting that close?"
Yeah, at first, because it was after the Nikto were shot up, and then you were like, "What other revenge is he gonna get?" And then he goes up to the next scene is the Sarlacc pit, and you started chuckling because at first you thought he was gonna shoot it, but then like he got too close, and then
I was like, I'm like, yeah. I was like,
and then I explained it. I was like, "Oh, he's looking for his armor."
And I was like,
that would have been hilarious though. Like he just pulls up on the Sarlacc and just shoots it.
Done and done.
But no. So obviously they still end up having to kill it though because it tries to eat them from inside the ship.
Like, why did you get that close with your ship, man?
Because you got to get a really good close look of where the armor is.
They got a very close look.
And so Fennec's like, "Well, fuck getting eaten. I'm gonna set off the seismic charge."
Yep.
So the seismic bomb falls in, boom, and Jabba's sail barge goes further into the remnants of it go further into the desert.
Yeah.
And so then Yeah, so
goes, he
Boba's
looks,
bad
and
week
he gets-
continues as he looks and looks, does not find it, and in return just gets scarred
Yeah.
because, stomach acid will do that to you.
Yeah.
And even Finnick's like, that was a terrible
It's
idea.
like, why did I even let you think that was a good idea?
He's like, well, my armor would be fine because it's Beskar. And she's like, yes, the Beskar would be fine, but not you.
And so she's like, great. Now we gotta dip you in Bacta.
Yeah, now you're going to have to be in Bacta for a while to heal up. So, anyways, the events of Season 2... the events of Season 2 of Mandalorian happen.
Mhm.
He gets his armor back through that.
Yeah.
So off-screen, he gets his armor back.
Yep.
And then we see the flashback. We see the flashback for the ending of Season 2, which is how he becomes the new leader. He just walks into Jabba's palace. Bib's like, what are you doing here?
Hello, Boba Fett. And just shoots him.
Like, it's not a friendly greeting. Like, Bib's like does not want Fett there, but like Fett's like, that's okay, and then just drags his body off the seat and just sits there. So yeah, so Fett is now the new daimyo of Tatooine.
Yep.
And so that's where we kind of start the present day events.
Yeah. And so Boba is like he's now
Boba is
gone
getting
from, like professional killer to planetary mob boss.
and he has no experience in this.
He has none.
So Finnick is kind of like trying to help him to the best of her
Yeah.
ability because she also like does like she does like she's just like, I know how the other bosses have done it and you're doing it wrong based on that.
Yeah.
Because like, so basically we start off with these other smaller officials giving
Mhm.
tribute to him because
Yeah.
these officials show up and they're like, here's some tribute to you, here's some money. Like the local like
Yeah.
sub bosses are coming
The
to
captain.
the captains are showing up to be like, here's your tribute. And then the mayor's supposed to show up, but his assistant shows up.
Yeah.
And his assistant is like, oh no, you're supposed to give us the tribute.
and
And
Boba-
Fett's like, wait a minute, I'm the crime boss here. That's not how that works.
and he's like,
He's like, look, I'll let you leave alive. That's the tribute.
for daring to try this shit.
Yeah. And he's like, all right, that's fine. Just expect that you'll get another like visit from the mayor in some way.
Yeah.
Wink, wink, hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Yeah.
So yeah, so he leaves.
Wow.
I kind of like the mayor's major domo, like
Yeah.
because he's just he just foot and mouth,
Yep.
and so he leaves.
It's great.
And so
Ah.
Boba's like, all right, let's go check out all the things I own, and so they go to Mos Espa, and they're like, let's go check out the cantina / casino.
Sanctuary.
Yeah, sanctuary.
Is the name of
Yeah,
it.
Sanctuary is the name of it. I was just like classifying it. And he like goes to visit the leader in charge of it, Garsa Fwip, which on the way there, he's walking and
Oh, he's
and-
recruited the.
yeah, he's recruited.
Gamorreans
Oh yeah,
at
he
this point.
recruited 2 Gamorreans who were like they were like loyal to Bib.
They were
and-
loyal to Jabba. They were loyal to Bib. And
He's like, "You'll be loyal to me, right?" And they're like, "Yep."
they're
And he's like, "Good enough."
he's like, if I don't kill you,
Yeah, he's like, "If I don't kill you, you'll be loyal." And they're like, "Yep." He's like, "Good enough."
all right.
So they go to town, visit Garsa Fwip, who like full whip, cool whip,
And they're like,
whip or whip. Whip.
the 2 Twi'leks.
Yeah, these 2 Twi'leks are like, we're gonna shine your armor, and well, on their way in, before they get inside, Finnick's like, you should be writing your little thing that like all the crime lords have written, like
And Bo,
and Boba's like, no, I'm not lazy, I'm gonna walk.
it's like, I have legs.
I have legs. Also, like, I don't really care about the being above everybody thing. Like,
And
and she's like, but it's not about that. It's a sign of leadership. And he's like, whatever. So he goes in, and the 2 Twi'leks offer to shine their armor, and of course she's like, nah, and he's like, no, we got to do this, which turns out to be the right
Yep.
thing for him. But Garsa Fwip comes up, and she's like, oh, I didn't see you come in on your on your little thing. And he's like, litter, thank you, on your litter, and he's like, because I'm not lazy, I'm walking. I'm not lazy. I'm not gonna look like Jabba and
they're
Bib.
like,
Did you see how they both turned out? They were very lethargic by the end of
didn't
it.
work out so well for either of them.
Yeah. Why do you think it was so easy to kill Bib? He couldn't run away.
Oh man. Yeah.
And so they end up, so they talk a little bit
Yeah,
because
and
they're like, okay, so you're the new boss, cool.
Yeah.
Don't trust anybody.
Basically. And they go
And they go outside after getting their helmets back, which
immediately after.
Immediately
Don't
after being-
trust anybody. They're like, assassins show up and they're like, "We're here to kill you."
yeah, and so Boba thankfully made a smart investment with the Gamorreans. That immediately gets, that investment immediately turns over,
Yeah.
and they help him barely, like, because he's still weak from going into the Sarlacc pit a bunch of times.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I need to go to my Bacta tank because I've been hit a bunch.
Yep.
Also, Finnick, get one of them alive. We need it
Yeah.
alive so we can get information.
The Gamorreans may not be the strongest or the best fighters, but they are very loyal.
Damn right. So they managed to bring him
And
back to his Bacta tank while
a lot
Finnick kills one of them because there's like 2 assassins
Yeah,
left at this
she's
point.
Like, I only need the one.
Yeah, I only need one of you. So pushes one off a roof and then takes the other.
Yeah.
And so she brings him back to the palace. And
It's time for an interrogation.
yeah, and they're like, all right, so you're the Abercrombie of assassins.
Basically.
People pay for the name brand. They pay for that little eagle.
And they're like, the droid they have is like,
I thought I said that on Mando Mondays. But yeah, so they pay for the little eagle, and so they're like, we can get this information out of him. And so the droid is like, we could torture him. And he's like, no, we're not doing that.
like, I don't torture.
It's like, but I'm a torture droid. That's my whole thing.
He's like, well, you're translating now. He's
Because we
like-
don't have a protocol droid.
Yeah, he's like, I don't intend to rule with fear.
Although then they decide to scare him because they're like,
Yeah.
you know what? We'll just feed you to the Rancor.
Yeah, but they're not in charge of him, so I guess it's fine.
Yeah, so they start to threaten that, and they drop him into the Rancor pit. And as they're slowly opening the cage of where the Rancor would be, he's like, "Okay, look, I'm working for the mayor. Okay,
The mayor
look,
sent me.
the mayor sent me. Worst,
They
worst,
heal
worst,
up the
worst, worst. I guess he was not paid that well because that was really quick at giving that up.
And again, I don't feel like fighting a Rancor.
At the same time, like he
doesn't
already.
know.
At the same time, though, he already saw the rest of his buddies die. So, like, I would think they're fine with dying.
I think they're fine with dying in like not by.
But like in combat, not by being eaten.
Yeah.
So yeah, so then it opens only to reveal a little mouse because because there's no Rancor. The Rancor
Yeah.
died. Luke killed it.
And
Luke and his Chanel boots killed it.
they're like, it's empty.
Yep.
We're just did that to fuck with you.
Yeah. Watch out for that. Watch out for that mouse. He'll get you.
Fuck you up.
So yeah, after
I
that,
think it's time we go to the mayor's
yeah,
office.
it's time to visit the mayor. You know, he still owes me that tribute.
Yeah, and they're like, we'll take this guy with us.
Yeah, so they bring him to the mayor's office where they go into the front desk, which the front desk guy is amazing. The front desk guy is
You
hilarious.
got an appointment?
You got an appointment? No.
No.
Who are you? You should know who I am. I'm fucking Boba Fett.
And it's like,
He's like, I still don't. Your name's not on the list. And then little Major Domo comes out, and he's like, "So you're not on the list?" He's like, "I got that already. Look, I'm just going in." And he's like, "You can't just go." Goes in, and the mayor's like, "Oh, hi, how's it going?" Like all chalant.
yeah.
And he's like, "Well, look, I know you sent an assassin after me," and this guy gave it up, and he's like, "Ah, an assassin of the Night Winds. Yes, so you admit it." Nope, we're gonna kill it. And so yeah, they kill him.
They're like, the Night Winds are not allowed to outside of Hut territory.
Which brings up an argument I had on Mando
Mm-hmm.
Mondays of, is Tatooine no longer Hut territory?
I guess not, because Fett's running it now. And
But
it's
like
not
even
Hut.
before that, that implies that like it stopped being Hut territory for a while.
Well, as soon as Jabba died, it was no longer Hut territory
I guess.
because Bib Fortuna's not a Hut either.
No. But he
He
Yeah.
worked for him.
I don't
but
know
that
if he
doesn't
was
count.
yeah, I don't know if he was considered part of the Hut cartel.
Apparently
Which
not.
which we've read War of the Bounty Hunters. Jabba and like a few others are the only members of the Hutt cartel by the time of this, and also like Jabba's the only seated member
Yeah.
because Although I guess that's changed because of what happens later. We see some
Yeah.
other people, the twins,
I guess
which we're about to get to.
I guess the twins filled in the vacuum.
I guess, but not on Tatooine.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they kill the assassin of the Night Wind, and because Boba is known as a bounty hunter, the mayor's like, "Here's your bounty hunter money," and Boba's like, "I'm offended. Why are you giving me bounty hunter money? I'm the daimyo now," and he's like, "Well, you better watch your back," which is the warning he keeps getting everywhere. Everybody's just like, "Watch your back." It's the one thing that he's not doing though.
Like, actually, as a matter of fact,
I'm-
because I am so confident in myself,
I won't
that
even watch
life
my
can't
front.
Get any shittier. I will openly invite you to try me, motherfucker.
Yeah. So the mayor's like, "Look, who else would benefit from trying to kill you?" And so
The answer is everybody.
yeah, the answer is everybody.
Literally
But
everybody.
yeah, so he goes back to Garth. He goes back to Sanctuary because he goes there to question Garth to see if she knows what's going on. And she's like, "Not,
"Not
like
really."
it could be anybody still." Also, the Hutts are back. Like she mentions that she's like, "Yeah,
the
the twins came back.
are back.
They're active," and so.
I guess maybe the twins were exiled or some shit.
I think they just were busy doing other Hutt stuff and just didn't care.
Maybe they were partying.
Like,
I think that's actually what it was.
Yeah, they were probably busy. They were probably busy partying, and also Bib was probably he was probably paying them still.
Yeah.
Like I imagine Bib, like being Bib, was probably still paying the Hutts off
Yeah.
because Bib is a coward. Plain and simple, he's always been a coward. Like him being daimyo did not make it makes little sense unless he was paying the Hutts to let him be there.
Yeah. And I guess once the money stopped.
Yeah,
flowing,
once
they
the
were like-
tributes stopped coming, the Hutts were like, "All right, guess we're
Yeah.
coming in."
and they're like,
And that poor, and then we see the second worst animal job in the Star Wars universe. The first worst being the lizard that goes up his nose. The second being that poor sweat rat.
yeah. Hot sweat. No.
Hut sweat, nope. And it's a
Slimy.
2-for-1 special because they're connected twins. They're conjoined.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, so immediately you hear this little, the music of the Hutts coming in on their litter.
Yep.
And Boba's like, "All right, I guess I got to deal with this." Goes outside to see his old rival / business partner, Black Chrysanthemum, or as you were saying, like a lot of people, Black Satan, which
I
became Mr. Satan for me
I
when we were
almost
watching.
called him a couple of times.
I didn't know we were watching Dragon Ball. It's Mr. Satan.
I almost called him Chris Hansen.
That's a good one.
Because
But yeah. So yeah, since we watched this together, we were making lots of jokes while
So-
watching this. So it became Black Satan, Mr. Satan,
and I guess now Chris Hansen.
and now Chris Hansen.
But
Black
that's
Chrysanthemum,
another
yeah.
one I thought of.
But yeah, so
And he's like, Chrysan's like, "I'm not gonna kill you right now."
yeah, because I'm being paid to be here, but they haven't paid me to kill you yet. So
Yeah. So I guess we're cool for right now.
for now, and so
Except Boba is like, "I'll talk a little shit."
yeah, because I'm still daimyo as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
I do not respect the Hutts. So yeah, he starts shit talking them, and they're like, once again, better watch your back.
Yeah, and he kind of like looks over and he's like, "I'm not a half asleep Trandoshan guard."
Yeah.
To Chrysan.
Yeah, he disrespects Chrysanthemum. He's like, "Look, I'm gonna call you out on your gladiator days and just be like, you suck."
Basically.
And Chrysanthemum's like, I should
Like,
kill you for
"I'm
that."
gonna Fuck you up.
But yeah, so later on, during one of the flashbacks, which we just told chronologically, because
Yeah.
makes sense to tell it chronologically in this case for a review, I guess, or as the show, because that was his only real complaint was the
Is this before or after he solves the fucking?
Oh yes. So we go into the next episode, which is where we meet the Power Rangers.
Yeah.
Because basically this guy, this guy,
jackass.
jackass, comes up and is like, "Hey, these kids stole my water."
Yeah. And Boba Fett's like, all right, I'll
I'll-
go and sort it out.
Yeah, because he's like, if you're gonna get respect, you got to start dealing with the
Yeah.
people's problems. It's basically like being a king. You have people come to your court and say, "Here's my problem. Do something about it." And as the king, it's kind of your job to
It's
do
like,
something about it.
Fine, I'll do it myself since I'm the only one here aside from my
Yeah,
two Gamorreans.
Because right now I don't have a base of like, it's not like Jabba yet. He hasn't built up,
my like
guards
two
yet.
Gamorreans and my like right hand assassin lady.
and so fine, I'll do it myself.
Yeah.
And he goes out to talk to these kids, and these kids are like, "Look, this."
Yeah, we stole the water. However, before you decide to like fucking kill us, here's why. This motherfucker is
Ver-
charging us 1,300 credits.
For like only a week's
A
worth
week's
of water,
worth of water.
and that's drinking water.
yeah,
that-
just drinking water.
Which so like, not bathing, just drinking.
And so I'm like, man, fuck this guy. The Power Rangers are right.
And they're like, and then they start talking smack to him because they're like, "You're the only daimyo that's ever really come out here to actually deal with the problem yourself."
Yeah.
And also like, even then, you still don't know what's going on out here. You suck.
And they're like,
It's kind of like one of those situations, once again, of being a king where you don't know what's going on with the little people. And so they're like, "Yeah, you suck as a king. Fuck you."
and he's like, all right.
He's-
And the bad guy,
Oh,
jackass number 3, we'll call him that.
water merchant.
Water
Or-
merchant is like, but
But I asked you to deal with them. And he's like,
fucking 1,300 credits.
I'll
for
pay you
water?
like half of that, not
I'll
even
pay
a
you
third.
500.
Yeah. He's like, it's what it's actually worth.
Yeah. And they're like,
And of course, are you gonna tell Boba Fett no? Are you gonna be like, "No, I want more money"? That's how you get shot.
yeah, he's like, it's great. And the Power Rangers are like, thanks, but that's not,
That's not the point.
it's not really gonna help too much.
Yeah, like he's still gonna keep doing it.
And he's like, how would you guys like a job?
They're
And they're
like,
like,
I guess,
sure.
because Boba's like, I need more than just Finnick and a robot.
A robot and 2 Gamorreans.
Yeah. So a robot that's a torture droid that doesn't torture
Yeah.
and can't translate either.
And so they go and they're like, sure.
Yeah. So they go ahead and they so the Power Rangers are watching over him as he takes a nap in the back to tank.
Their actual
Like,
name is the Mods.
The mods. Yeah, they're the mods. I think they're okay. I think there's an aesthetic problem.
They're teens with attitude.
But I think but like there's an aesthetic problem. Like I'm fine with the Vespas because like there's different types of vehicles
Yeah.
in Star Wars. There's gonna be Vespas. Fine.
Oh, that's your issue with it?
No, the problem is
Oh.
the paint job.
Oh, right.
I don't mind that they paint it, but make it a little more scratchy looking on the paint. You're on Tatooine. And I'm fine with the mod, like them being like having all the modifications,
Yeah.
because Darth Vader's a mod.
That's fine.
Darth Vader's a mod.
Well, he's not by choice. These kids
These
chose
kids-
to.
But it's kind of like a kid that gets a tattoo to get back at mom and dad.
I don't see it that way. You know my feelings about like cybernetics.
Yeah, but you're not a fan of doing them by choice. But like
I'm a fan of doing them by necessity.
yeah, so Finnick is fine and Luke and
Yeah.
Vader are fine, but
People who need it to like if your arm gets
or Valence, for example, also, or Valance rather.
Valence is the most extreme case.
Yeah, where like only his heart, which
Yeah.
by the end of War of the Bounty Hunters, not even his heart.
Yeah. But I'm like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Anyways,
It's not
it's not a
I'm not
deal
gonna be
breaker.
like,
You're
that's
not.
I'm
you're not gonna
I'm
hate them
gonna
for it.
Use them like service or
Yeah, you're not gonna hate them for it, but
Yeah.
you're just not.
I'm like,
You're not a fan
that's
of their
not-
choice.
That's
but-
not what I would do, but
But maybe it's also a survival thing too.
maybe yeah, because it does help them.
Yeah. So, anyways, he gets woken up from his little dream by Mr. Satan.
Yeah. fucking black chrysanthemum over there.
Yep, he grabs him from his thing and just immediately starts beating the crap out of
He
him.
is the closest motherfucker who actually almost succeeds.
I think it also has to do with the fact that he's a gladiator and he's really good at like that type of close combat. Whereas Boba Fett's more of he needs his tech. He needs his armor and his gear.
Like, if he just hadn't...
Boba's not great without his armor when it comes to like doing like fighting.
If Chrysanthemum had just like shot him while he was in the back of the tank.
But that's also not the way Chrysanthemum would go for it.
Yeah. Character-wise, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But he does come the closest by
Yeah.
far.
So then the mods come in to save the day.
Yeah.
Him and the Boa and the mods manage to get Chrysanthemum backed up onto the Rancor pit.
Yeah.
And they drop him in.
Yep.
And along with Fennec. And so the next day, the Hutts come by. They're like, "Look, we're sorry, we tried, but also now we're out because we've heard that the Pikes are involved. Fuck that
And they're
shit.
like, we're not getting involved with that.
You can have Tatooine.
And Boba's like, all right.
Well, you owe me money for all that." And they're like,
money.
well, you can keep Chrysanthemum. Also, here's a gift: a Rancor and a Danny Trejo.
Yep. And he's like,
Well, I don't want Chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum, you're free. Get out of here.
go.
Because I don't have slaves. That's not how I operate.
Ignore the name of my ship.
Yeah, ignore the nickname of my ship.
I didn't name it.
My dad did. So they
He's like, time for me to bond with a Rancor. And
Yeah.
I didn't think he would like animals that much, but
Bubba's a
actually
friend of the
really
animals.
soft on the
It's
animals.
also interesting. So I was gonna bring this up, but it's interesting that Rancors are pugs, or not, are bulldogs. Essentially, Rancors are bulldogs.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Like everybody thinks that they're mean and vicious and killers because
No,
bulldog.
they're not.
They have this bad
Reputation.
reputation because of bad owners.
Yeah.
Same thing with Rancors, it turns out. And it's even more interesting because Danny Trejo is in the show, and he's actually known for being a very public activist about
Yeah.
being
Don't
like
be mean to
he's
your pets.
yeah. Well,
otherwise
specifically
they'll
like those type of he specifically adopts pit bulls all the time, and like Danny Trejo is known for like donating money to organizations that are like pro helping pit bulls out of these fighting organizations.
Yeah.
So it's interesting, yeah, dog fighting. So it's interesting seeing him in this same kind of
Yeah.
in this role as like, oh yeah, here's my pit bull. Essentially,
He's like, by the way, they're like not.
they're really loyal,
They're really loyal, and like,
and they only fight if like you train them to.
yeah. And Boba's like, I didn't know that.
Cool. Also, I hear this really cool story from you about how like the Night Sisters of Dathomir rode Rancors. I want to do that.
To do that. That sounds awesome. And I can't go get my Bantha back because she's off having
Bantha babies.
Bantha babies,
'Cause-
like I told her to.
Yeah, because I told her to go make Bantha babies.
Because 3 of them are fucking dead.
Yeah, there's 3 dead Banthas on the Bantha kill count, so we need more Banthas.
More of them.
So then the droid has Boba get called away.
Yeah.
Because they're like, oh hey, the mayor has managed to make an appointment for you, so you need to go see the mayor.
Yeah.
So he goes off to meet the mayor. Turns out the mayor is not there.
He's taking an extended leave of absence.
Yeah, going on a planned vacation,
Mhm.
so to speak. To get a little political, he's pulling a Ted Cruz, if you will.
I'm just gonna leave. See my way out.
Yeah.
Before everything goes wrong.
I'm leaving Tatooine before it gets frozen over. And so,
You guys can handle this, right?
yeah, you got this. And so,
I was like, man,
then,
if I see him, I'm gonna kill him.
yeah, so Boba is like, no, you're going to let me see him. And the Major Domo's like, no, you can't go in this time. This time they have to, like, break the door open.
They're just like,
And so they go in, and he's gone.
yeah.
And then the Major Domo's like, time to run away. And I'm going to do a Back to the Future car chase. So he gets into his speeder. It's honestly, it is a slow chase scene. That is a valid complaint, in my opinion, of the chase scene. I think the chase, like, it's fun, but slow.
Yeah.
Like, my problem is it's slow.
It's a go-kart race.
It's a go-kart race. There we go.
If they catch him,
Yeah.
they win.
Well, unfortunately, nobody has a blue shell, so. So we get the mods chasing after him. We get every single trope to a chase scene ever.
Yep.
Uh,
I'm like,
they break.
did you assholes really have to crash through the food market?
Yeah, yeah,
What did the
yes.
flea market do to you?
And also, we had to crash into a painting
Mhm.
because you always have to crash into
Yep.
a painting, and then you got to crash into another vehicle at some point.
Yep.
Which that droid was dumb. That droid saw what was coming. That droid's like, "Oh, I see the major domo trying to tell me not to get in the way. I'm gonna try to cross the street before he gets here, and then get my patrons hit
Maybe
by the
just
car."
Tried reversing.
Yeah, no. And so the major domo then crashes. Unfortunately, it's not into Bantha Poodoo, which would have made this the ultimate like Back to the Future chase scene. Should have been in Bantha, a pile of Bantha Poodoo.
Plenty of oranges, I guess.
Yeah, plenty. Melu runs.
There we go.
Yeah, the Melu runs.
He's like, we're not gonna kill you.
Yeah, we just need information.
We just want to talk.
And so yeah, and of course he's even worse than the Nightwind assassins. He gives up so easily.
I'm like, come on, dude.
So yeah, they get plenty of information out of him.
Like, it's not even that. My agitation with him started when he first started talking.
Because he has this air of, there's an air about him that's like,
Yeah.
oh, you're that guy, which gets confirmed later.
But you know what? It's fine. He serves his purpose.
Yeah. So let's see what. At this point, then they get confirmation that yes, the Pikes are back on Tatooine again.
Mm-hmm. They're not supposed to be here.
Not supposed to be here. You're not supposed to be
But
here.
they're like, it's not Hutt territory, so they're moving in anyway.
So at this point, Fennec's like, all right, well, we need to hire more muscle
Yeah.
because we do not like.
Who can we get?
We do not have muscle. We've got some muscle, but not enough. Oh, we skipped something important. Going back to Sanctuary one more time before Fennec suggests hiring muscle. Because Boba decides to go to Sanctuary where we see an angry chrysanthemum.
Yep.
A chrysanthemum. He's angry.
like-
He's pouting because he's like, I got no job. I got betrayed by the Hutts because they basically tried to sell
He's
me into
like,
slavery.
Man, this sucks.
Yeah, they basically tried to sell me into slavery to Boba.
Rodian.
No, Trandoshans.
Trandoshans.
Yeah, it's important that they're Trandoshans.
Oh yeah, actually, I forgot about that.
So he sees these Trandoshans, which Wookiees don't like Trandoshans.
I
And
sense there's some bad blood there.
yeah, Trandoshans are known to hunt Wookiees.
Well, they're one of the few people that could pull it off.
So yeah, so he's angry. He's angry about basically he decides I don't like Trandoshan, so I'm gonna take my anger that I already have about
You know
everything
what?
else out on this.
It's one of those man,
You're not the reason I'm angry, but you're good enough of a reason for me
you're
to.
a good enough excuse.
Yeah.
And my life is pretty bad right now.
So he beats the shit out of these Trandoshans, and then he grabs one of them basically by the throat. Oh no, by his arms. He grabs him by his arms, and he lifts him up. And this is when Garsa's like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa! Hey,
He's like,
you're
"Hey."
a badass. We get it. We know who you are.
I will pay off your current debt
Yeah, you owe me so much money."
if you let him go.
And Boba's just watching this, we'll see how this goes.
If you let him go, I will.
I'll just
Consider it
wipe your
paid.
I'll wipe your debt free. It's like basically getting your bar tab paid off for free. Imagine if you were Norm from Cheers. That'd be your best day ever.
Yeah.
But no,
Chrysanthemum
not
does
enough for
not
Chrysanthemum.
care.
He rips one of the arms off of that Trandoshan, which good thing it's a Trandoshan.
Yep.
And so then Chrysanthemum leaves. He's like, I'm angry.
I'm still pissed off.
And Boba's like, well, you know what? That was a good attempt.
He's like, nice try.
Yeah, but I mean, what you gonna do?
Yeah.
Angry Wookiee. It's like Han said, you don't make a Wookiee angry.
Piss off Wookiees ever.
Yeah, they'll rip your arms out of their sockets.
Yeah.
And we have now seen it.
They'll do it.
So Boba goes outside and he's like, "Hey, Chrysanthemum, how would you like a job?"
And Chrysan's like, really?
Really? After all that?
And he's like,
Yeah, I need muscle.
it's business, man.
Just business. Look, I get it. I'm a businessman myself. Like, I don't consider any killing on the job as personal.
Yeah.
Like, Boba never takes that stuff personal. He's like, it's on the job. Yeah, it's like you said, like, he's all about the job. So,
Yeah.
like,
The job comes first.
yeah. So, he's like,
I guess the current job is crime lord with some standards.
crime lord with some standards. Unfortunately, those standards are the reason he keeps getting stabbed in the back.
Yeah.
But he's trying. He's really
Yeah.
trying. And so then we get
his
to
methods do show their results.
there are results. Like, he's getting the faith of the people that aren't like crime lords.
Yeah.
Like, anybody that's part of the criminal side of of Tatooine do not respect him at all. But he's getting the respect of the common people, which is important.
It's a case of, since I am the new crime lord, I'm just gonna do all my shit in broad daylight, and anyone who ever steps to me will now not only have to deal with me
Yeah,
and my gang,
yeah.
they will deal with the city itself.
It's the difference between being a Corleone from The Godfather and the other, I forget the other family, the one that's like, we're going to do all the drugs and sell all the drugs. Yeah, thank you. Say it again. Tatalia. Yeah. Yeah. So it's the difference between being a Tatalia and a Corleone. He's trying the Corleone method, and we've seen in The Godfather that it doesn't always work, but he's trying.
Yeah.
Because
Now that I think about it, it's also the same method Pants uses.
oh yeah, in our Star Wars game, yeah.
It's
Pants,
like, he always gives people the option,
yeah.
and none of them fucking backstab
His
him.
character in my Star Wars game. That's a nickname. The long name is Pantaleimon, but we've nicknamed him Pants because, yeah,
Like, it inspires a lot of loyalty, and for some reason, it keeps happening.
yeah. So that's what Boba's going with.
Yeah, that's his method, and it usually works because when you're not a scumbag,
It works long term.
Yeah,
It's very long term plan. It's not. It's definitely
Short-term,
short term. It's gonna
it's
get
not gonna reward you a lot. It does in the long term. Though.
yeah. So Finnick now is like, okay, we've got one person to help us.
Yep.
We need way more.
Need another one.
And so he's like, all right, well, good thing I've saved up all my money.
Yeah.
Especially since I've been working on Slave One myself. I don't trust people to work on my ship.
Here comes.
So here comes now we take a very hard left on the
Yep.
show.
Here comes the 2.5.
And this is the part where you either really like what they did or you hate it. Or you're in the middle. There's some people in the middle, but the majority of what I hear is either you really like what happened or you really don't.
I take it as it is. And that is a hard thing to do.
Yeah, well, also there's even less context for you because you haven't
Yeah.
watched The Mandalorian.
All I know is that they won't let him see his fucking kid.
Yeah. Yeah, so okay, so we get to the Mandalorian episode,
Mhm.
which is Mando is now like he's got his dark saber now. He's like, "Look, I need more info on
Yeah.
like finding my people cuz I need to find the rest of the my cult."
Yeah.
My cult, not
Where'd
a
they
cult.
go?
Where'd my cult go? So in order to get info on his cult and also to get some money
Yeah.
for a ship cuz he's gotten word that there's a ship waiting for him.
I assume his other ship has been broken.
His other
and
ship has
damaged.
been, yes, Razor Crest. The Razor Crest was destroyed. It's Razor Crest has gone through some. it
I
has seen better
assume
days.
Because he had to buy a new ship, it was pretty bad.
Yeah, it's seen some better days. It has not seen worse days, that's for sure. So in order to get some money and to also, get some information, he goes on a job
Yep,
to
he goes-
capture a dog person.
Get some Clatoonian.
Yeah, the Clatoonians.
Clatoonian's like bounty. And he's like, I'm gonna give you the option.
The option he
to-
gives every bounty.
Come in alive and not on a frozen block or dead. I guess it's now alive or dead.
Yeah. Yeah. And because the Clatoonian's like, man, you're racist assuming that it's me. And he's like,
"I have
I've got a
your
picture.
wanted poster.
Look,
right
I've
here."
got your tracker that tells me it's you, and I've also got the wanted poster with your face. And he's like, it doesn't look like me. It's like,
Oh,
yeah, okay.
Okay.
Well, look. And he's like, look, I'm going to give you some options. He's like, no, I'm going to give you options. And there's two. And there's two. And of course, every freaking time. every freaking time. You would think somebody would be like, you know what? No, just take me alive because I don't want to die. But no, every time.
Fine.
Yep.
Fine. We're doing it this way.
So yeah, so we see Mando try to deal with his Darksaber, which nope, he has not been trained in it yet, and we see that. We also see what happens when it's one of those things of he hasn't been trained in it and he's not a Force user, and that kind of leads credence to the argument of Force users are just innately better with lightsaber type weapons. There is other content to show like training, which you have not seen. Rebels.
Yeah, I haven't. The thing that confuses
Rebels shows
me,
the importance of training with the Darksaber.
the thing that confuses me.
I'll
is,
give you that. I'll give you Rebels
as I understand it, the difficulty of using a lightsaber shouldn't be that it's heavy. It
Well,
should be the exact opposite.
It's so the reason for the heaviness, and it's something that the armor explains, is it has to do with the emotions that he's carrying with him. It's his
I see.
weight.
It's not.
He's bringing his emotional weight, not his
It's not an actual.
literal weight. Oh, thank you. Was
So-
that peaking? Oh, okay. So we have I guess we're having our first
Yeah.
guest of first guest of the show, which it's funny because the next week we're having our second guest.
Hello.
Yeah, I turned it off.
Yeah.
You'll have to. It's the fourth one.
Like.
There we go.
now
Hey,
begins
I'm
my
on.
rant.
Yeah. So yeah.
Actually, I'm not really a guest. I'm more of a voice because you
Yeah.
A
can't
voice.
see me. I am the Force.
Yeah. So is that what we're just gonna call you?
I'm just the Force.
Okay. So the Force has entered the chat. But yeah. So basically, it has to do more with the spiritual weight, not the
I see.
literal weight.
And because of, I assume, and it is explained later, how he's broken some of the cultural rules.
So Lucas always wanted lightsabers to think of lightsabers as a jet engine.
Yep.
So you have a jet engine, and flame and thrust comes out of it, and
Mhm.
that's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of weight.
Yeah.
That's a lightsaber, and so the Force allows you to wield that as it was nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And so the more connected to the Force you are, the easier it is. The problem with Din Djarin is he's Mandalorian. He has no idea what the Force is, and so and while the Force flows through all creatures, living things, all things.
Yeah.
Yoda even says the Rock that they keep
Yep.
forgetting about
Yep.
in these shows. But because of he's got to be in tune with himself before he can be in tune with the Darksaber.
Yeah. So he has to fix his emotional issues before he can, and we kind of get some of that. We get some of that resolution later in the show. So basically, he brings the dead head to the lady that hired him, and the lady wants
Another
to like,
weird bird lady.
yeah, another bird lady. The bird wants to hang out with
Those
him.
bird ladies in Star Wars.
The bird wants to hang out and like have dinner with him. And he's like, no,
no.
I'm purely business. I'm like basically Boba Fett and him have that in common.
They're like,
Business
I
first.
just
We don't care.
want to do my job. I don't want to hang out with you, you fucking weirdo.
So either give me the information I want, or I'm going to take this somewhere else where somebody's going to pay me more.
And like, I get it. I respect it.
Yeah. So she's like, okay, fine. Here's where you can find your little cult.
Thanks. A little elevator scene. It's like-
Yeah, the elevator scene when he's going up to her is great.
The only thing it's missing is the girl from Ipanema playing. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum,
Yeah, just get some
ba-da-da-da,
elevator
It's
music
great.
and yeah.
ba-dum, ba-dum,
It's like,
ba-
what do you do when a motherfucker walks in with a head in a bag to the elevator? You
be
gotta
like-
wait till the next floor, right?
Well, you can't really tell. He doesn't know it's a head in the bag. I was like,
No,
I'd be like,
It
hey,
is dripping.
hey, are you going space bowling? That
Oh,
looks
no,
like you're space bowling.
it's not dripping though because
Yeah,
cauterization.
lightsabers, you cauterize it, doesn't it?
It's the same reason why he has a burnt leg rather than a bleeding leg.
Okay, not dripping. Correction, oozing.
Oh, I
Just
bet
burns ooze.
oh,
I
I got
don't
you-
know if you've
I
ever
got you
burned
beat.
your leg.
Yeah,
I got you beat. It probably smells funky.
yeah, it probably
Yeah,
smells.
It
definitely
smells.
smells.
Like burnt
That guy's
flesh.
probably like barbecue.
Barbecue.
That's. he's like,
Aw.
I'm not gonna ask any questions.
Yeah, like you see a guy with a Mandalorian armor. I probably wouldn't either.
Arm
Anyways,
to the teeth. Don't ask questions.
yeah, arm
just,
to the teeth.
Just let him go.
Yeah. So, anyways, he finds his cult.
Yep. And he's like,
"Hey, how's it going? I'm back. Also, my leg hurts like hell."
they're like,
And they're like, "What'd you do? You pull your ankle or something?" And he's like, "No, nope, I cut myself with this."
Mom, I stabbed myself.
Wasn't my fault.
And
Jimmy did it. It wasn't me, man.
Jimmy.
I stabbed myself with a sword.
And so he presents the weapon, which I think that's the dumbest decision
Yeah.
he's made. And of course the armor's like, "Oh, I recognize this," and so does Paz, because he's a Vizsla, and you never trust a Vizsla.
She knows it because she was there.
Yeah, she was there.
She was there. She
We have-
saw them all have it.
Yeah, we have.
I know who you are, Rook.
Yeah, we have theories on that. It's
I know
Rook.
who you are, Rook.
This fucking sword.
So this sword has some history. So it was built by the first ever Mandalorian Jedi, who basically also became the first Mandalore, kind of. Like they hint at that, but they never like say that. And like it was one of the early. It's also the first member of first leaders
I
of
don't-
House Vizsla. That is confirmed.
Yeah, but I don't think he used it as a veil of leadership or anything, because the Mandalorians steal it after his death,
Yeah,
because it's kept in the Jedi Temple. So they raid the Jedi Temple and they steal it,
yeah.
and then after it becomes this symbol.
It becomes a symbol of leadership afterwards,
Yeah,
after the fact, And so basically, the cult is like, "Hey, we got all these rules about this sword."
Of course, this is all according to Finn Rao, and who knows?
Yeah,
Protector.
this is all according to and also this information of like the rules behind the sword are from the armorer's perspective, and she's a cult leader, like
Yeah.
so take it with a grain of salt. And she's like, "Yeah, don't trust that Bo-Katan bitch. She messed us up by taking the sword without earning it in combat."
Oh, yeah, here's the thing. Here is where my rant begins.
Oh yeah, this is where your rant on Mandalorian culture begins.
If you have a relic that determines leadership and worthiness that is essentially sentient, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah,
As cool as it is.
because it is technically sentient in a way, because it has a kyber crystal in it, which makes it sentient by default.
Yeah, it also can sense the user's emotions.
Yeah, well, kyber crystals are also just
Yeah.
it's canon. They're sentient to a degree. That's how they
It's-
connect to the
I
Force
like-
user.
I do like it. I do think that's cool, but that does present problems.
Yeah.
Ah.
So and then also you
Well,
have
see, it only presents problems because I listened to the show, I guess last week or the week before last, when you were talking about droids,
oh yeah his rant on droids.
and so
And I was wrong about that.
I think you lean toward the same kind of sentiment. The problem with us looking at Star Wars is because it's written by human beings, and we have to look at through human beings'
Yeah.
eyes.
We don't-
Sentience can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different cultures, and so even among the kyber crystals, if they have a culture or if they're sentient enough to have culture, we don't know if they're just cool with it.
Yeah.
This is like they understand their place in the universe, and that's what they do. So they're happy with that. That's the problem. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah.
And it's just and so unfortunately it's also like a 50-50
And
coin
as the
flip.
Force, I should know that, but
Yeah.
I don't have all the answers.
It's also a 50-50 coin flip on if whoever has the sword is worthy,
Yeah,
because
that's the other thing. I'm like, if you keep having leaders that are jackasses,
yeah, which I mean the last person to Bo-Katan's the last person to officially like own like that's a actually yeah she's
If
the
you
last one to
follow the
officially be a
supposed
Mandalorian that
rules.
had the yeah, and she didn't follow the rules because she was given it by the last person who earned it, because the last person to earn it was Sabine in Rebels, but she gave it to Bo-Katan, and so to the armorer's perspective and to the perspective of a lot of Mandalorians,
that would not.
she
fly.
did not earn it.
She didn't earn it.
Well-
And a lot of it comes retrospectively as well.
So the monkey wrench in that is that I think they were all cool with her having it
until the Night of a Thousand
then-
Tears.
now- and then they're like, oh, we need to blame
I think
something. Let's
That's
blame her.
basically- It works on the same principle as like the divine right of kings. It's like until you fuck up, you're in charge, and once you fuck up,
We find an
feel
excuse
bad,
for
we
why.
Find an excuse to get rid of you.
Right.
And that's an issue that I
Yeah.
take issue with that.
And since we're
but I
following
do
the
understand it.
and since we're following the armorer's cult perspective,
She's like,
we're getting her ideas, but how reliable of a narrator is this?
I'm like, I don't trust you. Because I don't trust people who don't show their face.
And that's their number one rule.
Their number one rule is don't show your face.
I trust the
I'm like-
Tuscans.
No. I don't trust them either.
To a I trust the ones that were hanging with Boba Fett.
Well, they're gone now.
Assumably.
That's a sad and brutal fact.
yeah. But yeah. So, anyways, so Paz gets this. So, anyways, Armor. Hold on. Before we get to that, Armor's like, okay, well, I'm going to train you in this.
Yeah,
Also,
so-
what's with that spear you got? Where'd you get that?
Oh, yeah. She's like, we don't use Beskar for
Weapons, because you can use that to
pierce armor.
pierce Beskar armor.
And then the very next scene, she uses to train the Darksaber with her own hammer.
Yeah, with her hammer,
Or
which
Beskar hammer.
I assume
Which
that's
I'm like, also could be a weapon.
yeah. Technically, anything could be a weapon.
Right. I'd be like, oh, this is my Beskar fishing pole. I just try to catch a fish lady. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's like, I use the spear to fish.
where do
You
think
know,
get
don't you know
bites?
ancient? Don't you know older cultures that just spear for fishing? I mean, so this is my fishing
Well,
tool. But no. So anyway, she asks
I
him.
understand.
She's
My
like, hey.
dick measuring stick, bitch.
Yeah. So she says, hey, look, you can't have that. What are you gonna do with it? He's like,
And he's
okay,
like-
make some armor out of it for a foundling. She's like, all right, that's the way we make stuff for
Yep.
foundlings. And he's like, but a specific foundling for Grogu.
it's like, I need it for my son.
Yeah, I need to bring a gift to my son because mom won't let me contact him.
And it's like,
And I haven't been paying the residuals over
yeah,
to
so
like
I need to go and do this. I need to take care of something.
yeah, I haven't been paying my child support.
But before I leave, the lesson with the Darksaber.
Yeah,
takes
so
place.
the lesson with Darksaber takes place. She trains him, and we get some Mandalorian. That's actually Mandoa. She's counting. She's actually counting in Mandoa. During that. And
Thank
so-
you, the bounty hunters. The
Bounty Hunters
guide.
files. Yeah, Bounty Hunters guide, and also thank you, Karen Travis, for almost making Mandoa an actual official language.
Just going. For
Almost. We had almost enough words to create a language.
You have people in chatting.
Oh no, this one's not live.
Oh well, okay.
Yeah, this is our pre-record because
I got you.
next week Pensacon.
I got you.
It's great. And here comes. So they get done with their little training, and Mr. Vizsla decides, you know, it's a great thing to do right now.
Challenge you because I see you suck at it.
Yeah, he's like, I think I can take him.
Yeah, I think I could take him. Also, I'm a Vizsla. It's my right.
Yeah.
So do you think the moment he saw that saber, he was all like, "I'm going to take that guy down"?
Oh, absolutely. He became Gollum the moment he saw that.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think he was like, I could, but if I'm right about this, and seeing how he's already wounded himself, I want to make sure that he's actually bad at this.
But you think that? Do you
Yeah.
think that he wanted the sword immediately upon seeing it
Yes.
though? Yes.
But he didn't know if he could actually take it, which is why he waited until.
Yeah, he waited to see that
to see if he could.
that
Actually,
Din was terrible with it.
and he was like, I actually have a chance. And then that is immediately disproven.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because like Din's like, I don't need it.
Because he's like, I guess I'm the king. We have. This
Yeah, so hold on. So before we get there, so he fights him. Also, they're like, I guess it's a fight to the death, but it's
Yeah.
not because they take their jetpacks off. But then I think the armorer cheated.
In what regard?
She ended the fight too soon. Because every other time that we've seen, and you haven't seen it, but every other time we've seen a fight, and I brought this up in Mando Mondays, every time we've seen a fight for the Darksaber, it ends from one of the challengers giving up more times than not, or the death of one of the challengers.
Mm.
Never from somebody else interfering and calling the end of the fight.
Except in Rebels.
Well, even in Rebels, like it's because
Rebels, it ends with Sabine nearly killing Gar Saxon, and then she says the time for killing is over.
yeah,
And so she defeats him. Everyone accepts the fact that she defeated him. I think then she'd have got the Darksaber anyway.
yeah.
And then it's her mom who ends up killing Gar Saxon, who tries to shoot her in the back.
Yeah, which I count that still within the same vein of though, like nobody else interfered until
Oh, but her mom totally interfered.
I call it though that the fight was over once Gar Saxon lost, even though he didn't surrender.
All right.
I call the fight over at that point.
So about the
But
the
she
thing with
yeah
the jetpacks.
yeah.
Here's what I saw that as.
Also, Star
based
Wars
on-
beat you, Halo, Paramount Plus. Star Wars beat you.
Based on where they are fighting, the way that I saw it was, once the jetpacks are off, there's no running away.
Yep,
There's no running away.
you got to fight.
It's fight time. I'm like, okay, they're going. And while I believe he does get the Darksaber, Mando doesn't need it.
Yeah, because Vizsla manages to pick it up and start slashing at him
Yeah.
with it, but
It's too heavy.
it's too heavy for him as well.
Yeah.
You can see that he's struggling with it too, and Din manages to get a vibro knife and
Yeah.
stab him,
He
stabby stab,
has him in the like, I can kill you right now, right here.
and that's when the armor is like, nope,
Yep.
it's over, and
So-
then the armor, because she knew before she asked the question.
Yeah.
It was to get into his head and to basically make this fight. I think it was to make the fight illegitimate.
Mm.
And
Here's the,
and so she's like, "All right, it's cult question time.
Yeah.
Have you shown your face?" And Vizsla's like, "Nope, never." "All right, what about you?" And he hesitates, and she's like, "You gotta answer the question. That's the rules."
and he's like, yeah.
Yeah,
And they're like, my whole
that's where a lot of
rant.
your rant came from.
So it's like, okay. And he's like, how do I atone for this? And they're like, well, you're no longer a Mandalorian.
But you can atone for this by
You can
going to
atone
our
for this
planet.
By going to our planet where everything is dead and taking a bath. Also, you're still the king because I guess you kicked that guy's ass hard enough.
That you still keep the sword, so you're
So-
still the king of the Mandalorians without being a Mandalorian.
Yeah. And that's happened before,
Sort of.
sort of.
Darth Maul took it, but no, he never claimed to be like Mandalore.
Yeah.
Same thing with Grand Moff Gideon having it. He never claimed to be like in charge of the Mandalorians.
Yeah,
he just
but because of their stupid rules, they would probably
Yeah, but Maul
listen.
did declare himself.
he
ruler of the
he-
Mandalorians.
yeah, but
And
he
he
never
was,
he never
like-
claimed like Mandalore though. Like
no, because he's not Mandalorian, but
so like
No.
it's different. Like you know what I mean?
So he picks up the magic sword, and the solution is go take a bath. Go take a bath on a planet that may or may not exist.
Well, it's still around. It's still
I
around.
assume it's still around.
no, he's
I
gotta-
don't know the.
He's got to go
extent
to
of
the mines.
the
He's got to go to
destruction.
the mines of Mandalore.
But to get into the water, so
get into the water and to fight a mythosaur.
yeah. Well, they don't. They mentioned that it's mostly though getting into the water, in the mines to basically cleanse yourself of your sin.
You got to be baptized.
Yeah,
And I'm
so to
like,
speak. Yeah.
Great, you're still the king, even though you're not technically a citizen anymore.
Okay, but we.
But they don't respect him.
They don't respect him anymore.
But to
Yeah,
to
for-
add to
let
your
force.
to ease your confusion, there's only two of those guys.
Yeah, there's a lot others that
There's other
disagree with.
Mandalorians.
There's a lot
There's
others that
Those
disagree
two
with them.
guys. Those two guys are like, you're out of this little club.
Yeah, they basically.
And he's like, I really want to be in this club for some reason.
Yeah, for some reason I want to be in the cult.
I really want to be in this cult. They're like, well, no, you can't. There's only two of us. And so, and then the fact that so
Also, worst
yes,
cult
he is
ever.
he's currently holding the Darksaber, which can lead to him leading
Yeah.
the Mandalorians. He's not their king yet, so he's got.
He
gotta
still has to
prove
earn their
himself.
respect.
He has got to want it. I don't think he wants it.
No.
No, he clearly doesn't.
So I think he'll.
He tried to give it up immediately.
He's like, y'all, I just want the baby. What you hear? Take this.
Yeah, it's like I don't need this thing, but I
Yeah.
don't know. I assume no. They say Gideon's standing trial because
Yeah,
Gideon's
yeah, because Gideon got arrested. Yep.
Oh, my money's that Gideon's getting out.
Yeah, Gideon's gonna get out.
I don't.
Oh,
expect,
that's the other person I'm excited to see
Oh.
at Pensacon,
Gus Fring.
yeah.
Juan Carlos going to be there.
which I'm upset. It's another reason I'm upset that Disney does not do more physical media because I want him to sign like copies of Mandalorian. Like I would like to have Blu-rays of it and be like, sign my copy of Mandalorian. But no, I just got to get a photo, which is fine. I'll be
Oh.
fine with a photo, but still,
I'm getting an action figure signed for the shop.
action figure would be nice.
And
Public
I'm getting a CCG card I made.
Yeah. And then I mentioned it earlier, but Matt Lanter's going to be there, so I'm going to get Clone Wars signed by him since it's already signed by Ashley.
Nice. I've got I had forgotten I had it in the shop, but I had a 6-inch Clone Wars Anakin figure that they did last year, and I forgot I had one. I saw it on the shelf. I was like, oh, that's going with me.
Yep, that's going for the Matt Lanter autographs.
But I've also got I got a Matt Latner card I made for Mandalorian when he was.
Oh yeah, when he played his guard character,
the rebel
Which-
prisoner guy,
which is his name, but they changed the letters around.
it's
I forget the term for it.
Dak something.
Yeah,
It's I have to look it up.
Which,
It's real short.
off screen I got to talk about Midnight Horizon about a character because they did the same thing. Crash's actual name. is actually based on Alyssa Wong, the writer of the Afro comics. Anyways, so yes, so he's like, all right, well, I guess I'm not a Mandalorian anymore.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for the armor that you made for my baby,
Yeah.
for my son,
Gonna go
and also
deliver
thanks for
that.
gift wrapping it.
Mithril.
Yeah, thanks for gift wrapping it so nicely too. Like it looks like his head. Like it's a little.
Man, she got skills. Like if this cult thing doesn't work out, she's like Life Day. She's got a whole bunch of like open a whole booth of like gift wrapping for Life
Yeah.
Day.
Go work for like a restaurant. Start like doing like the little swans packaging.
Or hotels. You can do
Yeah.
it with the towels.
We have this
Yeah.
really skilled rapper in the back, but she comes to work in full battle armor. It's kind of weird.
She's really
but
good though.
Yeah, she's really good.
Just don't ask her any questions.
Don't ask questions about her culture. Tip her well, and you'll be fine.
Yep.
Right.
Anyways, so yes,
This is for the foundlings. Thank
yeah,
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever, lady. Sure.
So Mando decides, well, I don't have the Razor Crest. I don't have my new ship yet, so I'm going to
guess
take
it's
public transport.
transport.
Which, okay, so the fact that he's upset about having to put up his weapons,
Weapons are
it's
my
this
religion.
can't be his first time taking public transport. He had to get here somehow.
The hitchhike?
Hitchhiker's
I
Guide
guess
to
he
the Star Wars
hitchhiked.
Galaxy. Because like he had to get here somehow.
Maybe Fett dropped him off,
Maybe Fett dropped him off. Yeah,
or Bo-Katan, because they took
yeah, because he was with Bo-Katan for a bit.
because
That
they
would
took
make more
that took that
sense.
cruiser. So
Yeah. So I guess maybe this is his first time on public transport.
He's like,
So then we get a Tarantino moment in a
let
Rodriguez
me
show,
put all the guns in the box that I have on me.
and I didn't realize until rewatching it with Seth that the music they play is so Tarantino when he's
Oh, yeah.
putting the stuff in.
so my question about that whole scene is the dark saber sacred or not? Because he just chunks it in there. And like the whole time I'm expecting someone gonna take the dark saber and that's how he's gonna lose it. And nope.
Nope, pretty secure that
I mean,
TSA droid.
Right? The TSA droid's got on lock.
By the way, it doesn't look like an actual lock or anything. It looks like
That
one of
line
the
got me
little
too good.
toolbox things that you could flip up.
Right.
Yeah.
How good is the TSA fucking security in Star Wars?
It's very pleasant droids
yeah,
too.
apparently.
And I was like, hey, it's my religion. And the droid's like, well, I can get my manager.
Yeah. And he's
Okay,
like,
Space Karen.
well, I'm not a Karen, so I don't need your manager. I'll just go with it.
Fine, I'll put the gun.
I'll put my
flamethrower,
gun, my
rock-
bandolier, my
Actually, you know what?
my.
If I was working at security or some shit, and I opened a box and saw that, nope, I don't need to ask no questions. Whatever this is, I am.
Well, I don't know.
Not-
Have you flown? Do you fly?
Yes, actually,
I
I've
could-
been stopped by the TSA
Uh,
4 times.
I've had lots. I have lots of times where I'll get to my hotel or wherever I'm going and open my baggage, and you'll get that slip that says, "Hey, your bag has been gone through by the TSA."
Yeah, because they wanted to make sure.
Nope. They never went through my bags. Actually, no, they did.
Yeah.
They would just stop me in the middle.
Yeah.
Just single me out.
And so, but yeah, so he gets on, and of course, it's nice to see that no matter what universe you're in, kids on airplanes are
Yeah.
the same.
Thankfully, this wasn't an irritating kid like kicking the back of the
She
seat.
was cute.
Yeah, just curious. Just curious. They're like, oh, who are you?
Hey, look, there's a shiny man behind us.
Also, I'm surprised that TSA droid did not that the TSA droid allowed that jetpack on, because jetpacks can be weapons.
Oh, well.
he is in full plate armor. That he's a walking weapon.
But yeah, like take my
Punch
guns, take
yourself.
my lightsaber, but don't take my jetpack, which is basically a flamethrower.
Yeah, but he's got like metal punching gauntlets and stuff.
Yeah.
So
I think they draw the line where it's like an obvious weapon.
Yeah. Anyway, so he gets on. They fly to Tatooine, and I guess the Rodian kid is on like a layover.
Yeah.
Tatooine is the JFK of Star Wars,
it's the Atlanta.
or Atlanta even.
Yeah.
Like nobody goes there to go there. That's just your pit stop.
Need a.
You need a good layover. Go to Tatooine.
All right. He goes. Oh,
So
I have
he's-
something mean to say about the mechanic.
Oh,
lady.
don't worry. A lot of people don't like the mechanic lady, so
No.
you're in good.
It's not that I think she's a bad character or anything. It was I thought about it and I was trying to describe like how she looked to Andrew and I'm like, You ever seen a meth head in Star Wars before?
No.
But that's too mean. But it's the closest thing I can think of.
She looks to me like your grandma who's trying to cosplay Ripley from Aliens.
Yeah, actually, that fits.
It's like,
Yeah.
Hey, look,
a lot better.
Meemaw gonna fight some aliens.
It's okay. We got Gramps in the show later.
Right. Like, but Meemaw's gonna go fight some aliens, right? She's
Yeah.
like, but she's like, I really want to look
Or-
like Ripley.
Or as one of my friends calls that character later, Peepaw. Because you know you got Meemaw and Peepaw.
Who we call him Peepaw on this show?
Cad. Cad is a Peepaw.
My blue Peepaw.
My blue Peepaw.
But yeah. he's
So
like-
yeah, Mando shows
I
up.
hope he's got grandkids, and I hope they call him Peepaw. Hell, this is gonna come up on Mando Monday, I think.
Bane
Perfect.
Legacy.
So yeah, the Bane Legacy. Yeah. Oh, that's a good nickname, the Bane Legacy.
Have you seen the YouTube? I know I'm skipping. Way
No, it's
ahead.
fine.
I'm skipping way
Nah,
ahead to
it's
the end of
alright.
this episode.
It's fine.
But have you seen the YouTube video of the Cad Bane Cobb Vanth scene? But he's voiced by Bane
Oh yeah.
from Dark Knight.
Yeah, it's so good. I gotta show you that afterwards.
It's excellent. I highly recommend
Oh.
it. Look up Cobb Vanth or Cad Bane B-A-N-E.
Yeah.
All right.
Cad Bane.
Yeah.
So Mando shows up because you know,
He's like, I
She-
need a
she-
new car.
yeah, because she mentioned, hey, I got a replacement for your minivan.
Yeah.
And so he pulls up expecting a minivan, and instead she's like, oh, I meant that I got a replacement for it, not a new minivan. Here's your motorcycle, but also I haven't finished fixing it. Here's your Harley instead of your minivan.
It's like,
And he's like, but I need a minivan because I live in my car.
he's like, okay.
Also, she almost got eaten by a womp rat, and so did BD, and I'm glad BD lived.
Hmm.
I would have been fine with her going,
I'm
though.
like, all right.
Although this is one of the few times where I thought she was actually funny. She did a really good job at being funny in this one.
She likes Jawas. That's
Yeah.
the best part of this
Yeah,
episode.
She's a furry.
She's
confirmed.
dating Jawas, and they're furry.
Furries exist in Star Wars. I mean, but are we surprised?
Well, no, Wookiees.
Yeah, Wookiees.
Not particularly.
So she's like, I got your Harley instead, and he's like, nope, give me my money back. And she's like, fine, I'll tell my droids to get your money back. But while they're doing that, hey, I want to still try to sell you on the Harley. It's like going to an actual dealership.
So do you really think? I understand where you're going with the Harley.
It's more of a comparatively to his
Like-
previous vehicle,
Like I would call it more.
maybe a muscle car.
Yeah, like a
Yeah.
muscle car. It's more of a muscle car than a Harley.
Yeah.
Like a speeder bike would be your Harley.
Well, I would imagine though there is like a Harley equivalent for fighters type ship,
I think
starfighters.
they're all muscle cars. I think that's what Lucas always wanted.
Yeah,
To be, all muscle cars.
I mean, that makes sense, especially with Lucas's love for cars.
I'm gonna agree with him on this. I
Yeah,
do think it's
so-
more
Of course,
But-
you're gonna agree with. I am the Force.
So yeah,
Oh,
but
I have some bones to pick.
but my argument still.
Please, well, see, unfortunately,
Yeah.
I have no bones. You
Yeah.
can't pick.
I'll give you bones.
But my argument, my main point still makes sense though, that he goes from a minivan to a vehicle that he can't live in anymore, which I guess now he's gonna just get Airbnbs all the time because
So the Mandalorian, again, I think the minivan's cute. I like that because he's got the kid that works.
but he also lived in his vehicle.
Right. So wouldn't you think it'd be more like Eagle One from some Spaceballs?
Oh yeah, Eagle One. Yeah,
He's got
he's
more
got
of a space RV.
Winnebago.
Space RV.
Yeah, Winnebago works. Yeah, so he had his little Winnebago, and then he got rid of it. Well, somebody blew it up. And,
There's a big difference between getting rid of something and it exploding.
well, he got
Well,
rid of it after it
unfortunately-
exploded.
From a certain point of view.
He got rid of it after it exploded. Because, you know, all that was left was the little ball that he gave Grogu.
oh, a singular ball was left.
Yeah, and the Beskar spear because that was
I
on
don't
board the
think
ship at
he's
the
gonna
time.
Have too much difficulty getting rid of it if it's in pieces.
So, anyways, so she manages to upsell him on it by going, "Hey, look, you want the muscle car? Trust me, we'll work on it together." So we get we
Yeah.
get like 2 montages in a montage of having to build this muscle car.
Yeah.
We learn more about Peli and her love for Jawas. We also see that Mando treats Jawas better because he actually pays them.
Yeah.
Pele hates that idea though.
Yeah, Pele's like,
Gonna
Pele,
spoil them.
yeah, look, I'm letting them go and dumpster dive, and you're giving them actual money. Stop doing that.
Yeah. They keep making modifications.
Yeah, so they make some modifications. They upgrade the engine to so that's where the muscle car fits in better because they give it like a muscle car engine.
And after the test drive.
Yeah, so during the test drive.
Oh yeah, no, you're
So
right. It's during.
so he gets the test drive and he goes out into the the pod racing scene. We see the
thing
actual
that I was-
which I pointed it out and I was like, this is the actual track that they took, and you can tell because of there's that cliff where Anakin jumped the ramp, so that part Beggar's Canyon. And so yeah, and then he leaves, goes into space, and he
the thing that I was worried about.
Yeah.
Was like, okay, real cool that you put all the stuff in. Is it actually gonna make it into space?
and that's his
like-
that was his concern a little bit too because he's like, should we not test it before we do a test drive? And she's like, no, you're good.
I'm like, fine, I guess. And then,
So then he goes into space. He starts doing a little showboating, flies up to the Rodian kid and gives him a wave, and then starts flying really close to that thing,
Yeah.
like as if he's going on a Death Star trench run.
pulled over.
Yeah, gets pulled over by the Popo.
They're like,
Look, you flew too close. You can't be doing that. We got to give you a
And-
ticket.
And what I think is arguably the dumbest scene in the entire since the series is done now is the dumbest scene in the entire series. The
But-
space cops pulling over Mando is just dumb.
Yeah, because the argument of jurisdiction comes up.
No, it's just dumb. Outside of that, it's just like
Yeah.
I enjoy.
I think it was to make a through line for that the one character that knows him.
I just think I just think they just wrote in a joke.
I think it's also for the through line of that character that knows him because I think it's going to be important in Mando season 3.
I just enjoyed it because it was like now that we're done with the cult, here's a few bits of levity.
And now also I kind of want a Star Wars show that's basically like muscle cars,
Like
because that can't be the only there's got to be so many people that
We
are
had that show.
there is
That show exists.
Yeah.
there is something.
But I mean for us to and
Mhm. Yeah, no, you want a good version of that.
well I was trying to think what show was basically muscle cars, the Star Wars show.
Resistance.
Oh. That was more
No, those are all souped up fighters. That it's a muscle car show. That
oh
whole,
yeah.
that whole show's a muscle car show in space.
Yeah, I guess. And I liked Resistance more than the most people.
Because you don't like there's not a Star Wars you don't like.
Yuzon Vong.
I just love.
There's not a canon Star Wars you don't like.
I don't know. They're trying to bring the Vong back.
I just love the mundanity of.
They just renamed him Grisk. Yeah, he got pulled over, and then of course the one that knows him is like, "Hey, I recognize your voice.
You used to own.
Did you used to own that Winnebago?"
Yeah, and he's like, no.
No, not me. Wrong guy. And it's like, I can see you through the window. I see your shiny helmet.
And so-
Also, I know your voice.
I'd be like, quit profiling me.
But I also don't think he was. I think he was he wanted to question him, not to harass him.
Hey,
But I
are
think-
you that guy that shot up that remaining terrorist cell a couple of days ago?
Or a few weeks, at this point, a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago? No.
Because I don't think he wanted to harass him or anything. I think he just wanted a clarification of what happened.
Yeah.
Because the only other person that he tried to get info of that from is Kara, and Kara was like, "I'm not answering," and he's like, "I know you, but you won't help me." What's
Yeah.
good? He's not trying to get anybody in trouble. I think he's just trying to
He's
get
just
the
trying to,
story,
figure out
and
what
also
happened.
because if anything, they'd probably be viewed as heroes
Yeah.
for getting rid of a resistant Imperial remnant base.
Yeah. And
But of course, that obviously, since Mando lives on the Outer Rim, he doesn't get that. He
Yeah.
just sees it as, oh, there's these outsiders that want to question me, not good,
yeah.
and so he zips off, showing off his new nitro.
And he's like, did that guy just?
Did that guy just do a hyperspace jump without? And he's like, no, I've seen that before.
That's just.
That's just
sublight.
yeah, that's just the sublight. And he's like, oh, and he's
Yeah.
like, do you want to do the paperwork? No.
No. Do you want to spend all day doing paperwork? No.
So Mando comes back down where he gets an offer from Fennec. Fennec's like, hey, you want a job? And he's like, oh, from Boba? Yeah. and she throws him some cash, and he's like, "Nah, I got this
I'll
on the
do it
house."
for free since he helped me.
Yeah, he helped me. I'll help him.
And they're like, "That's good."
First
We
though,
skipped a bit because he doesn't immediately. No, he says
he does.
He has to go.
he
and get-
says, "Hey, I gotta do a visit to my child first,
Yeah.
because I gotta deal with the fact that mom won't let me see my son
Yeah.
because for some reason I have like a restraining order."
Yeah.
So, on to the next episode where he goes to see his son. We see R2. Well, hold on before we do that, because we're about to skip a bit if we go straight to him going to see his son. We meanwhile on Tatooine, on a different part of Tatooine, we see that Pike group is up to no good, making trouble in somebody's neighborhood. So Cobb Vanth decides to get into one little fight. This is early. This is before this is the first scene in this episode 6. So this is where he offers
The Pikes are dealing.
yeah, the Pikes are with their spice, and he's like, "Look, I don't know what's in the box. You can leave now. We'll be good. Just don't go through here anymore.
Stop bringing. The
Don't go into my-
slave drugs,
Don't go into my town."
or I'll kill you.
And they're like, "Do you know who we are?" And he's like, "I don't care." And they're like, "All right, we're gonna shoot you." And he kills all but like a couple. And he's like, "All right, get out of here." And they're like, "All right, well, all but one." And the last one's like, "All right, do you know how much this thing is worth?" He's like, "All right, it's enough to retire." And they're like, "All right." And they run off to go tell their boss, "Hey, we got to deal with that sheriff because he's gonna be a problem." And meanwhile, Vanth proves that he's a good guy by just dumping the spice, because that shows his morality. I think it's important to see, like, in case this is your first time seeing Vanth,
Yeah.
you know that Vanth is really quick on the draw, because that's one of the important things you see in this moment is how quick he is on the draw, and then you secondly see that he is a morally good character.
Yeah.
Because he does not take the spice, he dumps it.
Yep.
Two very important things. Okay, so that's our scene with Vanth. Now we go to Dad going to see his child at school.
He's like,
He's going to the private school to go see his son, and at the private academy, there's a little droid, a familiar little droid. I don't know if you've ever heard of R2-D2. He's like this, it's this minor character in Star Wars. I don't know.
Most of you would know who R2 is. The sarcasm from this man could sink a ship.
So R2 is like, "All right, I'll bring you to where you're supposed to go." So he brings him to this hut that's being built.
And he just
See the Star Wars sequels to know what this is.
Yeah. He just shuts off once he gets
He
there.
shuts off as soon as he gets there, while the droids, the spider droids that are building the school, provide a bench
Yep.
for him to sit on.
And he's like,
I was over on the bench. So, Mando's over on the bench, waiting to see his kid, and he's like, "I guess I'll take a nap."
Yep.
And so, meanwhile, Luke and Grogu are doing a little bit of training.
yeah.
And we see much better deepfake Luke, much better than Battlefront 2 graphics Luke.
Mm.
But that's because they hired somebody that did a deepfake online, and they hired him, and they were like, "Yeah, that was a good job."
Yeah.
So he looks a lot better. Almost, this one's pretty good.
Yeah, it's almost.
And so Grogu's like, "I want to have a snack." So he floats a frog over to him, but Luke's like, "Hey, you can't, don't do that. You're supposed to be focusing." So then to one-up Grogu, he's like, "Oh, and also, if you think that's cool, watch this." Grabs every single frog that's in the... Which I think is a symbol of, like, Luke's ability as a Jedi at this point, because, like,
Yeah.
it takes a lot of talent to
He's gotten a lot.
specifically pick up every single one of those frogs without one picking up the water, because like a lazy Jedi would just go, "I'm just going to lift the water," which would grab the frogs.
Yeah.
Also, or another lazy Jedi would go, "I'm going to grab the frogs, but I'm not really good at it, so I'm going to accidentally kill them in the process," because you got to be able to
Yeah.
grab them without choking them.
Yeah.
Or squeezing them, rather.
It does show quite a great deal of skill,
Yeah,
and not just raw power.
yeah. Because there's a difference between raw power and skill. And I think we see a little bit of that.
Unfortunately, Luke has both.
Yeah. So Luke drops.
Fortunately.
Fortunately. So then Luke also is like, okay, time to go on a walk.
Yeah.
So we get to see Mama Luke go on a walk with
Little-
with their kid,
Yeah.
and does a little
Force-assisted hop.
force assisted swing, kind of like when you're a kid and you get swung by your parents, as you're walking through the park, and they, except now it's just Mama Luke, so
Yeah.
has to do it by herself. So you just use the force. And so Luke's like, I used to know somebody like you. They would talk weird. Do you remember anybody that would talk weird? And Grogu's like, I don't think so. And so Luke's like, well, I'm going to unlock all your repressed memories.
Mm.
Because, that's totally what you do to a child.
I was like, I don't like that you did that.
And because it's Dave Filoni, he has to show us Order 66 again, because this episode's directed by Dave Filoni, and Dave Filoni likes to show us Order 66 over and over and over again. So, to break our hearts once more, he shows us it from Grogu's perspective.
This was bad.
No wonder Grogu, repressed
Said,
all
I
that.
don't want to remember that.
Yeah, it's no wonder he forgot 19 years of Jedi training.
They do.
And so Luke unlocks that, which then Luke's like, all right, now more Jedi training. You're going to learn how to jump. You're going to learn how to, avoid, being shot at. And also, most of your force skills are going to be from, you, being able to
Exist.
remember your
Yeah.
stuff. Because Luke, we'll come back to it. So, because that's a conversation later. So, anyways, Mando wakes up from his nap, points a gun at Ahsoka.
Yeah.
Because
And
Ahsoka,
you were like, that's some Jedi shit.
yeah,
right
that's
there.
that's some quick draw for a Mandalorian, but at the same time, it's a Mandalorian, so I guess maybe his senses are still pretty heightened, just not to Jedi level, but
Yeah.
it's pretty close.
It's almost there.
He missed Ahsoka getting there, but he knew she was there.
Yeah.
And so Ahsoka's like, oh, I told R2 to deliver you to me if you ever showed up, because Auntie Ahsoka is standing between you and Mom, so that way Dad never sees his kid. And so Ahsoka's like, look, I didn't agree to train Grogu, but Luke did, and I'm not going to get in the way of Luke's choice. And he's like, well, then let me have my choice to go see my kid. And it's like, okay, well, is that for the good of you or for the kid? He's like, I just want to bring my present. And once again, is that better for you or for the kid? Are you doing this for yourself? Are you being selfish? Are you doing this because it's the right? Or are you doing this because you care? And it's a little bit of both.
Yeah.
It's a little bit selfish, but it's also not.
I want to see my kid and give him something that'll help.
But at the same time, it won't help Grogu's training.
Yeah.
And so he makes the rough choice of not seeing his kid,
Yeah.
because he's like, you're right. If Grogu ever saw me, it would throw his training off.
Yeah.
So he's like, but still give the present to the kid.
Let him at the very least know I'm still
Yeah,
there.
that I
and
still
do
love him.
Care.
So yeah, so Dad leaves, but Son still kind of knew,
Yeah.
because Grogu's not dumb.
Yeah, he's not an idiot.
Also, he probably sensed his dad as soon as Dad got on the
Yeah.
planet. Probably as soon as he was in atmosphere.
Yep.
So anyways, Dad leaves. Dad goes to have a meeting with Boba Fett, who does not speak at all during this meeting. Finnick does all the talking. And Finnick's like, cool, everybody's here. We've got our muscle. Now we need an army.
Yep.
And because of Season 2 of Mandalorian,
like-
Din's like, I know an army.
I think I can get us an army.
Yeah, I think I can get us an army. Let me go talk to my friend. So he goes off to go talk to Marshall.
Marshall Van.
Yeah, Marshall Vamp. So while he's going off, let's go back to the rest of Grogu's training, I guess, before we get to that part. So Grogu is basically mastering the Force at this point because, once again, Grogu's had 19 years of training that were just repressed.
Yeah.
Because Grogu's the same age as Vader. Very, very important detail. And unlike Anakin, Grogu was brought to the Jedi Temple as soon as possible.
Yep.
So, Grogu's had 19 years of the Jedi Temple before Order 66 to learn being a Jedi.
He force crushes that thing.
So yeah, he force crushes the training remote droid, which is not the same one from A New Hope. That is confirmed. The one from A New Hope appears in the sequel films. It's still on the Falcon in the sequels, so it's not the same one.
That's not what I'm worried
Yeah, no. So Grogu is really powerful, though. Yeah. And so
like, I am done.
and yeah, and Luke's like, Luke and Ahsoka are talking about it, which it's nice seeing Luke and Ahsoka together because it is a conversation that I know a lot of people have had of eventually Luke and Ahsoka had to meet.
Yeah.
Like it's just
having,
it's an obvious thing. They had to obviously talk about the Anakin of it all at some point. Like they've had that conversation. But yeah, so Luke is like, man, I don't know if I'm training him or if he's just remembering stuff. Also, I don't know if his heart's in it because I know that he cares more about Mando than learning this, so I don't know if he's actually like all in or not.
Yeah.
And Ahsoka's like, oh, that reminds me of your dad. Oh, in a good way.
Luke's over here like, the initial reaction is like,
Well, he's like, okay, well, at least it's in a good way.
yeah.
Anyway, so Ahsoka's like, all right, well, I got to go because I got my own spinoff show.
Yeah.
I got to go find Thrawn and Ezra.
My narrative is somewhere that way.
Yeah, so bye. Maybe I'll see you later because more than likely you'll probably appear in my show.
Yeah.
And so Luke is then like, all right, I guess I'll train Grogu by myself. Thanks.
Yeah. All right, bye, Auntie Ahsoka. You roasted.
Love you.
Roasted, fucking.
Yeah. Anyways.
Mando
anyways.
And abandoned me.
Yeah. Well, at the same time, she's not a Jedi.
Yeah, not anymore.
So, anyways, so let's go back now to Vanth.
Yeah.
And crew. So Mando parks his muscle car illegally. He parks it in a red zone, and one of the deputies comes up and is like, "Hey, you can't park there. You got to go to the parking garage." And he's like, "I'll park where I want. I'm here to see Vanth." He's like, No. You got to go to the parking garage." And then Vanth's like, "I got this.
Go
away. Also, don't ever open your mouth again because you're gonna die if you do."
All right.
And so Vanth is like, "Oh, where's the kid?" And Mandalorian's like, I left him with Mom. And now there's a restraining order on me from Mom.
Yeah.
So I can't ever see my kid. I still have to pay child support, though. And Vanth's like, "Oh, that sucks. Too bad you also stole my armor, you asshole."
Yeah.
Like he's yeah. But yeah, because he's like, "You took my armor." And he's like, "Technically it wasn't yours, though. It was Boba Fett's." And he's like, "Well, I guess we both lost something we liked."
Yeah.
So let's go have a beer now and talk about that.
Yeah. And he's like, so about Boba Fett.
Also, well, I also kind of like while we're talking about the bar, I like the redesign that they've done since killing a Krayt Dragon together. They put the ribs as like the part of the bar, as part of the support beams of it. So anyways, they talk. And man, like you said, Din's like, about Boba Fett. He needs your help.
And
because he's like, you need to deal with the Pikes with us. And Vanth's like, I don't see where that's my problem.
He's like, they'll come here eventually.
He's like, they've already been coming here. I've been killing them. And also then the bar guy, I forget his name.
He's like, that's a city fight.
Yeah, that's that we don't care about no city folk because we're Freetown now. We're not Mos Pelgo. We're Freetown, which is the original name of the town anyways in the Aftermath novel. So it's nice seeing them come back to that. They're taking a lot more of the Aftermath novel because that's where he gets introduced, where Vanth got introduced. So a lot of that's coming back into the visual media. I wonder if they'll go back to him being a slave at one point because Vanth started as a slave, and that's where he kind of rose up.
Like, fine.
But yeah, Vanth's like, look, we'll talk about it. I'll have one of those old-fashioned Western City Hall meetings about it, where we talk in the barn and everybody argues and yells over whether or not we'll fight.
And we'll see what comes of it.
It'll be like Blazing Saddles.
Maybe we'll help you, maybe we won't.
Yeah. And so Din's like, I'm pretty confident you'll help me. See ya.
It's like, good enough. I'm pretty sure I've got the majority vote.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got the majority vote. So he goes back to report to Boba.
Yeah.
And then the title of the episode, A Stranger Comes from
A stranger from the sand.
Stranger from the Sand. And, it's fun. It's always fun seeing this moment from different people's perspective. Unfortunately, you had already been spoiled.
I got spoiled on it.
You had already known Cad Bane was going to show up. So Cad Bane shows up, and he basically works for the Emperor from Dune. He's like, let the spice flow.
Yeah. I knew a little bit.
Yeah, once
about-
again, this is one of those things where you know the basics of Cad, but you don't know the
I don't know all of it.
yeah. So Cad Bane shows up, and he's like, hey, you should just not be involved. You'll get paid very handsomely for just not getting involved. Unfortunately, Deputy McGee over here decides to step out. Barney Fife pulls up and is like,
Need him to not talk.
he's like, we don't take kindly to your kind. We ain't gonna
See,
get bought off.
unlike with the Major Domo, who, while his talk is annoying, it doesn't put people in danger.
Meanwhile, the
He is
deputy,
both annoying and putting people in danger.
yeah, the deputy's definitely, well, at the very least himself, if nobody else.
And I'm like,
But yeah,
man, while I really
and it
want
was great. It was great. I love watching Timothy Olyphant's performance in this scene because every time the deputy opened his mouth, the Cobb Vanth would look over like, "You motherfucker! I told you to
I need
shut
you
up."
to not talk.
Like his eyes are just like, "You motherfucker!" Like just if you don't pay attention to it, watch Cobb Vanth's like facial reaction anytime he looked to the deputy during that scene. He's just like,
Why are you talking? Stop talking.
and so.
Do you know who this is? And how fucked
Which
we
even
are?
Vanth doesn't really know who he is, but he's just like, he works for the Pikes, and he's obviously here to kill people if we don't
Yeah.
listen. So that's good
And
enough
he
for me.
came alone.
And he came alone, so that's good enough for me to be like, let's take this seriously. And unfortunately, we then get, we get that good, the bad, and the ugly sort of deal where, and we get a little bit of like that Western standoff.
Yeah.
And everybody reaches for their guns. The deputy pulls first because he's an idiot.
Yeah.
And Cad, and once again, because like we said at the beginning of the episode for this one, we learned how fast that Vanth is. Vanth is a quick draw.
Yeah.
It's important to know that because then we see somebody faster.
Yep.
Cad Bane.
And
Cad Bane is faster, unfortunately, and shoots Vanth in the shoulder.
yeah, I'm
And
assuming it's like
It's like,
here.
yeah, it's like in the mass of it.
Yeah.
And then
Not in a lethal spot, but enough to be like no longer.
and potentially lethal. Like if nobody was there for immediate
Yeah.
medical care. Luckily for Vanth, everybody immediately
Yeah.
rushed to save him.
Not
Unfortunate.
much could be done for the deputy.
Yeah, the deputy got
He's
shot.
gone.
Yeah, he got shot a lot.
What was the thing I said last night? A whole clip.
Yeah, it was basically a whole clip. Yeah. I think that was more of a disrespect thing for Cad. Cad was
Yeah.
like, "You disrespected me." Like, I respect that this guy at least tried to like have a conversation, even if we weren't coming to terms.
Yeah.
Like, he was having a regular conversation. You were just rude, so I'm gonna absolutely make sure you're dead. And so yeah, then Cad just leaves and he's like, "Let the spice flow."
Yep.
All right, so now we have our big threat.
Yeah.
A little late.
Oh,
A little late.
Also during that episode, Sanctuary gets explodified.
Oh yes, yeah. So it's after Bane kills them, Sanctuary gets exploded.
Yep.
Thankfully, Max Rebo is still alive because he was not there. Once again, Max Rebo survives an explosion.
Like, I'm on tour. I gotta go. That's my explanation. He's always on tour.
Yeah, he's always on tour. Although I think that was some of his bandmates there.
Well.
Yeah.
I guess
So anyways-
get new ones.
Yeah. So anyways, yeah. So now
Might take a while though.
now Boba Fett shows up to.
Hold on. It wasn't his bandmate. This guy we sit in.
Oh yeah, his guys just yeah.
This is how it works.
Yeah.
He's a family musician. He goes from Espa to Espa.
No, it's not jazz time. It's jizz time. And also confirmed that.
Forgot about
Also,
that. I forgot the music was called that.
yeah, it's called jizz, and also that means that Max Rebo makes jizz with his feet, as one of my TikTok mutuals has confirmed. Also, Pablo Hidalgo confirms that he only has 2 limbs, so that even though there are some action figures that show him with 4 limbs, it is confirmed that in canon it's only 2.
I assumed he just uses.
Or Hidalgo's just messing with us, which it's also like very Hidalgo.
I assumed.
But one of my friends, that's their joke. They one of my mutuals on TikTok. Because he escaped somehow. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I don't know. I guess we never know because every time we see him, he's behind his keyboard.
I just assumed he used his trunk.
He used it. No, because we see him use his little or whatever you want to call him. He's got his.
Very tiny arms.
We see him all the time. Anyways, moving on.
Oh.
Thank you, Shayla Wren, for starting that one. That's the TikTok user that started this one. So
the gang's all here.
So yes, the gang is So the gang's all here at the ruins of Sanctuary.
Yeah, like,
and Boba Fett's like, well, I guess we're going back to the palace because we got to have a good defensible position.
Like,
and the
no.
mods are like, what? No, that makes you look bad. That makes you look like
a
you don't.
coward.
Yeah, it makes you look like you don't care about the people.
Yeah.
And
Like,
he's like,
okay.
yeah, I guess
then.
you're kind of right. And so he's like, well, I hope we have an army. And Din is way too assured of the fact that he's got an army. Because when he left, Vanth was even still like, you might not have us. Yeah. And Din's like, we got an army. And Boba's like, you sure? He's like, yeah, we got an army. How much do we pay for it? Free. Well, kind of free adjacent. We made a promise that we'd get rid of the spice. And Fennec's like, what? That's how we make money. But once again, because Boba Fett is a Corleone, we don't deal in drugs. So they decide to plan their stand. And so the plan is mods are going to be in a certain district watching that. Basically, all the main groups are separated into specific districts. The mods are in a district. Chrysanthemum's by himself in a district because, let's be honest, Chrysanthemum can handle himself. He's in the Trandoshan district, which is
I feel bad for them.
the mods are in the Aqualish district.
And the Gamorreans.
The Gamorreans
the spaceport.
are at the spaceport area with I think that's basically it. And those are basically your main groups.
Yeah.
Because Boba Fett and Fennec.
Are we missing anyone?
No, Boba Fett, Fennec, and because the people of Mos Freetown have not shown up yet because they haven't decided yet, so to speak. Because Boba Fett, Fennec, and the mayor's major domo and Din are basically staying at Sanctuary. No, Fennec went off. Fennec is also with, she's in a district somewhere. I forget. I think she went with the mods. Or no, she's in a different district though. There is a district that she's in.
So I have some Max Rebo clarification thanks to Wikipedia.
Oh boy.
So going back to Max Rebo.
Yeah.
So you are partially right. Max was intended to be on a perch on a cushion at the same height as the organ keys and using his sole 2 limbs to play those keys. The sole 2 limbs are supposed to be feet.
So Max Rebo plays jizz with his feet.
However, that's not canon.
Yeah.
And so, and the closest thing, the closest non-canon thing we have is West End Games depiction of the species, which gives them arms and legs.
Yeah.
Thinking like much
but
like Kenner,
so far there is no canon clarification.
right. So,
so until they show us, it could be anything.
However, I have noticed that Star Wars, unless it's something glaring,
they've pulled from Legends.
They lean toward like what Kenner did.
Yeah.
And Kenner gave him arms and legs.
Yeah.
And so I'm assuming that that's because I mean they put Bib Fortuna's staff. They
Yeah, they did.
What's the medical droid?
Oh, I know who you're talking
The
about.
B.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna drive me nuts. But his whole lower body he didn't have anything. Ken
Yeah.
built one, and so when they rebuilt him for Rogue One, he's got Kenner legs.
Yeah.
and so I would assume that they would give him Kenner.
I guess we'll see. For now, it's Schrodinger's feet or limbs. Schrodinger's limbs.
I like it. Shorter's feet.
So yeah. So there's our Max Rebo clarification for now until we get an update. Until Lucasfilm, the cowards, show us the rest of his body.
I blame Kathleen Kennedy on that. She does not want us to see his feet or his hands or whatever he's got. That's all KK's fault. Get her out. Get her out. Until we get his limb number, get her out.
I think we have the right audience where they'll know that they'll know that's a joke. But
So,
yeah,
the gang is.
the gang is all here. Well, but splitting up because that's the plan. Because they figure if we cover all the districts, we can't be surprise attacked.
They
Unfortunately,
are incredibly wrong.
so unfortunately, there's a bit we missed because we forgot the meeting Boba Fett had with all the leaders.
Oh yeah, he's like basically.
Basically, don't get it. Well, originally it was, "Hey, help me out," because the
But-
Pikes are in trouble. But they were like, "What's in that for us?"
He's like,
Because we make money off the spice. And he's like, "All right, well, look, just don't get involved, and we're good." Unfortunately, it turns out
involved.
the ultimate anime betrayal.
Everyone-
Everybody is working for the Pikes. So therefore, Cad Bane just strolls into town and pulls up to the torture droid and is like, "Hey, I need to talk to your boss." Torture droid comes in and is like, "Hey, we got a visitor," and they're like, "So much for nobody being able to get in." And so Cad Bane, knowing Boba Fett's
Yeah.
buttons, is like, "Hey, I just had a meeting with the Pikes, who basically gave me some very key info about you living with the Tuskens. They told me that they killed the Tuskens. I know that might upset you for some reason. I don't know if that'll get you to fight me or not. I want to fight you, and you don't want to fight me, but what if I told you that? Would that change your mind?" And sure enough, it changes Boba Fett's mind.
He's like, "I'll kill you right now."
Yeah, I'll kill you right now. And Finnick's like, no, you can't kill him right now. This is the one time where I'm going to tell you no on killing somebody. Like, usually Finnick is pro solving the issue ahead of
Like-
time. But this is,
Like now you choose.
now you choose to be a killer? And so Cad is obviously trying to just goad him for a fight. Because obviously he wants this fight to happen.
Yeah, it's like I want round 2.
I want round 2
Since
because
round 1 worked out pretty well for me.
round 1, which we've never seen but we know happened, ended with Boba Fett getting the dent in his armor. We don't know what happened with Cad because obviously the Clone Wars episode that got deleted, Cad died in. So the original duel, Cad died, but that's no longer canon, obviously, because Cad made it here. But we know that Boba got the dent in his armor somehow. More than likely, Dave Filoni would want to keep that duel in some way. So obviously, they both survived the duel. Also, we know that Cad and Boba don't see eye to eye anymore
Yeah.
because there was some sort of reason that they stopped. That they just became pure rivals. Originally, they worked together. Obviously, they become pure rivals for unknown reasons.
So that happens, and they're like, "Well,
Anyways,
seems negotiations have fallen through."
yeah. So Cad leaves and is like, "All right, I'll be back. Have fun." So
And thus begins.
the war, the betrayals everywhere.
Yep.
Because immediately after negotiations fell, Boba, thinking he still has the upper hand, he does not. All the betrayals happen. All the groups that are working for the Pikes begin to attack Boba's people. And immediately that does not work out great for Boba.
No.
So thankfully everybody kind of defeats their group that they're dealing with, although it looks bad for them for a while. In fact, when we leave them, it all looks bad. So at this point, Finnick is gone, and it's just Boba and Din holding off the remains of Sanctuary, and it against all these Pikes, and one of the best fight scenes in so far.
Yeah.
Like this, I love this. I love seeing just Din and Boba just do their thing.
I.
You get to see why. So it leads credence to my argument, though, that Boba is nothing without his armor when it comes to combat. For the most part, because for the most part, there's some stuff in combat that he's good with without it, but he's better when he has his armor because he has all his little toys.
I would say most Mandalorians are.
Yeah, most Mandalorians are. So, anyways, they managed to hold themselves off in almost a standoff.
Yeah.
But after a certain point, it looks like they're about to go down when, hooray, the cavalry's here from Freetown.
Yeah.
They come in, save the day by kind of like providing. Basically, they come in on like a tank, on like an armored car, with a gun, and they manage to like use that as like their like cover, while everybody hides behind it. And including the rest of the crew, who thankfully everybody's alive.
Yeah.
Chrysanthemum, the mods, Finnick, everybody just kind of shows up at this point.
Does not show
Oh, Finnick does not. You're right.
because I believe Boba has dispatched her to go and get rid of basically central command for the Pikes.
Yeah. Also, before this fight,
Yeah.
the funniest moment in this episode happens. So before the fight, before Boba and Din do their last stand, so they're talking. They're like, Boba's like, man,
Hey, if
oh
you
no,
wanna cut and
yeah,
run-
if you want to cut and run, you can. And Din's like, nope, I promise to help you out. It's all about my honor at this point. And Boba's like, it's a good thing you still believe in that. Because he's like, it's a good thing you believe in all that Mandalorian stuff. Because Boba's not really a Mandalorian.
No.
He's not really. Like, he has the armor, but while he has maybe the lineage, it's up in the air whether or not Jango's a Mandalorian. In canon. In canon, it's up in the air, because there is no... A lot of people say he's not, because as far as we know, the evidence points against it. Canon evidence, anyways. Meaning Boba Fett is not either. So Boba's like, I don't believe in that, but it's good that you do, because I'm sticking to, because I've made a promise to the people of Mos Espa at this point to not cut and run either. Because Din's like, so what's the plan? We gonna distract them and get to your ship? And he's like, nope, I'm staying. And then Major Domo comes out, and he's like, well, not to brag or anything, but I went to finishing school in Coruscant, which makes me better than you, but not better than you. Don't worry. And of course, so he's like, I know how to, like, talk to these people. I'm a man of I've got skills. Public speaking. I can negotiate, so to speak. And I'll do all the groveling and stuff, and, I'll be the weak one while you still look all good, and all you have to do is pay them off probably in the background.
He's like,
A little bit of exile, a little bit of paying off in the background, you'll be good. And so he's like, so what do you think? And Boba's like, sure, I'll write a message. Give me your tablet. And folks, this is why if you ever are the messenger for somebody in a life or death situation,
fucking read the message.
read the message that you're about to give before you give it. So he comes out here so confident, and he's like, so Boba Fett says that he is willing, that if you guys leave and take your spice trade away, he is willing to tell you to go fuck yourself. Oh, fuck. Well, fuck me. And he's like, but don't shoot the messenger. And that's when the fight starts with Boba and Din and them doing their
then they
awesomeness,
go
and then
and
we get everybody to help them out. Yep. Now we're caught back up.
Yep.
We
By
just
the way-
couldn't skip that joke because that was great.
Boba Fett offers you
Nothing.
nothing.
Boba Fett just offers you his middle finger. Essentially.
The best part, I think Grogu's on planet.
Not yet. Oh, yes. Because at the start of the episode, Grogu has made it to the planet. Mama Luke decided that she was so upset that Grogu... we skipped talking about the decision.
Oh, yeah, we did.
We got so pumped about the war, we forgot the decision. So Mama Luke decided to make Grogu make a decision.
And it's one that...
And it's one that I get to a degree. but it's also like Luke, that's messed up. But it's also like what other
Yeah.
what Luke knows no other way to train a Jedi.
Yeah. I explained to you like the way
Yeah,
I was viewing
like
the situation.
like it's not great.
Like
but it-
we're already going with like the divorced parents joke.
Yeah, it's basically the do you want
do
to
you
spend
wanna-
time with mom or dad?
Who do you want to live with for a while? I guess.
And also that means you don't love me anymore if you go see the other.
But like,
But also Luke's not that petty about it.
he's
But
not like that.
no. So Luke's like, "Hey, I got Yoda's lightsaber.
He's like,
You can have that or you can have the armor, and whichever one you choose, that's who you're going to live with."
yeah,
So, obviously, Grogu picks the armor cuz I mean, let's be honest, that was always going to be the choice.
Yep.
I think though at the same time, Luke didn't do it to force this choice. I think it goes back to that quote that Luke has with Ahsoka where he says that he doesn't think Grogu's heart is in it.
yeah,
And he's right. Grogu's heart is not in it. So I think at the end of the day, Luke giving Grogu that choice helped Grogu.
yeah.
Because it basically confirmed you don't want to be a Jedi, and that's fine. Now go be with your dad.
Yep.
And so, but Luke is also like really salty in a way by sending Grogu with just R2.
Yeah, I am confused by that.
You send the child who can barely use, like, who doesn't have a lightsaber because you didn't give him one.
You did at least have the foresight to put the armor on him.
Yeah. But yeah, so you let him go with just your droid.
Yeah.
Which your R2 is capable, don't get me wrong. But really? But yeah, so Peli finds R2 because the R2 lands the X-wing in Peli's shop, and so Peli's like, "Oh, Grogu, welcome back." That's a crappy name, by the way, because it's the first time Peli's learned Grogu's name. Which
Bright
you know what,
eyes.
Peli calls him Bright Eyes because he's got those wide,
Yeah.
you know. So Peli's like, "All right, let's go find your dad," because
In the
Peli
middle
has
of a-
because Peli doesn't know.
Yeah, in the middle of a firefight.
So back on back to Mos Espa.
They're having to deal with tank droids.
Yeah, because they think they've won a little bit because the Pikes start to retreat when these droids that are basically giant droidicas because they have the shield bubbles come walking in and ruining everybody's day, and everybody tries to shoot at them and tries different things,
Yeah.
but to no avail.
Can't have anything nice.
And Chrysanthemum gets pretty close.
Yeah,
He gets the closest, and he actually messes up their shields by getting so close because he realizes, oh, I could just walk in slowly and then use my Vambrance like
he's
my brass knuckles.
Shock knuckles.
Yeah, my shock knuckles to mess you up,
Yeah.
and so that does a little bit of damage. Unfortunately, the Darksaber does nothing.
Yeah. It's a good attempt.
Good attempt, but not quite. So Boba's like, all right, well, I'll be back. Because I have a plan, and meanwhile Din's like, what else do we have? We're out of backup, and Boba's like, no, we're not. I got this.
It's like, unless you've got an army.
And so meanwhile Din starts running through the city, letting the droid chase him, and he finds Peli, and he's like, Peli, get what are you doing here? Get away, get away! And Peli's like, I can't hear. Oh, back away, and a big funny chase scene happens with and we get a little nice moment where Din and Grogu reunite. And being the father that Din is like, you gotta hide. Don't get out of hiding until this is all over. Obviously, Grogu does not listen to that because it's Grogu. All right, so they manage to defeat the droids because Boba comes in with his Rancor, riding on a Rancor. We get a payoff for that.
He took his Rancor riding lessons.
Yeah, so we get some payoff for that. And we get basically a Godzilla fight.
Kaiju fight.
Yeah, kaiju fight. You get a kaiju fight. You get giant robot versus giant monster. It's basically Pacific Rim.
2-for-1 special, really.
Yeah. So they fight, and thankfully, after they weaken the armor, the shielding some more, they manage to, and Grogu also manages to use the Force to slow it down. Rancor manages to fuck up the first one.
Yeah.
And then so Rancor makes its way and fucks up the second one.
Yeah.
And that's basically it for that. Unfortunately, Van Cleef over here is still not done with goading Boba into fights.
Yeah.
Cad Bane.
Cad Bane
And
scares away the
Cad Bane uses flamethrower to attack the Rancor, and it's very effective.
Yeah, I was like, note to self, they don't like fire very much.
Most things I imagine don't like fire, though. To be fair,
Yeah.
so
Do you like fire?
not in my face, not like that. So yeah,
Oh god.
so
Here's the thing.
Rancor goes running off, knocks Boba Fett off of him, and Boba Fett's like, "Well, I guess I'm gonna have to fight you myself."
Hard way it is.
Hard way it is. Unfortunately, we know how good Cad Bane is with guns and melee attacks in general, ranged attacks in general. So Cad is winning.
Yeah.
Cad is
Here's the
winning.
thing. You are lucky. If you did not have that armor, you would be dead 3 times over.
Yeah, because Cad got some good shots in.
Yeah. Like they're strong enough
Lethal
to
lethal
knock-
shots. Lethal shots if it wasn't for your Beskar armor.
Yeah. They're strong enough to like knock him down even with the armor.
Yeah. So he gets knocked down a lot, and Cad is of course still goading him because he's like, it's one of those things of even if I don't win, I'm gonna make you into a killer, which means I still win. Either way, Cad wins. And so, because at this point, Boba's trying to be less of a killer.
Yeah.
Like he's willing to still kill if he has to.
But he's like, I'm not.
And so,
I think it's the difference is he doesn't kill for money anymore.
yeah. And so, like, just as Cad's about to get a killing shot in on, because he takes Boba's helmet off, he's about to take the killing shot. Boba's like, nah, I got my gaffy stick still. And we are reminded that while Cad is great at ranged,
He is not that great.
he's not that great at
close
melee.
quarters.
Yeah. So Boba immediately knocks him down with the gaffy stick and then stabs him.
Mhm.
And of course, Cad gets one more in of, ha, you're still a killer. And that's the end of Cad. Unfortunately, we now have a runaway Rancor that's rampaging through town.
But don't worry.
But don't worry, Din is going to try to deal with it. It does not go well.
Not working well.
Unfortunately, while Din looks like the Rancor's daddy, it is not the Rancor's daddy. So,
This pisses off the Rancor.
yeah,
Quite
the Rancor tries to eat him. Doesn't work because of the Beskar helmet.
Yeah.
Gets a little bit of flame for lunch instead, which also angers him. And then throws him down like a toy.
I forget if the Rancor climbs down or if he just fucking throws him.
He just throws
He
him.
just throws him like 5 stories.
Yeah. And so then Grogu steps up because Grogu's like, I know how to deal with this. And he uses
He casts animal friendship.
yeah, animal friendship essentially, yeah.
The highest level of
Because Grogu's not afraid because he's seen the trailer for the new Jurassic World.
But like, I think
So
a
yeah,
lot of people may give like animal friendship a lot of shit for being a force pirate. But
It-
I like it.
it exists. And it's not the first time we've seen it because
Yeah. Pretty cool.
Ezra kind of has it to a degree. And it's one of those things of it's very easy to become one with.
Yeah.
Once again, it has to do with the forces and everything, so therefore one with nature is very obvious thing to happen. And animals, what's more natural than animals?
Yeah.
So, and then we get a boy and his dog taking a nap afterwards
Yep,
because
they're
that
like,
that took a lot out of
Nap
Grogu,
time.
which makes sense because Grogu is still learning the Force, and while he has a lot of potential,
It's still exhausting.
it's still exhausting using big powers like that, especially against a giant creature. All right, so the day has been saved.
Yep.
All right. Any other major thing up before we go away from it?
I don't think so. I
Yeah.
enjoyed it.
Yeah, there is one more thing in the credits. I'm trying to think if there's anything before the credits that I'm missing. I don't think Oh, yes.
Mr. Van
Van Cleef is dead because Boba killed him. But we forgot the mayor and all the traitors and the Pike.
They got fucking murdered.
Yeah. So as
I think
As the
what
mus-
was it I said, stay away from the windows.
yeah, I don't know if Boba ordered it or not, but
He told her to take them out. He
Okay.
never specified
how?
how.
So yeah, Finnick shows up because they're all complaining. The mayor's like, I didn't say that we should have had a full on war and all that, and they're also like, all right, time to get out of here. And the Pike leader's like, it's time to get out of here. This is you guys are useless now to me. And they're like, well, take us with you. And he's like, no, Fuck you guys. I don't care about you guys. I was only here because Tatooine was useful for me until now.
Yeah.
And so then Finnick shows up and starts killing everybody. The mayor gets hung. Like bone neck snapping and everything. And the leader of the Pikes gets stabbed in the back with a poison knife. I think it's a poison knife, or they just bleed green, I guess.
I think they just bleed green. Whoops.
Yeah. Oh well. Anyways, so yeah, so that's the official like ending essentially.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else before the, because I want to talk. I think that's.
Tap 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 on the glass.
Yeah, that's the final shot. So the final scene before the credits, and before the mid-credit scene, is Mando and Grogu in their motor in their hot rod. And yep,
Go fast.
go
Dad.
fast, Dad. Dude, hit the nitro again. Do it again.
No.
Do it again, Dad.
No.
Do it again, Dad.
No.
Fine.
Yeah.
And so he hits the nitro one more time, and that's the last until Mando season 3.
Yep.
All right. Credits play. We see the nice little artwork. Mid-credit scene. It turns out Marshall ain't dead.
Yep.
Which that made sense. I already figured that. They didn't need to
the
confirm that to me, but yeah. So and
Mod Doctor.
Mod yeah.
Thundercat.
Thundercat. Yeah, that's
think
that's
his
the
actual
that's
name
the
in
that's
show.
the that's not his name in the show, but that's the his stage name in real life. Thundercat is here to modify him somehow.
Putting,
I wonder what the modifications are going to end up.
maybe some shoulder plating.
Maybe, but I think there's going to be more to it than that. Maybe they're going to maybe add some weaponry. Maybe. I have a feeling that he's less going to be Marshal of Freetown now, and more be one of Boba Fett's like main enforcers. Because I feel like Boba's going to call in a debt for that.
Yeah.
I think we are going to get a Boba Fett season 2 at some point, just not right away.
Maybe.
Because I think there's more to the story. Anyways,
I think I like
Oh. overall though,
I liked it.
overall you liked it. This is one where it's 7.5.
Yeah.
It has pacing issues, and it has, I think we told it the best way, which is more in order. I think I'm fine with flashbacks more than other people, but yeah, the flashbacks did not help it. Telling that story with flashbacks did not help it. So that pacing is the major issue, really. And then, of course, I feel like the side turn should have been done soon. We maybe should have seen a lot of this stuff sooner, like Cad Bane should have shown up sooner. Make him a threat sooner, rather than for an episode and then die immediately the next episode.
Yeah, I think so.
Because the argument I've had, and it's the argument I had with our guest because we have a guest next week. It's a discussion I've had with our guest next week, and she kind of gave me a point on this one. If you've never watched anything else with Cad Bane, you don't understand the relationship between Boba Fett and Cad. So at least show us some of that relationship. Maybe don't have Cad be there like as a threat. Maybe in the early episodes, maybe you could still do it this way, where Cad doesn't show up in the present day until now, but show some if you're doing the flashback thing, make use of that.
Yeah.
Make use of the flashback. Show us more of Boba Fett's life.
Yeah. Cad Bane is a dangerous man.
But maybe they're saving it for something else, because Cad is currently in Bad Batch, so maybe they're saving it for Bad Batch. But if Boba Fett's the only thing you'll see, it doesn't.
You have no idea who this is.
You have no idea who this is. You don't know why it's important other than what he tells you.
Yep.
And you get most of it from what he tells you, but it still lacks something.
Yeah.
But overall, yeah, 7.5 for me.
We'll give it an 8.
Okay. We've kind of reversed roles on this week compared to last week.
Yeah.
All right, so I built this up. So that's our Book of Boba Fett review. And I've kind of built this up, and so we're doing our first piece of truly Legends material. While Visions is not canon, I wouldn't call it Legends material either. So next week, we're going to talk about Star Wars The Old Republic, specifically the new expansion coming out, Legacy of the Sith. You have not played any of The Old Republic.
No, I'm not.
I am going to make you just jump in on that expansion, we built you an account yesterday.
Yeah.
The only thing we haven't done yet is paid for the subscription yet. We'll probably do that when the actual expansion comes out. Which by the time you're watching this, the expansion's out. We probably have already played some of it because the expansion comes out Tuesday for us. So I guess we'll have to figure out a day for you to come over after work or during before work.
Yeah.
We'll start playing it.
God, if it's like my work schedule this week, show up before work.
Yeah. You know what I mean, though. We'll work around both of our schedules.
Yeah.
So that way we can play throughout the week.
But
For you guys, we've already been playing it. But I guess now's the time to announce our first official guest on the
Yeah.
show. So
I haven't met this person, but you have.
yes, and by met I mean like internet meet.
Discussed.
Internet meet.
Yeah.
It is Sawyer, and she goes by Sawyerism on TikTok and a lot of her social medias. She is a Star Wars lore master. She deals with a lot of the Old Republic stuff, and so that's why I invited her, because she and I share a love for the Old Republic era. And so, since the new expansion was coming out, I was like, "Hey, you want to play the new expansion with me and Seth? And do you want to talk about it on our show?" And she was like, "Yeah." So, we got to work out a schedule for playing together. So that's going to be a thing. I'll send you an invite to her Discord,
All right.
because she has a Discord as well. That way we can figure out the schedule together of
Yeah.
playing it once it comes out. She's finishing up some of the previous expansions right now, which I helped her with one. I did not help her with the rest. I'm the only one who's caught up to present at the moment,
I will have no context for what's going on again.
and it's going to be great. It's going to be great.
Why am I shooting this guy again?
Why is Malgus here? You at least know who Malgus is.
Didn't you die?
So
Question mark.
yeah. So Sawyer is our first official guest, and that's gonna be fun. She's great. She has a lot of interesting Star Wars opinions, I think, especially revolving the Old Republic. She has a lot of knowledge. We go back and forth on knowledge, because I got more of the game knowledge, where when it comes to certain choices to make, but she's got more of the lore side, which I've got some of, but she's definitely a lot further than I am. So I definitely go to her for some of that. So it'll be fun. It'll be fun having our first official guest.
Yeah, I think so.
And I hope we get more, because the basic premise of this show when I made it was to have a guest every week.
Yeah.
Obviously, that has not happened. I would like to have more Star Wars content creators on, because I know so many of them, but also everybody's schedules are so busy
Yeah,
that it's just hard to get everybody together.
it's hard to coordinate anything as an adult.
Yeah, because I wanted to have Shaylo on at some point. That's yet to fall through. I hope when we start talking about High Republic Adventures, I can get her, because she loves that series of comics. Once again, don't know. I tried to get Star Wars Explained. I tried to message him for Visions, because he was the only one that I could think of for Ronan, because he's the only one I could think of that had information that knew Ronan well enough to talk about it. But I didn't get a response from him. I don't know him as well as I know a lot of the other content creators, so I didn't get a response. I'm not trying to call anybody out. This is more of just this is a me on. I am very last minute on trying to get people. I think Sawyer's the first one where I gave a month's notice.
I think that's something that has to happen because
It's hard though. It's hard though, because there's a lot of stuff that it's
Yeah.
just coming out and it throws off my schedule.
yeah,
And it's changed our release. It's changed our schedule for the show multiple times. And so, but yeah. So the Old Republic is next. I figured out our solution for how we're gonna play it together, because we had an issue there.
yeah, that was gonna be a problem, but
I figured out that. We're not gonna have voice chat with Sawyer when we're playing. Because her computer, much like yours, has issues when it comes to doing certain things, and hers is she can't do video game and voice chat
oh,
because too much RAM. Yeah. So we'll have her at least on Discord and be able to type to her,
Yeah.
but we won't have voice chat. So that'll be fun. it'll be fun to play that. And plus, we'll be able to get our voiced opinions because we'll have her through Discord on the show. That's the plan. But yeah. So that's the show. It's
Alright.
weird. It's weird
Yeah.
because we're not live.
We're not live.
I guess usual stuff. Thank you guys for watching. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. And if you really like our content, check out the Patreon, because the Patreon will give you exclusive access to our YouTube content a week before it's uploaded to YouTube, as well as access to us in the Discord, which I think I'm working on getting Sawyer in our Discord, but I don't know if she's going to stick around because she's already in a lot of Discords. I'm in a lot of Discords. I need to get rid of some that I'm in. And so also, if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to like and subscribe. And in this case, comment, because this isn't live, so we didn't get to see your thoughts as we.
Sorry.
Yeah, so go ahead and give us your thoughts here. I'll try to answer some of them. And also check out our Twitch. If you're on Twitch, be sure to subscribe and follow. YouTube is youtube.com/Escape Reality Films. Twitch is twitch.tv/CJ Star Wars 94. Be sure to check out Mobcast Network and Gamers and Geeks, because thank you guys for the studio. Mobcast Network do other podcasts that I'm a part of. We have Cult Movie Cantina and Mando Mondays, which is over now at this point by the time this episode's out. We won't be talking about any more Mando Mondays, but we might be back to regular Star Wars. I don't know if we're going to go back to My Star Wars Life yet. That's the other Star Wars podcast that they do, where it's just we talk about what's going on. I think we'll go back to that, but I'm not sure. That I haven't discussed that yet. I'm a producer, but I'm not the main producer on that. But I know for sure Cult Movie Cantina will have an episode this week. I don't know what we're talking about yet.
You were,
Well, last week was The Purge.
Oh.
So this week would be us talking about.
The second one, huh?
No. It would be just us. Actually, it'd be the final episode for the season, which is gonna have a trivia thing where we're gonna see how much our host, outside of Scotty, including myself, remember the rest of the season of what we've done and talked about.
A review.
A review of the season, and seeing it's a test. Also, it's a pop quiz of how much we remember of the season. So come join us for that to see how much we remember. And then, yeah, that's it for that. And you can find those videos on youtube.com/Mopcast Network. You can also find the podcasts on Spotify, Apple, wherever you listen to your podcast. But if you want the video, it's on YouTube. And if you are in the Mobile, Alabama area, check out Gamers and Geeks, where you can play some board games, play some arcade games in the back for $10 for the day, all that good stuff, Pokemon cards, Magic the Gathering cards, all that good stuff. So I think that's everything. Anything you can think of that I missed?
I think you already talked about their Renegade game console.
Oh yeah, rent a game console also. I didn't talk about that last week, but this week we'll mention it. At Gamers and Geeks, there's also Engage Gaming, which is like another store technically within the same store, and you can for a monthly fee you can basically rent a console. You can come here and basically use a console that they've got, including I don't know if they got the newest PlayStations and Xboxes.
I don't know.
But they've got the previous generations at the very least. They've got VR. They've got PC, so you can basically play just about anything.
Yeah.
You're not really going to miss out on anything, I don't think. So, yeah, come check them out. And I guess we'll see you guys next week with our review of Star Wars The Old Republic, Legacy of the Sith.
Except, it won't be next week.
Well, it's next week for anybody watching when this airs.
Yeah.
But if you're watching on the Patreon, because this is pre-recorded, so you can watch it. If you're watching on the Patreon, then it will be 2 weeks from now.
Yep.
Because unfortunately, the next episode will not be pre-recorded because the expansion's not out yet, so we can't give our thoughts.
We can't do that. But we'll see you next time.
Yep.
Until then, have a good time.
Yeah. And may the Force be with you. I guess we'll start saying that because got to end on a Star Wars note. Have a good one.
Yep.